morning sunshine from South Haven, Michigan after a Friday that I've never seen before at GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival. Good morning to everyone watching from here at the racetrack and around the world. Viewers from all over the globe this morning for day 2 of GRIDLIFE's biggest event, and I guess the equivalent of the grassroots racing Le Mans. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Ido Waxman. Look at the paddock, look at the campgrounds. It is a packed house here this morning, Ido.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful day. The sun's shining out. These are going to be the best conditions this morning for our time attack competitors to set their best lap times of the weekend. And there are a lot of competitors out there that felt like they could have gone better, they could have done better than yesterday. They're going to be out there chasing those lap times today.
Yeah, this is a look at the campgrounds. It's just packed. The new festival layout with the huge stage over on Spectator Hill. It was just electric last night. The energy was pumping, and it's only day 1 of 3 as far as the on-track action. But again, you mentioned the time attack session here this morning. This is prime conditions here. Beautiful weather here this morning. It's been low to mid 70s all weekend long. Track temperatures have stayed relatively cool, but this is an optimal time, an optimal session for those running in the Track Battle Championship because the drift cars haven't been on track yet. The track is cool. The air is as cool as it's going to be all day. We've already broken some track records. We'll talk more about that in a little bit, but it is go time here if you want to set a record and have it stick for the rest of the weekend, maybe the rest of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've got one more morning session to do it tomorrow morning, but they're going to want to get it done today. A lot of these competitors, they're on tires that they want to keep the heat cycles down on, so they'd rather do as few sessions as they can to keep the life in those tires so they can keep them in their prime life for the podium sprint tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, of course, remember that the Track Battle Championship works in a qualifying format, effectively 7 heats, where we're going to run each of our 4 groups. And after those 7 heats, the top 5 from each of our 7 competition categories will move on to the podium sprint, where those 5 cars will run together on the racetrack for 3 laps, and the fastest 3 are your podium winners in each respective category. We call that podium sprint, and again, we said 5 from each class, so that means 2 drivers in each category go home without a trophy after all the trials and tribulations of racing at Gingerman Raceway. This track built in 1996. It's 2.2 miles, and again, this has sort of been GRIDLIFE's home track, the first GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival back in 2014, and you can see that co-founders Chris Stewart and Adam Jabay have operated events here since 2004, so 10 years prior to that. But again, 11 corners around here, not a ton of elevation change, Ido, but plenty of texture in the racetrack, ups and downs here and there, a little bit of compression in a couple places, just enough to maybe make you lose grip if you're not being wise with that throttle pedal. Yeah,
this is a time attacker's track. All the corners look like they're fairly simple, steady-state corners, but they allow for a lot of adjustment on the entry, in the mid-corner, and on exit. There's a lot of this different camber change throughout the corner from entry all the way through exit. And looking at air temps today, they're 65 degrees, which is prime for making as much power as you can. Humidity's 57%, so it's not too bad. And a really low wind, 66 miles per hour heading from the east, which will be great for the cars that run aero.
Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous here. It has been gorgeous all weekend long. But first cars on the racetrack will be Group D for our Track Battle Championship. And we did have some records broken yesterday. We'll talk more about that. But we're going to be keeping our eye primarily on the Falcon Club SC class here in this morning session because we'll have all of those cars in this group. And again, mid-151s were the records they were shooting for. They were not able to get quite to the records yet, Ido, but this is the time to do it here in this morning session when the air is cool and the track is cool and the track is grippy. So we could see records fall even in Club SC, which again is a 25-to-1 power to weight class. It's where you start and honestly where you end up after spending all the money that it takes to run at the top end of time attack.
Yeah, and our current leader in Club SC, Sam Dooling, he felt like he got held up on the first session yesterday morning. He had a 50-point something on his aim solo until he got held up by traffic. So he's going to be chasing that today, and he told me that if he can hit that 50, if he can make that record in that low 50s, he's going to be calling it for the day or putting on his backup set of tires just to go out there. But he really wants to hit that time today, secure his spot in podium sprint so that he can take the rest of the day easy and keep those tires in their prime operating life for podium sprint.
And again, this is Track Battle qualifying 4, Heat 4, we're going to call this here. Of course, this is where we are in the weekend. You can see we've done 3 of our 7 heats before we move on to podium sprint later tomorrow. So pretty excited to see what we can get into here. I do think that this session and the copy of this tomorrow morning, which will be, I think, Heat 6, are going to be your best opportunities to go fast here. But Brad Foltz in the Subaru first across the timing and scoring line, and He'll be the first one to set a timed lap on Saturday morning in South Haven, Michigan.
Yeah, Ben is operating or competing in street class in that what's known as a Blob-Eye WRX STI. So he's with the four-wheel drive. He's got the advantage here of coming out of digs. A lot of these corners are really low speed into high speed, so you really need as much grip as possible to accelerate as quickly as you can, and he's got that advantage with the WRX.
It'll give us a good kind of reference point here if we can, keep an eye on what Foltz runs versus what he had yesterday. Maybe lap one, you're warming up after the festivities last night, and there were many festivities. I've never seen energy like we saw last night at the stage here at GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival. I've been coming here, this is my 6th or 7th year now, I think 7th year, and I've just never seen the energy like that. There were drivers just having the best time with Adam Jabay and all of our motorsports team, and just with thousands and thousands of others. So there are definitely drivers that are a little groggy this morning as well, so that's something to consider. Just the warm-up lap, a little wiggle there for Foltz. Yeah,
we're on our first flying lap here, and he got the car a little bit loose in 9 and had to correct for it. Unfortunately, he corrected it all before he ran out of track, and now he's heading through the exit of 10B to the back straight, heading to 11, which is the fastest part of the track. I know my Street GT car can hit 140 down this back straight. I think some of the best street cars, talking to Luca Barberis, he said in his Evo he hits around 130. So that's kind of the typical speeds we see heading into turn 11. That's not the kind of speed we're going to see out of the Club SC cars, which hopefully we'll get an eye on them here soon. And it's a whole different track depending on what power level your car has. I think in cars that are a little bit lower power, there's Kevin Wendt in the CRX and Club TR. It really depends on the power level of how you approach this track. A little bit of oil blow-by. I think that's pretty typical of those engines.
Every time I see that, I always have a mini panic, and then I'm reminded that that's not atypical. Corey Gordonier in the number 598 MX-5 runs a 147.634 to establish his morning times. Brad Foltz, by the way, his best time so far this weekend was a 143.8, so about a half a second off on his first go out. Not too bad, actually, I have to say.
That Corvette gets real loose through 8, and we have looks like a competitor who spun out in, that would be between 5 and 6. That's a really tricky corner when the weight transfer, it moves forward. You lose your rear end grip as the weight transfers forward, and you're still turning, trying to stay on line to make the turn in 6. And that can, if the car is not set up for it, that can really send you for a spin, which actually looks like what happened there.
That driver in that car didn't set a time yesterday, so first moments out, I think, on the track that's fairly grippy. I'm trying to find this car it might be a late registration because I don't even have it. There it is. Israel Trejo in the 1993 Honda del Sol. I don't think had any times yesterday to speak of, so just getting warmed up.
Yesterday he pulled off track between 4 and 5 with some mechanical issues, so hopefully he can get it back going again and set a best time for himself.
So note at the top of the screen there, the Falcon Club SC track records, none of those are from 2025. I have updated the ones from yesterday. So we have not seen an improvement on Richard Sawicki's or James Smith's time from 2024 and 2023. But that's what you said Sam Dooling was going for here this morning. David Best is the top runner in Club SC so far, 152.201 to set the pace on lap 1.
Yeah, so any 50-point anything will get you the track record in front-wheel drive Club SC. These Club SC cars are on Falcon RT 660 Pluses, which means they kind of like a little bit of heat. They'll put their best time, 2nd, 3rd, even 4th lap out here. So especially here, it's a lot of steady state corners. You really work the front left corner really hard on this track. So they're going to take a little bit of time to get up to temperature, and then hopefully we'll see some times fall, because this is probably their best session of today to get that done.
451 of Chris Lewis, you see him there, slow and giving a point by here. Great looking livery on this car, light and solid blue, but seems like he might have an issue, or he's trying to figure out something with that shaky dog Corvette.
Yeah, hopefully he can figure that out. These Corvettes with aero would be flying around here, so hopefully he gets that going.
Yeah, it does have the fastest time of the session so far, so it might be on a cooldown, but that's a particularly slow cooldown, I have to say. So it makes me think he might have an issue.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we'll see. He's going to pull off to the, I thought he was going to pull off to the side. He's going to give a point by to the inside, probably because he's setting up to head back to pit lane. And the pit lane point bys are always tricky, because if you pull offline to give someone a point by here, then you have to cross the track. So that's often probably the best move, is to stay driver's left there.
Yeah, and it's it becomes tricky when you enter the pit lane because the beginning of the entrance is in the braking zone 411. Whoa, Juan Johnson, excuse me, gets real loose in 8, loses it, but he actually does the right thing where he just chooses to get off track instead of trying to recover it and spin around. So he's going to take the cutout in 10A so he doesn't kind of merge back into a pretty dangerous spot. While that was happening, I saw Sam Dooling did a 51.9, which I don't think is an improvement for him yet, but he's coming up to pace slowly but surely. Yeah, he did a 51.7 yesterday, so a 51.962. David Best, a 52.201. Both of those guys are still not hitting their best times, so we'll see if they can find a little bit more time here in the 3rd or 4th lap.
Yeah, Juan Johnson, by the way, was driving the self-described karaoke barge last night.
Yep.
I've never seen anything like it. I can't even describe what it was to you beyond a small motorized vehicle with what seemed like a pontoon boat on a trailer axle.
Yeah, he's also got some slushies at his tent over by the paddock there. I'm not sure if those slushies are laced with any fun kind of beverages or if they're just pure slushies.
Well, I got on
way,
the barge for a bit, but I got off very quickly.
Yeah.
It was too much for me. But.
Yep. So what we see here, David Best chasing Ryan Mukherjee, heading into turn 1. Looks like double yellows, which means we've deployed our safety car to recover a vehicle out there. Hopefully that means these guys will get another lap to do a fast lap here. It's going to give them a chance to cool down their brakes, cool down their tires, so that they can make another run at it.
Yeah, so double yellows, full course yellow. There's a car off.
There's the car over there.
That's on the outside of 7, it looks like. So maybe just dropped a left rear wheel and looped it out there, you know?
Yeah, it looks like he parked it out on the outside of 10A. Yeah, I've seen cars get really loose through 8 and 9 and then lose it and end up all the way on the outside of 10B before the gravel trap. So that's possibly what happened. As we see a waving yellow here heading into 7.
Yeah, again, that's a tricky spot too. Turn 7 is one that you sort of apex and then you track out to the edge and sort of ride the rim there. I wanted to point out David Best, 150.995. Have a look at the top of the screen. That is a new track record for Falcon Club SC in that number 134 Honda Fit.
That's a great time for David Best. He must have set it right as we cut to him before the double yellows came out.
And Mike Jansen also beat it, but David Best beat it by more. So the track is capable of breaking records.
So here's the question, though, is whether they managed to set that before they saw the double yellow. So if he wasn't displayed a double yellow at turn 11, that means he didn't see it until the start-finish straight, which means his lap time stands. So that's going to be a little bit tricky. Hopefully the double yellow came out later for him at the start finish instead of at 11, which would hold up his time. Same for Jansen. That's kind of the tricky part is if a double yellow is displayed, you can't set a fast time. You have to be slowing down in preparation for a car off track or a car recovery somewhere.
Now, is that at 7? Or it's actually might be at 10B, rather. I see trucks going straight across.
Yep, that's where the Del Sol is out there on the exit of 10B in the run-up between 9 and 10B.
Yeah, so double yellow flags behind the safety car here this morning as we're just about 10 minutes in to our Group D session. You tend to get 10 to 16 minutes depending on how much time we have available, so they might get one more lap, but you never want to see a slowdown in a fast session like this. So Best and Jansen were able to get in times that broke the previous track records. Sam Dooling is going to come up just shy of that at a 151.8. He'll be a little frustrated because he would have liked the opportunity to go another lap or two, and he might not get it here this morning.
Yeah, so if they're putting out a safety car, I think their intention is to try and get them another clean lap, but it really depends on how quickly they can recover the car that's off track. Sam's going to be frustrated. He's still 0.3 off of his pace from yesterday, and now this safety car has broken the rhythm of the session. Hopefully he can, again, if you can cool down the tire and the brakes that little bit more, and also the engine, you can try and make that one last flyer, but they're going to have to gap themselves. So hopefully they understand how to manage the safety car gap so that they can set a best time without running into traffic ahead of them.
Yeah, right at the front there, Ryan Mukherjee in that 144 Honda Fit. David Best is right behind him. So 2 of the Club SC competitors leading the way. Mukherjee down in P4 at the moment. Remember that we're also trying to qualify into podium sprint tomorrow, so being in that top 5 is very important right now. And Mukherjee and Rice. I'm actually surprised to see Chris Rice not a little higher up the order, given that he's been the one to beat really since last season in this category. He's also currently the points leader over Matt Williams by 7 points.
Yeah, that's a surprise for me as well. But David Best and Mike Jansen, all credit to them. They really took advantage of the session. They set their best times. They're in the best seat in the house now. They can kind of relax. I'm sure both of them are running some sort of data recording device in their car, so they know the lap time they set. They're probably very happy with it. Mike Jansen probably doesn't know that David Best set an even better lap time than he did, but I'm sure he's aware that he reset the lap record. So I think both of them are going to be relaxed, and then they're going to try and go for another one. Meanwhile, dueling Mukherjee, Rice, they're all going to have to, they all know that they're off pace, but they don't necessarily yet know that their competitors have beaten the record. So they're going to have to reset mentally and try and set that time again.
Yeah, Sam Dueling is the silver fit, sort of mid-pack here, the number 370.
And I believe Mike Jansen is that EK Civic. That's that kind of gray Civic.
Yeah, Jansen had run in a Mini Cooper previously, and then I think he had a fit.
He's shown in a Civic on the timing.
But now he's running the Civic, so he's just tried a couple of different mousetraps here, which I think is interesting because this category, yes, it was designed to capture cars like the Honda Fit.
There he is in the center of your screen, and that Civic in front of that black Fit. Sorry, excuse me.
No, I was just going to say, this class was really designed primarily for cars like the Honda Fit, like the Mazda 2, the Ford Fiesta, but the rules have sort of cast a wider net in recent seasons, and there's definitely been some gray areas that have been explored, especially in the rear-wheel drive category in Club SC, but it's designed to be a relatively low prep category where the cost of entry is low enough that the competition remains high all the time. And this is not necessarily a category that you're expected to bring your car on a trailer. This is one, like Sam Dueling, he lives, and here he is on screen, he lives the Club SC life, which is, stands for Club Slow Car, or at least officially or unofficially. And again, this is a driver that will drive this car across the country. Sam is from Michigan. This was a short drive. He drove this car all the way across the country to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca last year.
With a trailer tail. So he actually made a fabricated a tire holder that he hooked up to the hitch on the back of his car, which he also welded onto the car. And he actually carried 4 tires with him hanging off the back of that car all the way from Michigan to Laguna Seca. On a huge road trip, and that's the kind of guy that Sam Dueling is. He loves fun. I was out there in the concert with him, and he loves having fun. He loves partying. He works hard, plays hard, and drives even harder. So that's the kind of guy that Sam is, and I know he's going to be really going for that lap time. He's given himself a pretty big gap to this really large group that's ahead of him. Looks like they're still recovering that vehicle. Hopefully they can get a clean lap in.
Looked like that car was at least driving away from the tow trucks. That's potentially pretty good. But to your point about the gaps, let's talk about the time attack safety car process here. In a race, whether it's Eibach GLTC or GLGT, when the safety car is out on the racetrack, you have to bunch up behind the pace car, right? You have to run up right behind, and then as soon as the pace car leaves, you restart. You don't have to do that with the time attack safety car. Here, you're able to keep a gap to the cars ahead, provided that you're maintaining safety car speed. So with that said, you see cars tend to bunch up. This is sort of the natural thing that happens behind a safety car, but you don't have to do that. And I think there's drivers that are experienced with this that will leave a little bit more space to the car ahead, so when we go back green, they have some space to race.
Yeah, so what I'm a little bit concerned about with Sam is he's pretty far back behind the train. He could end up getting an early checkered flag. If they're planning on only doing 1 flying lap after this, they could end up checkered flagging him because he's almost halfway around the track behind these guys. So hopefully he can catch a little bit back up just to give him some space. But I think he needs to be a little bit closer to make sure that he doesn't get left behind.
Yeah, it's very much like if you're watching, Formula One qualifying, for example, when you're trying to be the last car across the line before the checker. That's sort of the position Sam Dueling is in, but he doesn't have the power to drive back up and catch this field before we get this green, which is obviously his intention. But if the checker comes before he gets there, he won't get the lap that he needs.
Yeah, so he's coming up on turn 4 now. The rest of the field is rounding turn 8 and 9. So he's right around a third of the way of the track behind them, but he's got a bigger pace. This is really tricky. Everybody in that pack is pretty close together. and they're going pretty slow. So I hope they understand how to best achieve their own goals together. Time Attack is just as much a team sport as an individual one. We encourage our drivers not to get in each other's way, to yield to each other and be polite to each other on track, and make sure that they're aware that they got to be invisible to each other. They got to let people go. And we've got the green flag, so the safety car is going to be pulling in. Let's see if they gap themselves here behind. It looks like Ryan Mukherjee has kind of understood it. David Best. And then we've got that Mini Cooper, which is...
I'm going to guess that they're going to get one good lap.
Yeah,
so they're going to let everybody take the green, and then they're going to bring them back to a checker. But here we go. Green flag back in the air here. Morning session for Track Battle Q4 at GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival at Gingerman Raceway. Across the stripe, here comes Mukherjee leading the field into turn one. David Best following up into this first corner, and so far so good, but see if the track's ripe for records here.
Yeah,
again.
These front-wheel drive cars, they get that big initial rotation as you lift off the gas and rotate the car, and they rely on that to rotate as quickly as possible, and then you use the throttle to stabilize the car back again because it's front-wheel drive. So we kind of saw them get a little bit loose into one, and that, again, you see, there you go, David Best kicking that tail out, trying to rotate that car into 3 and then power out.
Number 614 Mini. Also, that's a Falcon Club TR car.
Yeah, the 614 is Mark Reel, who was sitting in, no, excuse me, Mark Reel's a Club TR car, actually.
Yes,
that's a Club TR
Yep.
Mini Cooper, so that's a unique build for Club TR for sure. They did a great job of gapping themselves before the start-finish, so let's see if anybody can reset their best lap times here. I think everybody has set themselves up well.
So coming back around to sector number 3 now for the cars that are out at the pointy end, and by the looks of it, I don't see Sam Dooling running into any sort of traffic at the moment, so he's gapped himself pretty well, I believe. But again, I imagine they're coming back to a checkers this time. They will not likely get another opportunity to go fast in the pleasant morning weather until tomorrow morning. So if you want to get it done now, this is your only opportunity. No mistakes here in Track Battle Time Attack. There's Sam Dooling.
There's Sam.
Heading up to, is that turn 3 now? Or
Yeah,
turn 5?
Yeah, he just went through turn 4 into turn 5 now. Really late on the brakes, but a really light brake pressure to keep weight on the car so you can get it pivoted for 6. Hits the apex at 6, tracks out nicely on the exit of 6. Let's see how he does into 7. He needs to get that car rotated nice and quickly and predictably, and he does. Hits the apex, powers back out, tracks out to the exit of 7.
And there's the checker, so this will be his last and only opportunity this morning.
And he's going to be the last car on track. Nice line through 7-8, a little bit tight on 8, forcing him to cut a little bit more speed for 9. Apex is 9 well, and now he's setting up for the entry of 10B, well on the outside, good setup. He's trying to cut, a little bit of steering correction on the entry, and now he's powering back out. The hill catches him so he can get on throttle early as he heads down that back straight.
Yeah, watch these records, top of the screen. Remember that the record was reset this morning with the David Best to 150.995, which was 0.2 quicker than James Smith 2 years ago. Can Sam Dooling at his home track go better than Best at turn 11? Here he comes through the last corner, all the way out to the gravel trap.
Great line. Used all the track that he possibly could and no more. And let's see what he does when he crosses the line.
Is it enough? It is not. A 151.829. He'll stay P3, and he throws the car into turn 1.
Yeah, he loves doing that. Puts on a show into turn 1. So let's see. Unfortunately, didn't seem to improve his lap time there. Could be that the Falcons got a little bit too cold again from the pace lap. But this is enough pace to stay in the podium sprint. It's all about the top 5, and then you got to go into podium sprint and reset a lap time that is only counts within that session. So for now, he's in the podium sprint solidly. He's got a second to Chris Rice, who's currently making that last spot in podium sprint. So he's still safely in there, but I'm sure he would have liked to get into the 50s this morning.
Yeah, so it will just come up a little bit shy of breaking the track record. But again, as you pointed out, the trophies this weekend come from the podium sprint. Now, there's also a good opportunity tomorrow morning with similar weather conditions, we think, to go even quicker. So these cars will come back around. It'll be Group C up next. That was a long session for Group D, so we'll see if they're going to utilize a little bit of overage time in the schedule. There isn't a ton to play with here this weekend because of how busy it is, but there's about a 5-minute buffer before we have our Rush Series warm-up at 10:20, so that's about 50 minutes from now to get 3 more groups in. I think that seems plenty fine to me.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're really looking forward to, I think, Heat A and Heat B are going to have some of the heavy hitters in Club TR and Street Mod, which we've seen records fall, Track Mod, and Unlimited. So it's going to be a lot of fun as we get into these later heats.
Group C up next, and cars rolling onto the racetrack now. Make sure that you got your helmet tight and your belts tight. That's the check every time you leave pit lane. And we'll talk about that Ferrari just in a little while. But Mike Burrows with a Honda-powered Ferrari 288, which is so cool. There it is. Yeah, Stansworks car. Yeah, the Stansworks car running the Falcon RT 660 Pluses. That car is a turbo K24 in a Ferrari 308. I believe it's a 308 body. I'm not a Ferrari expert, but he's 244 GTK. Does that sound right?
Sure. Those are numbers and letters that sound like a correct model
that looks like it. That's it. 244 cool. GTK. This is again. I'm too young for classic Ferraris, but this is a really cool car. And when you talk about Time Attack, right? If you show up with a Ferrari 458 or 488, you might get some eye rolls here and there. But when you put a K24 in one, everyone goes, wait, why? And then that's awesome. That's what happens sequentially when you make changes like that. Time Attack is a builder's category, but it's also a driver's category. And this is both. Yeah, and it's interesting because if you watch some of his video, Stansworks, some of the videos that they've posted about this car, they were a little bit worried about some litigation from Ferrari and putting a Honda motor inside of their beloved chassis, but I think they kind of make sure not to mention too much about the Ferrari branding on there. But it's such a cool car, and he's currently building it's a 612 super fast V12 in an old F40 body tube frame car. That's really cool. Go to their YouTube channel and see it. It's a really cool build. He says it's going to take him a couple of years, but I can't wait to see that car here as well. Just the profile of this thing is so cool. And there's also the challenge of working with an older chassis, right? All the things that you have to do to it to make it, stable and not twist around so much, and add stiffness in certain places. And we've seen this at times in the past with things like FC RX-7s as well. They're great cars, but they're not necessarily as stiff or as controllable as some of the newer chassis that have some more modern technology. So you're fighting an uphill battle there. There's Joel Phillips in the Porsche 911. Love this car. We haven't seen Joel out in a little while, but good to have him back. Yeah, he's trying to drive I think that's a 991. Yep. A 991.1 or .2 911 that he's actually bolted some GT3 aero on there, which used to be legal in Street GT, or I believe it's legal for the rules set in Street GT. You kind of take advantage of the different trims to make your car as fast as possible. He's now trying to compete against, I think the top 4 this weekend are all Corvettes, could be top 5. So he's got a little bit of an uphill battle, but we'll see. He has that rear engine advantage here of really being able to get out of digs really quickly and have that rear grip advantage. So hopefully we'll see if we can find some more time here this morning. Porsches are such great road cars, such great race cars, and honestly a solid platform for lots of things in grid life. We've seen a lot of the 718 Cayman, maybe not as many 911s here and there. But again, the rear engine layout, mathematically it's confusing, but Porsche has shown over decades and decades of motorsport history that they can build a better mousetrap even with this layout. Yeah, and the interesting part, and he does find some time at 38.804, so that's a good run for him. Yeah, the 718s that we see in Street, I had a really good conversation. When we see that yellow car, I believe that's currently leading Street, and Brad Moore's yellow 718, I think in this next heat. Yep, he's reset the lap record yesterday. I was talking with his brother Zach Moore about that car. It's got some really interesting quirks about making it go that fast. So once we see that car in the next heat, I'll share some of that stuff with you. It's just really interesting and also a little bit odd. So yeah, those are really cool builds. Porsches are. They're a little bit expensive. They're pretty expensive on the front end, but they're really great track routers. They're engineered to be able to run the track reliably, so they're really good cars to put out there in Time Attack. Zach Zhao again in the 470 Lamborghini Gallardo. This is a really cool car. The first time we've ever seen it in GRIDLIFE TrackBattle Time Attack. Is it a Gallardo or a Huracan? It's a Gallardo. Oh. And it's really, really neat.
Oh yeah, yep. Yeah, it's got some cool aerodynamics in it, and that company, Zestec, they make these steering wheel adapters that let you use all the electronics on the steering wheel and add some that function with the car. So that's all the branding that we see on there. Really cool car around here.
This morning I was talking to Abe Schmucker, who is one of our rules experts here in Grid Life, and we were talking about the new racing series, GRIDLIFE GT, and he said, I would love a racing category where the barrier to entry is that it has to sound good, and it would be limited to turbo inline 6s, flat 6s, V10s, V12s. And I said, I don't even care how many cars are in the race. Even if it was 2 cars that sounded like something like that,
yeah,
I'm in. And so the guy is such a cool car.
Well, and it's funny because that V10 sounds very different from the Viper V10 that we're going to see in Heat A, I think. One's kind of this big 8-liter kind of truck motor, and this thing is, I think it's less than 6 liters. I think it's like 5 liters something. It's a much smaller engine, and they sound totally different. I don't know if the crankshaft also has different angles or if the different firing order, but yeah, it's a really cool car to watch run around here for sure.
And his best time yesterday was a 140.651. Which, if he improves on that, he'll be, as Hensley goes off at turn 2, goes for a little ride, but I don't think a Subaru's, too off,
it's in its natural,
yeah,
it's in its natural habitat there. Interesting place to go off. He probably got on throttle just a little bit too early on the exit of 2. You're kind of trying to take advantage of the hill, and if you don't time it right, then you just kind of understeer wide, and that looks like what's happened there.
Yeah, there's the number 30 car. That is a Street GT entry, Seth Brown.
Yeah, and a C5 Z06. Those cars, they're very, very similar on paper to a C6 Grand Sport, pretty equivalent, but a lot cheaper, substantially cheaper, about $10,000 cheaper. They're great track cars for people that want to get into something that's a little bit faster than a Miata or an FRS or a GR86, BRZ, whatever it is. They're really great cars for that. And as we saw, lots of really good balance on entry. They like to rotate, they like to get around, and then a nice balance on throttle as well.
Yeah, see what he's got here leaving turn 2. Turn 2, we talked about this briefly yesterday. Such an interesting corner, very flat, and there's a couple different ways to skin the cat there, but it always feels wrong. It's never a corner you come out of thinking that you did a good job.
Yeah.
In some ways, it's completely different in geometry and feel, but it's like Sebring turn 17, Sunset Bend. It's like every line you take through there, it just feels awkward.
Yeah.
But maybe I'm not good at it yet, that's why.
No, I don't think it's not just you. I don't think I've ever mastered turn 2. I think it's actually my weakest corner on this track because you don't want to set up too much for it and give up the speed that you can carry through 1. But then you don't want to be too tight because then it pinches too much. So it's kind of a really interesting mix between, it's a compromise between what you do in turn 1 and your entry into turn 2. So I think that's kind of the balance that's really hard to achieve there. As we see that RX-8 that's piloted. That's an interesting car in street. We don't really see RX-8s that much in street. They can't quite make the power that they need to really be up there in street, but it's a great platform. Double wishbone all around, really long wheelbase, nice and controllable. They're really good for engine swaps. So a lot of people, they either take away the rotary that comes with its stock, which is part of its character. There's no K-Swap kit yet, but I think K-Swap is actually working on a kit for that car, for the RX-8. It's very similar to an NC, just a longer NC. And people put LFXs in it, which is the GM V6. He's getting really wide, really pushing the car through 8 into the entry of 9.
Is there a car cut out there at 10A? I thought there might have been, but there it is.
There it is, yeah, that MR2, which is a pretty unique. We don't see a lot of those MR2s here in Time Attack, but they're really cool cars.
The 262 car, no, Yank, that was over there. Between 10A and 10B. And then MR2, those are short wheelbase cars that can be a little tricky on the limit, I think, also, especially such a fast area, 7, 8, 9, that whole transition. We saw yesterday a couple of cars just struggling with that transition and balancing out there. Another RX-8, this is Garrett Glossery here in this red RX-8. We've seen him before plenty of times.
Yeah, in running in Club TR, which I think is the better spot for it than street. But again, it all comes down to whether you can make the power that you need in street. I've had a lot of conversations with people that think that if you K-swap it or LFX swap it, or I think an LFX is legal. Actually, no, I don't think it's legal in Club TR. But anyway, if you K or Eco the Mazda 2-liter, the Mazda 2.5-liter, if you swap that and you can make the power, it's a really good platform. So, I'm really looking forward to somebody trying that eventually. I think he's still on the rotary in that car, but he's really moving around. Skates to the outside of 8 to set up for 9. Nice straight shot into the entrance of 10B.
It's such a cool camera shot that's that low that you can watch the transition from left to right and right to left there. It's such a challenging sequence of corners. Again, this racetrack on a map doesn't look that challenging, but there's so much nuance to it. It's one of those places that's easy to drive, and I think to extract every last tenth of a second is actually pretty challenging. And that area, especially when you're working up to pace, for me, especially when I was first learning to drive here, there's a lot of guts involved in going fast. There's not a lot of sight lines either. Yeah. So it's really hard to kind of pick your apexes, pick your turn-in points, because there's a lot of turns and changing radii and things. It's a really fun racetrack to sort of science out over on that backside.
Yeah, and you were talking about sight lines. You get through 7 and you're immediately turning your head and you're trying to spot this little bit of curbing that's on the inside of 8, because you want to hit that on the back of it. And they do have a small cone right on the inside of that of the curbing on 8. You're kind of getting your head so you can find that curbing. Once you hit the late apex, whoa, gets real sideways out of 3, that NC. Once you hit the late apex of 8, that sets you up really well for 9 and 10. So that's kind of the sight lines you're looking for.
There's Rebecca Cohen in the Honda Civic Type R. Now, she had previously run this car in street mod, but has again changed it to the street category this year. She's pretty excited about the parts and things she's got on it. How many times has she tried to sell this car? 100. She's thought about getting rid of it 1,000,000 times, but hasn't. Always love the livery on it too. Nice and striking, easy to spot.
Yeah, that's the us track car people. All the time we're looking for a new thrill, and sometimes we look for a new car to give us that thrill. But she's found some sort of a connection with this car, and she's decided to keep it and run it in its more competitive form in street, which is great to see. Yeah,
1:43.361, her best lap so far, running P5 of the cars that have gone in street class. Really not a bad time at all. Again, in street class, it's really dominated by all-wheel drive turbocharged cars, and while front-wheel drive cars have at times been the cars to beat, depending on the racetrack. I think at Gingerman Raceway in particular, it's really, again, been all-wheel drive cars that have been sort of the way to go.
Yeah.
So fighting an uphill battle slightly.
Yeah, Josh Halka in his all-wheel drive Subaru 38.0 is kind of the benchmark there, but kind of surprisingly, Brad Moore is the current leader, a 37.3, so 7/10 of a second with the lead here in street. We'll see them in this next heat.
Really like this RSX. We talked about it a couple times. This is Alexis Fregoso, and just going with the Gathers livery on it, I think it's really cool to have an inspiration when you're building any kind of car. I mean, if you're going to wrap the car anything and you don't necessarily have a sponsor that you're working with, why not do something that throws back to some motorsports history? I think it's so cool, and certainly draws my attention to it. And gets you some cool things to look at. It, of course.
JTCC Gathers livery. Yeah, the RSX, very similar platform to that's EG Civic hatches, which is, I don't know if I remember seeing the Top Gear review of that car. Very unique platform. I think a kind of funny snippet about those cars is back in my old autocrosser days, there was an autocrosser by the name of David Whitener that said the best way to get an RSX to drive correctly is to make sure the rear suspension doesn't do anything. So you put gigantic, the stiffest rear springs you can possibly put in the rear, and you make it like a caster for it to turn around its front axle, and then you use the throttle to kind of correct for it. So I think that's a really funny quirk with those cars. I think that's kind of why we see EK Civics more commonly than those cars, and these Integras, which are the same generation. They have a little bit better suspension geometry, especially in the rear, and they have the front double wishbone that gains camber as you turn.
It's Adam Roble in that number 15 Integra. About 2/10 behind Alexis Fregoso, who we were just looking at in the RSX. Pretty tight at the top of Club TR right now of the cars that have run so far, but again, they're about 4 seconds off of the track record times, which just goes to show you that, while they're running very fast, respectable lap times, just the pointy end of this category is so incredibly competitive. We're heading into Group B, which we should expect to see basically the remainder of the Falcon Club TR field, which should include, maybe Mario Moroni's up in Group A, but it should include basically everybody else. So we'll see. I could probably find that out actually right now.
I actually think Moroni is in this one because I think that at the front of the field, I think I see that's Michael Young in that yellow.
It is, yeah. Mario is in Group B.
Yep.
Right.
So we're going to see our Club TR leaders. We're going to see some of our street podium sprint qualifiers, but not quite the leaders in street. So this will be an interesting session, but we've got competitors like John Laughlin, who's trying to move up in street in his front-wheel drive FL5, and Josh Halka, who's also going to try and take Brad Moore's spot here at the top of the street.
Some cars heading back around. Someone's giggling in the background of that shot there. So that's good stuff. But the 718 Porsche Cayman.
And that's Zach Moore, who's Brad Moore's brother.
Ruben Enrique, I believe.
Oh, excuse me. He's sharing the car with Zach Moore.
Oh, is
he?
Okay.
Yeah, I believe so. That's what, talking to Zach yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a different build. They're parked next to each other. They look like the same car on the outside. That car and Brad Moore's yellow 718.
I was going to say, there's a lot of Moores and 718 Caymans. And
so
track of.
That gray car has just a simple bolt-on tune. Nothing that special. That yellow car has a bespoke tune, and it's got a lot of very unique modifications to keep it cool, but it makes, I think he said 40 or 50 more horsepower, and it makes 10 miles per hour more down these front straights than that gray car that we saw. So
wow.
It's a pretty interesting build. That street kind of has these rules that really guide you in weird directions with your car build to try and take as much advantage of it. Oh, as we see Grant White, I think, with his Mustang.
Where is that? That's over turn 3.
Yeah, looks like, but I think he parked it there.
Well, I think he's on a hook now, isn't he? Yep,
yeah.
He's on the toe strap. So.
Yeah, good awareness from him to park it there away from danger so that they could keep the session green for everybody.
There's a quote I heard a while ago that maybe it was relevant to pro racing, but it was, this wasn't an accident or a crash, but sometimes it's good to know how to crash. And what that means is if you're going to go off or you're going to have an issue, knowing where to find at most racetracks an orange cutout, or knowing where to park where you're out of harm's way in view of a corner station to the inside of the turn so that the sessions can stay green, that is a learned skill. And for the drivers that have been around a while, like Grant White, he was able to find a safe place to pull off the racetrack, and you don't have to cover the corner with the yellow if you get far enough off the course.
Yep.
And also making sure that if there's a safe place to go, maybe the cutout at 10A, you can also find your way there, and it keeps things going. So I'm always appreciative of drivers that are paying attention to that and not just parking it on the racetrack and causing us to have to wait for a cleanup. Yeah,
and Gingerman's kind of unique because there aren't actually cutouts here because it's all just a field.
Right.
But 10A is basically the only cutout, but it is a field, but there's a lot of places you can duck in away from danger. So, for example, the exit of 6, you can cut out right where that corner worker station is in the middle between 6 and 7. And yeah, as you were talking about earlier, as a driver, you kind of learn the safest way to have it off. And I think I'm the most qualified to talk about this.
Yeah, you had a fun season a couple of years ago, didn't you?
Yeah, but I learned it from iRacing. So in iRacing, go off on grass and you just stay in it. That's how you learn the best way to keep your car safe off track, which you shouldn't go off track.
Don't do that. Don't do as I say, not as I do.
Right, exactly.
But as far as going off, also keeping your hands straight, especially if you're in something like a gravel trap or something. If you go in sideways, it can end badly. So just again, the drivers here are very experienced. A lot of these drivers have been around for many years, and they know the rigmarole here. They know how to keep the track green because everybody wants green racetrack, and they've all been in the position where we've had a black flag or a yellow when you don't need it.
Yeah, and there we see Brad Moore in that yellow 718, and then followed, that's Chris Bursma in that Civic, and yeah, so and I think that's Josh Halka in that WRX. So we do have our street leaders in this heat. We have our Club TR leaders in this heat. So we're going to keep an eye on those guys and watch them go around the track. this is one of the most fun heats to comment or to commentate on because of the fact that we've got these really fast cars and we've got the pointiest end of the lineup here in those classes. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Again, this is one of the top 3 sessions in this weekend, so it's going to be really fun to watch. And that's Brad Moore in that 718 Cayman. So I'll give you a little bit of the secret sauce of that car. His brother, Zach, he put in an ice box in the front of that car with a bilge pump at the bottom of this ice box. And what it's there for is to circulate cool air through the intercooler so that the engine stays cold enough to make the most amount of power. He said yesterday they couldn't make max power for more than half a lap. So last night, I found him at midnight, after the concert. I went walking around the paddock. He installed a second inline pump, also in the front, because the bilge pump inside of this quote-unquote ice box overheats, and then it doesn't actually pump cold water through the intercooler. So he installed a third pump. These cars come with a water pump already, so it's now got triple the amount of stock water pumps in the system, all in an effort to keep the intercooler cold so that the car can make as much power as possible. And I also see he put front fender flares on that car to try and fit as much tire as possible. So let's keep an eye on him throughout this lap. I think it's going to be really fun to watch. And now he's just starting the lap now, setting up for 11, comes through and powers out onto the front straight to start his first flying lap.
Yeah, here we go. 2.2 miles in about a minute and 30 some odd seconds. Let's see what he's got for turn 1. Right out to the edge there. A little bit of a bobble there in the middle of the corner.
Yep, he's giving up a little bit of the exit of 1 to set up for 2, about halfway through the track. Misses the apex. Oh, does hit the apex at the end, but car gets really loose. Lots of correction there on exit. That's going to lose him a little bit of time. Going to brake early for 3, get it turned around, hits that little bit of a late apex. You can see the car dip down into 3 and then come back out of it. Now coming through turn 4.
Oh, he jumped the curb there on the inside of 4. He's really getting after it. In the background, you see Chris Boersma as well in track mod. We'll talk about him in a little while, but Brad Moore working his way through 5 and 6. Car looks a little nervous the first sector and even just jumped a little bit there on the shift into turn 7.
Yeah, and you can see him tapping the brakes to reset them from any knockback. Sets up for 7. Nice clean 7. Tracks out. Turning in a little bit early for 8, I must say. He's apexed it a little bit early. That pinches him for 9. Takes as much curbing as he can to try and cut the distance just a little bit. Open up the corner just a little bit. Tracks out of 9. Tries to set up back for 10B. Dips into that little valley of 10B. You lose front grip as the track falls away from you, and then you gain it back on exit. Coming through, and the path between 10B and 11 isn't straight, so you kind of apex that little bit of a kink as much as you can. Braking for 11. Let's see if you can get the car rotated well. Honestly, it looks like it's a little bit understeer on entry and then oversteer on exit. So, and those could be causes of each other. The exit oversteer could be a cause of the entry understeer. Did he just reset the lap records with that?
He might have. Let's check the street class records for Brad Moore, because that might have been it. At the 137, 162, and for the rear-wheel drive, 137, 162 is a new track record that he just reset from yesterday. So congratulations to him, but can it stand? Will it stay?
Yeah, and that was a rough lap. So I think he's still got a little bit more time in it, maybe tomorrow morning or for another lap here today. There's Ryan Matthews. He's currently sitting in 2nd in Street TT behind Luke McGrew. That car actually belongs in Heat A, but he runs it in the beginning of Heat B because he's got to hop into his Street Mod C5 Corvette in order to make both his sessions. So did he find any time on his first lap? It looks like he hasn't set a fast time his first lap, so he's doing the second lap.
He just dug out of 10B, just squatted and went, and this car is so fast. Look, I mean, it's going to be doing, what, 145, 150 at the end of the back straight here?
Yeah, that's what I was doing in my car, which is the same prep as his car, and looks like he just pulls off. He probably saw in his data system he's not resetting any laps. He's just going to pull in so that he can get ready to go in the next session. And there's Mario Moroni, the current leader in Club TR.
Mario Moroni reset the record yesterday, but good conditions this morning. Can he do it again? He's got a little bit of traffic ahead of him in the form of Josh Halka. but Halka's car should pull away on the straightaway here a little bit. You see 137.751. He reset that from James Houghton from last year. This is, I think, his first flying lap. We'll see what he's got here. Into 10 or into 11 on the brakes, turns in.
Late braking, but just enough. Gets the car rotated and uses all the track on exit. A beautiful execution of turn 11. Let's see if he resets his best time for the weekend.
And it is not. Maybe that was just his warm-up lap. Maybe we didn't see him. Oh, there it is, 139.226. So not quicker, but maybe this is the lap.
Yeah, again, with these Falcon RT660 plus shot cars, they need a couple laps to get the tire warmed up. So let's see if he can find some more time here on what's going to be, I think, his third flying lap, if I'm not mistaken.
Jeremy Bailey just went top of the board in Falcon Club TR.
Oh, that's a great time, a 39.07. Well, a 39.077.
By the way, Stan Feingold, he's in the rear-wheel drive subcategory, which was a 39 or 38.3 reset yesterday by Stan Feingold. So keep an eye on that time as well, but for the overall class record, it's the 37.751 that Mario Moroni is chasing at the moment. Currently third in class, but getting after it there in that Acuity Civic. Yeah,
he's looking good through 7, trying to set up for 8 now. So you have to stay patient as you hunt for that late apex of 8. Sets him up for 9. He's coming through the apex of 9 now, through the exit. Cuts in right in the middle of the track. You don't need to, you try and keep the car as straight as possible so you can put as much power down as possible. Heading into the dip of 10B, coming back up the hill. Let's see what he can do. He's right behind Chris Bursma, who's going to cut a giant hole in him, in the air for him, so that he can gain as much top speed down this back straight as possible. A little bit of drafting going on here. Yeah, Club TR car is probably 115, 120 miles an hour at the end of the back straight here. And then maybe a little quicker than that, depending on the build. And out of turn 11, across the stripe, let's see what he's got. Looking for a 37.751 or better to reset the record. It is not a reset, but it is quickest of this session. I'm surprised to see that we've seen track record times, but it doesn't seem like it's there for Falcon Club TR. Yeah, it seems a little bit almost tire dependent that, you know, these Falcon cars, we saw it in Club SC. Looks like there was somebody went off in 10B over there, but we saw it a little bit in Club SC. We had 2 drivers who did reset lap records, but everybody else was way off pace. So I think that's interesting as we see Mike Bryan out on screen here. I love this car. This is one of my favorite cars in the category. Yeah, super cool car. It's K-swapped NC. And he was very competitive in Road Atlanta. So we'll see if he can find some more time here this morning. It does seem like track conditions aren't quite where we expect them to be, I will say. So hopefully he can find a little bit of time there. Mario Moroni does a great job of getting out of the way for him. Yeah, ooh, see quick hands there through 5 and 6 for Bryant. Right up to the edge of the curbing at the exit of 6. He's pushing hard. Currently third in the session. Yeah, he had to correct for the car getting loose, and he used all the track he could. A nice entry rotation that he corrects again through the exit of 7. Has plenty of room. Finding that late apex of 8 again. Going through 9, nice and clean. I like that this car, you can watch the suspension move a little bit. It's a very compliant looking car. And, and there's definitely a fine line between compliant and sloppy. And I don't know that it's in the sloppy mode yet, but it certainly seems like it's moving around, it's loading up, and he's right out to the edge of the racetrack at 10B. Yeah, he must have come out of the throttle there for the car to hook back up. He was understeering to the exit, maybe got on throttle a little bit too early. Hopefully he didn't have to come out of the throttle too much as he comes into turn 11 now. Let's see if he can go better than his 139.2 as far as his best time of the weekend. He is shooting for a 138.764, and it will see if it'll be an improvement. I don't think so. Looks like not. Yeah, it's really interesting to see some of these cars reset their lap records and others not. So there's definitely some dynamic going on with what tire, depending on what tire you're on. Okay. The drivetrain layout and things like that. We've got some matching Corvettes going on here. Yep, that's Dallas Reed and Michael Young in those matching yellow Corvettes. Michael Young in that C8C06. Is that yellow? It's orange. Orange. It's orange. You said yellow. Did I say yellow? You said yellow, and I was like, is he no colorblind? And this is how I find out. This is like the gold and blue dress thing. Yeah, so both orange. Michael Young in that C8C06 in front of him, and Dallas Reed in that C8C Z51 behind him. I think he's currently sitting in 4th in Street GT. What you see here is in this session, 39.053. It could be that Joel Phillips actually...
Turn 11, that's Peter Granberg off in the sand. He's doing his best to pave a path to get out of there.
Yeah, once you stop on the gravel, it's really hard to get going. And that's what we see here. Unfortunately, if you don't carry enough speed into the gravel trap, you end up digging yourself into it. And I think what he was trying to do there is he didn't want him push forward because he had dug his splitter in and put the gravel on top of it. He was trying to back out so he didn't weigh down his splitter. Unfortunately, that means he didn't have any momentum to carry himself out of the gravel trap.
Yeah, so there's a local yellow at Sector 3 for now. Turn 11 for Peter Granberg. He did his best to try to get out of there, but that sand was not going to let him loose.
Fortunately, it's a checkered flag on this session, so just the last lap. And as we see Josh Halka trying to go through turn 3 now. We'll see if he's on a fast lap. That's turn 2, excuse me, into turn 3 now.
Yeah, see if he's got one more go at it here. But again, it's always a little bit of a challenging moment when you see the yellow waving. You can see the car off track. They're right off the edge of the track boundary. You don't necessarily want to fly in there, and looks like he is going to back it down a little bit as well. He's no longer going for it. So checkered flag, they're going to go try to dig Peter out of the beach over there at turn 11. And again, that's never a fun place to go off because, you know, at Gingerman Raceway, you talked about how it's sort of a track in a field. There's really nothing to hit. The only exception to that is turn 11 in the front straightaway. There is a wall there separating the pit lane from the racetrack, so that's always a bit of a scary moment.
Yeah, and turn 11, you definitely, if there's a car anywhere out there at the exit of 11, you definitely are waving the yellow pretty frantically because if anybody else overshoots 11, they can end up in the same place. So, yeah, that's one of the few places on track where you can end up getting stuck in a gravel trap. But hopefully he didn't suffer any other car damage, just pushed a little bit too hard.
Stan Fingold reset the rear-wheel drive subcategory Club TR record yesterday in that K-Swap Toyota 86. Last year here, if you recall, had all sorts of throttle body related issues and went to the parking lot and took the throttle body off my FRS to try to see if it could fix it, and it ended up not being that. It was some other wiring problem, but seems like things are running a lot better for him. Although, again, no one's really, other than Mike Bryan, who did go to sub 139 a minute ago, no one's broken past the times they set yesterday in the Falcon Club TR class. Yeah.
Again, pretty interesting to see that this morning. Track conditions must have gotten worse through whether it's drift, putting down some different rubber, or just the sun being so strong today that the track temperature just isn't low enough to reset those records. So we'll see whether anything improves for tomorrow morning or this afternoon. I doubt we'll see any improvement in times this afternoon, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether tomorrow morning the track conditions are going to be good enough to again try and reset records.
There's look top of your screen, Club TR, Stan Fingold, 138.370, what he ran yesterday. And so, let's talk a little bit more about Falcon Club TR here. We're going to move on because, after this conversation, because all the Club TR cars have run in this session, but the difference between the rear-wheel drive and front-wheel drive track records. A lot of people would think that rear-wheel drive would be advantageous in a rule set on a racetrack. Why do you think the front-wheel drive cars have been consistently quicker over the lifetime of this category?
Yeah, so I think a lot of people think it comes down to the drivetrain layout resulting in less loss as a drivetrain loss from the engine's crank to the driven wheels of the car. So in a front-wheel drive car, the transmission arrangement just leads to a little bit less power loss from the engine crank to the front wheels versus a rear-wheel drive car, which has that big drive shaft in the way, another differential between them. So there's a little bit more gears kind of in the way between the crank and the driven wheels, and that leads to a little bit more loss in power. So that's what a lot of I think I've heard from Club TR competitors say. It also comes down to the front-wheel drive cars are lighter platforms to begin with. They're easier to get down to that minimum weight. So you need to be at 2550 with driver in the car in Club TR, especially if you're the engine swap to K24 necessitates that. That's the minimum weight for any swapped car in the class. So the older Civics, the older Integras, they're easier to get down to that weight, whereas the more contemporary FRSs, BRZs, they need to be at 2550 with driver in the car. So you need to be at 2550 with driver in the car in Club TR. And that's the minimum weight for any swapped car in the class. So the older Civics, the older Integras, they're easier to get down to that weight, whereas the more contemporary FRSs, BRZs, It takes a lot of effort to cut that weight down. Jeremy Bailey is probably the lightest BRZ in Club TR, and I don't think he's made that 2550 quite. I think he's under, like I think he's around 25 pounds away. But it's taken a lot of creative solutions to get to that weight.
Yeah, I think I just giggle because a couple of years ago, I think we were at Circuit of the Americas for our Eibach GLTC race, and there was an entry from Ryspec, who are some of our friends from Canada. They're running a Subaru BRZ that weighed about 2,500 pounds, and the door skins were just, you open the door and it would just flop over because they had skinned every bit of bracing out of the car to get down to that weight. But that's the progress of modern safety. Cars are a little bit more heavy, a little bit more robust in some ways as well. Chassis are stiffer, but with that comes some extra weight. So those older cars, a little easier to get down to that minimum weight, which for a class that allows that and an engine swap is going to be an advantage there. So you see Stan Fangold's car from 2020. It's an 86, so it's got to be a 2020 or newer. And Mara Maroney's car is a 1994, I want to say. So there's a couple decade difference in those cars. Yeah, and
Evan McLaren, who's another very competitive driver in Club TR, he's an Integra from the same era as Maroney, so they're very similar cars underneath, both AA arm front, multi-link rear, and the other kind of disadvantage that BRZs have is their strut front, so they don't gain that camber dynamically that the Civics or the Integras do. So that's a little bit of an advantage there as well. And then we kind of forget a little bit about the S2000, which used to be probably the most popular platform in Club TR. And again, they face the same issue of trying to get that car down to the minimum weight. Mike Bryant is kind of going at it in a different way. The NC, I think, is a little bit easier to get down to that weight. And again, AA arm front, multi-link rear. So people are coming up with new unique platforms and solutions for Club TR, but it's kind of stabilized a little bit in the last couple of years. So it'll be really interesting to see. It's a pure drivers category. It does involve a pretty substantial build, but it really comes down to the drivers in that class to differentiate themselves from each other, for sure. As we see here, Alan Patton is going to lead this Heat A group in that amazingly sounding C7. Sounds like a jet engine as it passes by. And on this track where there's no hills, there's no trees blocking you from the other side of the track, you can basically hear that car as it's going all the way around the track. You just kind of hear this faint jet engine noise. It kind of grows fainter, and then it comes back, and then it comes down the front straight and scares everybody. It's like a jet engine's passing by.
Look how chill Andy Smedegard is right now. Just tapping his hand on the door, ready to take Super K out there. I mean, just so relaxed behind the wheel.
And I don't think I've ever seen Andy nervous about anything. That car is that car is kind of an OG street mod car. It's a turbo K24 with a BMW dual clutch in it, and I think it won championships a few years ago in street mod. I think it had an engine problem that caused, or no, excuse me, he had a minor accident at Pikes Peak back when we had the Alpine Horizon. There we see Luca Barberis in that Supra, an unusual, not his usual car. He competes in an Evo in street, puts down the visor like a.
That was awesome.
Oh, man, that was so cool.
These guys are superheroes, They're just, the thing about Time Attack also, and the drivers at the bleeding edge of the rule sets will tell you this, every single time the car goes on track, it's a test session.
Yeah.
You have no idea what the car is going to do. You're tweaking on the car. You're making it faster and faster and faster. This isn't a series or a championship where you're running 15, 20, 30 laps a weekend. You might run 10. 12. So every time you're going off into a corner, you don't know what the brakes are going to do necessarily. You don't know what it's going to feel like on throttle. Everything's a test. So these drivers are really at the limit of the potential of these cars and how they've modified them for their respective categories.
And that's Justin Peachy in that BTR C6. That car is probably the most unique sounding C6 I've ever heard. It's got an 8-to-1 header. So it's got two headers that turn into there's four collectors, 4 pipes from each header that come and collect into an 8-to-1 collector, and then a single I think it's 4.5-inch or 4-inch exhaust pipe that goes down the center to the mufflers out back. It's a very unique sounding car, very cool sounding car. It's got a dual element rear wing built to the limits of track mod, and he's done a great job. He won CMP in that car the last time we streamed here, but this time he has to contend with Alan Patton in that C7, and it's kind of funny. Those cars are built very differently from each other, very, very differently from each other.
I want to make a note. I just got a message from John up from Race Control that there is a little bit of an issue with the timing. So what they're gonna be doing some manual work on the passings here to make sure that everything's synced up properly. So if you see any interesting things happen with the timing and scoring, give it a second and it'll get sorted. So everything's being recorded, obviously, but it's just as far as making sure it's all synced up with the graphics, it might be a little bit odd here. All stuff's working fine, but things with the racetrack, maybe not so much at the moment. So just a note, though, because this is an important session with really fast lap time, so if you see a little bit of delay in things, that would be why. Also note Alan Patton's GRIDLIFE GT car going out. They've been trying to, find some things on it to see if they can defeat James Houghton in the GLGT race coming up after this. Yeah,
that's piloted by Christian Naranja, who's a GLTC competitor himself, a fast driver too. So it's cool to see that car pulling double duty here. It's really competing against the Supras of Kyle McHugh and Luca Barberis. Both of them are probably making, well, I know they're definitely making more power than that GT4 car. And again, interestingly enough, they're not making enough power on the GT4 car for GLGT power to weight. And that definitely means it's not making enough power for street mod.
Right.
Yeah, it's fun to see Christian out here driving that car, and I think he's doing a really great job with it.
And Alan Patton again in this number 304 supercharged Corvette C7. And Louis Gigliotti again, known around the motorsports world for building some incredible mousetraps. Listen to this car. Whoop. For a moment.
I love the sound of that car. This is the most I've seen. This is the most laps I've seen it run out of any weekend. I know that at Coda, which running a different time attack series, they were basically doing 1 lap a session, and I think that car did maybe 4 or 5 laps as he powers onto the front straight. Listen to this.
So cool.
Oh my God, shaking the whole timing tower that we're in, getting into turn 1. He's had a little bit of trouble with turn 1 this weekend, but he gets through there cleanly this time.
And just getting the power down has got to be such a challenge here.
I'm just not talking because it sounds so good.
It's so good. It's so excellent.
Nice, stable braking into 3, gets the car pivoted around. It looks like Dewey might actually be catching him up a little bit. So Dewey himself, he set the street mod track record yesterday, and he's going to try and go for a sub-30 time here this morning. Same with Alan. Both of them are going to be trying to chase this sub-30 time. And here comes on the exit of 6, and that takes all the track out on 6, breaks into 7, hits the apex, a little bit of an early apex, then powers back out, taking advantage now of the downforce on his car. Flat floor, diffuser, splitter, dual element rear wing, looks nice and stable through 7, 8, 9, tracks out to cut through 9. I can hear the jet engine already.
Alan Patton is a driver that Dewey has described on his podcast as, quote, an axe murderer. I mean, he just gets it done and throttles up out of 10B. I don't even know what the VMAX of this car will be at the end of the straightaway, but I'll bet you it's deep into triple digits.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised if he's doing 150 or so down that back straight, which is not very long, folks. That's not a very long back straight. He's already catching traffic, but looks like, I think, fortunately, he was just enough ahead of him on the exit of 11. Let's see what kind of time he runs. 128.9.
Oh my gosh.
That's insane. Oh, with a car that spun in turn 1. That's a very impressive lap time. He kept it nice and tidy, nice and clean throughout the lap, and I think that's what yielded his lap time. As you see Cal Fortner in that really not unusual, unique street mod Mercedes GT. You don't see this platform on track competing that much. Kyle McHugh getting out of his way. Oh, a little bit of a puff of smoke from that Mercedes. Not sure what that was. It looked like tire smoke. The tires locked up as he was going around Kyle. There's Dewey DeWitt in that Subaru going through 6 now on exit of 6. He's gonna, I'm sure he wants to find more time out there. He's on VTORs, which take several laps to heat up. So let's see if he can find his pace here in the next couple laps. Yeah, and that's a new lap record from Alan, a 28.894. That's, forget 29s. We were talking about, oh, get into the 29s. You want to get into the 29s. He said, forget 29s. Let's do 28s. And now on screen, there's Luke McGrew in that Street GT T6 Z06. He's currently the leader in Street GT. He did a 35.290 yesterday, I think.
Another car off. That's at turn 3. It's John Veloso in the NSX GT3. He's just gone straight off. He's in the, I don't know if he's in the gravel or in the grass, but he seems stopped over there.
Yeah, so what we see on screen, Luke McGrew, he's your leader in Street GT, a 35.290. Hasn't quite gotten down into the 34s. And then he just got that car, actually. He had a C8 Z06 that he was going to try in TrackMatch. Oh, a little bit of some shuffling there as Luke was trying to let others by, and then they said, nah, never mind, you go by. That red car, Austin Barnes, that's a really unique car as well. The intake manifold sticking out of the hood. Yeah, he's kind of on a slower lap right now. We'll see if he kind of builds up for another fast lap here, a couple more laps into the session. Yeah, he ditched his C8 Z06 and decided to go play in Street GT with the C6 Z06, and he got it. He had to convert the cam back to a stock cam for class legality, and then he decided while he's in there, why not take out the AC, the air conditioning? He doesn't need air conditioning on a race car. So yeah, he decided to do that as well as we get our full course yellow called to recover those cars.
Yeah, I think there's at least the Veloso over at turn 3. There might be another one somewhere else too. But
see it on that. Can't see it from this angle. Maybe that car is still in 1.
I think the turn 1 yellow got cleared, so
okay.
I think that one was no problem, but might have been the one at 3. Did Dewey improve? He did not. 31.6. So he went faster by about a second yesterday.
Looks like Smedgaard also didn't find any time with his car. I mean, I was talking about Dewey trying to reset, go under the 30s. Smedgaard was only 0.3 of a second behind him. So, the competition between Andy and Dewey is really close today. Both of them are, they're GRIDLIFE OGs, so to speak. So that's a really fun competition to watch. And there's Justin Peachy on your screen right now. He said a 34.611 is what he's standing on right now. So that's a little bit slower than yesterday's time at 33.780. So yeah, everybody's trying to find their pace. He's also on V-Tours, which take a couple laps to come in. So we'll see if he gets enough running to get them up to their optimal temperatures to try and reset his best time.
And as far as timelines for this session, they have another 5 minutes, 6 minutes to play with here. So they might, if they can get this NSX GT3 pulled off quickly enough, they might get 1 or 2 more laps. I think that's what their intention is going to be. But again, the traffic issues that this can create if you don't get a proper gap or you're not ordered how you would like to be, this can cause a problem. I don't know that Alan Patton, did Alan Patton pit in? I'd be surprised if he didn't because he just ran a time. I don't know that he's going to go faster than. Kyle McHugh's on track in Street Mod GR Supra. They're the black and silver car. I'm surprised we haven't seen him at the pointy end of this, so he might go a little bit quicker if he gets the opportunity. There's Dewey, though, leading in Street Mod, and again, record holder as of yesterday. But I know he wants more than that. He'll have, again, we have a lot of sessions left. This is only Heat 4 of 7 before we get into podium sprint. So tomorrow morning's Heat 6, I think, might be his best opportunity.
Yeah, and I wonder if the fast time he set yesterday, whether he was all the way turned up on his the boost level, his power level. So he could have a little bit more pace in the car. And with the V-Tours, they're a little bit more tolerant to heat than other tires. So it could be that he could still go out there in these afternoon sessions or this late morning session, whatever it is, to try and reset his best time. But it's going to be difficult, I think, outside of trying to do it again tomorrow morning.
Here's Jeremy Lauder, the 525 Chevrolet Camaro as well. That was a Pikes Peak hill climb car and his car that he's run here for a couple of years, but rolled it over at Pikes Peak last year in practice. Flipped it over, damaged the A-pillar, but he's got it all repaired and he's back out. I saw him this morning. Didn't have numbers, stickers on the car yet. I don't think he got any running at all yesterday, so his first run this morning. See Kyle McHugh, I don't know for what's going on here. We're reshuffling the deck under yellow here, which isn't typically how.
Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe Lauder had a little bit of an issue with his Camaro, or he wants to come in.
Yeah, I think he's just going to go straight, which might save McHugh and some others from pass. Oh, maybe not.
Maybe not. So
that's interesting.
It's also, these guys know the speed, each other's speed. So it could be that he doesn't want he doesn't want to hold up his fellow competitor when he knows the next lap is going to be critical. So that's really great awareness for him to understand where his pace is relative to others.
I just wonder, as far as pass under yellow, though, can you do that?
Not
I haven't really asked this question yet.
Not technically under a double yellow, but I would feel like the stewards or timing
would understand
that they're just trying to. He's probably aware of what his pace difference is.
And it wasn't like that was, kind of like you drove by him like unsighted. So I think maybe they'll let that one go. But typically, you're not necessarily going to be passing or reshuffling anybody under a full course yellow.
This is an interesting order here. We have Luke McGrew right ahead of Nick Hendricks, who's right behind him in this weekend standing. So I know Nick, this is his first GridLife event running his new C6 Z06. He's been running a C6 Grand Sport for the last 3 or 4 years. And now he's gone to the C6 Z06, right behind Luke, both in this weekend stand in Unlimited here this weekend, which I think he could potentially be his first, the first time he's leading this category in Unlimited. So that's really cool to see Andreas Bertulis in that RCF. I did see Alan Patton in the background as well, so he's still circulating out there. It's really, I think they're really trying to work out. Get Alan as much seat time in that car as possible and work out any kinks that get brought up. There's Luca in that Supra car that I've never seen him pilot before, so this is his first time in that car, and he's doing a really great job. He's already up there in Street Mod, currently sitting in 5th, so he's in that last podium sprint spot. So yeah, he's doing a really great job with that car.
And he's run the Evo for several years, so this is just something new, something different for him. I think he was pretty excited about giving this a go and competing in a different category with a different knife and a different way to attack, and I think he's likely having a lot of fun with it. And more aero, more power. And again, this car is, there's some things done to it, but it's not a crazy build necessarily. But again, we've seen the GR Supras be, again, a blank canvas for all sorts of power modifications, and they take it very well. So how far do they want to take it? Again, the Supra is owned by one of his sponsors, so that's why this deal has sort of come together. But how far do they want to take it, and how pointy end can they get with that number 444?
Yeah, the B58 in those Supras, a lot of people call them kind of the modern day 2JZ that was so famous in the Supra for making, the Mark IV Supras for making so much power. And B58s are very similar. I know Kyle's car, Alan's car from last year, they can make 700-800 horsepower with a relatively simple, larger turbo swap. And the necessary piping to keep everything cool. The difficulty with those cars is all the electronics that are as you modify the car, it takes how it behaves outside of its kind of pre-programmed parameters, so they kind of misbehave in that sense. As we see, Veloso did get his NSX GT3 car out of the gravel in 3, and he's back circulating again.
Yeah, I'm going to guess this is about the time that the rush warm-up was supposed to start, so I'm going to guess 1 lap is all they're going to get. Maybe 2, and we'll see how things go. But looks like the lights are still on the safety car for the moment, but they'll likely shut off and head back to the pit lane in a moment's time. Yeah. Also notice that Super K, Andy Smetagard, is over at between 10B and 11. I don't know if he was creating this gap or if he was also off somewhere.
Yeah, taking a look, is he going to pull off? No. Okay, so he does stay circulating. That's really cool to see. Yeah, he could be just gapping himself to the people behind him. Very similar strategy to what Sam Dooling did in Club SC. So, Andy's a very, very smart competitor. He knows how to play the game, so to speak. So I think that's what he's kind of setting up for. It's really fun to watch the trucks, the recovery trucks going off-roading between turns to get off track as quickly as they can.
You can see all the tire marks and things from them driving all over to shortcut.
That's the advantage of putting a racetrack literally in the middle of a field with nothing in the middle of it.
Nice short grass. And the rescue guys that are on a mission to always keep the cleanups very quick. Alan Patton building a gap as well, or trying to at least. DeWitt's ahead of him.
I'm trying to see if they've already turned the lights off on the safety car or not.
They will be coming in this time. The question is, I'm watching everyone drive around about 20 miles an hour just to build gaps because they know they're going to get one try, one go. And the next best opportunity will be tomorrow morning, which is really going to be their last opportunity to hold the standing record for the next year here at GridLife Midwest and Gingerman Raceway. So there's the lights off. The safety car is going to pull away. Cal Fortner in Street Mod is at the pointy end. Luke McGrew right behind him. Then Nick Hendricks, Luis Zendejas, And for Nick Hendricks, this is a different car than he ran last year. He ran what was a C6 Grand Sport. This is a C6 Z06. Very similar to what it looked like. So for those that see this car, it's a little
same
bit
color too.
Yeah, same color, exactly. A bit more of a weapon than it was.
Yeah, and that's the cleanest tracks. He has the cleanest C6 track C6s I've seen, so it's really cool to see.
Green flag back in the air. Here we go. They're likely only going to get one go at this. Cal Fortner's going to be the first one to get to turn one, and immediately hundreds and thousands of horsepower combined, unleashed here on the front straightaway as we get back underway. Looks like Ernesto Pazelis, the leader in Unlimited, is also on track here as Cal Fortner leaves turn 2 up to turn 3. This car has now 770 horsepower after some changes and additions that you talked about briefly earlier.
Nice rotation into 3. Gets a little bit of dirt on the inside as he's coming out. Oh, a little bit of smoke as he gets on throttle. Not sure if that's tire or engine coming out, or engine oil coming out. Gets through 5 nice and cleanly, setting up for 6. Luke is staying right on his tail, so Luke is also on a really fast lap, as is Nick Hendricks and Luis Endejas right behind him.
And to turn 7 now, we'll see if he can track out and carry the speed really, really well. Again, no mistakes. Only get one shot at this here before we throw the checker on Track Battle Q4.
And it's such a challenge mentally that you're still circulating, but you have to reset your brain to try and hit that fast time as best as you can and execute the best lap that you can in these really tricky conditions.
Into 10B now.
Yep, good apex, nice and neat. Gets, it looks like, I think it's tire. I think he's spinning up the inside tire as he puts power down, and it generates that tire smoke. It's kind of interesting.
A differential can't possibly be happy.
No, he must be having some sort of differential issues, because that seems unusual for that car. Yep, there it is, all inside tire fire from that car. We'll see if he did reset his best lap time, though.
Improved to a 1:33.524, but not enough to go up any positions.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on these street GT times. There's Dewey, gets real sideways through 8. He's really pushing that car through 8 and 9. He knows this is his best chance. Coming nice into 10B. Gets it slowed down to the apex. A nice tight apex. Whoa!
Whoa, look at him drift out of the 10B. He is on it. Dewey DeWitt going for it.
Lots of oppo on that exit, but he's on it. He looks really fast down that straightaway. Oh, gets the car barely slowed down. The rear end of the car complaining as he's trying to get it rotated. Gets on power. Ooh, pretty, a little bit of a messy turn 11, but it looked good. He went a little bit faster, 31.538, but not near his record time from yesterday.
No, unfortunately not. There is the 551 of Austin Barnes. Where is Alan Patton? I hadn't seen him.
Right there, heading into 11 now.
Turn 11 up. There's Super K. Here comes Andy Smedegard. Let's see if he can jump up from 3rd in Time Attack. He goes no quicker.
No, what does Patton do? Also no improvement for him either. So what an interesting session. Dewey found a little bit of time, but on his session time, and Alan is the only one that reset the lap record. So yeah, that's an interesting session. I think track conditions aren't quite as good as they were hoping for, and I was hoping for. Hopefully tomorrow maybe is a little bit better. I'll definitely be sure to talk to these guys at the end of today and kind of get their thoughts on, you know, why is the track so slow? Why are they having so much difficulty improving on their lap times? As we do have the checkered flag out, all of these competitors are going to come into the pits now, as we've got Rush warm-up coming out next.
Yeah, they're going to head back to the pit lane here. There's a few more cars have to come by the checker. So we're in a slight delay here, but we have a couple opportunities to make up a few minutes here and there throughout the rest of the afternoon. And the 304 of Alan Patton, again, resetting the track mod rear-wheel drive record with his supercharged C7 Corvette. And again, Andy Smedegard qualified into the podium sprint. When's the last time Super K won a street mod event? It's been a couple of years, but this car's seen a lot of changes, and I think it's capable. In the hands of Alex Moss, it was capable. In the hands of Andy Smedegard, it is certainly capable with that bright green S2000 with some secrets under the hood and in the trans tunnel.
Yeah, and that car was competing in the one lap of America and was on pace to win it if it wasn't for an engine failure towards the end of the event. So I think that car's on its 8th or 9th engine or something like that. They really pushed the engine in that car, the Turbo K24, to its limits there. So yeah, it's a really cool build, really unique build. He's one of the first to do a BMW DCT swap in a car, so it was really cool.
Kyle McHugh jumped right up behind Dewey DeWitt, about 2/10 back. So
Yeah,
this could be a fun
31.7.
fight. Remember, the records are great. That's fantastic. All the drivers really want those records. But when it comes to podium sprint, we're watching not necessarily just the raw time, but relative to each other. If you're looking at the times right now, look at this. 1:31.538, 1:31.726, 1:31.741. 3 cars within 2/10 of a second in street mod.
That's a really good point, Kyle. That could be a preview of what we're going to see in podium sprint. All the times are reset. The track records stand, but all the session, the weekend times kind of get reset, and you have to put your best time in a single session with everybody out, all the top 5 out on track together, and you get 2 or 3 laps together to get it done. Kyle did improve on his weekend time, so he did find himself just about half a second there.
Let's have a look at your race results here, your session results for Track Battle Q4 for Club SC. David Best reset the track record for the Club SC category. Mike Jansen, Sam Dooling, Mukherjee, and Rice, your top 5 there. Best times from this morning. As we move on now up to our next category, we'll take a look at who else has reset some records here this weekend. Daniel Glasgow down in 10th place in the 117 car. Here's Falcon Club TR, Mike Bryan up at the pointy end, but Mario Moroni still chasing his track record time from yesterday, a 137.7. Stan Fingal, Peter Gramberg wrapping out your top 5. Don't know if Peter Gramberg's time would stand though because of that yellow issue, so we'll see. I think he'd run better previously.
Yeah, so I hope it doesn't impact his weekend standings. Pete Gramberg, unfortunately, Heidemann in 6th, Flavin 7th, King Tao 8, Fregoso 9, and Robel 10th.
Yeah, then moving up into street class, Andy Holst was actually the quickest driver in the field. He's been pacing everybody in street class here this weekend, but Brad Moore had reset the street class rear-wheel drive record yesterday, 1:37.055. I think as another reset again. Josh Halka still trying to close in on the all-wheel drive track record in the 777 car. Will Dries, Mike Calloway, the rest of your top 5.
Yeah, and then we got Jan Wilder, Sam Bosnian, Mike Coons, John Laughlin, and Ruben Manrique in 10th for this session.
Yeah, move on up to Street GT. Luke McGrew, Nick Hendricks, Joel Phillips, Dallas Reed, Seth Brown, your top 5. Nicholas Alpin in the 56, down at the bottom in P8 with a 1:45.256. In the street mod category, that was the battle we were just watching on track. Dewey DeWitt, Kyle McHugh, Andy Smedegard, 2/10 separate those drivers. Cal Fortner, John Rode, the rest of your top 5. Luca Barberis on the outside looking in for the podium sprint potentially with the times from this morning. In track mod, things got spicy and the track record reset with the 1:28 that we saw from Alan Patton here in just a moment's time. And then again, the track mod category, at times we've seen it be, maybe not as competitive in the last year or so because it really, as far as identity, it's been searching for a car like Alan Patton, but Chris Smith, Chris Boersma battling for a podium sprint position at 10th between them. And then in Unlimited, have a look at your results from this morning. Ernesto Pizzalis was out there setting some times and pacing himself. We'll see what he's got.
Bertulis as well in that RCF. I think he was your leader heading into this session. He had a 33.608 in Unlimited. With Veloso would be your only super unlimited car in that NSX GT3. There we go. Ernesto Pizzalis 34.303. That's not enough to take the lead from Bertulis, who had a 33.608 yesterday. And then Luis Zendejas a 37.931, and the rest of your unlimited competitors not setting lap times here this morning.
And with that, Track Battle Q4, the morning session here from Saturday at GridLife Midwest in 2025 is complete. More action from GridLife Saturday coming up next.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Falcon tires. Race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built, where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits? Absolutely zero. And there's a NOS zero sugar to get me there.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
You're barely live.
I'm Cody Smith, and this is my 85 Oldsmobile Cutlass that I've built for Time Attack and just largely playing around. I do a lot more than just Time Attack with it. I also do autocross, and at the end of this month I got a hill climb coming up that I've been doing the last couple of years too. So really it's just about being an all-arounder for me and really having fun with. Last weekend I was at an event where we actually got scored on autocross, drag race passes, and a standing start on the road course. I like to do a little of everything with it. To my first track day with this thing on completely stock suspension. I had a very mild build on the engine just to keep it from blowing up and making sure that it wasn't going to starve oil in the first corner. And from there it kind of evolved into every single event. I was changing things like what is the worst thing right now. So like early on it was that it body rolled a lot, so I ended up with sway bars and then springs, and then I was doing ball joints to fix the camber curve, and it just kind of snowballed where I think I was 3.5 years into doing this stuff before I went to 2 events with the same setup. So it's really been an evolution of me learning, you know, the driving aspect as well as the building the car aspect together along the way. And I mean, I'm 6 years into it now, and I'm really kind of at the point where it's heavy. I need to figure out either how to make it quite a bit lighter, or I have another chassis just like this at home that I want to start with, like from scratch, trying to make it as light as possible. The engine is a 350 Oldsmobile diesel block. But all the bolt hole slabs, so you put all the gas stuff on it. So what I did was I bored it out, so it's 384 cubic inch, ported aluminum heads, big intake, full dry sump system. I ended up doing that because turn 2 at Brainerd, I was watching my oil pressure gauge go from 40 down to 20 and then come back up to 40 exiting the corner when I was on the old engine. And then now with the new engine, I'm making another 100 horsepower more, makes around 520 on the engine dyno and around 460 foot-pounds. It might be a little bit more now because I had some teething pains last year where I ended up having to take it back apart because I broke the head off of the intake valve that bounced twice and got stuck in the intake manifold. So instead of kablooing the whole engine all over turn 14 at Road America, I got extremely lucky where
GRIDLIFE Midwest 2025. Everything's new this year. The stage is up on the hillside. We have a brand new wheel-to-wheel racing series called GRIDLIFE Grand Touring, GRIDLIFE GT or GLGT for short. This is GLGT race number 2. Welcome back to South Haven, Michigan and Gingerman Raceway. My name is Kyle Heyer, joined by Ido Waxman for our second race of the weekend of our brand new wheel-to-wheel category that's just gathering momentum and putting on display a brand new rule set for 2025, Ido.
Yeah, and this is just a continuation of our GLTC rule set, just a little bit faster, a little bit more allowances for different car modifications, and we're really looking forward to getting more and more competitors out there. We have some of our series regulars already competing here and putting on a show.
Starting on the front row, it'll be James Houghton alongside Alan Patton. AJ Hartman and Hans Horpedal will start in row number 2, followed by David Calzada and Chris DeLucia, who had a great battle yesterday in turn number 11. Tony Barber and Jeremy Boysen start 7th and 8th, and starting in 9th place, it'll be Jordan Wisely, the number 7, Hyundai Veloster N. That's a really cool car that we didn't get to see on track a ton yesterday. He had some sort of mechanical issue, but things seem sorted. Again, we're down a couple cars from what we thought at the beginning of the weekend from a couple various mechanical issues, but we saw James Houghton and Alan Patton have an excellent battle yesterday, and we're going to get to see it all over again.
Yeah, we didn't just see Houghton and Allen have a battle. We had a battle all the way through the field. Hans was catching up to AJ there towards the end of the lap, and then we had a great battle between DeLucia and Calzado in that Miata. So I don't think I saw Tony Barber out there. I might have just missed him. Yeah, and then hopefully we'll see Jordan Wisely in that Veloster catch up to this group and put up a fight there as well.
Again, 9-to-1 power to weight ratio, 12 to 15 minutes. Similar rule set to Eibach GLTC, but everything turned up. Aero, more power, more weight, and more fun in some ways. Small field, but the battles were thrilling yesterday in the first race of the series. It was James Houghton that got it done. Will Alan Patton be able to hold on to the lead after he stole it yesterday at the start of the race? Time to go racing in GRIDLIFE GT race number 2 at GRIDLIFE Midwest. Green flag, and we're underway at Gingerman Raceway towards turn 1. Side by side, Alan Patton's going to pull ahead. Can he clear James Houghton? He does through the first corner. Yeah, James must have broke real early, and Alan got the best of him through 1. I think James switched up James chose the outside for the start and kind of bit him there, as we see Calzado fell behind there at the start. And off into turn 3 now. We'll see if James Houghton can reel Alan Patton back in. That was the battle we saw yesterday. Patton had the lead early, but burned the tires up, and James was able to sneak on by a bit later in the race. But we did see that the factory cars, the Supra and the TCR, pull away from the home-built, homebrew cars, which perhaps wasn't too much of a surprise. But again, early weekend in this series history here, so lots to tweak and shuffle as we build this category into something as strong as we've seen in Eibach GLTC. Yeah, meanwhile, Hans Horpedal has gotten past AJ Hartman for 3rd right away, and we're going to have DeLucia and Wisely both behind them, so that pack that's fighting for 3rd is all really tight back there. You can see him in the background as Alan Patton goes through turn 9 now. A good five-car gap here to Houghton, but Houghton's going to play the long game here. I think he's going to try and reel him back as the race goes on. Yeah, Alan Patton off to a very, very strong start. Hans Horpedal right ahead of AJ Hartman. That's a battle for the podium spot here on this opening lap as they climb up out of 10B. Speeds north of 130, maybe 140 miles an hour with these cars. You know, we're seeing at the low end with Calzada's car about 290 horsepower for the lighter builds, and around 400 for the heavier cars. So picking up the speeds on the straightaways, but corner speeds similar to what we've seen in Eibach GLTC, but there's a little more aero here for some of the faster turns. Yeah, you can see that's exemplified by AJ Hartman's car, which has all of the aero that's allowed for the class. He probably makes the most downforce, and Hans is kind of leaving him behind a little bit. He's going to try and catch that the top 2 of James Houghton and Alan Patton, as DeLucia looking like he's going to try and make a move on AJ Hartman himself heading into turn 3. Yeah, Hartman's going to go on the defensive here, taps the brakes just to reset them before the braking zone into 3. DeLucia tries the long way around. He's going to over-under here on the run out of 3 and up to the kink at turn 4. Yeah, he opened himself up just a little bit too much and put a lot of distance between him and AJ. He's going to get another shot at it. We saw in the first race how aggressive DeLucia can be, so we'll keep an eye on this battle as well as Hartman goes through. They all go through turn 6. Hans getting real slidey on the exit of 6. He looks like he's lost a little bit of drive out of there, and now we've got Hartman and DeLucia both catching up to him. I wonder if he's having some sort of car problem, as it looks like he does. He's bogged down, so now AJ Hartman and DeLucia go into 3rd and 4th respectively. Yeah, trouble for the 77 Hans Horpedal. By goes Jordan Wisely, David Calzada right behind as well. So unfortunately, the podium car, Hans Horpedal, with issues at turn 7. And we focus in again on the battle that is now for the podium spot between this 24 and this 40 car.
Yeah, meanwhile, Allen has really left Houghton behind. This is the biggest gap we've seen from them. Race 1, they were much closer together, and now we've got this battle between DeLucia and Hartman for 3rd.
This has been such a fun fight, too. Such different cars here as the front runners. 2 seconds between Patton and Houghton. They are lights out in their own zip code at the moment, but the battles everywhere else on the track have been good. Look at Calzada and Jordan Wisely. Calzada just got around the number 7 Hyundai Veloster N. What a cool car that is, by the way. I believe that is a Gen Racer build car, those Hyundai Velosters. Yep. You don't really see those around a lot, but just a neat entry in this GRIDLIFE GT class. Hans Horpedal
has made it in. Yep. So we've got 3 pairs of battles here. We've got the pair battling for 1st, although they've got probably the largest gap of these battles. We've got this pair of Calzado and Wisely battling for 5th and 6th, and then we've got Hartman and DeLucia battling for that last podium spot. This is going to be a lot of fun to watch. Hartman has that advantage in the turns, but DeLucia is going to be faster in the straights just because he's running less aerodynamic aids, which produce less drag. So it's going to be really interesting to watch this dynamic play out here as they come in through 7, 8, and 9.
I have to say, if we're going to be down a couple cars from what we anticipated, at least they're putting on a show, aren't they? And just showing the strength of the category in different areas on the racetrack. A couple little groups of cars throughout the 2.2-mile Gingerman Raceway. Alan Patton and Houghton still separated by about 2 to 3 seconds, but P3 still in contention here between A.J. Hartman in the Mustang and Chris DeLucia in the number 40 BMW.
Yeah, you can see how much better Hartman is doing through the turns. He's got a lot more stability there. It's interesting to see the gap open up between Allen and James Houghton. I wonder if Houghton's having an issue with his car, or if Patton just found some new trick, or he finally figured out how to drive that car a little bit better, where he's opening up this gap so much. As he's coming through into turn 3, right as Houghton heads to the apex of 2.
Yeah, Patton again thought he was down about 30 horsepower. This car has a low power tune that it runs in some other series, but when it went on the GRIDLIFE dyno to check for the horsepower, the dyno at GRIDLIFE has always read perhaps a little lower than you would anticipate, and so he felt like he could gain some more power, but there's really no other way to tune it. So you can pull some weight out if you've got ballast in the car, but maybe that was the difference, but he seems to be doing very, very well right now, running away from Houghton in second place.
So the way these cars are homologated, they're given these flash drives almost, if you think about it, that they flash a new tune onto the car, and it makes whatever power level they need to be at for whatever series they're running at. And he actually has the highest horsepower level tune on that car, and it's still reading about 20 or 30 horsepower low from what he's supposed to be power to weight wise.
Hearing flat tire for Hans Horpedal, that was what took him out, which is good because it means it's fixable and he can be in race 3 later today. But for now, Hans Horpedal will be back in the paddock with that flat tire. Yeah. Again, you always wonder how that can happen, whether he got a curb wrong or there was a piece of debris on track, but either way, unfortunate because it's just something so simple.
Yeah, and that's kind of the reality, is you kind of run into these random little issues that aren't your fault at all, and yeah, unfortunate for him to find a flat out there. As we are still keeping an eye on A.J. Hartman ahead of Chris DeLucia. He's opened up a little bit more of a gap as they're heading through turn 11 now. Hopefully this battle kind of gets a little bit closer as Calzada has left Wisely behind. He solidly has a solid grasp on 5th place.
Yeah, A.J. Hartman still holding on to 3rd, but DeLucia trying to find a way around him to figure out how to pick the pocket of this new Edge Mustang. I said yesterday, perhaps this Mustang, like the NC Miata, wasn't the one everyone shoots for when they're looking for a Mustang chassis, but I think they're so cool looking with aero. And great to see AJ here. He was time attacking that car at Carolina Motorsports Park in prep for this new category. But out front, it's all Alan Patton, the Thunder Bunny Racing 606. This car climbed Pikes Peak last year, went to 14,115 feet in the GT4 category with the hands of Laura Hayes behind the wheel.
Yeah,
and, that car's been around for a while. It's an older Toyota GR Super GT4, but still obviously very capable.
Yeah, it's an older homologation. I think they're now on the 2024, 2025 Evo
I think
version.
It's Evo 2.
Yeah, Evo
point.
2.
Yeah.
That's kind of how FIA homologations work. From my experience, you kind of start with one car, and then the same car can be homologated for some minor changes. It becomes an Evo, and then some cars, R8 very famously, probably went through 3 or 4 Evos. So yeah, it's the way that the FIA homologates, and then kind of unique build AJ Hartman's car. It's a new Edge Mustang with a more recent EcoBoost engine swap, and then an S550 Mustang rear end. So it's independent rear end stock. The new Edge Mustangs were solid axle rear ends.
Coming out of turn 11 here for this battle for third place. By the way, Houghton has sort of stopped the bleeding, 3.5 seconds back from Alan Patton. He's no longer losing time. I just don't know if he has enough time to eat all that gap back up to Alan Patton. We'll see. Again, I think that Supra is going to eat more tire than the TCR over the course of this race, at least losing rear grip like Patton seemed to do yesterday. And if he has got more power to weight with taking some weight out of the car, I could imagine that rear end could slide even more. So that'll be just challenging to keep the tires from overheating. Again, street tires, not what this car was designed to race on, nor for the TCR in trail.
Yeah, but he's got such a gap on James that he can really tone it down and start preserving the life of the tire for the rest of this race. About 4 minutes left in it, which means probably about 3 laps left to go. So yeah, I think he's really done a great job of opening up this gap to James. We'll see if James can close down on him, but I think it's going to be really hard for him to pull back up. And DeLucia has caught back up to AJ. They kind of yo-yoing back and forth. The gap keeps growing and shrinking and growing and shrinking here. DeLucia gets real loose in turn 8. And here, as AJ Hartman gets into turn 10B here.
You start trying to find a place to throw a cannonball at the city walls here at the tail end of this race. Where can you find an advantage on that Mustang? Big slide for DeLucia, and the advantage is not going to come in the acceleration zone out of 10B. He tried it, booted the pedal to the floor, and it just didn't stick.
Yeah, and DeLucia was very aggressive yesterday in race 1, so he's definitely looking to make it a fight, but AJ's doing a really great job of just driving nice and calmly. DeLucia again gets real sideways on the exit of 11. His tires must be very overheated, and he's not. He has to manage that a little bit better and try to get them to cool down so he can put power down a little bit better.
Yeah, expecting that. I'm just based on the time, expecting a white flag potentially next lap around. 3.5 seconds is the gap still between Patton and Houghton. It is stabilized, but it's not decreasing. And save for a mistake by the Thunder Bunny Toyota GR Supra, I'm not sure that Houghton will get back there, but race isn't over till it's over. We know that.
Yeah, as Hans found out, you can end up with a flat, and that's going to change the whole dynamic. So we'll keep keeping an eye on that. But AJ Hartman is pulling out a little bit more of a gap on DeLucia as well as Alan goes through turn 8, nice and clean. He's in a nice controlled state of driving. He's very calm, just hitting his marks. He knows he's got a good gap. He just needs to keep it clean.
In a brand new category for 2025, you're going to set the tone for the series for the year. And James Houghton won the first race, but Alan Patton, while he has won a lot of things in our track battle competitions, he's never won a wheel-to-wheel race in grid life. And this could be his day with 2 minutes left on the board here. DeLucia lost some ground to AJ Hartman as they come out of turn 11. Here comes the white flag. Final lap of Gingerman Raceway here. One more lap around for Alan Patton to maintain this gap over James Houghton.
Yeah, and he's got to keep it nice and easy, nice and controlled. I'm sure Alan is unhappy with not getting the first ever GLGT race win, but he's still aiming for the first ever GLGT weekend win. So this is going to go a long way towards that. And I wonder if James is going to be scratching his head about where this pace came from. Or it could be that he knows what the problem is, and next race is going to be much closer again.
Yeah, through turn 4 now, apexing at the cone. And Hartman and DeLucia separated by about a second and 3/10. So I'm not sure that battle will completely reignite before the end of this thing. And it's just surprised to see James Houghton not reel Patton in. So something has changed after the really tight fight yesterday between those two at the front, because Patton seems to be the overdog this morning.
Yeah, I wonder how much of it is changing grip levels. It's based on the time attack sessions that we've seen. It seems like the track is slower than yesterday, and it could be that the Supra just is handling the worse track conditions better than the TCR car is. For whatever reason, maybe it's the TCR car is set up a little bit more loose, being a front-wheel drive car, or I'm not sure what tires they're on. So I'm gonna have to go talk to him and see whether they're maybe on different tires, and maybe that's playing into the pace difference here as well. As again, we see AJ Hartman, DeLucia is kind of reeling him in a little bit here, but I think he's too far back to put up a fight for that position.
Checkered flag, Alan Patton for the first time in his wheel-to-wheel career here in GridLife wins GridLife GT race number 2 of the weekend. Houghton comes up, gained a full second on that final lap, 2.2 back. So Houghton will come back in second. So they're going to flip the result from yesterday between the GR Supra GT4 and the Honda TCR. And last corner for AJ Hartman and DeLucia. DeLucia used up all of his brakes. Big lateral slide out of the corner, and AJ Hartman will climb up onto the podium today in race number 2. DeLucia, hard-earned 4th in the number 40.
Yeah, a great race from those two. As Calzada comes in 5th here, he battled back from a rough start that had him all the way down in 7th before climbing his way back up to 5th.
Well done, Alan Patton gets it done. 8-lap race here in GridLife GT, and made that one look pretty easy, but again, it seemed like Houghton was able to reel him in a little bit towards the end. So I think there's a note to be made there about the Supra gaining some ground here in race number 2. Alan Patton wins Gingerman Raceway GridLife GT race number 2 of the weekend. Houghton, Hartman, DeLucia, David Calzada, the rest of your top 5. Jordan Wisely off to a strong start, but still chasing some issues with that car. A flat tire for Hans Horpedal took him out of the mix. So Hans in the 77 will be right back up in the podium contention for race 3, which will happen later on Saturday at GridLife Midwest Festival. Let's have a look at the highlights here from GridLife GT race number 2. Race 2 began with a launch up towards turn 1, but it was, again, the Alan Patton 606 car that pulled away. And then the battle for 3rd between AJ Hartman and Chris DeLucia. Big lateral slide for the 40 as he was chasing down 3rd place. Never was really able to get there, but those two drivers fought tooth and nail. But Alan Patton in the 606 Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota GR Supra was able to pull away from the Honda Civic Type R in 2nd place. Down into turn 11, that battle continued, but for the 2nd race in history in GridLife GT, it was the 606 of Alan Patton. GridLife GT race 2 complete.
What's up, guys? I am here with Eric Magnuson. Eric, you won for the first time yesterday. You're leading the pack right now. How do you think that you achieved that win?
I made as many mistakes as possible last year, and I'm trying to make as few as possible this year.
Yeah.
So far it's working out, and we're only getting better.
So what's your plan for today?
Same exact thing as yesterday.
Which was?
Stay out front of Matan on the first lap, build as much of a comfortable gap as I can, and then control the race from there.
And on a level of 1 to 10, what is your confidence in this car today?
I got a solid 10.5.
Wow, that's incredible. Well, we wish you the best of luck. Keep up the good energy and have a great time out there.
Thanks.
Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Championship action from GRIDLIFE Midwest in 2025. Race 2 about to get started here on the racetrack. 2.2-mile course about to be filled with 41 Eibach GLTC cars. Kyle Heyer joined by Ito Wax. We need to welcome back. This is the big one. This is what we're excited for. Eibach GLTC, the premier wheel-to-wheel championship in grassroots amateur racing, and with so many thousands of people that are just still waking up trackside from the excitement last night. They're about to see a special treat.
Yeah, this is the marquee series every weekend that we come to these tracks. This is where it all started here at Midwest Fest with GLTC, the home race for our marquee event.
Yeah, Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Championship power to weight category. Here's where we are, race number 2. We're going to head into a new format for our shootout. It's called the GLTC Pursuit. We'll talk more about that later today. Race 3 and 4 still yet to come here as we get set with this 41-car field. Of course, this is a big grid. Let's start things off. Eric Magnuson and Matan Rosenberg on the front row. And then in row number 2, it's Eric Catil alongside Eric Meadows in position number 4. In row number 3, it's Andy Smedegard in the 212 Scion FRS. Paul Darling starts 6th in the number 55 M3. Matt Waldbaum starts in 7th place alongside Tony Marchev in the number 17 Honda S2000. Dana Basinski and Blake Korth start 9th and 10th.
And in 11th here, we've got Lena Chin, who moved up a few spots. Robert Thorne, who moved up a ton of spots in that trainer 3 and 12th. Sam Scott in 13th, also gained 7 spots. Peter Zhang in 14th. And then in 15th, we have Jackie Dean, who also gained some spot, or actually he stayed where he was in that car. Ryan Power in 16th. James Cathers 17th. Eric Jensen in 18th. And then he's followed by Jack Wischmeyer in 19th and Zach Lavoie in 20th.
In 21st place, it'll be James Smith in the number 130 car. Louis Chatroop in 22nd in the number 26 M3. Then it's Eric Dallariva, who had some issues yesterday, alongside Carlos Mendez in the number 83 BMW. Joel Morrison starts in 25th in the number 71, followed by Joe Tulo in D30 M3. Kyle Hale 27th, Thomas Lathrop in 28th, both in BMWs, with Clayton Fitzpatrick and Kerry James rounding out the top 30.
And now in 31st, we've got Seth Gale in 32nd, Dine Wen in 33rd. We've got Chandler Rowe, who moved up 7 spots from his last place start, and Asmith Muhammad alongside him. 35th, Natalie Latoz. 36th, Jonathan Lugod, all the way from California. Dan Precourt in 37th. Michael Pagano in that 116i in 38th. Daniel Giraldo in 39th. Ayrton Grimm in 40th, and in 41st, Salil Shukla, who got a 10-spot penalty for contact responsibility in race 1.
Yeah, so he will start tail of the field here. One more pace lap to get things gridded up. Tires and brakes getting warmed up here for Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Now, it was announced at Carolina Motorsports Park that celebrating the 75th anniversary of Eibach, there is going to be a really exciting, is it 75th or 30? I can't remember off the top of my head. My mistake there. But the winner of the Eibach GLTC Championship is going to get a trip to Germany, all expenses paid, to the Eibach headquarters. And that might involve a trip to a certain track in Germany as well. So very exciting prize for the Eibach GLTC champion this year. I think I was right, 75. 1951 was when Eibach was founded. So for their 75th anniversary, the champion of the season will get to go on all expenses paid trip to the Eibach headquarters.
Yeah, that's a nice reward there. And also, some of our competitors, they'll receive a prize from Fujifilm as well they're voted for this weekend. So that's really great to see as well. We've got some new partners joining up for GLTC, a great place for our partners to show their products, to showcase their products on these cars on this marquee series on our weekend lineup.
So for those that are new to this series, what is it? Eibach GLTC is a wheel-to-wheel racing championship that is power to weight. What does that mean? All the cars are balanced with weight, power, and tire width, so you can basically run whatever you'd like, provided it's about 12.5 pounds per horsepower. If you complicate it with aero or any other sort of fancy gearboxes or transmissions or big engines, you add weight to compensate for those things. And so what you get is Corvettes M3s racing against Civics and S2000s and MX-5. So it's just a really cool category. It's 7 years in the making. and it just continues to get more and more competitive. As far as the championship, the car leading the field to the green, that gold BMW M3, is third. Eric Gittil, the 1992 Honda Civic, is leading the championship. Matan Rosenberg came in 1 point behind, but as the results yesterday, that championship lead is flipped in Matan Rosenberg's favor.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to how these two competitors, how these two drivers deal with out-of-place grid positions, whether it's caused by an invert or by some other issue. It's all about how they each deal with adversity. They can both win races or come in second, podium in all the races, but it's the races where they have issues that's going to determine the championship.
All right, lights are out on the safety car. That means we're going green. Eibach GLTC from Gingerman Raceways. We come out of turn number 11 and head towards the green flag. It will be further down the straightaway. We won't get the green till the turn 1 flag stand to make sure everyone's up on the front straight. There's a look at Adam Jabay holding the flag. Green flag, and we're underway in Eibach GLTC. Nice orderly start into turn 1 for the first time. Magnussen leads the way. It was someone in the background. I think that was Andy Smedegaard. Took a look 3 wide, but wasn't able to get there. And here comes Eric Gittil on the outside of Matan Rosenberg. Those two have battled wheel to wheel here dozens of times.
Oh, Paul Darling gets really wide at 2, and Magnussen chose the inside line into 1, and he took advantage of it. He's put enough of a gap so that Matan couldn't get overlap into turn 2.
And this is great battle here for second place. Gittil is going to get the spot. That's in a very important position for him to grab right now in that much lighter Honda Civic. A little bit of dust flying out of turn 3, but everything so far so good. Side by side between Darling and I think is that Marchev behind that he's a door-to-door with, or Eric Meadows rather, in the number 3 Corvette. So far so clean through 6.
Great job from Paul Darling. He was way wide in turn 2, and he somehow recovered into 4th place heading into turn 7 as Eric got such a better drive out of 3 that he got rid of the overlap between him and Ton. He's got a clear grasp on 2nd place right now.
Yeah, really, really important pass in this championship fight. I don't know, Magnussen looks like he's just dialed in this weekend, but so was Gittil at CMP. If you recall, 17-second win margin there in South Carolina. So Eric Gittil in this hybrid racing EG knows how to get it done. He's closed in on Magnussen for the lead. These cars, again, 1,000 pounds different in their builds.
Yeah, and he's closed the gap to Magnussen. He's made it a 2-way fight for first, and they've kind of left Matan behind. We'll see if Matan can get warmed up a little bit and start catching these guys. They themselves have a pretty good gap. Yeah, Matan has opened up what must be a 10-car gap to Meadows, and Paul Darling has gotten left behind. He's no longer in the top 5. I'm not sure what's happened to him. Hopefully it's not a problem out on track.
Dana Basinski was side by side with, I think, Matt Waldbaum as they came into turn 11, and the big lockup into turn 11. Did everybody get out of that okay? It seems like they have. Crossed the stripe there. Magnussen leads Gittil right behind. The battles are deep and thrilling all the way through the field here on the opening lap.
Yeah, these top 3 are really close together. Then you got Meadows in 4th, and then you've got this big fight for 5th between Waldbaum, Dana Basinski, and Andy Smedgard.
Yeah, Jackie Ding was making some changes to his A86 Corolla this morning. Top 15 yesterday, he was going for top 10 today, so making some changes. There is Salil Shukla moving forward in that black M3, chasing teammate Dai Win in the 888 red Subaru BRZ. Here's Basinski and Waldbaum again, door-to-door teammates here, and big swing over from Robert Thorne in the rainbow and black S2000 chasing Tony Marchev. Great fight back here for P6.
Yeah, this a great job from Matt and Dana there, and now Tony Marchev is going to, excuse me, that's Eric Jensen? No, that's Andy Smedgard, trying to make it a fight between Dana. Andy's lost a ton of places here on this first lap, so we'll see if he can make his way back. I'm curious to see what happened to Paul Darling. He's no longer in this field. Hopefully he's not stuck out there somewhere.
Yeah, he was fighting some overheating issues yesterday. Smedegard had a rock in the radiator that was causing some problems for him. Was under the car last night late, fixing it. Goes up the inside of Basinski into 10B, pulls alongside the fellow ASM car, and it's going to be a drag race up the backstretch.
He really bullied his way onto to establish overlap with Dana, and Dana had to give it to him because of the way that our rules are written and the sportsmanship in this category. But he managed to have a better drive on the outside of 10B, and now they're still side by side into 11. They're just going to lose touch with Waldbaum if they keep fighting like this. And Marchev wants to make it a 3-way fight. Yep. He's going to make it a 3-wide down the front straightaway.
3 across at Gingerman Raceway. This is going to be tough math and trouble. A little bit of contact into turn 1, and Smedegard got squeezed out there. And here comes Robert Thorne to take advantage of it. A whole bunch of front engine, rear drive, lightweight chassis, battling in turn 2.
Marchev wants no part of this. He's back, trying to back out and trying to get back into a calm rhythm. Robert Thorne's not going to let him. He has the outside heading out of 2.
Yeah, this is good stuff here. Didn't want the contact, but it was just the slightest of touches. A little bit of tire smoke will all continue, no problem. Marchev and Robert Thorne now side by side. Thorne hasn't driven this car in a while. Raced it in race 4 at Road America last year, but since then has not run an Eibach GLTC. He admitted yesterday he's a little rusty, but he's coming back up to pace now.
In his previous races, he's shown a lot of aggression and a lot of talent, so he's really finding his groove back. You have to remember, he used to run Pirelli World Challenge with Flying Lizard Racing, so he's got some racing chops under his belt. He's nothing to scoff at here.
Yeah, Lena Chin in that blue and orange car right behind, and then just behind that is Blake Korth, new to Eibach GLTC, in what was Aaron Lichty's Porsche Cayman, that white car in trail of the blue and orange at the moment, and Sam Scott, the little MX-5 that could right now, chasing this group as well.
Yeah, great. Lena has stayed in her 10th spot here, done a great job of maintaining her position in the top 10. She's going to have to fight around with Scott and Korth here in the old winning Formula Cayman.
Into turn 11, here's your battle for the lead. The gold M3, Eric Magnussen, not able to get away. Great run by Catil, leaving turn 11. He is closing in this hybrid racing EG. This car has had so much done to it to basically take on the silhouette of a 1992 era JTCC Honda Civic. Sparks flying from the titanium rub blocks underneath the nose of that car. He put brand new ones on for this season.
Eric is slowly reeling him in, and he gets overlap on the exit of 2. Now he's got the advantageous inside heading into turn 3.
Side by side for the lead. Magnussen pulls ahead, but Catil's later on the brakes, has ABS this year. It's going to help him here at turn 3, but the long way around might be the way to win this battle. Side by side as they leave corner number 3. Catil trying to sneak by Eric Magnussen. He can't do it here. He'll have to wait behind him. Matan Rosenberg smells blood in the water with these two battling.
Yeah, these two battling has brought Matan back into this fight, and if they keep doing this, if this becomes a 3-way fight, Eric Meadows is going to be right there to catch up to them, and then Matt Walbaum is right there in 5th. He's trying to close that gap himself, and Thorne and Smedgaard are fighting it out there for 7th and 8th.
Catil the long way around at turn 7. Can he get overlap there? Not quite. He'll have to tuck in behind. Tough math to go side by side here, but he is hounding Magnussen to the inside of 9, and here comes Catil, door to door once again, and the battle is on at the front of the field.
You don't see a lot of wheel-to-wheel action in 7, 8, 9. He's gotten the outside. He's going to try and get better drive out of 10B to try and challenge him into 11 for that lead.
It's going to be tough math here, but who does Matan Rosenberg push? He's not going to even get there because Magnussen, again, with the torque of that LS Swap M3, clears Eric Catil, and Catil's now vulnerable to the Falcon Corvette in trail, but Rosenberg won't go for the lunge this time, but he's sizing up that Honda Civic in front.
Yeah, Matan has to choose if he's going to try and work with Eric to try and catch up to the other Eric for the lead, or if they're going to fight it out amongst themselves.
3-way fight for the top spot. You mentioned Eric Meadows. He just ran the best lap of the race. You see the purple wipe across the screen. Fastest car on the racetrack right now. Here's Ryan Power and Joel Morrison. This is a battle down the order a little ways. Here comes Morrison to driver's left. Jackie Ding chasing for that position as well.
Yeah, great battle here all around the field as we look down into turn 3. Magnussen still with the lead over Catil and Matan. They're separated around equally. Meadows is definitely closing that gap, and Waldbaum himself is closing it. Dana Basinski has now cleared the rest of the field for 6th place. He's going to try and catch Matt as well.
The temperature has dropped a little bit, but the embers are still glowing in this battle for the top spot, aren't they? 3 car lengths between them, maybe 2. Catil much better in sector 2, where you're leaning on the downforce, you're leaning on the balance of the car. That M3 out front is a lot heavier. And here's a battle a little bit deeper in the field. Thorne and that's Andy Smedegard. They've swapped positions, so move Thorne to 7th, Smedegard to 8th, and Tony Marchev watching on from 9th.
Yeah, we'll see if Smedegard can keep fighting out with Thorne. Oh, as Eric gets overlap into 8, let's see if he can have the drive to maintain it into 10B. Looks like not. He didn't have a lot of success staying on the outside of 10B. He's going to try to over-under it on Magnussen heading out of 10B.
Yeah, but again, it's going to be so hard for this car to match the performance of Magnussen up on the back straight. Magnussen's added this big rear wing. He said the aero really helps out here at Gingerman Raceway, but again, the strength of that M3 in the straight line, just leaving Catil in the dust. So where Catil is good in the corners, it's just very difficult to use that as an advantage. So he's going to have to get it done in sector 2. So over here by 7, 8, 9, as we watch Chandler Rowe go at it with Kyle Hale deep in the field.
Yeah, great fight there, and Jim Smith is trying to make his way into there as well. I think Jim must have lost some positions because he started in 20th. So unless Chandler Rowe has made up even more spots than they did yesterday.
Yeah, side by side. This is a battle for about 26th spot. Here comes James Smith on the outside in that S2000. Little wiggle there by the graffiti paint job, number 222. That's a fun fight to watch, isn't it?
Yeah, still overlap into turn 1. Chandler on the outside, and Smedegaard is trying to make a pass on Robert Thorne again. I was wondering whether they were going to try and help each other to catch the cars ahead, but no, they're just going to fight it out amongst each other. They care about that 7th and 8th spot.
Yeah, this is a great battle here. Two front-engine, rear-drive cars of slightly different vintages. The S2000, about a decade older in that FRS that's running with the FA24. Big cloud over the curb there for the left rear wheel there. You know, you and I both looked at that and said that can't possibly be good for the car.
You don't often go wheel-to-wheel into turn 5, and they somehow pulled it off, although with a little bit of a curb hitting from Smedegaard.
Here we go again. Here comes Catil. He needs to take advantage of this in this section. He needs to figure out how to clear Magnussen over on this side of the racetrack. He's running out of time, running out of laps, but not running out of gusto. Around the outside here at 10B, pulls even with Magnussen.
No quarter given. Yeah, Coutil is trying to force a mistake by Magnussen. He knows he can't make the pass on the back straight, but he's just trying to force Magnussen into a big enough mistake so he loses momentum, so he can try and get an advantage in the braking zone of turn 11.
Yeah, that M3 is just a rocket ship, isn't it? But Catil's able to eat it back up here. Watch the acceleration out of 11. Going to carry much more speed. He's going to have a look here, but where do you go with it? Nothing to do on the front straightaway, but Catil is all over him here. 4.5 minutes to go, and the battle's on again at the front of the field. Magnussen on defense. He feels the pressure from this white and green Civic and Trail.
All Eric does is he needs to gain, he needs to make overlap into turn 1 so he can ride him all the way 1 and 2 and try and establish position. But again, Magnussen's got that better drive on the second phase of that exit. So again, I think Coutil's looking for an advantage on the entry and then trying to stay ahead of him into the next corner.
As long as he can get him to compromise his line, he stands a chance of winning this race. But this is going to be such an uphill battle here. This M3 has a much more advantage. Trouble on the front straightaway. Joe Tulo has lost a motor or something. There's smoke coming from it. We'll see if there's fluid down. We got a race all the way back no matter what. But here comes Magnussen leaving 6, and Coutil is closer than he was last time around into an area he's much better.
Coutil keeps catching him in the complex of 5 all the way through 10B, but he can't find a way to put the power down the back straight to pass him. Meanwhile, they've lost touch with Matan Rosenberg, who's falling into the clutches of Eric Meadows for that 3rd place spot.
Coutil again on the grass to the inside, trying everything, every inch of the racetrack in Coutil's hands now, jumping the curbs. He needs to get overlap in a corner and keep it.
Yeah, absolutely. He needs to find a way to do it in the middle of the track. I don't think he's going to be able to find a way past him into 11, but
what he needs is a push from Matan Rosenberg. Can Rosenberg get to him and give him a shove up the backstretch? That would help. I don't know if Coutil's got enough gear.
I don't know if Matan would be willing to do that. They're fighting for the championship. If he puts him into 1st place, that's a bigger point gap that he has to make up some other time.
It's true, but if you get Coutil and Magnussen to battle side by side, it gives him an opportunity to pass for 2nd or even the win. Up onto the front straightaway, no white flag this time, so at least 2 laps to go.
And no debris flag either, so that car must have not put down any fluid, which is great. That leaves this battle going to the checkered under green conditions.
Coutil trying everything to the inside again, leaving turn 2. All he needs to do is get Magnussen to compromise his line. Looking left, looking right. Last time he swung to the outside. This time he's going to try to keep it up the inside to see Magnussen covered to defend, but is it going to slow him up on corner exit? He's doing such a nice job defending in this gold BMW.
Yeah, he's not defending clear air there. He knows that he gets just enough out of the overlap to cut down on Eric and maintain his racing line into turn 3. I think Magnussen is perfectly comfortable here. He knows he doesn't have to beat him in this sector because he can go past him into turn 11 and maintain his lead. It's going to come down to a mistake by Magnussen, I think, for Coutil to get past him.
And for Coutil, this is frustrating. If you look at the lap times, they're almost identical, but they just make the time in such different ways, and it's a way that's challenging to make the pass, but he's going to try to tuck to the inside. No, he's going to go the long way this time around and try to swing the outside, but he's out of control and touches the grass. Coutil leaving nothing on the edge of the road, and here comes Rosenberg to take advantage of it.
And the other interesting thing here is Coutil has had 2 weekends with warnings, so he can't be making contact. He can't do, a little cheeky shove, a little bit of a bump and run. He can't do it. He's going to get a penalty from that, so he has to race completely clean to get this pass done.
Yeah, he's vulnerable now to Rosenberg, but Rosenberg's and Coutil's car are very evenly matched on the straightaways. Rosenberg's car does not have the straight line advantage that Magnussen's does, even though they're V8s. Again, completely different styles of V8 builds, so they're not necessarily going going to run the same straight line speed. White flag, 1 lap to go here in this 15-minute race.
And now Coutil, now he just has to defend his position. These points matter. He has to be able to get these points over Matan. I think he's got to switch his focus now to just maintain that second place spot away from Matan.
What a battle. Here comes Eric Meadows trying to get up onto the podium here in that black Corvette behind Rosenberg, whose car just shot fire. All the cars that shoot fire are better than cars that don't shoot fire. That's what I've always said. And Rosenberg might be about to lose a podium spot here.
Yeah, Meadows has done a really great job of getting back in touch with this group. If Matan makes a mistake, Meadows is going to jump on that for sure.
Into turns 5 and 6. Huge flames out the sides of the side pipes of Magnussen's M3. I don't know that Coutil's got anything left. He's used up all of his tire. But valiant effort, I have to say, in that Honda Civic.
You could see the desperation. That last lap, he tried to make a move. He tried to force something for Magnussen to do abnormal from what he's used to doing, to force a mistake, and it caused him to go wide in 9, which took him off the back of it, but he's catching back up.
Not done yet. The race isn't over till the checkered flag flies. Coutil's going to have to find some magic if he wants to overtake this gold BMW. Magnussen has made no mistakes yet.
Yeah, very, very impressive race from Magnussen. And Coutil got overlap again on exit, but Magnussen's going to rocket past him down the straight. Yeah, Coutil's playing the championship game here. He's trying to race clean, not get any penalties, not get any further warnings.
Well, if they finish like this, Coutil will retake the championship lead, but Magnussen is going to eat up their advantage in the season-long points. Magnussen is going to come out of turn 11, and for the second time in his career, after yesterday's win, he doubles up. 2 wins for Eric Magnussen at GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival. Coutil, Rosenberg, Meadows, Waldbaum, your top 5. What an amazing fight there as we go back to the start-finish line to catch the rest of the field here. It's going to be Robert Thorne down in 7th place. Tony Marchev, I believe, will come home in 8th. And here's this battle coming up the backstretch here. Chandler Rowe, Kyle Hale, they continue to battle. And Jackie Ding, Joel Morrison, last corner fight between these two.
Yeah, Jackie Ding looks like he has a lot of trouble with maintaining his car balance through the rest of the race.
Trouble for Jack Wishmeyer in the last corner. Big smoke out of his car. He went straight off into the pits, so maybe an engine issue there for him as the rest of the field comes across the stripe to finish out Eibach GLTC race number 2. What a fight across the line. That was really tight between Rowe, Hale, Jim Smith.
Smedgaard didn't make the finish. He's pulled into the pits here.
Uh-oh. So some kind of problem for Andy Smedgaard. And there's Ryan Power. He looks like he's, for a moment, maybe lost power.
Yeah, he went through the cutout of the 10A cutout. But yeah, great race by Magnussen. He did a really great job defending, nice and clean, didn't defend clear air, knew what the advantage of his car was, and he maintained that lead. A great race from Magnussen.
Yeah, well done, well defended. Eric Coutil is going to be really frustrated by that because Eric is a hardcore competitor. But again, the cars are making the same lap time. You just have to take advantage of it where you can. Magnussen wins race 2. Eric Coutil half a second back. He was tighter and closer than that for the majority of the race. Matan Rosenberg, Eric Meadows, Matt Waldbaum, your top 5. Basinski, Thorne, Marchev, Zhang, and Chin, your top 10, Ito.
Yeah, Zhang making a lot. Peter Zhang getting a lot of gains there. Blake Korth in 11th, Sam Scott in 12th, James Cathers in 13th, Eric Jensen in 14th, Carlos Mendez in 15th, Joel Morrison making that last lap pass on Jackie Ding for 16th, Eric De La Riva in 18th, a good recovery for him, Zach Lavoie in 19th, and Salil Shukla, who gained 20 spots to get into the 20th position.
Yeah, plus 21 for Shukla there. Gary Wimble, they got that car back on track after the diff went out yesterday in GLGT. Kyle Hale, Chandler Rowe by, what is that, a couple 700ths of a second for 22nd place. But he gained
another 10 spots in that race.
Another impressive drive. James Smith, Thomas Lathrop, Clayton Fitzpatrick, Kerry James, Michael Pagano, Ayrton Graham up a bunch of spots as well from the tail of the grid after some issues early on, and Azmat Muhammad in 30th place. Last couple of drivers, Seth Gale, Jonathan Lugod on the lead lap. Smedgaard, Wishmeyer, Power, Natalie Latos, Stan Precourt all had some issues down a lap. Joe Tulo, Dai Wynn, and Louis Chatroop, the rest of your running order. At the very end, Paul Darling, he ended up off court. Did he end up somewhere else? I didn't see where he was.
He pulled off between 7, 8, 9 on the first lap. Not sure what happened to him.
Yeah, but that is Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 2. Let's have a look at the highlights from a thrilling race. Eibach GLTC race 2 started with the run to turn 1 where Magnussen and Rosenberg got very, very tight. Early on, it was Coutil that slid into 2nd place. How about this battle, Smedgaard versus Basinski into 11?
Yeah, and then Marchev joined them for 3 wide down the front straightaway.
And then look, this battle for second place between Catil and Rosenberg. Before this one, a bit deeper in the field, Muhammad, Pagano, Salil Shukla, Dai Win, all fighting for position a bit deeper in the field. And then the battle for the lead, persistently a fight between Magnussen and Catil up the back straightaway. Every time Catil lost the drag race, but would find the advantage somewhere else in the corners, in the braking zones with that much lighter car.
Yeah, a great battle, and you can see Eric was really desperate to try and make Magnussen make a mistake, and he went wide in 10.
And Eric Magnussen, again, he had to wait about a year and a half to get his first win, but only 24 hours for his second one. Catil did everything he could to try to sneak by on the final lap, but he could not do it. Eric Magnussen wins Eibach GLTC race number 2, 2 of the 4 so far, with much more coming your way from GridLife Midwest Fest. GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival 2025, year 12 of GRIDLIFE's premier event. And boy, last night the energy was just absolutely insane. Kyle Heyer joined by Greg Bucell. Greg, last night the energy was wild. I'm sure you were there enjoying it. I've never seen a Friday like that.
That was insane. Okay, so from the track, some of the best drifting I saw in the last session of yesterday. And we went from that. Track went cold. We made ourselves over to the main stage, and that is the biggest stage that I've ever seen at a GRIDLIFE event.
It's huge, and it's new for this year. And I got a chance to kind of poke behind the scenes. They let me press a button too.
Did you do the fire?
I didn't do the fire, but I did get to like turn on. Like there was like a moment when the beat drops and you hit a button, and the whole thing lights up.
Introduce me to that person. I want to do that so bad.
I got to get you a special band, but we'll solve that problem later. But it was so cool, and the energy was just amazing. And the energy continues to be up and high. This is our first drift session of the day, and if the people that were partying out late last night were not awake yet, they will be now.
I'm sorry, I just saw Bogovic whip the car to a turn. He's on the live stream right now, that Falcon Tire S13. That was like the second turn in the car, cold tires, and well,
he's off.
Well, there you go.
Whoa,
Foot is good in the mouth. Oh, wow.
Deep in
What's
the
the weather like over there, Bogovic? Look at him.
Needs a passport to come back over this side of the border, doesn't he?
I don't know what he was doing over there. I was just confident. I was like, wow, he had cold tires, just whipped it backwards and immediately flipped my mouth.
Yeah, I mean, hey. The grass over there needed to be mowed anyway, so we'll just
on him.
do it one car width at a time, you know?
Look at these cars out here. So again, we're watching live stream. We have Dylan Hughes out there, Formula Drift Pro, amazing driver. B-Wagon, that convertible gold S13, one of the best looking cars out there. Top down, hair blowing in the wind.
What was the vibe last night after talking to all your drift buddies? How much fun was it? What's the plan for today? Anybody gonna do some running doors here?
Emotions. We got some mixed drifting's hard on cars. So some of my good friends, their cars are broken for today.
Oh.
And then we have some great news. Cars that were broken yesterday are out there on the track today.
That's good. It's replacement rate, right?
Phenomenal. But the actual vibe about this track is turn 1 and turn 2. Everybody wants to throw down the sickest, nastiest turn 1, turn 2 for the thousands of people out here, and that's where most of the spectators are. So if you're around the track right now, if you're not up on the track, make your way to the track side. Make sure you can see that turn 1, turn 2. I heard some rumors of a possible 360 drift coming out of Justin Pollock today.
Oh, we got to keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
The Mustang, Falcon Mustang. Here are my boys in the production truck. About 360 into turn 1?
360 coming out of turn 1 into turn 2.
Okay, out of turn 1 into turn 2. So
he's going to try it. He said he's going to try it. I don't know if it's going to be his first lap out, knowing him, you know. I've got to, now that's my #1 rival. I don't know if you know about this or not.
Oh,
every GRIDLIFE I've ever driven, me and Justin Pollock tandem together, he's my rival.
Okay.
Yeah. I beat him every time.
You beat him every time?
Every single time.
We said this is not a judge competition here at GRIDLIFE, but
there are judges.
You're judging them.
100%.
Yeah.
Right now I got a tally sheet. You see this? Justin Pollock lost.
right after Ito said, run to pee.
Run to pee.
Which is how much we're in this booth this weekend. It's like a sprint out between sessions.
You guys have been nonstop. Yeah, I'm telling you right now.
We're not even a third of the way through it either.
No.
So it's.
I was in the trailer listening to y'all's commentary. It's like, I cannot wait to go up there and do half of as good as they are.
Well, you're crushing it. We love having you up here. The energy is amazing. And Nick Swan down there with, is that Cone out there as well?
Coda Bono. There he is. The man himself.
There we are.
Ah, look, they took your picture away. Just make me feel better.
It just took a second. Internet was slow.
Never mind.
We got to get you in there. That's all. I got a green screen set up.
1 year, you know.
Yeah.
I'll be up there.
We can do it tomorrow.
I booked my plane flight like 2 days ago for yesterday.
Oh.
Yeah.
When are you leaving?
I'll leave Sunday.
Yeah, when on Sunday?
At end of the day.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to bail on me.
No, I wouldn't do that.
I was going to say, I was like, I thought we were friends,
No. I'll tell you what, GRIDLIFE Midwest is one of the events every year when I line up my schedule where I want to drive or where I want to bring some of our drivers. I always look at where Midwest lays and then build schedule around that, because this is one of those events I just can't miss.
Yeah, it's a really high energy event, and there's so much new this year. We just saw our second GRIDLIFE GT Race, a brand new series for this year, but the festival layout, the stage, the whole thing is new, and it just feels like we're starting over, but like with all the momentum from previous years. Like it's just fresh.
I loved it. The stages over there is about a 10-minute walk, which originally I'm not a big fan of walking.
Yep.
It flew by because as you walk through the campsites, as you go through that area over there, there's so much stimulation, visual stimulation of people setting up their own. There was their own stages. I saw 2 or 3 campsites that had their own stage.
People were like making like knockoff GRIDLIFE logo. I can't remember what I thought I took a picture of it maybe, but there was like people making like signs for their hangout places that were like knockoff GRIDLIFE logos. And there's also a live painting happening over there. If you guys want to just flip over to the booth cam real quick, I'll give you another line. Again, this is not the best way to do this ever, but paintings happening as well, which is super cool. Hold on. Oh, that was, that's a group text that I don't need. But there you go.
That was very personal.
Live painting happening over there in the festival grounds too, which is super cool. There's just so much energy around the festival grounds. But you're right, you have to walk through it to get to it. And I think
I'm going
that's
to tell
great.
some people out there, spectators here, there's a loophole to GRIDLIFE right now.
What's that?
There's double concessions. There's concessions set up over by the stage as well. So there's no line over in some of those concessions over there during the day.
I got
and
myself
the line
a corn
switches.
dog at like 11 p.m.
You got the corn dogs?
Oh, it was 10 o'clock p.m.
Oh my God.
I mean, you got to get
There's those potatoes on the stick.
Yeah,
the
corn
potatoes
dog's
on
like
the
a
stick.
once-a-year thing for me.
Oh yeah.
But like that was my once a year.
Would you rather have a corn dog or a hot dog? That's a hard one.
Is it a Chicago dog or is it just a hot dog?
Stop with this Midwest stuff. It's a hot dog.
Okay,
It's a Costco corn dog or a Costco hot dog.
Corn dog for sure.
Oh wow, bold.
Yeah.
Bold, man. Hot dog. You can I'm a hot dog all day because of the bun will give you so much space to put as many toppings as you want on that
But
thing.
you can dip infinitely with a corn dog.
Yeah.
I'm team corn dog all the way, guys.
Wow. Team hot dog. Let me get a whoop whoop from the hot dog people.
Do you ever watch? Did you watch the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile race?
I did. You guys had it as a yes.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
follow the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile on social media actually, and I know of all the locations. Yes, I'm a big Oscar Mayer fan. And here we have people coming out for their first lap. Justin Pollock out clean air, initiating as hard as he can. Look at that. Jeez Louise. Now he's got Dylan Hughes, another Formula Drift driver behind him. Look at, he's winding it up. 360
Whoa, there
drift.
it
Let's
is.
go, baby.
That was beautiful. Oh, I can't wait to see that,
That
one in
was
slow-mo
nasty.
later.
That was nasty. I knew it. That's
nasty,
a highlight
dude.
reel for us. He pulled it off, and it looked amazing. I will say I could probably do it better than Justin, but he did a good B-.
That was the G's that he was pulling in. That was such a quick loop around.
That was wild, and it's funny because Dylan knew he was going to do it. Dylan gave him some space, and now he's starting to catch up. He's going to put some close tandem on probably this next lap.
That was so sick.
I don't think you could do many of those 360 drifts for a pair tire. It just lights them up.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're going to do one thing all weekend, that's probably
That's about it. That's how you win GRIDLIFE.
One trick pony, baby.
This is what's great about GRIDLIFE. You
One
have
spin
the
pony.
bros,
Sorry.
the pros.
It's also a Mustang, so the pony comment is apropos, I think.
It is.
Look, I'm just a wordsmith over here.
So what's kind of funny
I've been
is...
called the words guy, but...
Oh, you're okay?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I remember when Fast and Furious was getting big, I didn't like Mustangs. I was like on that, it was like a war between import and domestic back in the day. And now as time has gone by, and I see people like Justin Pollock throwing Graham lights on their cars, stylish graphics, things like that, I'm slowly becoming, all right, I'm not going to say it, but I might. I've thought about doing that EcoBoost swap in my 240SX.
I think I'm on board. That EcoBoost engine sounds so sick, though, because you can just crank it up, and it's probably something that you can, set and forget, or also just like have a knob and
just turn it up.
Yeah.
Turn power. And so I was pro K-Series, but I don't think you could do that with the K-Series. K-Series kind of finicky when you start turning it longitudinally.
Yeah, I mean, also I feel like K-Series are so popular now that, I mean, yes, they're a dime a dozen because they're in everything, but like, no one thinks about the EcoBoost.
Nobody
So when you go to a
thinks about
junkyard,
the
like, the K-Series, people are hunting for K-Series. Are they hunting for EcoBoosts?
No, nobody cares about EcoBoost
Right, so
now.
that feels like an advantage.
Kind of is.
Gotta
And
be ahead of the
speaking of
curve.
that, you saw those VR6 swap BRZs? They have a Volkswagen engine in it.
That's dope.
I've never heard of that swap in my entire life. I've never heard of that swap.
Like we said yesterday, like the frame rails in those twins are so wide, you can basically put anything you want in them.
You're
so,
absolutely right.
we were talking about the FR458 from was it Ryan Turk's
Yeah,
car?
you got the name right. FR458.
Yeah. So like you put a Ferrari 458 engine in it. You can do. We've seen newer Subaru swaps into it. What I really want to do, which is really dumb because it's not a great engine, but the Toyota 3.5 liter V6 that's like in the RAV4 and Camry.
That's not a good engine.
No, I know, but it would be cool. Because as a road car,
Put it in a Mark IV Supra. Just go so far backwards.
Well, it's just like if you can make like 270, and it's like a Camry engine, so it'll go forever.
What's sad is every car factory now that has 4 doors makes 270 factory.
Well, this is true,
Like
but it's also
Infiniti,
2,600 pound
Altimas,
cars, so you take what you can get. Right now I have 170 wheel, Greg. So
that is bad. That is Honda Fit numbers. Look at these tandem battles. Now this is what we've been looking for. There it is. There's the EcoBoost S13 Gem Motorsports. Our boy Cole Richards. Again, keep an eye on him, guys. He's in this like powder blue BMW. He has been guaranteeing the biggest entry. He said he is going to see how fast that car can go on this front straight and throw it as hard as possible. hopefully backwards into turn 1 and turn 2.
We need to start putting data boxes in here and have like prize money for who does the fastest entry.
That's all we're asking for.
Yeah.
Just like $20. Drivers would be stoked if we gave them a 20, like a crisp 20.
A crisp, like a nice freshly minted
They
20.
would easily throw their $200,000 car wherever you ask them to for a crisp 20.
What do you think the max entry speed would be, like realistically? Like on initiation, like on the swing out to initiate.
130.
That's so dumb.
Yeah,
so
130.
dumb.
Like a car hammering out, going past Swan, through turn 1, gripping the car. I think we should be able to see 130 pretty good.
Well,
right now, we're
130
easily
would be
seeing
fast for a
90.
grip
We're seeing
car.
90, maybe 100 right now, no doubt.
Super sick.
I love these cars. I think that's my new favorite Camaro in the world.
It's awesome. It really is.
It is. It's low, and not only that, but Camaros look so good when you take off the 20s and put 18s on. Like the small wheels on Camaros look. Oh God, I am really not doing great at this announcing job. It's front lip too.
Have you heard of the commentator curse?
I'm living it right now.
You're living it right now.
I'm living it.
So anytime you say you like a car, it'll immediately go off the racetrack.
So should I start saying these people aren't doing great and then they do amazing?
Yes. Well, I don't know if it works in reverse as well as it works like 20% in reverse.
You've never heard of the commentator's blessing?
No, I've definitely not heard that.
This Camaro's horrible. Corvette. Look at this Corvette. He's horrible. Oh, now he's losing. He's lost his
two-time
bumper.
Eibach GLTC champion. He has no idea what he's doing
He
behind
has
the wheel
no
of that car.
idea what's going on, and let's see if we can commentator praise him.
Yeah, I was talking to Jeremy last night in the festival grounds. He was just so relaxed, having the best time. He and his wife Tiffany out here. They lived the grid life for several years in the Eibach GLTC championship, like all the entire schedule, right? And so he's just coming out for a couple events, but they just missed the environment and missed it. And it was just so great to have him back out.
It is. Again, it is a drift event. It is a race event. It is a music festival. It is a lot of things at one. But really, from a driver's perspective, it is a time to hang out with some of your best friends. When I come out here, I know I'm going to have the time of my life because I'm seeing my best friends from years and decades ago into the track. And then GridLife puts us in an environment where it's impossible to wear a frown. GridLife, if you're at GridLife, it's impossible to have a frown on your face. There's so much stimulation going on everywhere. They've got Kids Zone for everybody under 12.
Yep.
I've been trying to sneak into that if you have an extra wristband.
Well, if you shave your beard, you might be able to get through.
They've got a gnarly Hot Wheels truck over there that I want to play on so bad. It says kids 12 and up only.
Children cry.
Yeah. Zielinski, Prospect Zielinski, this is rookie year, and he has just absolutely thrown down all season Formula drifting here at GridLife. And then the legend himself, Nate Hamilton. Did you know that's my old roommate?
I did.
Me and Nate lived together for a while. Yeah.
I'm surprised you didn't mention that yesterday. Maybe you mentioned that you were buddies.
It's like a weird humble brag when you're like, yeah, that pro guy.
Well, I humble brag. Tom O'Gorman, 2022 Eibach GLTC champion.
Yeah.
Lived with him for a year. So.
Oh, Tom is a legend. Tom's an absolute legend, though. He's a true legend. That car right there, that BRZ that just went off for turn 1, that's the one with the Volkswagen engine.
That's
I
so
can
sick.
guarantee you, if it didn't have a Volkswagen engine, it wouldn't have blown.
I wonder how much custom fab has to go into stuff. Because like no one's making, like what trans is it running, do you know?
So they make their own trans adapter. If you guys have time, go check it out in the pits. There's a white one that looks amazing, and there's that gray one that just spun that looks meh. But if you pop the hood on them, talk to the guys. They make the transmission adapter to go to, I think, a CD09 or a, what's the Volkswagen one? ZF? Or no, BMW, ZF.
ZF.
Yeah, ZF. So they make 2 different trans adapters, wiring harness, everything to do like a full swap oil pan to do that swap in your car. So now I'm over here, I'm talking to you, and I'm like, I want an EcoBoost or maybe a Volkswagen swap. No, I definitely don't want a Volkswagen swap. They're like known to be the most unreliable thing in the world.
Well, yeah, but isn't that the fun part?
No,
because you can tell people that you have a Volkswagen
not.
swap 86 or whatever you get.
I hate when I have dirt underneath my fingernails. If I had it my way, I would have a Corvette with a bucket seat and angle kit, and I would just be out there, not caring about oil pressure.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's it.
I love the C46. This is a pretty car.
It is. It is. I told you we have a BMW takeover this year.
Yeah, I mean, again, we see this everywhere in the motorsports world that E36, E46 BMWs are like the easy button in so many ways.
It's the cheat code. It's the world's cheat code. If you guys are looking for a good car to get into drifting, say you're out here today, oh my God, the in-house curve.
See, we did it
This
again.
is 3 for 3, and I'm having fun now. I'm actually having fun. The more we hype them, the more, there's your favorite car, your favorite color, and he's off grass.
Yeah, well, just get the dirty.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, the power I'm feeling right now to compliment people and watch them go flying off track.
Yeah, I mean, look, once you realize the power of your voice as an announcer, and you realize that you actually control the destiny of people behind the wheel of their own car,
you'd love to hear it.
It's a pretty powerful feeling. You're a little bit like God for it. You're just like
feeling like it. Blake Tomziak. Now, I don't want to say anything good about him, just because his car's so horrible.
See, look how terrible he's doing.
He's so terrible. A horrible car. But look at it. It's got
ugliest thing I've ever seen. Look, see, it works.
Thank God. Tom Ziak's one of the nicest people out there. Again, if you're at the event, go check these guys out in the pits. They'd love to talk to you about their cars and stuff like that. But that Silver S14 running around has to be one of the lowest cars to the ground that's here at this track. Its wheels are way too big. Beautiful paint, beautiful build. One thing about him, he doesn't like putting stickers on his cars. He won't put a single sticker on his car.
I feel bad because everyone gives me stickers, and I'm not a sticker bomb kind of person.
That's the problem. And you have so many friends.
And I have so many friends, and I want to put other stickers on everything, but I also think unless I commit to something being a sticker bomb, stickers drive me crazy. They're so sick, but I don't want to put them on anything.
So where do they go? Where do your stickers end up?
I have like a bag at home. It's like
not even a shoebox, just like
I had a
bag
bunch
in
in
a
my
drawer.
back pocket. I put in my. I'll pull them out. I'll show you.
Do you know at the end of the day how many wet stickers from my back pocket I'll pull out?
The Seems Legit Garage people gave me a temporary tattoo.
That's a temp tattoo?
Yeah. And I really want to put it on, but I need assistance. Like I'm like 7-year-old in art class.
Give me the water right now. Let's do it right now.
We'll do it right now?
I don't see why not.
Let's do it. Here, where do we want to do it?
Let's get you a temp tattoo.
Yeah, let's do it.
Obviously, all the cool guys put them on their forearms, right? Do we have to pull this back?
I don't actually know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out
I'm going to
live.
laugh if it's just a regular sticker.
It's not a sticker. They gave me stickers too.
Okay, so I'm going to put this on your arm. Put a little water.
Boy, this is happening live, folks.
It's fine. Does it sting? Does it hurt?
Oh, there it goes.
Okay. Let's just take a little, because I'm getting wet too now.
It's all right. Jokes I can't say.
Get wet.
This is going to be so fun. I can't wait to have Michael Pagano's BMW on my arm.
What a compliment, too. Like, it's one thing to put your friend's sticker on your car. It's another thing to wear it as a tattoo.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to pat it down.
I'm like nervous that it's going to get messed up.
I don't mess it up.
Okay.
Do not wash your body the rest of the week. Oh, look it. It's my worst enemy and your favorite car.
The duality of man.
Is this how this works?
I hope so. It seems like it's...
Or should I flip it over?
I don't know. It's like everything's reversed, so I feel like it's supposed to be.
This side's slick.
We're messing this up so bad. I don't. Again. See, maybe does it? I think you had it right. Oh, there you go.
Oh, there it is. There it is. You gotta get nice and moist. Okay. Justin Pollock out there. Do it, Justin Pollock.
That's right. Everyone's kind of taking a break for a second
while we put your tattoo on.
Yeah. These guys aren't taking a break, though.
They do not.
This is very intimate, by the way.
Isn't it? Oh, there's the BMW, one of my favorate cars.
Oh, he was so stoked last night. I saw him by the stage.
Dude, he is so cool. What a nice guy. Him and his, I believe, fiance are out here. They're manning the booth. They got shirts for sale, I believe. Make sure you make it by the reef. He's on a 225 tire, so he has the smallest tire out here, hands down. And I think your tattoo is done.
Is it done? I feel like it needs more.
It needs more water?
Yeah.
Honestly, this is my first time I've ever put a tattoo on somebody. So, it's thick. You feel that, right?
I do feel it, yeah.
It's thick tattoo. Okay, I think now we flip it over.
Are you sure?
No, I don't know what I'm doing. See, that feels better, though, doesn't it?
It does feel better.
Yeah, hold on to that there.
It's not going anywhere.
Okay.
This arm is
all right, and you're good?
Good?
No. There's like 2 or 3 more steps to it, but I don't know. Here, I'm going to wear this for you.
Yeah, there you go.
And there we go.
Here, booth cam me. This Seems Legit Garage 116. How pretty that is.
It looks great, right? I got the outline.
It's good. And yeah, Greg's got the outline on it. And that we're having too much fun.
It seems legit, right?
Seems legit.
It seems legit that they would make a temp tattoo.
Yeah.
That's such a
They have all sorts of merch over there.
There's water everywhere.
Yeah, that's all right. It'll dry up. So.
Let's go. Falcon Tire.
Falcon Tire boys just getting it. Ooh, little Pete Collins kicking up some dirt.
You know who that man is.
What's that?
You know who that is.
Pete Collins?
That's Pete Collins.
Yeah. He took me for a ride at pit race last year.
He's such a sweetheart.
He is a sweetheart.
He's such a nice guy.
Yeah.
And he's got air jacks on the car. He was in the pits and he put his air jacks up, and then one line started leaking and everybody freaked out. Like, get out of the car. Get out from under the car.
Yeah, well, as long as you have jack stands under it.
No, he won't do that.
Okay,
either, he went full rich boy and went air jacks. So he threw the jack stands in the trash, took the Harbor Freight jack stands, threw them into the river.
Well, commitment. And then Michael Hershen's out there in the Honda Ioniq 5N. People were asking about that. Yes, it's an Ioniq 5N that we are borrowing. And the coolest thing to do with it is use it as a chase car. It is Michael Hershen, the CEO of GRIDLIFE, driving that.
Don't give us something to borrow.
Yeah, and he told me, I asked him yesterday, that I just wanted to make sure that it was him in the car. He said, absolutely. He goes, that thing, no one can get away from us. He goes, this is an extremely capable chase car.
No, I rode in the car. It made me sick. It's a good car. Electric cars, I have this thing where I don't really get, it's like almost a weird talent I have where I don't get sick. Oh my God, see Dylan use turn 1? Oh,
ripping
boy
it, dude.
almighty.
There he is.
There he goes. He's taking. I think that's one of the talents for a ride along as well. That's what we call artists.
Talents.
Talents.
I've been called that before because that's a term also used in the broadcast industry. And it makes me feel ill. You know, it's like no. I will ride in the rental cars with the boys. You know,
it's like a sideways compliment. It's like, what's their job title? I don't know, but they're so talented. Let's just make them the talent.
No, I just kept showing up here until they gave me a job. That's literally all that happened.
I heard the story how you got here, actually. 2017? 19. You got an offer and $100 cash to drive out here. It wasn't even cash. You got a $100 gift card.
I drove my car 8 hours here and just showed up and just did the broadcast for a weekend. And then I showed up in Rhode Atlanta and did the same. I think they bought my flight for me and maybe comped my rental car.
Oh my.
But I just kept showing up all of 2020, the pandemic, and at some point they just gave in. We're like, all right, this guy's not going to leave.
Here he is.
Might as well commit to having him around. So
I think it was 2016. I drove my car up to Nashville and I rode with Swan. And his first was my first. I think we have another layer to pull on.
I feel like it's good. I feel
it's
like
cool.
it's
Just leave it there.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it.
Yeah, don't touch it.
I should have not put it on an area where I can crease it, but you know.
Man, Hamilton's car is so good. Imagine taking a GR, which is like a new car.
Yeah.
And then just completely stripping it and turning it full race car.
Yeah, just commit.
Just
to
fully
the bit.
commit.
If you're gonna do it,
Yeah.
do it.
And it's like it's a legit car too. It's got I think a 4-speed in there, a quick change, fully built JZ.
Sean Grubb's back in his BMW 1 Series. Love this car.
Pan fenders. Paint those fenders.
Yeah.
I am anti-non-paint fender right now.
I
was nice yesterday. I'm going to start judging. I'm starting to judge.
So here's the thing. I think the only body panel that can be different color is your hood.
Yes.
I think everything else has to match.
It has to match.
I mean, you can have a livery that obviously.
Like this one right here.
Yeah,
the flames like glow. Yeah,
But if you have mismatching fenders and doors, like, oh my gosh, Hamilton just chucking it.
Look, he's got no tire.
And chucked it too hard,
Look at that
too
big
far.
old dummy spin out.
Oh, he's beached?
That's what you get.
There you go.
That's what you. The announcer's curse is so fun. I could do this forever.
Well, we're going to get a lot of chances to do it today. We've got another 20, 30 minutes of this, and then we do it again at 4. And then actually, this is just another really long session at 4. The last session, you were trying to get in a car yesterday. You will get a chance because we're going to end our broadcast after Eibach GLTC Race 3. So the 7-10 session, that's all you.
There's a reason why we don't stream the last drift session, because it's absolute carnage, and that carnage is for spectators only.
Well,
we want people to see that in person only.
The night drift session is like a little bit special sauce.
You see what's coming down the front straight? If everybody attention to turn 1.
Turn 1, baby.
Oh my God, we got some tandies.
Tandies.
3-car train coming through. Turn
Chicken
1.
tandies, dude.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Did you see
oh, they're everywhere.
Oh my God.
They're everywhere.
Oh, I'm calling the cops on that one.
They're hunting for beavers in the bushes, dude.
I saw them coming out of the last turn onto the front stretch, and they were stacked, and I was like, I'm not saying they're not talented, but I was like, this can only end one way.
Yeah.
This can only, and it ended exactly how we thought.
Yeah, they were going hunting for bugs. They're all on the scenery over there.
And I mean, the 360 drift.
Oh, look at Swenson. Huge commitment on the entry to 7. He's getting
grabbed
braver.
another gear. That's a whole nother gear in the car.
Yeah.
He's like, oh man, this thing has third.
Look at him sending it for 7, turn 7 there. That was big commitment. All right, what we got coming to 1 here? This car, when we went out to Watkins Glen, I think this is the only car that could actually get angle on the sticky surface at Watkins Glen. Yeah.
That thing slips and slides. I've been watching him drive all day in that 13. There he is. He doesn't have a whole lot of grip in the car. It's actually, so there's 2 of these cars that are like the same color, and they both have Mustang wheels. And one of the guys is running like the earlier 3-spoke Mustang wheels, and it doesn't look bad.
I'm not a 3-spoke fan.
No, but Mustang, okay, so the Mustang wheels came 17x9 plus 15, which is like a killer good size for a lot of Mustang wheels. Oh no. Oh no, nothing's worse than your boy driving slow and you just got to drift around them.
Well,
flick them off.
Yeah.
Show dominance.
It's like getting passed on the shoulder on the highway. You're like, what are you doing, you crazy psychopath?
But it's like your boy.
Yeah. I heard a story about the Honda Fits last year that drove out to Laguna Seca. They all like road tripped together.
Oh, that's
and they were
cute.
just like, imagine just like 5 Honda Fits in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Just like ripping through Death Valley or
Ripping
whatever.
through, they're doing
just
70 and shaking. Speed wobbles.
But just having the best time ever. Whoops, off and away. These guys need a track map.
No, it's fine. That's fine. This is what people came to see, actually.
Yeah.
Carnage.
Corvette's mowing the lawn.
See, I'm telling you, if I was to redo everything in life, I'd buy a Corvette, I'd put an angle kit and a racing seat. Look, he went through the grass. There's no body kit to worry about.
Yeah.
You know,
Would
he's
you call
fine.
this a gunmetal gray?
I think
Was it green?
So it's actually what do they call that? It's a Skyline GTR color. My car is this color. My personal car is that color.
I know my paint code. Do you know yours?
I forgot the name. Millennium Jade. Millennium
That's
Jade
a
Metallic.
sick name.
Yeah, isn't it? So that Corvette's Millennium Jade Metallic. It's off a R34 Skyline. And there's that car and there's an S13. They're both painted the same color. There's actually the FD RX-7 in the Toyo booth as well as Millennium Jade.
Oh, it's a really cool paint color.
I just, you know what? I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. I said, what color do I want my car? I want the Skyline color. I want the color that everybody knows it's good.
Yeah, I know it's good. I just learned about it today.
I learned everything about your color yesterday.
Yeah, H8R. Hot
H8R.
lava.
Hot lava.
I've had it painted by the boys at Al's Auto Body because when I got it, the front bumper had been repainted. It was kind of a sloppy paint job, and it had scrapes and stuff. Took it to Al's Auto Body, and they're good friends. Parents of Cal Fortner own that shop, and
shout out Al.
Yeah, and again, they took care of it, and I need to get it done again because I keep scraping my crap on Chicago entryways.
I don't know how anybody could live in Chicago, except for the food. That's the only reason I'm like, okay, my friends still live in Chicago. It's got to be the food. It's that good.
The food's pretty good.
The food's pretty good. The public transportation is scary. The streets are off limits for most people. And you guys have a chrome beam. That's about all I know.
I mean, it's called Cloudgate, first of all.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. And,
Cloud
the guy that made it is really upset by the fact that people call it the beam.
Oh.
So.
You know what was really nice one year? Chris Stewart took me out with Eames and Jack, and we went ice skating around it.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. I'm not an ice skater myself.
Oh, it was competitive because it's not a rink; it's a racetrack. It's like there's turns.
It's like Apollo Ono, like
yes.
That's
It's definitely a stage course.
Can I share a little secret?
On the live stream, yes.
I really want to do, like, you see this scoring time, like we have the scoring pylon and stuff over here. I really want to do like graphics like that for like speed skating. You know, I think like it'd be really dope to do graphics stuff for like Olympic speed skating and like have like lower thirds like gridding, like starting in row 3, and it's like just like a dude in his skates.
Have you seen? So Red Bull does this, non-sponsor. Red Bull does like a speed skating thing, and they do it with a lot of the hockey players. Have you seen it? They start like a ramp, and they just like got bumping shoulders. Yeah,
rally cross skating. Let's do it.
Rally cross skating.
You know what?
We're over the cars. We're over we just decided right now. I think we're over cars.
So what's about to happen on the racetrack is going to be our grip lift taxi session, and we're going to do it for a couple minutes here at least. We've got lunch coming up, and we want to give the broadcast guys enough time to grab some lunch because they're stuck out there on the racetrack. But we'll do this for a couple minutes. This is going to be a session where you send the drift cars out, but there's also opportunity to have the grip cars go out for some ride-alongs too. And so you're going to see a mix of everything here, which is something that's unique to GridLife.
I'm seeing already, okay, so some of my favorite cars I haven't seen on track all weekend are starting to make themselves to grid. So the Heatwave Visual Camaro, he's out there. He's like the fourth car on grid. And people who don't know this Camaro, it's an older, I don't know what you call that, Smokey the Bandit style car. And it's LS swapped. It's got I think a 6XD transmission, which is a sequential transmission made by 6XD. It's like, I think, $16,000, $17,000. I don't know. That's the Formula Drift drivers. They have like 2 or 3 of them in their trailer. But that Camaro is so nasty. And now I'm seeing Hertz out there in Torque Stallion. That car was on Forza. You could play it as a kid. Or if you're me, you still play it as an adult.
Well, let's quick take a look at our highlights here from our drift session because we have some sick shots. To have a look at this, Sean Krebsbach getting after it at turn 2, getting some angle in that short wheelbase BMW 1 Series, Craig.
Panda car. That's what I'm calling it.
Yeah, that's sick.
Oh, JTP 360 trip. Look at all the fans. You're seeing hands in the air. People are getting hyped right now. Cameras out. Look at the people hyping them.
That's got to win what's the broadcast awards? Not Grammys. Streamies. Thank you.
Streamies. Give them a Streamy.
Grammys are for T-Pain.
And again, we saw these two go flying off in the grass, trying to kill each other earlier, but they were putting out some sick tandems. BWAC, full angle, convertible drift. That thing's filled with smoke. He can't see nothing. One of our favorite cars, messing up his front lip. Wait for it. Wah, bam. Oh, love to see it.
Yeah, knock it out with a hammer. E46
We're starting to grow to like this car. He's a ripper. He's right on the line. Look at that. He is wide, hyping the fans, heavy on throttle. Great looking car.
On that outer zone, you know.
There he goes. See, there's that other Millennium J Metallic.
Yeah, there it is, right in the mix there. Look at Nate Hamilton. Beautiful.
I should tell you some embarrassing stories about him when we were roommates.
Oh, I would love to hear that.
Okay, here, is this mute mic? Is this mic mute? Yeah.
And that's highlights from GridLife Drift on Saturday morning. And again, we got Grip Lift coming up here in a couple minutes. We'll give you a couple minutes of this because the cars are headed on the racetrack.
This is my favorite time. Actually, this is like drift is like my favorite thing to watch. This is my double favorite thing to watch because now we have the drift cars out there with grip cars.
Well, right now it's just grip cars.
Oh, never mind.
Well, no, but there's drift cars coming.
Yeah, okay,
but they sent all the grip cars out first.
Not going to drift. You're going to tell me Twerk Stallion's not going to drift?
No. I just it looked like the first 10 cars out were grip cars. And,
okay.
Well,
the Porsche is drifting.
So the fun thing about this is remember, we don't have HPDE anymore at GRIDLIFE Festival weekend. So all these cars on this racetrack are competing this weekend in TrackBattle Time Attack. So they're putting their weekend at risk because they could break something, they could blow something up, but just to go hang out with drift cars. Like, this is how much fun these drivers are having.
I love this session. It is, nothing's cooler than seeing like a car in drift just get blasted past by a Corvette.
But I think the drivers really love chasing the drift cars. I think it's like a cool experience.
It is. And drift cars don't run the same line as grip cars. We run completely different lines. So we run like kind of wide all the way through turns instead of like wide then into a clip and back out. Drift cars, usually we just run whatever is the most exciting, and that's usually the widest line on the track. So you will be seeing drift cars get passed by grip cars throughout the session.
Yeah. Also, some of the fits will throw like taxi boards on top of their car.
Is that what that was? I thought it was some type of like pizza delivery sign on top.
Almost, but yeah, it's like a taxi sign that goes on top.
How funny would it be to get a ride along and you're like, I'm going out and race cars. I'm going out with the boys. I see Hurt out there. I see all the people I follow, and they're like, what car are you gonna ride along in? And they're like, the Honda Fit.
But you'd be surprised. Have you ridden in a Fit?
I've owned a Fit, and I've tracked a Fit.
Okay, so you know.
It's actually Summit Point. No, not Summit Point. Mid-Ohio. I got to go into a Honda Fit for my first time.
Yep.
3 days later, I bought a manual Honda Fit.
Yeah, I mean they're so good because like they're not fast, but like they are.
They are so fast.
You just don't slow down.
You just don't slow down. Everything's momentum. You're lifting the rear tire. Like, oh, look at that Ioniq 5N.
Getting after it.
This might be one of those things like I told you, the Honda Fit, or rode in it and then bought one 3 days later. I might get a Honda Ioniq.
It's super good and a great camera car.
Look at that's a 700 horsepower drift car, and that Honda's right there with it, bone stock.
Yeah, Michael told me yesterday, he's like, nothing could get away from us. They were trying. They were trying to get away, and they couldn't. So, getaway car, or honestly, the worst thing would be if police departments got a hold of these things, because then you could never win.
Oh, Colin Zielinski got bullied off the track by Hurt. That was Hurt's fault. That was Hurt's fault. It's not Colin's. Colin doesn't.
Hurt causing Hurt, dude. What are you gonna do?
Hurt's just causing Hurt.
See the yellow wave in there, so I don't know that he's gotten free of the sand over there. We'll see if he gets dug out.
Zielinski's got that. He's got power to get out the sand. Let her eat.
That sand's tough, man.
It is. Once you're in there, you're in there.
Yeah.
Ask Bogovic.
Yeah. Oh, boy. All right. Look, Pete Collins getting back after it.
It looks like he might see a yellow flag, so he went in a little bit timid.
There's the
yellow.
he's got,
yeah, there it is. I know Pete's got more wheel speed in there. There it is. Line him up, big guy. Black BMW. I like it better than when he had the livery.
You know what? See the car off to the left there, the green car.
Oh, poor Zielinski.
Yeah. Oh, Zielinski's in the green.
He's in one of them. He's got two cars.
Yeah. So it's not the purple one. It's the green one today.
No, he's got
both.
Yeah, he's just I don't know.
Oh.
However he feels.
Okay.
He like wakes up in the morning.
Man, I would
like
that. I mean.
And they're both like built to the tip. They are like supercharged.
Look at Hershey getting after it. Look how tight.
What is Hershey's off track? Oh, you big old dum dum.
Where are you going, buddy?
What are you doing, Hershey?
I was like, he's in there too deep, and
that's
indeed
our
he was.
Boss. That's our boss going off track.
Yeah. Well, now I can rib him about it later.
Oh my God, I can't wait to see him slap him in the helmet. That was really funny.
That was dope.
That was dope.
I can't wait to see that. Just can you imagine the footage from that? Just like watching the smoke and it clears, just crash, just boom.
Shoot on track. Let's go, Zielinski.
So something broke.
It still looks great.
It looks
say what you
hard
want.
Part,
yeah, hard part. He's there on purpose, maybe. Great camera angle for everybody else. Good on him getting off the track though.
Yeah.
So we can still run a hot track.
As far off as he could get, at least.
I know that.
But yeah, I mean, you're done at. You're getting out of angle by that point, so it's there's a yellow waving, but it's fair game to slide through too.
You can see Hurt right there at FC, not paid any attention to the yellow flag, or he is paying attention to it and just not.
He's colorblind.
Yeah, I actually Hurt is colorblind.
Oh, is he really?
For his safety, yes. I don't want him getting yelled at for blasting a yellow.
I had a friend that was blue purple colorblind.
That's not real, is it?
Well,
really?
I think it like stems from the red green, but like he sees light blue as purple. And we were big like NASCAR fans growing up, so like he knows Richard Petty's car as like purple. Like that's what he sees it as, and I was like, that's wild to me.
Wild.
Isn't that crazy?
Because it's like an infamous color. That's an actual. Did you know that that color code is now by? I think it's through PPG. It is its own color of Richard Petty blue. So if you want that color, you can actually just ask for Richard Petty blue now through PPG. That's marketing. Old man marketing right there. All you gotta do is be the best NASCAR driver that's ever existed, except for Dale Earnhardt.
That is sick.
What are you doing? Googling a gallon of
we've
Richard
got
Petty blue?
spammers in chat I got to deal with. You know, people just no fun.
No fun?
No fun.
Well, shout me out a fun one. Give me a fun one.
It was just some dude spamming.
Give me a nice one. Give me a nice guy.
Nice one?
Yeah.
Kevin
nice
Horn.
Huh?
Huh?
Give me a nice comment.
A nice comment? Hot lava.
Hot lava. Let's go. Thank you guys for watching the stream. We really appreciate it. Again, if you're watching the stream and you're at home, make sure you make it out to either GridLife later on this year or this event. And if I was in your seat and I was watching this, I would make sure I saved up my pennies and made it out to Midwest. It's a vibe here.
And look, there's still time. If you're in the Michigan area.
Oh my God, there's still time. It's still got today and tomorrow.
Tonight is the big night, too.
Yeah.
I mean, Friday night was bombing, but like tonight is going to be even better. So I cannot wait.
Make your way out. There's Ross Bud is Soft, passing his friend.
What'd you just call
Bud is Soft.
Oh, that's their name.
Buddhisoft is his name, but Bud is Soft is.
I got
just like, how do you not?
What'd you call?
Ross Butt is Soft.
This goes so good. Nick Nazaro back out there again in the Subi Mods. BRZ had a little bit of an incident yesterday, but got it all repaired and back on course today.
There he is. Yeah, that car got hit hard too.
Yeah.
Or he hit hard.
Yeah, he clonked the noggin too.
He did clonk it hard. Yeah, it went in. The airbags went off, which is a wild one.
Yeah, so they already solved that problem?
Yeah.
I guess you just rip them out and keep going, right? Track car,
That's
baby.
it. That's all you got to do. Yeah. You fully committed now.
Kurt is just lighting them up. Look at that.
Oh, is he Maji in the straight?
Oh, yeah,
He's Maji in the straight.
Dude, just sending it, bro.
That's drift rule number 1. Don't Maji the straights. What is he doing?
Maji in the straights. You're a non-Maji boy?
I'm a non-Maji boy. I feel like if you're on a straight, that's just time for you to build speed to go as hard as you can to the next turn. But I don't do either of those. I don't Manji or build speed to go to the turn. I'm just driving through my skill range. If my car's in 4th gear, I'm going too fast. Too fast for my skill.
And here you go, perfect example of the grip lift. You got this, the R32 Volkswagen in trail of the drift car here.
The Drift Nuggets.
The Drift Nuggets car.
Drift Nuggets car.
By Callaway and the Subaru behind. He's chasing street class records this weekend out here just for some extra slides. Why not? Go for it.
Why would it? Why? Wrong answer only, but why is it called Drift Nuggets?
I think those are what you call, like that's the drift term for tire marbles.
Oh, okay.
Drift nuggets.
Drift nuggets. Yeah.
Like all the little pieces that come off your tire.
I was just thinking like he like really loves nuggies, like so much. Like he's like he's a. Are you okay? Have you tried the Taco Bell nuggets?
No, I feel like that seems like a strange thing to get from Taco Bell. I'm a grilled cheese burrito guy. That is the best item on the menu.
Good.
And you put some Fiesta strips in there, and it's like the most like.
It's phenomenal, right?
What's that?
I used to love the double decker, and they discontinued it.
Yeah, you know. The KFC Double Down, you remember that?
Oh
my God. My dad and I went and got that because we were like, this is so dumb, we have to try it. And it was just like bricks. It was just using chicken as buns is not
It's not what you need to do. No. You can't be more fat than the Baconator. Stop now. Stop.
Oh, just...
See, there's that car with the 3-spoke Mustang wheels. I told you, it doesn't look half bad. You did an S15 front conversion with no S15 headlights, though, so that's negative style points.
Negative style points.
Yeah, you can't do. Well, the thing is, you do an S15 front conversion because it's kind of a flex because the headlights are like $1,000.
Yeah.
But you didn't buy the headlights, so now it's like a reverse flex.
Yeah, right. Well, then you can buy some eBay, whatevers, and
you got nothing. You got to commit.
Right. I mean, I committed. I put the good headlights on my 86. I get it.
What are the good headlights?
Well, so the FRS came with these really ugly chrome house things. Yeah. But in Japan, they came with these nice LED strip things with projectors.
Mm-hmm. The GR86 ones.
They were this pre-GR86.
Yeah,
it was the GT86.
GT86.
And you could only get them here in America on a specific trim of the car that was very low production. And so I found some from a rear-ended car, and I bought them, but it was not inexpensive. So, you can't use Japanese market ones because the cutoffs are wrong.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Well, everybody out there, if you have a hot lava FRS and you want some headlight advice, here goes Bogovic again, looking amazing, probably going to fly off track because I said that.
Well, now the camera cuts away, so you don't have to worry about the camera.
We can just assume.
It's only if the camera follows the car, then
that's how it works?
That's how it works. So the production team can undo your commentator curse if they catch it in time. Yeah. Because if a tree falls in a forest,
everybody hears it.
They're going to hear it. There's only one tree in this track.
So this is where Bogovic went off in the last time. He's going in there real slow now. Smart on him. Smart on him. Again, he's giving ride-alongs to a lot of people. If you're here at the event and you want to get a ride-along to some of these cars, there's a way to do it. All right, I'm going to give some ride-along advice, okay,
Go for it.
to everybody out there. If you want to ride along, come on over to the pits. Get to know the driver first. Comment them on their car.
Baton Rosenberg just finished third in a GLTC race, and he's just out here having fun in a grip lift set.
He's behind Blake, Rebecca.
This is so
look,
dumb.
He's like door to door.
Imagine that you're competing for the championship.
Look at, and then there's the Ionic 5N at the end.
Oh my, this is the most bizarre
Nobody wants to pass the drift car because he's taking up the whole track.
Ian Flavin is out there, Club TR competitor. I just think it's crazy. Like, one of our front runners of the GLTC championship is like using up his tires and engine to come out here and play with the Drift Boys.
It's not an unfair advantage. It's honestly, I like seeing it though. It's people taking their legitimate race cars who are always stressed out about getting the fastest lap time, and now they're just enjoying what they built.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a flex that you can run your car outside of a race session and like not be worried about it.
That's a huge flex.
You know, because these guys are serious, and they spend, you know, we talked about on our Grid Lives episode, question was asked to a bunch of drivers, like, what's the ratio of the time you work on your car to the time you drive your car? And Aaron Lichty was like, it's like between 10 and 30 to 1, you know?
Yeah, because I mean, realistically, track time this year, I have maybe 10, let's say I have like 10 events this year. No, I have like 7 events this year. I've probably been on track total an hour, and I've been at the shop. I don't remember the last time I went to bed at a decent hour not working on my car.
Bogovic,
there he goes.
Again.
Oh, I'm coming for that Falcon seat. You know what? I'm going to Falcon over Word.
Oh, is the front bumper a little droopy on that guy?
Oh, if he can't. If he messed up Dai Yoshihara's championship S13 in any degree, I'm going over the screen. There it is, the Heatwave Visual Camaro.
Oh, look at this
6XD transmission in that. Did you know that?
What's a what now?
It's a 6XD. You guys don't know about this yet, do you?
No.
So there's a guy over there, Rick, RTS. He makes a 6XD billet sequential 6-speed. It's fully built. It's built off of G-force gears and stuff like that, internals, but it is a sequential. And Dylan Hughes has one in his pro car, who we're seeing right now. Oh, Travis Reeder and Dylan Hughes. This is really sweet, by the way. These two are like best of buds. They both did Formula Drift Pro Spec their rookie year together. I believe it was one of the two. I think it was Reeder was going into the finals, and he had just beat Dylan. And Dylan gave him his spare parts so that he could go into the finals and face the next car. He just lost to the driver and then donated his parts. And then they both came up. One of them ended up winning Pro Spec. I forget which one of the two. I kind of see them as the same person because they're such good friends.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah,
that's a cool story.
They've been wanting to get laps together. Look at this, guys. Oh, hit your friend. Get in there. So yeah, the two BMWs out there, Dylan Hughes, Travis Reeder. Dylan Hughes' car is way overbuilt compared to Travis Reeder. That's probably why he's out in the lead. Hand out the window. He said, I got no tires, buddy. I got no tires left. Go around. Now, Pete's out there. How many laps is Pete getting per pair of tires?
All the laps.
He's definitely on some ball tires. That car's gonna go flying off track any minute now.
All right, Chris. We're gonna Greg, sorry, we're gonna talking to four people.
It's okay. Call me how you want.
Everything's good. We're gonna get out for a few minutes early here, just give the boys a little extra lunchtime here. We got plenty more drift coming your way. So let's have a look at some of the highlights here from our Grift Lift session. Grift Lift. There's our Reef boys getting at it right in front of one of our Time Attack front runners in the street category.
Man,
there in that
he is ripping that car.
Pete Collins right in front of Michael Hershon, getting it done, baby.
It really is. It really is. It is so wild seeing that full-blown drift car not getting away from a Hyundai. Udasov, popping a wheelie. You saw the wheelie?
Oh, yeah. Get those tires in the air, baby.
Let's go, Ross.
Such a sick slide there through. That's turn 6 over there.
What a flex to have a gun company as your title sponsor.
That's pretty rad.
It's really rad, actually. I'm coming for your seat.
See, look, I think they're from maybe on the bottom edge.
Bogovic, I'm taking that seat. I'm coming for it. I'm going to come straight from this tower to Falcon Tire and say, give me the keys.
Rebecca Cohen, street class competitor, chasing
Blake Tomziak.
Yeah, thank you.
Sweetheart.
And the little side-by-sides of E36 action. How about that?
Yeah, those are our boys out there. Again, make your way down to pits. Get to know these drivers. If you want to get a ride along, compliment their wheels, compliment, their car. Get to know them, get to talk to them, and then sneak in, hey, you take the ride-alongs? Yeah. That's how you do it.
Thanks, Greg, for joining me. We're going to take a lunch break here for GridLife Saturday at GridLife Midwest. Up next later this afternoon, we go racing with the GridLife Rush Series at 125.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Falcon tires, race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built, where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's a NOS zero sugar to get me there.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
You're barely live.
You have to be in a rhythm. Really, you have to try to breathe a few times on the front straight, because if you're in a battle, you might be holding your breath 3/4 of that lap, not realizing it.
Welcome to Lime Rock Park. Kyle Heyer joined by Greg Kramer. It's like flying fighter jets in a cereal bowl around here.
It really is magic here. Some of the best door-to-door racing on the planet, in my opinion, with the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup.
I've been in a lot of series where I've been podium, no problem. The field is much more stacked in GRIDLIFE than pretty much anywhere else I've raced. This is where I want to be. This is where some of the best racers are.
A lot of drivers who come from other categories where they're absolute front runners have shown up here and said, wow, is this field tough?
I mean, that's why I moved to GRIDLIFE. I was winning a lot in Florida, club racing, NASA, and I wanted more competition. I wanted to become faster. Top 10 is generally always my goal. It's definitely something I've been hoping to get to, because up to this point, I haven't really been there. If I can ever get there, first place for the weekend would be amazing.
And the other driver we just have to talk about is Lena Chin. She came in here, qualified 10, drove her way up to 6th on the track, and is showing some real speed.
Every time I get out on the track, I feel like I can improve a little bit more, and just working toward that goal, climbing the mountain. Nick Barbado was in front of me. E36 BMW, multi-time national NASA champion. He was the guy I wanted to pass.
Look at Lena, side by side there.
Granted, this is his home track, so it was a little more difficult to get around him. You're really heads up, being cognizant of who's behind you, who's beside you, who's in front of you. This just intense concentration of a high-speed game of chess. I love it. It's pretty much my favorite thing. It's the only place I can kind of get it in my life. I'm always checking to see who's coming from behind. If I have a bigger gap from behind, I know I can take a little more battle to the person in front of me. You kind of just stay behind them until they make a mistake. You put the pressure on them. No, I don't want them to make a mistake, but I want them to know, hey, I'm right here, and if you do make a mistake, I'm probably going to take advantage.
Big cloud of dust out of turn 7, but you're right about Lena closing in on Barbado there. This is a fantastic run for her. Last year was up in the front in the B races, but to race at the front of GLTC, it is so hard, Greg, and this is going to be a huge boost of confidence for her.
And look at this, the pace that Lena was attacking so hard at Barbado, he went, I got to get by Zoo here and give me some breathing room here.
White flag, last lap around Lime Rock Park in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 1.
I had one more dive in on Kevin Zhu. Yeah, coming out of Big Bend into the left-hander. I had actually gotten up on his rear quarter panel before he kind of came over, and I was like, oh, not, you know, probably could have forced the subject a little more. You have to make the best decision you can at the time. I didn't feel like I had enough overlap on him, and I didn't want to pit maneuver one of my friends, one of my competitors. We all want to have a good, clean race. That's really important in GLTC.
Checkered flag, James Houghton for the first time since Midwest Festival in June, wins at Lime Rock Park.
Lena, 6th place, is that her best finish, I think?
That is her best finish. It was previously 10th, it is now 6th place.
To do better than you've ever done, this pure excitement and just joy that you've worked so hard for this.
If we had like 2 more laps, you probably would have gotten me. I was fading.
And it's been great to see a lot of my competitors have risen with me, as we've now been able to have more and more great battles further up the field as we're progressing.
Watching the B races from last year going, oh shit, she can get this done. And then you came out and just laid that down in the race.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
Trying to do something.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you're doing well. That was so cool.
This is the special flag. This is not a yellow flag, even though it is the color yellow. This is for bears. I don't want you to put the car where it might not work. I want you to put it where you know it will work. If you go 2, 3 wide into a turn, I want you to hold your relative position towards the inside or outside of that racetrack. You do not need to...
I think there is a high level of respect needed to race this hard, this close. It does happen. We've all had incidents. We're all trying to improve. It's important to race your friends hard, but we don't want to put anyone, including ourselves, in danger while trying to do it right.
Hi everybody, and good morning. A beautiful Saturday, August 17th, as we get ready to go racing for the second time this weekend for the A group. James Houghton, Matan Rosenberg start in the front row. It's Marchev and Lena Chin in row 2.
This is I think, a career weekend for Lena with the way she's going. Best finish, best qualifying, and now highest start. She starts 4th.
Having only 2 cars in front of me was an amazing feeling. I had no idea how I would be able to hold on to 4th. Just trusting that they will give you the same level of respect back that you want to put out there. I wanted to prove to them that I did belong at the front of the field.
Your 27-car field for GLTC Race 2A. Pace car, the Nissan GTR, is going to peel off and head down the pit lane. Green flag flies, and we're racing again at LRP.
5 abreast heading in to Big Bend, and from the outside, beautiful move, Matan Rosenberg in that big Corvette.
Look at Lena Chin up to 3rd place. She took out an opportunity from the outside of row 2.
It's intense. A lot to think about while you're racing, trying to do, really perfect the laps, but I kind of love it. In certain parts of the track, when you get a second, I might look in the rearview mirror to see if Tony had gained or fallen back from me, to see where I might be stronger or where he might be stronger.
And Houghton just setting fast lap. Lena Chin, though, right on his 6th and bringing Marchev right along with her here.
Tony had a couple good runs on me on the downhill. So as soon as we got on the straight, I took a defensive position on the inside of 1. If he wanted to get me, he would have to do the move that I do, which is take him on the outside.
Marchev taking a look here. Lena Chin right down the middle of the track saying, if you're going to do it, go around the outside. And Marchev just could not quite make that work.
Because it was super intense, having to defend almost every lap.
Lena Chin is just having a career day here.
Tony Marchev wants something to say about that, but then overshoots into Big Ben just a little bit and loses about 4 car lengths.
It's this super fine line of being at the edge of grip and actually sliding. So slip angle is fastest. When the car is absolutely neutral through the corner, you almost free your hands a little bit in the turn versus having to do a correction. Once you start doing a correction, you're slower. It's almost like a ballet where you're just like right there. You have to be very smooth, but very, you know, specific about the moves that you're doing in the car.
You know, here's the thing, comfort builds confidence, and confidence builds speed. When you're confident, you're gonna go fast. So right now, Lena is sticking right with 2 of the top points people and 2 of the fastest drivers in this series. Talk about, as we said, a career event.
I saw the white and I was like, oh, thank goodness. I had enough gap to Tony, so I wasn't gonna push too hard on the last lap because I didn't want to make a mistake.
Here they come, checkered flag. Baton Rosenberg wins at Lime Rock Park.
I banged on my steering wheel, I was like, yeah! It felt really special because it's like, you know, I was there.
For Lena Chin, her first podium ever in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup.
Man, is she showing everybody that she is for real in GLTC at the sharp end.
Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! You were hanging it, dude. I was hanging. Dude, that was awesome. Oh, it was so much fun. That was like a good drive. You look like.
I've been wanting to be there a long time. Since my first race in 2022, so.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna get you. Oh, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. And I was like, oh no, not gonna work out. Not gonna work out. So. But it was it was a really nice job. You know what you did with defense. So.
I had the goal before this weekend, top 10. If I'm top 10, I'll be happy. Oh, I want to be here all the time.
Right? It feels great. It feels good. Feels great. Feels great.
And to note, for those that aren't familiar, GRIDLIFE Touring Cup is balanced with power, weight, and tire, and everyone is supposed to be at their power to weight.
Going to the dyno for impound was a new thing for me. So every race they bring out the scales, and depending on that weight determines how much horsepower you're allowed to have for the race.
We have a dynamometer down in the paddock that after the race, a couple of select cars, usually the podium, and then a couple other random cars are gone up and they're measured to see how much power they're making. If your engine makes too much horsepower, that car is going to get penalized.
Dynamometer is a device used to measure the amount of horsepower in a car. It uses some math, a very large metal drum. You put the drive wheels on the drum, and as it spins, it calculates the amount of horsepower your car makes. And went in a little nervous, but I thought last time I dynoed it, which was earlier this year, nothing in the car has really changed, that I'd be okay. And yeah, kind of blew the dyno. A little upsetting. It wasn't by much. 2 of the runs were 3 horsepower over, and then 1 was 6 horsepower over. 6 horsepower is enough to DQ you. I don't think 6 horsepower is enough to really feel. Worked with dynos for years. I was a dyno operator for years. It can change from day to day. After that race, I talked to Andy and we decided to pull out some more power from the car just to make sure that I'm legal. I don't ever want to be illegal. I didn't think I was, so it's just sometimes the dyno gets you.
We'll see if it does better.
versa. Predictability, okay? If you both are okay with racing that way, that's fine, but be sure that the drivers around you know what's coming, okay? Anything else? Race 3 is coming up. We know the statistics on race 3. Don't be a number on a spreadsheet. We know how GRIDLIFE spreadsheets works, okay? All right, let's keep it up this weekend. So far, this is our best festival weekend for incidents. Knock on every piece of wood. It's up to you, fuckers. All right. Thank you.
These are the battered GLTC drivers and cars for race 3, Group B, Bravo. Report to the false grid. GLTC drivers and cars for the false grid. For Group B, Bravo.
With our 60 field entrants this weekend, each of these 4 races is split into 2 components, a B race and an A race, with the B race being the slower 30 of the 60 and the A race being the faster group. And interestingly, you'll note the bright blue Honda S2000 leading us to the green flag. Greg, she was on podium in race 2A, but Dyno.
Yeah, just a tick over, and it really wasn't enough to offer a huge performance advantage in any way, but rules are rules. And Lena understands that. You know, she was surprised to be over it. Well, again, just very little. So she'll just put her head down, race hard there in that bright blue S2000.
So I got relegated to B race, but I was starting first in B race. It's not a lesser skill, it's not a lesser driver, it's just more on lap time. I was just gonna run my race.
Here we go. Cars are coming down. Chin on the pole.
Green flag, and we're underway at Lime Rock Park. Kevin Zhu has a look at the inside of Kevin Bandy. Brian Leonard, big dodge and weave to try to miss Zach Lavoie.
All of that jockeying. Look what Lena Chin has been able to do. She's taken advantage and opened up a big margin already. Lena has just dropped everybody at this stage. And you can see catching almost a little air up and over that uphill turn.
Thankfully, there were some battles happening behind me and checked out from the field a little bit. The course is very fast. It's less than a minute lap time. With it being so quick, it's easier for me to get into the flow of the track. You just kind of get into this mental headspace. Yeah, front stretch, you're on driver's left. Brake at the 2. Start turning in toward the middle of the track to try to hit the first apex into Big Bend. Not too heavy on the brakes, but not too light either. Let the car drift out about a car length and a half for the left-hander. Brake until you can see the exit. Bring it onto the curb. Turn it back the other way for the next corner. Don't go over the curb because it is rough. Carry your speed out down the no-name straight. Get ready for the uphill. Expect a little bit of understeer, let the uphill grab you. Over the hill, enjoy the ride, go down to West Bend, hit the apex, go down the hill, breathe off the gas. Once you feel the compression, back on the gas, and then you're back on the front straight. Should only take 58 and some change seconds. I noticed my body's a lot more sore at this race than most races. Just the constant G-forces, you know, your body doesn't have a chance to kind of relax and chill. Like the amount of times we're under a G and a half, you know, maybe up to 1.75 Gs of cornering force is substantial here.
Well, Lena Chin, after getting bumped to the B group after failing post-race tech last time out, she is going to go back to victory lane. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 3B. Lena Chin wins it here at Lime Rock Park.
Well, how was your little single session out there by yourself?
It was a great laughing session. I really enjoyed it.
My wife's rooting for you on the live stream.
Oh, tell her thank you.
It was nice to win race 3, but I love coming back to the paddock and just congratulating and hugging a competitor because we had such a good race, and that's really the fun part. It's more than the win. Yeah, it's about the good battles. It's about the good memories and pushing yourself to be better. Race 4 starting in the back of 8. I came from the mid-pack, so I'm no stranger to it. Just got to move up again. Sometimes you feel like a hero for a bit, and then all of a sudden people start getting faster and faster, and you're like, oh, it's not there anymore. And then that's when you get into a few more battles. And I've done these back races, you know, starting from the back. They're fun. They're a good time. It's party time.
One last race for GLTC at GridLife Circuit Legends.
This weekend, you know, called Circuit Legends, and it's about as apropos as it gets because Sam Posey, a legend here, Paul Newman, a legend here, Skip Barber, and then, of course...
And yeah, I can just hold my line really well on the outside for turn 1, and then by turn 2, I now have the inside, and I was able to kind of hold it out there and make up a few positions.
It's hard here at a track like Lime Rock to make progress when you get buried for a start.
You know, that's part of the game here, is if you're under attack, put your car where you think you would want to make the pass.
I love seeing where I'm faster than others, where others are faster than me, and just making moves. This track is just all about the flow. It has this sense of danger because of how close some of the guardrails are. The quick elevation changes of Lime Rock are really exciting. It's like a roller coaster you don't want to get off of. I think Greg said it best, is once you start getting up there, 1, you hope that you continue to stay up there, but 2, I think that confidence you get kind of sticks with you.
We have a new fast lap set in the race. Alita Chin.
Really?
Just put the fast lap up on the board, a 59.12. Fast lap in this group, that says something.
I think it's cool that I know it's possible. The art of possible is nice. You know, I started questioning how good I was. I know that I can still be up there, fully legal, and take the battle to them. Some people get frustrated, they're like, I should be up there, but I'm like, listen, like, the weekend happens, right? Like, I want to go out and have a good time. I want to play with my friends. You know, it's not the only time I'm going to be up there, and it wasn't a fluke.
No, it sure as hell was.
No, it's coming up. It just
seriously,
you.
Great racing, good
Thank
weekend.
You. I love this track. I love this race. I want to get a podium in a race. That's the next step. I did my top 5 win. If I can ever get there, first place for the weekend would be amazing. Just keep on improving, you know.
She's a star.
It's true.
She is a star, bona fide.
Dropped up to the curving. They touched.
if it's way too early, obviously you're going to have plenty of time before the turn starts. But if you guys are on a 10-10 lap, make your presence known in a turn. If you don't have a reasonable expectation of you being there, they might hit you. We don't want that to happen.
I don't know what to expect tomorrow. I came in knowing, hey, I got a couple things I got to knock out. Some are critical, some are optional. This mess of wires is kind of like how building the car has felt. You know, it's like a million things need to happen for this to be a complete car and to compete. There's a common saying, you want to always be in a state of discomfort, a little bit of discomfort so that you're growing, right? And I think this experience seems to be where I'm there all the time. I'm on that ragged edge of like pushing myself to the limit of what I can handle.
Leading up to qualifying, I was just absolutely terrified. I mean, we're talking about 50 cars in the field, and it's a small track. I ended up with a 152, which is not fast, and it puts me 5th from the bottom, which is disappointing. I thought I would be a little higher up in pace. My car is not optimized, and I know there's some areas that I can improve in confidence, maybe a little bit of car setup too, but yeah, I'm trying to figure that out right now. There's so much to do. There's always so much to do. And I think that's been the theme of the weekend, is figuring out what to prioritize. Because there's so much prep, and you feel like you've got so much time between these events, and it turns out one little thing happens differently, and you're scrambling. What can I skip, and what do I need to focus on? And I didn't charge my GoPro yet. I guess I should throw it on now. And then when do I put my suit on? So it's just overwhelming.
Welcome to Carolina Motorsports Park, located about equidistant between Columbia, South Carolina and Charlotte, North Carolina. It is a gem of a club track, if you will. Very challenging, very fun, and we have a massive field of cars that are coming out for the opening race of the 4 that will be unfolding here in the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. And we are racing. And you can see really close quarter stuff.
It's a very short race start. You have maybe a couple hundred yards out of turn 1.
I think we're really bad at knowing what we're going to do when we actually get in the car and the adrenaline starts pumping. Because there's no adrenaline pumping when you're wrenching on the car. So you can just like do exactly what you signed up to do. But it's so different when you get out on the track.
And here it is. This is such a tricky section of track. It's known as the carousel here, but it's really a 3 apex series of corners, isn't it?
Yeah, C&P is definitely one of those tracks you have to know which curves to hit. On a lot of the corners, the exit curves are very tough and choppy, but a lot of the apex curves can help rotate the car and give you that extra minimum speed.
And this is a very long run, isn't it, here?
Yeah, into turn A, especially, there's a little bit of an elevation difference into this braking zone, and it definitely gives you help.
Then through 8 to that quick flick at 9, and now into this wickedly quick kink here. Turn 10, they're carrying some serious speed here. Oh, how really pounding rounding that curve. You can see it unsettle the car.
My big fear is in the kink. The kink is a really fast right-hander with a ton of curb that you can clobber. Going over that curb unsettles the car a little bit, so I had like a big lift from 110, let off, 103 through the kink. With my aero, it's fine. With my power level, it's fine. With my grip level, it's fine. But I'm a novice driver. I'm a new driver here. I don't want to do something totally awful.
First of 4 races is in the books here, and this wind is absolutely unbelievable.
I'm fighting fear, but it's not so much fear of like getting hurt or something like that. It's fear of embarrassment.
What's up?
Is that you?
Yeah.
Oh man, we got to battle.
Yeah.
Dude, you're dragging something. It might just be exhaust.
I think it's exhaust.
It was sparking a bit. I know you were right on my tail for a while, but it was fun.
Coming through, was it the carousel like back here?
Yeah.
Like I wasn't expecting to hit your brakes going in there. Figured like I'm more just a lift and like coast through. So you caught me off guard on that one.
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
it's just like I don't have confidence yet in some of those turns. Yeah, but that was fun.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah. I don't think I'm running up against the wall of like this is all I'm capable of as a driver, but it is disappointing. Yeah, I'm looking for more of a result, and I just have to figure out how to get it. A little humbled, if I'm being honest, but Eric Jensen came by and took a look with me, and we looked at my data on the kink especially, and I'm just not anywhere near where I should be. I've been lifting pretty early and only carrying like 103 through the kink, and I keep hearing that it should be flat in my car, and we looked at the data and it verified it. So that's what I'm going to do in race 2. I'm just going to try to incrementally ratchet that up. I believe it can happen. Eric believes it can happen. Marcus believes it can happen. So I just have to prove it to myself. Talking with Jensen, he was like, you just gotta attack it. Don't be scared of that. Like, be brave. Like, go do it. He said, you know, work up incrementally. And I know that. But to hear someone else tell me that, you can do that. You can go flat through the kink. I had a plan. I went out, I built a little speed, and then somebody in front of me, I felt like I needed to catch them, and all of a sudden that little bit of fear that was left my mind, and I was like, I'm gonna catch this guy. So I've been scared of it the whole time. I finally got it. I finally was able to find that pace and go completely flat through there. Do you know the silver E46 562? Yeah. Do you know where he's paddocked? I gotta go apologize, I've dive bombed him. I'm still overdriving the car and not doing what I can out of it.
Pick up time or?
I did, I got a 149.5, so I broke under 150, and I'm very comfortable going flat through the kink now. So,
nice,
yeah.
there you go.
In fact, I'm looking for that guy. Have you seen a 562 silver E46? And I was coming up on him really quick into 11. Oh, yes. That's him, perfect.
Oh,
yeah, I'll get you coffee later. Who's the E46, is that you?
This one, yeah.
E46.
Oh, that's
Who's this guy?
yeah, so you need to apologize to him? What'd you do?
I thought I was going to rear end him, so I dive bombed him instead.
Oh.
He did a great job keeping it clean, but...
I told him when he gets out here, you're going to whoop his ass.
Yeah, okay, good. Is this you?
That's my car, but I wasn't driving.
Oh, okay. Kevin Bandy, I was in that white Miata.
Oh, right,
I thought I was going to rear end you, and so I just made a quick judgment, and I dive bombed you there, but you gave me so much. 11. Yeah,
that was fun.
Okay, good. I was like, you kept it super clean.
I saw it.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
These drivers, they're so friendly and so eager to help that I feel like a peer. I know that I'm new, and I know I'm coming to them for their help, but they don't make me feel like I'm not part of it. They don't make me feel like I'm, as inexperienced as I truly am. The fact that I'm out here and I'm making it happen, and they're more than willing to help me get there, is really exciting. I've learned that mindset is like the biggest thing, at least coming from not having raced before. It's just that really close dueling, and you're right up next to another car, and you got to figure out, what are they thinking, what are they about to do, when do I need to brake early to not run into the back of somebody, or when can I switch over and gain an advantage because I know they're going to run wide. That kind of stuff was really fun.
Eibach gets running, is thinking about going up and making it 3 abreast. That's really difficult, man. No. And there's the inevitable result. And then Wallbum just got clipped.
There's the full course yellow.
There it is. So everybody's going to scrunch up. Here comes our pace car. And you can see Wallbum right in the middle of the track here. So they had absolutely no option but to throw this full course caution. I mean, safety is always paramount.
Here's a new variable. Now there's something to avoid. The guy I bought the chassis from thought I was absolutely crazy that I was going to take this meticulously built chassis, build it into a car, and then take it to wheel-to-wheel racing. In his mind, it's immediately going to get crumpled up and thrown away. And where did all that hard work go? This is incredibly hectic. 50-car grid in a small track. The things that come with incidents, like heated arguments in the paddock and people being aggressive back and retaliation and those kinds of things that I fear, is not present, even with all this going on. These are the racers I want to be door to door with. These are the racers that I am okay bringing a car that I've poured everything into and putting it at risk out there.
The hard thing about building a car and building a driver at the same time is like your learning curve is just steeper than Mount Everest. Like for me, I was an idiot. I built a 500 horsepower car, so it was traveling twice the speed.
Terrifying to get to that limit. Yeah, exactly.
Which is just stupid. If I could go back and do it again, I'd be like, buy a spec Miata, you idiot.
Right. Going into race 4, I didn't have any specific strategy. Like, I know I picked up pace in race 3, so I really wanted to just see, could I move up? Can I race clean? Can I like improve my times, do better? And race 4, it all clicked. I'm definitely a much better racing driver at the end of the day than I started at the weekend. I went from, wow, I'm all the way at the back, to I am racing and I am improving by huge amounts, and I'm actually making positions up. I'm moving up. .49.5 was the fastest time I got in race 3, and the last like 6 laps were all 148s. I'm really proud of that. I am on cloud 9. Like, this is what I'm here for. I got that experience. I'm getting that experience, and there's so much more left in the year. I know I've got a car that is more capable than I am driving so far, and I know I'm capable of driving much better. I still don't have my sights set necessarily on trying to be at the pointy end, but I'm really still excited about being in great mid-pack battles. These drivers are phenomenal, and these cars are dialed in. So as I develop the car, as I grow as a driver, it's going to be more and more rewarding. And yeah, probably way harder to say I'm going to do less of this next year.
Live look outside. There is so much going on around the area this weekend, and a lot of it is right along the lake. A new thing here at Road America. This is Grid Life. There's a whole thing going on this weekend. Big race there as well, but they got a nice, cool laser show. I've never seen this before. Yeah, boy!
I'm Cody Smith, and this is my 85 Oldsmobile Cutlass that I've built for Time Attack and just largely playing around. I do a lot more than just Time Attack with it. I also do autocross, and at the end of this month I got a hill climb coming up that I've been doing the last couple of years too. So really it's just about being an all-arounder for me and really having fun with. Last weekend I was at an event where we actually got scored on autocross, drag race passes, and a standing start on the road course. I like to do a little of everything with it. To my first track day with this thing on completely stock suspension. I had a very mild build on the engine just to keep it from blowing up and making sure that it wasn't going to starve oil in the first corner. And from there it kind of evolved into every single event. I was changing things like what is the worst thing right now. So like early on it was that it body rolled a lot, so I ended up with sway bars and then springs, and then I was doing ball joints to fix the camber curve, and it just kind of snowballed where I think I was 3.5 years into doing this stuff before I went to 2 events with the same setup. So it's really been an evolution of me learning, you know, the driving aspect as well as the building the car aspect together along the way. And I mean, I'm 6 years into it now, and I'm really kind of at the point where it's heavy. I need to figure out either how to make it quite a bit lighter, or I have another chassis just like this at home that I want to start with, like from scratch, trying to make it as light as possible. The engine is a 350 Oldsmobile diesel block. But all the bolt hole slabs, so you put all the gas stuff on it. So what I did was I bored it out, so it's 384 cubic inch, ported aluminum heads, big intake, full dry sump system. I ended up doing that because turn 2 at Brainerd, I was watching my oil pressure gauge go from 40 down to 20 and then come back up to 40 exiting the corner when I was on the old engine. And then now with the new engine, I'm making another 100 horsepower more, makes around 520 on the engine dyno and around 460 foot-pounds. It might be a little bit more now because I had some teething pains last year where I ended up having to take it back apart because I broke the head off of the intake valve that bounced twice and got stuck in the intake manifold. So instead of kablooing the whole engine all over turn 14 at Road America, I got extremely lucky where I actually drove it all the way back to my pit spot and loaded it in the trailer, unloaded it at home, put it in the garage, and then found out I had no compression in cylinder 7. So now it's got bigger valves, a little bit better valve job on it. You know, then I'm going through a couple other things, like now I have a functional cowell induction set up on it. I just built that recently. Added a few more vents to the hood, not necessarily because I need the cooling, but to try to get more front end downforce. Because when I put the cowell hood on a few years ago, I noticed a loss of front end downforce because it was pushing air underneath the hood from the windshield. The suspension is basically every place where something bolts on's been modified now, except for the lowers in the rear on the chassis side. I built a custom 3-link Watts link for the rear end. A couple years ago, I got to the point where like I don't think I can do anything more with the factory 4-link, especially in the mounting points that were near there. Like I was still moving things around on the axle side, but I got to the point where I needed something different that was more tunable. Ended up chopping off quite a bit of the front, doing some tube frame stuff, took around 150 pounds off the nose of the car, and then made my own upper control arm mount points so that I could do caster and camber independently. And that was a big help because after I did that, I was able to get a good camber curve in there the way I actually wanted. And I basically doubled my tire life. But then after I did the 3-link in the back, then the front needed more grip. So then I, changed spindles and some other things and was playing with the lower control arms to get the roll centers. And like I said, this thing's been an ongoing process of learning all of this stuff because 6 years ago when I started, I didn't know about any of this suspension. How I got into grid life. In 2016, I had a buddy who had other buddies that were gonna go, and then work ended up coming up for him, so I just bought his ticket and be like, yeah, whatever. I'll just take a week off of work and go to Michigan and, see what the heck it's all about. And like, from that first time at GRIDLIFE Midwest Fest, it was like, no, I'm doing this every year. I'm gonna come to this. I wanna get on track and do this. Kept telling myself that, and at that point, I'd been wanting to do the road course thing for almost 10 years at that point, and I ended up having a house fire and basically losing everything. And at that point, it was really kind of a hard reset in my mind to be like, all right, you can lose everything tomorrow. Well, obviously, it just happened. So it's like, am I gonna keep telling myself I wanna go do road course things with GRIDLIFE and other people and organizations and all that stuff? Or I'm just gonna keep telling myself that? And that was really the point where, it took buying this car because I had lost one that I was building in that fire to go do these things. And I went and bought this one almost immediately after, like within a month of losing the other car. I street drove it for a whole summer, and that fall was like, all right, decision time. And that was when I was like, nope, I'm gonna go do things. So that's when I built first engine, just making sure it had good baffles and made sure the oiling system wasn't gonna fail on me right off the bat. By the next spring, I'm like, yep, okay, I'm doing this. Like I signed up for some GRIDLIFE stuff. I signed up for an autocross school. I signed up for other events. Like, let's go. And I think I did 11 events that first year, 13 the next year, 14 or 15, pretty much every year since. Like, it's kind of snowballed and gotten kind of crazy. I just have so much fun doing this stuff.
It has been a picture-perfect weekend so far in South Haven, Michigan for GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival, a return to where it all began in 2014. It is Saturday, just after lunchtime here in South Haven at a track built in 1996 and hosted the first GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival in 2014. And in the following 12 years, it has grown into a true grassroots mecca for North American motorsports. I'm Kyle Heyer. I'll be joined by Ido Waxman in just a moment's time because GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 1 is about to begin. This is the first race of 4 this weekend for the all-new GRIDLIFE Rush Series that has the Rush SR car from Rush Auto Works, about 150 horsepower car, a small prototype-based sort of design chassis with a motorcycle engine under the rear cover. These cars are designed to offer maximum performance for a very affordable price to get going racing. These races, just like Eibach GLTC and GRIDLIFE GT, are 12 to 15 minutes long. All the cars in this race are racing each other together, and as we typically do with our multi-race format, will be one race will flow into the next one, will flow into the next one. So this is just race 1 of 4. We'll do 2 today and 2 tomorrow. And earlier in the weekend, we had a look at the GRIDLIFE Rush Series qualifying that set the order for this race. Let's have a look at the qualifying highlights from just the other day as the cars rolled out on the grid. 30 cars deep here for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. Ryan Leach in that gray and white car has won every race so far, all 8 of the races that we've seen so far this year back at Carolina Motorsports Park and Road Atlanta. It was a bit of a combobulated session with cars everywhere. Andy Volkel is the car that's been chasing Ryan Leach. That number 34 has finished second 7 times, and we'll start in row number 3, I believe, for this one. A little bit of passing and slicing and dicing here. Ido Waxman joins me now as we have a look at some of the highlights from qualifying yesterday. Ido, big grid, and we're going to be seeing these cars race here in just a moment's time after you see the spin from Lee Kellert in qualifying yesterday.
Yeah, we've got a really competitive top 5 here with Blair Hosey, Nico Bratz, Jamie French, and Ryan Leach, and a surprisingly off-pace qualifying from Andy Volkel, who's trying to get that first win from Ryan Leach.
Yeah, another off in qualifying yesterday. Drivers pushing to find lap time. I think we're really curious to see how much side-by-side we get in these races because this track will feel a lot bigger with the dimensionality of these cars. So excited to see what we've got on tap for today as the cars continue to get lined up. And we mentioned 30 cars on the grid here, Ido. A big range of experience, but the drivers up at the pointy end are just ruthless. They will go for it. Ryan Leach, again, has not lost a race this year. What is the key for whether it be James French or Ethan Alexander or even Andy Volkel, who didn't qualify as well as he hoped? What's the key to beating a guy that has been so dominant in this series?
Yeah, I think the key with somebody like that is you have to take advantage of any small mistake that he makes and capitalize on it. When you've got a driver that's as skilled as Ryan Leach is, who's as consistent as he is, you got to take advantage of whenever he makes that smallest mistake and capitalize it, and then you have to be perfect yourself. So that's a really tall ask for anybody that's going up against him. But I think we've got Jamie French and Blair Hosey. Blair Hosey especially, he's more emotionally charged. I think he's looking for that win in honor of his father. So I think we're going to see a good battle. We've already seen GLTC and GLTT both have pretty amazing races, their first 2, so I'm really looking forward to seeing whether Rush have the same sort of exciting racing that we've been getting.
Yeah, the weather's been beautiful here this weekend. It's been, high 60s to low 70s for most of the weekend. You see now that the sky is sort of a very light gray. It's very light cloud cover here, but we're just anticipating absolutely gorgeous weather for the rest of the weekend, which kind of brings a level playing field a bit. Last year we were chasing rain throughout the weekend, but this is the first time the GRIDLIFE Rush Series has ever come to Gingerman Raceway. Especially, it's the first time at GRIDLIFE Midwest, which the track conditions vary wildly. We had drift cars on right before lunch. Now, the track has been swept since then, but there's still lots of marbles and things all over the course, especially offline. So you have to make sure that you got grip when you go send it up the inside 3 wide, like we're absolutely going to see on the start of this race.
Yeah, we saw some 3 wide racing in GLTC, and that means you could probably fit 4 cars wide here with these Rush cars. So yeah, it will be interesting to see how some of the less experienced drivers who haven't seen this track before, how they approach it. It's a different challenge than what we've seen at Road Atlanta, but CMP was a little bit of a practice. It was the same track designer as Gingerman and some similar features, so they got a little bit of exposure to this kind of track there. But I think I would think that here has a little bit more passing opportunities than CMP does, especially in these cars, and to turn 11, turn 1, maybe even turn 3. So I think it's going to come down to not making any mistakes through 7, 8, 9, and then making sure you get a good drive out of 10B so you don't expose yourself to an overtake down the back straight.
You bring up the differences between CMP and Gingerman Raceway, both designed by Alan Wilson. CMP is a slightly newer track that actually carries a lot more similarities to Autobahn Country Club, which we'll be racing at in September. But Gingerman Raceway, I think, has a lot more long duration corners, which is what these cars are really designed for. They've got a lot of aerodynamics relative to their size and scale and their weight, so they really stick to the road well. And I don't think the corners here are going to prevent them from racing. A lot of times long corners are tricky in super fast high downforce cars where you've got a lot of aero wash, or even the bigger, heavier cars that just aren't as comfortable in those long duration sweeps. But these cars are very at home there. This track, again, not very wide for full-bodied size cars, but for these cars, this is going to be right at home for them. And we saw that already in practice and qualifying. There's plenty of room out here in this 2.2-mile racetrack, but young Ayrton Grimm in the number 121 car pulling double duty here in Eibach GLTC and in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. He's up towards the front of the field. Nate Hamilton with the Rapscallion boys. See the big Sunoco logos there. He's getting ready to go racing, giving us the thumbs up here on grid. He's got teammate TJ Hunt in behind him as well. No Grant Anderson this time. He's just focusing on drift. There's John Robinson in the number 190. Easy to spot orange livery, inspired by that Mazda 787B Le Mans car from 1991. The number 58 of Bill Wright, and a whole host of others lined up to go racing here shortly.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting because these do depend on aero for their lap time, but it's not so much that I think they'll suffer from the dirty airflow, the dirty air that you see in a lot of the open wheel series. These are still closed wheel cars, so I think they'll be able to follow each other through the tricky complex of 7, 8, 9 so that they can use the drafting that I think these cars do punch a pretty big hole in the air from the rear wing, the aggressive rear wing that they have. So I think they'll draft down the back straight and we'll see some passing opportunities into 11.
Yeah, certainly. This is where the butterflies start, right? This is a big stage for these drivers. Again, GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival over the course of the weekend. We're expecting anywhere between 12 and 20,000 people to come through the gates over the course of the 3 days here at Gingerman Raceway. This place is empty in the weeks leading up to this, and all of a sudden you've got fans lining the fences. All the folks that are here at the racetrack that can hear us on the PA, thanks for being here this weekend, and you're spectating something truly special. As I called it earlier, sort of like a mecca for grassroots motorsports here in North America. Cars beginning to roll off the grid. Look at how packed it is in the paddock, but the rush area is empty because they are headed on course here for a pace lap before their 15-minute race.
Yeah, and we've got a whole bunch of spectators lined up on Spectator Hill overlooking turn 2. It's going to be a really great place for our drivers to showcase their talents around that area. You can see all those people lined up there. It's going to be a great race to watch.
And as we said, this is GRIDLIFE Rush Series with the Rush SR, 30 cars deep. This is race 1. There's where we are in the weekend. 2 races today, 2 races tomorrow. That's how things shake out and shuffle for this event here, Ito. So pace lap, warm up your tires, warm up your brakes.
Yeah, and it's these Nankang AR1s, they take some heat to get to come into their pace. So these drivers are going to be breaking them in and warming them up as best as they can, knowing that if they make a mistake or if they're too cold, they're going to be taken advantage of early on.
We'll take a look at our starting lineup here for today's race. Ryan Leach and Blair Hosey sharing the front row in the number 56 and the number 8. It'll be James French and Nico Bratz starting in row number 2, 3rd and 4th place. In row 3, it's Andy Vogel, the number 34, and Bryce Mertzberger making his first Rush SR start in 6th. Jason Oler, Lee Kellert, who had that spin in qualifying, got a good enough time to start in 8th. 9th and 10th, Brett DiGiacomo, and young Ethan Alexander rolls off 10th.
And now in 11th, we've got Mark Jarnogorski, and in 12th, we've got Bill Wright. And then followed by on row 7, we got John Robinson in 13th and Nate Hamilton in 14th, the first of the Rapscallion Racing drifters. Ayrton Grimm in 15th, good start for him. Jalen Batley in 16th, Gage Hughes in 17th, and Robert Desjardins in 18th. On the 10th row, we got TJ Hunt, the second of the Rapscallion Racing crew, and Jeremy Boyson in 20th.
In 21st place will be Nick Billingsley alongside Kelsey Billingsley. They'll be rolling off in row number 11. 23rd place will be Larry Brady, number 59, and AJ Campo starts 24th in her 227. Jared Anderson starts in 25th place, right alongside Matt Wilson with that awesome-looking fire suit. 27th place, Pat Brady, alongside Tom Kirsting in 28th. 29th place is Jake Sanders, and Tim Burkhardt starts 30th. Ito, last couple of rows, it is going to to be the number 55 of Chuck Desjardins and Paul Klitsch in 32nd, and bringing up the rear of the field for this first race of the weekend, John Howe in that sort of oil slick color, number 17. That's your starting lineup here for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series as the cars make their way around turn number 9. Remember, 12 to 15 minutes is the race duration here. If we have to slow it down or throw a full course yellow, we might get a couple of extra minutes in a few time windows here. We have a few minutes extra to play with should we need it. But remember, when the white flag comes out, it signifies the last lap of the race. Fans lining the berms around Gingerman Raceway turns 2 and 3, and up on Festival Hill as well under the tents around this facility. It has been a great weekend so far, absolutely perfect weather, huge crowd last night for the festivities and the concert, and more to come this evening. You know, tense moments here before the start.
Yeah, the safety car lights are off, so they're intending to go green on this next lap. And again, the start finish is at the end of the front straight, so that's going to really bunch them all up together. And then the top 5 are going to be fighting it out into turn 1. We'll see what I didn't catch what choice Ryan Leach made for his line choice heading into 1. Looks like he's on the inside of 1. We'll see if his competitors can take advantage of that, or if he finds a way to stay ahead all the way through turn 2.
Time to go racing here. It looks like the safety car has pulled off. We are about to get going in GRIDLIFE Rush Series, race number 1 from GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival. Here we go. We're going to get the start at the later flag stand. You see Creature there shooting the video trackside. Adam Jabay with the green flag, and we're underway in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. Immediately, James French on defense, 4 wide into turn 1. You can't do that. That math does not work into the opening corner. Hosey slots into second place, but it's Ryan Leach out front through turn 2.
Yeah, and Andy Vogel and James French both got a jump start there, but they couldn't go anywhere. They were blocked out. Andy tried to make a move on Nico Brass on the outside of 2, but didn't get it done.
Down towards turn 3 now. It looks like Leach and Hosey. Look at Hosey get a little bit of a good run there. Nico Bratz in the red car a little bit wide. And then Ethan Alexander tracking out to the edge of the curbing and heading down towards 5.
Yeah, and here they come to turn 5. They're line astern all the way together. No 2 lines. Oh, as we see TJ Hunt trying to make a move into 5 there. Not sure he got that done, but we're still 1 through 5 are the same as they started this race.
Up towards turn 7 now. We'll see if maybe Blair Hosey can find an advantage in the faster corners here. Mostly single file. Matt Wilson having a look at the inside into 7, but Leach able to pull ahead here, but no major advantage over Hosey. It's still 2 or 3 car lengths now as they sweep through turn 9, about 100 miles an hour corner speed in these cars.
Yeah, the gaps are staying pretty consistent here. It looks like the top 10 have kind of sorted themselves out. We do have 2 wide heading into 10B there from a couple of those cars. Taking the inside line, a good pass there. Ryan Leach gets a little bit wide on the exit of 10B. He's leaving the door open for Blair Hosey behind him.
Big draft up the back straightaway. That lead car punches a hole in the air. It's going to mean less drag for Blair Hosey on the outside here. Down into turn 11. Can he cross over on corner exit? Throttles down a little sooner. Leach tracks out wide. Battle for the lead is on.
Yep, he defended clean air there, and he didn't get a good exit off of 11, and Blair Hosey's going to try to take advantage of it into turn 1.
Oh, big lunge on the brakes for Blair Hosey. The car was nervous there. James French, who has won the 24 Hours of Daytona in the Prototype Challenge class a number of years ago. He's very experienced in this style of car and putting pressure on for second place.
Meanwhile, Andy's getting pressured from behind by Ethan Alexander, so he's losing his 5th place spot there as the top 3 are separated by about a second. James French now closing in on Blair Hosey, but he caught a little bit of that, too much of that inside curve, loses his drive, but he's drafting him now into turn 5. Not sure if that's a passing zone, even in these cars.
Down into turn 5 here. This is going to be a nice battle here for second place, but as long as Hosey's defending from French, he's going to start losing sight of Ryan Leach. And where's Vogel? Nowhere to be had. He'll be frustrated again. He's been trying to get Ryan Leach off his back, or at least get in front of him at least sometime this year, but just unable to do that from P5 right now.
Looks like he did defend his position from Ethan Alexander. I talked to the turn-in guys yesterday, and they said they were having setup issues with that car. Hopefully they can figure it out throughout the weekend, but for now, he's going to have to stay in 5th place and let the top 4 kind of drive away from him. Yeah, Blair Hosey heading into 10B now. Ryan Leach with a good gap to him. They've kind of opened themselves through 7, 8, 9 here, all separated by about 2 seconds now.
Yeah, we'll see what's available here. Looking to see if we can get timing sorted there. They've been fighting some issues up there this weekend, so we'll get the scoreboard up as soon as we can for you as they head down the backstretch. Leach over Hosey, over the number 70 of James French, Nico Bratz, Andy Vogel. Then it's Ethan Alexander up a couple spots from the start.
Not sure what Blair's doing there with his hand. He was waving at, there looks like there's a car. Yep, there's a car stuck, beached at turn 11 gravel trap, so maybe he was acknowledging the yellow flag waving there.
Yeah, full course yellow, so the field will slow down. And I see a safety truck moving, but it is at turn 11. It is. It's Matt Wilson off in the sand trap there. the black and yellow car.
Yeah, well beached there. He's not going to get himself out of that one. They're going to have to go get him. So that's going to neutralize the race. And I think that's going to be a welcome sight for Andy Vogel, who's going to try and close back up to the top 4 and see if he can challenge any of them for a spot.
Yeah, so they'll get in behind the safety car now and slow the field down and hold positions for the time being. But Andy Vogel, this is going to be good for him, get a chance to restart. Same with Ethan Alexander.
Yeah, they were fighting each other through turn 1 and 2, but Andy held onto the position and then was sort of driving away from him in the second half of the lap. Looks like Ethan's trying to keep his tires warm as the rest are kind of line astern. Not seeing a whole lot of 2 wide or 3 wide instances here. I wonder how much of that is due to the aero, or how much of that is due to these drivers just kind of being at a different pace from each other, that it's just all working itself out into a sort of a line, if you will.
Yeah, if we get a chance to restart, which we hopefully will, we're going to restart single file, by the way. So that means that we're not going to double up like we did for the start. That gives you the opportunity to try to get a good launch, but you cannot jump the restart. The way restart rules work here in Grid Life is green means go. It's very simple. There's no 2 lines that you can start between or anything like that. As soon as the green is displayed, drivers can accelerate. So you can't try to anticipate it or try to get ahead of it. They're going to look at a video if you do try to jump it.
Yeah, and we've seen at CMP in Road Atlanta that Ryan Leach is very adept at these restarts. So he's very good at it, and we'll see. I haven't seen Blair Hosey necessarily at these first 2 races going up against Ryan Leach, so it could be that together they're both going to be equally as good at it, or one's going to be better than the other. So we'll see if that restart is going to be enough for Blair Hosey to try and make a move happen on Ryan Leach. They're all getting bunched up into the back straight here. The safety car leading them on. It looks like they're still recovering that car in the gravel trap of 11, so we'll likely get another lap under yellow here, as they're all line astern together, bunching up. But they're going to have to think about how they're going to keep their tires cold, how they're going to keep their tires, their brakes warm. They don't want to fall out of their best operating window and lose pace to those around him. So, yeah, it's a tricky restart here that we've got. Yep, it looks like the safety car is going to be out there for 1 more lap. They're almost done recovering that car out of the gravel trap at 11. So, yeah, we're going to get, there's 9 minutes left, so there's probably going to be 3 or 4, maybe 5 green laps still once the safety car comes in here.
Which is plenty of opportunity for a lot of these drivers, I think. So we'll see how things go on this restart. But again, curious to see what maybe Blair Hosey can do on this restart, if he's got enough energy or effort to get around him.
Yeah, and it's interesting seeing James French, warming up his brakes there. He's kind of accelerating, then braking, then accelerating. So he's trying to keep his brakes warm through this pace lap. You don't see a lot of people are just kind of driving around, so I wonder if that's different approaches and different comfort levels with how the tire behaves at different temperatures. So it's an interesting kind of difference between how these drivers handle this safety car lap. So yeah, we'll see whether anybody can take advantage of it. They're all bunched up back together, so we might see some action heading into turn 1 or through the rest of the first lap here.
Yeah, so working on getting the timing and scoring pylon for you. It sounds like because the green happened after the first passing of the start-finish, there was a little bit of a trip up in the relay to the graphics. So hang tight while we get that scoring pylon sorted out, but the cars will continue to circulate behind the MX-5 safety car. But Ryan Leach going to be on defense here, watching both mirrors for some very hungry drivers in trail. Nobody else other than Leach has won a Rush Series race in 2025. It's just been the number 56. So Blair Hosey trying to compete for a championship in that number 8. We're in the SRX, the new car from Rush Auto Works at Road Atlanta. That will be a multi-class format here in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series in 2026.
It's worth noting that Ethan Alexander, in those first few laps, he moved up from 10th to 6th. There, so that's how he's challenging Andy Vogel here for 5th place. But the top 5 have all stayed in the same position that they qualified in. So everybody's kind of at the pace they expect. I wonder if Blair Hosey is kind of using the draft to stay in touch with Ryan Leach. So we'll see if Ryan Leach can try and create a gap for himself after this restart. We expect the safety car hopefully to come in this lap. Looks like we still have recovery vehicles out there in turn 11. So hopefully they can get that clear. Fortunately, turn 11 is very close to the pit end, the pit in is right next to turn 11. So once they get that done, they can pull in.
And they've slowed the field down as well by the looks of it, so they can basically modulate the speed of the safety car. And they'll basically go green at the soonest opportunity. They might go one more, though, and that's all right. We'll see. Just keep an eye on the lights.
I see the safety car is pulling off now. So it could be they go green here. It's a tricky balance because if you go too slow, you really cool down these cars too much. So they have to go at a safe pace to keep these cars in their operating window. And I see the lights have come off. I think that safety car it has. They're going to go green this next lap by.
All right, we got the timing and scoring up. Big thanks to Ryan upstairs restarting our connector for us. So we're all good now. Noted on that for the future as the pace car pulls off. And
they're gone. They're going.
Not quite.
I saw a big accel. Yeah, they're all
Here we
accelerating.
go. There's the green. Adam Jabay waving the green flag from the flag stand. We're back underway in GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 1. And the grid restart there by Leach, not so much by Hosey. French has a look on the outside. Look at Bratz and Vocal side by side. The pink car going for 4th place on the red car into turn 2.
Yeah, Blair Hosey maintains that position. Andy's going on the inside of Nico Bratz. Let's see if he can complete that pass. Bratz is on the outside in the marbles, struggling to put power down.
Yeah, Bratz was unable to get throttled up out of turn 2, but here comes, is that Nate Hamilton up the inside? What a great drive for Hamilton, who started a little bit deeper in the field, up to 7th place now, moving ahead of Oehler and Kellert on that restart.
Yeah, it looks like Ethan Alexander was sleeping there a little bit, and he got exposed to Nate Hamilton there, so that's a great job by Nate Hamilton, and Andy Vocal moved up a spot over Nico Bratz.
Yeah, through turn 6 now, pretty line of stern, a little bit of side-by-side deeper in the field. But they're getting sorted out, going to town there. There's the 121 Ayrton Grimm, who started, what, 15th place? And he's dropped a spot here. So trying to move forward a little bit more, but it's tough to pass in this sector of the racetrack. Maybe the back half, he's going to have a run there on is that the 33? No, it's not, I thought it was the 33 perhaps ahead of him.
The 58 there.
Yeah.
That's right. The 58. Yep. So he's going to try and maintain, but we've got passing going on into turn 9. That's a tricky place to do it, but in these cars, they're narrow enough that they can get it done. Looks like that's
Batley around Robinson there. Yep. The 88 moves by. It's actually that car's livery has changed. It was the Mazda 787B, but now it's actually a throwback to the Supra from Fast and Furious 1, which is why it's got more orange
pointy figure there. And yeah, Ryan Leach still has the lead over Blair Hosey. Blair Hosey is caught back up. Ryan gets a little bit wide on the exit. James French is just struggling to stay in touch with these two. If they fight, they're gonna bring him back into the fight.
Yellow flag, turn 11 once again. Has there been more contact or an issue over there? And yes, there is. It's the 22 car of Jeremy Boysen who's gone into the grass.
Yeah, it looks like he spun around into the grass. Well, it's hard to see whether he's beached it there or not, as Blair Hosey's going to try and move around the outside of 3 on Ryan Leach. Not enough overlap there. He's going to try the over-under and get a better drive out of 3 to see if he can get him into 5.
Yeah, this is an important battle here because if we get another yellow, the race would likely end under it. There is a yellow at that 3rd sector, but it's not full course just yet. So race on for the top spot here as they work through 5 and 6 now. Blair Hosey trying to poke a hole in the defense of Ryan Leach. Throw the cannonballs at the city walls into turn 7. Leach feels that he goes defensive into 7, but moves back onto the racing line for corner entry.
Yeah, you don't want to be defending clean air here because it's going to sacrifice your line through the next corner. So Ryan Leach is doing a great job of that. And these two, they're far enough ahead of 3rd and 4th place that they can do a little bit of fighting without having to worry about losing to James French and Andy Vocal right behind them. He's coming up on him into turn 10B, but Leach goes defensive on the inside of 10B and holds Blair Hosey right behind him.
Yellow is clear at turn 11, so we're good to race here. They were about to enter that zone, which means you could not pass through the yellow flag, but it's now back to green flag racing all the way around the racetrack here. Blair Hosey looks to the outside of Ryan Leach. He's right behind him now. Can he cross over on corner exit? It will be white flag. The 22 car still is there, but and they've actually recovered it with the yellow flag. So yellow at sector 3, but the last lap, this will be 1 to go here this time through.
Yeah, it looks like Blair's going to try the outside line, setting up for a better exit to try and make it into turn 2, but no overlap there, so he can't really force Ryan Leach off his line. He's got to find a way to get overlap, and now he's getting it on the inside of 2. Can he maintain the drive into 3?
Leach throws the block on him. Here comes Hosey to the outside. He's going to try to break the long way around. Sparks out from the left front. Can Hosey cross him over at the exit of turn 3? Leach throttles up and tries to drive away.
Turn 3 doesn't let you doesn't really open itself up to over-unders because of the advantageous camber, so you can hug the inside and still have power out of 3.
You're going to have to get it done by 10B because there's still that yellow at turn 11. So that means that Hosey has to make this pass into 10B or he's not going to get to make the pass at turn 11 because of that yellow flag.
Yeah, absolutely, but he looks a little bit too far away here heading into 7 as they come through the very technical 7, 8, 9. There isn't really another passing opportunity until 11, which is currently covered by yellow flags.
And I don't know that he's going to be close enough. Leach, a little bit of a bobble there in that white and black car out front. He's been undefeated so far. He wants to keep that perfect score, that batting average of 1,000. Down into turn 10B. Blair Hosey is going to be so tantalizingly close, climbing out of the hill at 10B, but he's not there. Ryan Leach is going to enter the yellow flag zone, and he's going to be protected by that. He won't have to defend it. You cannot pass through this last corner because of that yellow flag.
Yeah, really almost faultless race from Ryan Leach. Does a really great job of staying clean ahead of Blair Hosey.
And he'll do it. Continues his winning streak, 9 for 9 in 2025. Ryan Leach wins GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 1. Blair Hosey, second place. Then it's James French, Annie Vogel, Nico Bratz. Then Nate Hamilton up to 6th place. Great drive there. Followed by Oler Alexander. And did TJ Hunt score a top 10? Indeed he did in that number 28. Strong effort there. Traganorski in 11th place. Bill Wright, Batley, and more. But how about that? How about John Howe up to 27th place? He's still, well, can he defend from this spot? Here comes the 59 of Larry Brady, battled into 10B.
Yeah, they go too wide into 10B, choosing different lines. Let's see if John Howe can over-under him on the exit of 10B. But again, he's not going to be able to pass him into 11, so he doesn't really have a chance to get by.
Up towards 11. Again, no passing in this zone. You'll see the yellow flag right center screen right there. You see it waving. So no passing into that corner because of the pink card. Jeremy Boysen stopped on corner exit. Adam Jabay with the cowboy hat on. Going to throw the checker here again for the rest of the field coming across the stripe. Good gain for John Howe from the back of the field, but GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 1 is complete. How about that?
Yeah, Nate Hamilton gained something like 8 spots, and TJ Hunt gained 10 spots. So those were both great runs from those two drivers in this first race.
Well done. Ryan Leach has been unbeatable in 2025. Blair Hosey gave him a run for his money. If I had to venture to guess, I don't think that Leach will be able to do this all weekend long. I think he's going to have somebody finally break through. Leach wins this race over Blair Hosey, James French, Andy Vogel, and Nico Bratz. How did Nate Hamilton know? Great drive up to 6th place.
Yeah, followed by Jason Oler, Ethan Alexander, Brett DiGiacomo, and TJ Hunt coming all the way from 19th into 10th.
Yeah, great run there for TJ Hunt. Good for the championship points as well. He was top 10 coming into this round. He will likely maintain that if he can repeat this a few more times. Have a look at the rest of the order here, down from 11th to 20th. Mark Traganorski in the 25 car. Bill Wright, Jalen Batley, John Robinson, and Nick Billingsley up a couple of spots from the starting order. Ayrton Grimm didn't have the race he was hoping for, sort of mired in traffic for most of it. Finishes behind Gage Hughes, but ahead of Bryce Merceberger, Kelsey Billingsley, and Robert Desjardins.
Yeah, up into 21st is Tom Kirsting. In 22nd, Lee Keller. AJ Campo finishes 23rd. Jared Anderson in 24th. Jake Sanders, 25th. Tim Burkhardt in 26th. John Howe in 27th. Moving up all the way up from that 33 spot. Pat Brady, 28th. Jacques Desjardins, 29th. Paul Klitsch in 30th. And then to round out the rest of the remaining positions, so Larry Brady in 31st. Jeremy Boysen in 32nd. And Matt Wilson in 33rd.
There you go. There was a look at your results. Let's have a look at the highlights from GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race number 1. Great start here. 3 wide. A little bit of a lockup there. A couple of drivers dropping tires in the dirt. And immediately it was a battle at the front between Ryan Leach and Blair Hosey. And then right behind the number 70 of James French. Look at Hosey hounding the 56 of Leach. Went up for it in the inside, but could not quite get there. There's a look at Ayrton Grimm battling mid-pack there. And Jeremy Boysen and a few others slicing and dicing throughout the field. There was the spin for the number 22 and a couple other cars that found their way off track in that high-speed turn 11. And then Hosey hounding Leach for the rest of the race.
Yeah, Leach doing a fantastic job of not defending clean air, running his race and trying to get Blair to pass him. As he basically needed Blair to be perfect in order to do a pass. And Ryan did a really great job defending and also just running his own race.
Checkered flag, though, 9 for 9. Perfect score for Ryan Leach so far in 2025. GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 1 complete from Gingerman Raceway.
bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Falcon tires. Race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's a NOS zero sugar to get me there.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
GRIDLIFE Festival started 12 years ago, and back then it didn't have any competition. But the first competition that GRIDLIFE ever had was the GRIDLIFE TrackBattle Time Attack, a race against the clock in one of a number of different categories. And now we've got 7 competition classes and Super Unlimited on top of that as well. Kyle Heyer joined by Jamie Santos for Heat 5 of the GRIDLIFE TrackBattle Championship weekend here at Gingerman Raceway for the 12th GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival. And Jamie, this is a big event. This is the one that everyone circles on their calendar, not necessarily because of the racetrack, but because of the scale and the size of the event. So this is Heat 5 of 7 before we get to our podium sprint tomorrow.
Yep, there we go. But yeah, it's been quite an incredible event so far. Like you said, it's the one that we want to win the most. It's the one we're going to try the hardest to win the most. And, you know, we've seen quite a few mistakes and chaos because of that, because people want to push so hard and get the results as much as they can.
Yeah, it's easy to make a mistake when you're pushing so hard. And effectively, you only need to run 2 fast laps to win in TrackBattle Time Attack. One on Friday or Saturday, or maybe Sunday morning, and then one again in the podium sprint. One to qualify, one to compete effectively for the trophy. But everyone's sort of competing for the trophy, but they're also competing for track records in each of those respective categories. Some records have been standing for several years. Some were set all this weekend. But to hold that record in a class that's about building your car and about competing with your car, especially in front of thousands of people like you are here at GRIDLIFE Midwest, this is a big deal in the grassroots motorsports community.
It is. It's 100%. You know, it's just that personal ambition of wanting to get faster and wanting to see what you're capable of. You know, for some people, they you know, their drive is to compete with other competitors, see how they stack up against one another. And for many, it's battling against themselves, battling against, you know, their inner demons of how they can get faster, how they can push themselves above and beyond their limitations that they see, and you know, work on themselves to get that much faster, that much better of a driver, and that much cleaner.
Yeah, just moments away from Group D heading out on the racetrack and going out for some of the fastest lap times that they've been shooting for. As far as conditions, we'll get a look at our weather here in just a moment, but we mentioned it before the Rush Series race that it's just been a nice weekend here. The clouds have come over. You see now 76. It's basically what it was yesterday at this time, but more of a breeze out of the east, which is a bit of a surprise here given that we're just east of Lake Michigan, but no precipitation. It's been a gorgeous sunny weekend. which, gorgeous sunny weekends are nice in the morning for the nice cool weather, Jamie, but as the temp heats up, again, we don't have a track temp monitoring, but take the air temp and add 20, 30 degrees to it, and that's generally what your track temp is.
100%, and especially on a track like Gingerman where it's so exposed compared to something like Road Atlanta or Lion Rock or even CMP where we're at the start of the year, where there's a bit of tree coverage, shadow coverage to make some of the sections still relatively have a lot of grip, but over here where there's pretty much no trees in sight until you get really far deep into it, it's really gonna take away a bit of grip. But luckily we've been having a slight bit of clouds every once in a while, and so if it's able to cover that sun just for a little bit, that will be a huge gain in grip and be able to allow these guys to go as fast as they can.
Yeah, again, the track battle session is slated to begin at 1:55 local time, and that is about to be right now. In about 45 seconds, cars will roll off the grid. We'll see how tight the timing is here. Again, we've been a little bit of a delay, so we're actually sort of ahead of schedule slightly, just waiting for the Group D cars to hit the racetrack. But again, Group D, we organize our time attack field into groups of about 20 to 25 cars to try to navigate traffic and things of the sort. But we mix all the categories together, Jamie, so sometimes you've got Honda Fits in the Club SC category that are going to be going fast for all 6 or 7 laps of heat. But then you've also got street mod cars and street GT cars that are making speed in very different ways. So how do you navigate that traffic?
It gets very tough. We saw a little bit of that in the first session out in Group D. I had a chance to talk with Chris Rice, for example, and he had a bit of a moment with a C6 Corvette where both guys were fighting for the same lane. It's kind of hard to tell which guy is going fast and who's not, especially when you have a car like a Corvette and you see a Honda Fit who, when they're going flat out, you think they're just on a cooldown lap just in general. But that's a tough thing. You just have to find a way to navigate it, be clean. These Sunday Cup cars, they do as good a job as they can. It's just up to the other competitors to just keep it as clean as they can because they know they have the horsepower to make it a little bit easier on themselves. But it can be a challenge sometimes. It's just communication with other drivers. That's huge, and when it doesn't happen, it can get a bit tricky.
Green flag for Group D in the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship. This is Heat 5 as cars head out onto the racetrack. And we'll be following primarily the Club SC category in this group. That's, again, we've split everybody up by pace, and it's actually kind of rare that you have all the cars in one category in one group. But Club SC, sort of a club slow car, so to speak. Those cars are all going to go out together in this category alongside all the other classes as well. You see them with the pink banners and the pink stickers. It's a fun class, Jamie. It's all about the efficiency of having fun, right? More smiles per gallon and more smiles per dollar also. So you can really get into this. You go buy a $5,000 Honda Fit off of Facebook Marketplace or whatever, you can throw some coilovers on it or not. You can run it on stock suspension if you want and throw the spec Falcon RT 660 or the Falcon RT 615 on these cars and go out and compete.
Yeah, 100%. It's one of my favorite classes, in time attack, just because, one, in like with Group D, for example, almost all the competitors are all together, so you get to compare yourself with your competition. You get to follow them and not like race them, but you're following them in the sense of where they're gaining time, where am I gaining time, how can I brake later here, can I brake a little sooner here, and trail it off a little bit to gain a bit more momentum, especially in a track like Gingerman where it's so hard. It's very front limited because of how they design the entry points on these corners. So it's a lot of fun because it's very much more driver focused, driver oriented, and that allows for and especially in a class where you're pretty much bunched together all the time, you get to talk to your competitors, see who has the edge and who doesn't.
There's Tom Halka in the number 7 Subaru. Again, he was sort of, working back up into this program after being out of the seat at Carolina Motorsports Park. This car was driven by son Josh Halka, also by Tony Barber, who took it into the podium sprint. But there's the number 7 with Tom back behind the wheel now, just on a warm-up lap here before they come back around. Nick Alpin was that C6 Corvette we got to look at right ahead of Juan Johnson in the pink and teal 142 Honda S2000. So this is going to be, again, about a 15 to 20 car field here as they come back through and across the stripe. And I'm curious to see if we'll see any records set. We saw some this morning, but as the track temperature is about 10 to 12 degrees hotter than this morning, I'm not sure that we'll quite see it unless drivers that are capable were just sort of, dealing with issues, or they're just shy of their capability, they might be able to eke out enough pace to go faster.
100%. I had a chance to talk to a few of the Street Mod competitors. Kyle McHugh was having a limp mode issue, so he wasn't able to go as 100% as he would have liked to. Same case with California as well. He was having a little bit of issues. So that's the thing, if you try to get as much as you can out of the morning session and just weren't able to, I think you still have an opportunity to do that in this session to improve it. And we're seeing a little bit of cloud coverage even right now. The shade's not too bad on the sun, so maybe there's a chance for these guys to get a good lap, get a personal record or an overall record as well, as we see Hawk there, getting a lot of power down on that front straight. So let's see what he can do.
Across the stripe, he'll be the first driver to record a time in this session of 1:44.905. I don't know that that's quicker than he's gone so far this weekend. Actually, it is. A 1:45.105 was the best time that he had previously. There's the 240 Canur. That's 1:45.080. That is quicker than he's gone. So like I said, I think if you had time on the table, you can go quicker. I think those that already feel like they've gotten the most out of their car, maybe not. I am curious about Club SC, though. Remember, Group D also this morning had a long duration yellow flag. They didn't get a lot of laps, so that might also factor into this a bit.
Yeah, 100%, especially in something like Club SC, where unlike other time attack classes, you're doing multiple laps. Let's say 4, 5, 6 laps in a row, and you're trying to get into that flow in that group. Whereas other classes, you're trying to do it on the spot. So when you have double yellows like that, it could just cause some trouble.
Yeah, 6:14 a reel, a little slow there, but actually just letting by a fellow competitor there, and that was very gentlemanly, letting Kevin Wendt on by in the Honda CRX.
It's good etiquette there with that stuff we love to see. Talking about like Eibach as well. He's kind of become the mentor for Track Battle to really, embrace that communication with competitors and the and GRIDLIFE to make it a lot easier. And he's so big and passionate about making it a more smooth process for all of us. And that's something that I'm sure it'll make him smile.
Here's a look at your two club classes, as we call them, the Falcon Club TR and Falcon Club SC, the spec tire categories here in GRIDLIFE that have the Falcon RT660 as the tire that you're going to want to have, or the Falcon RT660 Plus now. And again, we're going to see Club TR continue to get faster because there's some of those cars in some of the quicker groups. But Mike Jansen in the 156, a 151.502. We're not too far off of the track record that was set this morning with a 150, I believe. So again, I think there's still some time here. Here's the leader in that Club SC category.
Yep, not too far. I believe that's about 6/10. I believe the fastest was a 50.9, but not too far there. And that's just how it's such a limited class in terms of performance. So gaining that extra 3, 4, 5 tenths is going to be difficult. The top 3 so far are separated by I believe 6 tenths. And that doesn't even factor in guys like Chris Rice, who's a little bit further down. I know he's got a lot more pace in it. Ryan Mukherjee, I'm sure he's got a lot more pace to get really close. So it's not over yet.
It's not, and he didn't improve that time, but he's within 6 tenths of the record that David Best set this morning, a 150.995 in Falcon Club SC. So I think he's capable of chasing it down. He's been in the mix, but he's done a couple of different cars. So we noted this earlier. I think we've seen him in a Mini, we've seen him in a Fit, and now we see him in this Honda Civic, which is sort of an interesting car. There is definitely a modifier for the double wishbone cars in this class. It's really not designed for cars like the Civic, but they sort of fall into the class structure if you take the right percentages. It's a power to weight class 25-1, and Jansen trying to show what can be done with a Civic. Here is the S2000 of Juan Johnson we were talking about a little while ago.
Yeah, beautiful car. Lovely to see Juan Johnson out there and really working hard. Hasn't set a time yet, but this looks like he's on a flyer here. You can see coming down 10B, just taking a bit of a wider line there on the approach, a little bit of a slide. That shouldn't hurt him too bad. If it's a little too much, it can really hurt you. Let me lose you a couple tenths, maybe 2 or 3, but it seems like he kept it relatively clean. And let's see how he comes into 11. Because it'd be hard on the brakes, I would say probably right around there. Downshift, probably the 3rd gear turn in. Could add a little bit of room there on the exit and a little bit on the apex, but hopefully he can put in a really good time there.
Is he dragging handcuffs?
I was going to say, it looked like almost like a loose toe hook or some sort. Oh, that looks a little lively there coming out. Let's see what it is.
It looked like handcuffs, but I think you're right. It's just a toe strap
yeah,
hanging from the rear bumper there.
Yeah.
Here's a car. Spaz Miller is out here. sort of late entry, didn't think he was going to make it. This is a street class car, and he blew up very early on at Road Atlanta a couple of weeks ago. But the Red Hangs Racing 55 car is here and trying to compete for the street class records, but he didn't get a time earlier, so he needs to make his way up into the faster groups where this car will belong, but just needs to set a benchmark time to move forward.
Yeah, I think early in the event of Road Atlanta would be an understatement. it's tough to see that. You know, you never want to see someone one blow a motor and really pretty much blow a motor on the first lap out of the event. So
I think he said we were averaging 7 laps an engine the last year or two.
That is just, it's unbelievable. That kind of reminds me of Chris Smith with the seems legit 1M clone. He when he was an N54 setup, he had blown 4 motors last year, which I don't know how he did it because I'm still on 1. So you know, maybe he just had some rotten bit of luck, and that's why he's gone LS3. But you know, you hope to see Spass way up there. I got a chance to have some fun with him last night, just saying like, hey, goal, make 1 hot lap please this week. So
well, he did. He got it done, and
there you go.
Goes to the top of street class in this session for now. So we'll see where it stacks him in future heats, because again, you're not going to get to move up into heat in the same session that you're running. So he'll have to do that again tomorrow morning, or move his way up through the grid. Here is a couple other cars to keep an eye on as well. There is the number 16. That's a street class Toyota GR Corolla. Yeah, we haven't really seen these cars a ton. We've seen a few of them in a few different categories. They are eligible for Falcon Club TR, but this is Justin Lachaus. This is in street class, the 150.754. I think there's still some more time in this car.
Yeah, 100%. You know, it's such an interesting platform to use. You know, I've always been curious to see what it can be used in the hands of someone that's like really fast, like an Eddie Siegel, because you would think the formula is just, it's perfect. You know, all-wheel drive, a proper all-wheel drive setup versus like a Golf R or a Focus RS, which is more like a Howdex system. You know, and it's not incredibly heavy. I believe they're around 3,300 pounds, whereas some of the other cars are like 34, 35 in that kind of same category. So, you know, it's cool to see them. I mean, you hope to see more of them in street classes, you know, to kind of widen that variety in that class.
Yeah, certainly. So 157.54 doesn't pick up that time. Third of the 3 street cars we've seen on track, but Spaz Miller running a 141.237. That should be enough to bump him into at least Group C and maybe Group B.
Should be. It should be able to get something a little more representative to allow him to get a little more clear track on the last session and then tomorrow morning as well. You know, a couple seconds too away from top 5, I believe. I believe 5th is in the 38s, 39s at the moment. So, you know, Spaz has got more in it. Once he gets a little more comfortable, gets in the groove. I mean, you know, he came here yesterday, I think, like around midnight, right? So, you know, had to unload the car, had to make sure it's all good and everything. And, that's a big blow up.
Big blow by, rather. We've seen this happen a couple of times to this car, where it just seems to blow out some smoke. Really, in 10B is the place it's been doing that. It does look spectacular, but it hasn't slowed him down just yet. Kevin went a 147.998, currently 4th. Oop, sound like he
I've done that before.
Had a messy shift there on the upshift.
Yeah, that looked like my week at CMP. You know, struggling to get from either 3 to 2 or 3 to 4. You know, it's one of those things where in an H pattern car you want to shift as quickly as possible, but sometimes you got to be a little more patient.
Yeah, especially with those cable-operated transmissions where things aren't quite as tight as rear-wheel drive cars, where they've got a direct linkage to the transmission.
100%. You know, it's one of those things where it's like you know, obviously every quicker shift helps for sure, but sometimes you just, you know, it's a long season. You got to save the car and be as caring as possible. You know, it's one of those things like I believe you think of like a world champion like Alain Prost, where he always predicated, you know, saving the car, maintaining it to last the whole season, whereas, you know, someone like Ayrton Senna, for example, is just all gas, all go right away. So there's different ways to do it, and sometimes you just got to find a balance right there.
This is Chris Rice. This is your reigning champion in Falcon Club SC. And again, they have not really been able to tickle down into the 150 mark where they were this morning, but Chris Rice still looking to jump up onto the top of the leaderboard for the Club SC class so far.
Yeah, you can see in turn 1 there, a bit of a slide there. He's really pushing it. He knows he's got the pace in it, and really hard on the brakes there, turning in. Looks like he's getting a little wide there, but not too bad. You know, Chris is an incredible driver. You know, he's another example of a driver who started working with Scott Robertson, who has, you know, it showed dividends last year being a Sunday Cup champion. So, and he's been really good so far this year. He's going to want to find more time, as we can see, but he's got such a great talent and great feel of this car to be able to pull it off.
Off into turn 7 now. Again, this is such a fast area. You track out to the edge of the road, let the engine kind of wind up, and then this is where you really need to balance the car on the nose, get it rotated. And this will be easy flat in a Club SC car, just to the floor, wash out to the edge of the road, use the width of the racetrack, get a turn back to the left before you jump on the brakes. This is really the only spot you're really going to lean on the brakes in a Club SC car. You don't really have to slow down all that much anywhere here at Gingerman Raceway with one of these.
Yeah, 100%. You can see he's struggling maybe with some suspension. There's a lot of bouncing coming in the entry of some of these corners, which it's got to really struggle and slow him down. And it looks a little better on the exit, so maybe some adjustments that need to be made, maybe a setup issue. Something that can, get rid of that kind of, I wouldn't say porpoising, more like pogoming effect.
Checkered flag here for Group D, so Chris Rice will be coming back to his last lap attempt here in Heat 5 of the weekend. And checkered flag there for Chris Rice. No pickup, it looks like, so he'll stay P3.
Yep, he's got a lot more time, and I know he does, and he's going to be able to find that in tomorrow morning where the condition will be a little bit cooler. Maybe he's got some fresh tires he'll save up, and knowing Chris, I've seen some of his driving. He's got a bit of me in him when it comes to fully sending it, so I trust he's going to be able to put an incredible time tomorrow.
Love that R32 Volkswagen. Connor O'Mara and Falcon Club TR. There's the 122 that's Jason Davidson. That is doing pretty well here this weekend, just trying to move up. He was actually out in the taxi sessions earlier this weekend as well, giving some rides. But this car's been in the fence. You see the multicolored body panels. It's got, been around the block a couple of times, but all in the pursuit of speed.
Oh, that'll buff out. You just do some two-step polish and paint correction, and it'll look brand new. You're right.
Well, with silver and orange body panels, it'll look brand new on one side and brand new on the other, just more different.
You just say it's a racing livery. There's some multicolored liveries out there. Austin Hurdle's a great example of
his car was also crashed. This is not a good example, Jamie.
It looks good for some people. It's a bit of character. It shows a bit of character. The thing is, it's got battle scars, right?
I was really happy to see Austin Hurdle. We talked about Austin. He just re-debuted his Eibach GLTC car after a crash at Road America last year. Put it back together basically in a week because he dared people on his Instagram that, if I get 50 likes or whatever, I'll put it back together. And that was really dumb, Austin. And then he had to, rush down, drive 3 in the morning to get to Road Atlanta. Did really well, got top 10s. And then he asked yesterday, should I put a livery on it before the next event? I was like, dude, you got to stop asking the internet because they will make you do it.
Yeah, 100%. You should never trust the internet for personal opinions. I would say, it can get a bit wily out there.
Yeah. So we'll see. I was just happy to see the internet wants him to put a livery on. He's always put something pretty spicy on, so we'll see what he's got for Mid-Ohio and beyond. The next broadcast for Grid Life will be at Road America, the National Park of Speed. Summer Apex up next. We won't, unfortunately, have the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course event streamed this year, but we've got a handful of really awesome broadcasts coming your way, especially on the tail half of the year with Lime Rock Park. And we're going to stream Audubon Country Club again. That's been a while since we've done that one. WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, Pit Race International Race Complex. I'm missing a couple, aren't I?
No, I believe
that's everything?
Yeah, that's everything.
Okay.
It's Mid-Ohio, Road America, Lime Rock, Audubon, Laguna, then Pit Race.
Okay.
Yep. I'm excited for Pit Race. That is, I remember when we all went there last year, first time out, and I feel like some people, just wanted to go just because they wanted to get that quota, and then they went, and it's like, wow, this is an incredible facility.
I got a chance to drive Pit Race as well. I hadn't done it before, and I was shocked at how abrasive that place was.
Yeah, it is. It's really hard on tires, and that was kind of the talk of the town during that week. Was if you had some really fresh tires, you were going to be really fast. But if you had tires that were 5, 6, 7, even 8 heat cycles in, you were seconds off the pace. I had a bit of a situation where one of my fresher tires had blown up, so I had to go to an older set, and it. Even though I was driving harder and faster, I was 3 seconds off the pace just because of how abrasive that tarmac is. But it also explains why it was so grippy in the rain. There was a lot of GLTC drivers talking about how grippy it was, and you could pretty much drive the racing line and not a rain line there.
Cars are rolling now for Group C. Next up for the GridLife Track Battle Championship, Heat number 5. And we're going to start moving our way up more into the meat of the battle for both Falcon Club TR, some more street class entries. I think that's primarily what we've got, maybe the tail end of the street mod field as well. But I see a lot of blue and a lot of gray and a little bit of teal. So that seems to be our primary focus here for this session.
Yeah, a little bit of a couple street cars in general, you know, street mod, maybe a few street GT as well. It's going to be exciting to see. You know, this is when it gets a little bit spicy, and like you said in Club TR, you know, you're going to see some pretty fast guys in there, and obviously quite a few interesting street class cars like this 718 Cayman S. You know, such a really cool build. Such a lot of potential in a car like that in a class like street class, because it's so light, it's balanced mid-engine, super nimble. So be curious to see what guys like he does.
Ben Bolthus in the number 40 Toyota GR Supra. A couple other cars out there as well. Some simpler Falcon Club TR builds. You know, it's interesting to see Club TR as a category, because some cars just look like they just rolled them off the lot, stuck a wing on it, and called it a day, and others are basically, you know, Eibach GLTC light, just with how much prep they've got. So always fun to see the different ways people skin the cat. There's the 48 Tyler Hensley, another Subaru Impreza hatch. I'm a big fan of this generation of Subaru Impreza, that 48 car, the gray hatchback, just a really neat looking car. I dig the clear tail lights also. I mean, maybe that's controversial, but on cars like this, I dig it.
It's a unique look, and it's like, you know, in the car in general, you know, it's the only time we had like a proper hot hatch style of an Impreza STI. So it's got a soft spot for many people. I'm a sucker for a hot hatch. You know, before my 1M, I had a Focus RS as a time attack car, so I'm a sucker for them. You know, it's, you know, you see these in street class, and they're just rocket ships. You know, Josh Hawk is a prime example. You know, just the speeds they're able to go on the front straights and the grip they have because of the all-wheel drive system. It's kind of the standard of the class.
Up onto the front straight, green flags waving around the course, so it's time to go. And there's the 319 Club TR car. That is a Toyota GR86. Again, we've talked at length in the past about how this formula seems to be a popular one to choose. Take a GR86 with the FA24 and stick a wing on the back, and you're not in a bad spot. But if you want a K-swap one too, I think the first gens are a better platform for the K-swap. I don't know that the second gen really needs it for Club TR. They make plenty of power. If you can get a little bit of weight out of it, you're in a good spot.
I would be curious to see one of these with a GR Corolla, the 1.5 swap, because you would think it would fit pretty well. There's been a few custom builds of people doing it with that swap as like a fun show car, but you know, that motor is so strong. The cylinder walls of those are super thick, and you can make so much boost. It'd be cool to see one of those put in a GR86 and run in like Club TR, for example. You know, there's a lot of potential in this car, even though despite the weight and everything. And even with the 2.4, they're super quick. It's kind of like when you go from like I think Tom O'Gorman said this years ago, it's like going from an AP1 to an AP2, where you just get that little bit of mid-range torque, where it just kind of livens the car up.
Yeah, again, the first gens aren't quite as slow as people make them sound. If you're shifting up in the high revs, it's not so bad. It's just when you're at the 4,000 to 5,000 range, 3,000 to 5,000 range, there's just nothing. If you're above that or below that, it's fine. But the FA24 in this car has fixed that problem and added a little bit more on top of it. They dyno from factory, closer to 210, where the first gen was closer to 175. 180 was a good one, right? So that's a pretty major difference for, boring out the original 2-liter to a 2.4. But Chris Schuster jumps at the top of the Club TR cars that have run so far, 143.499 in that GR86.
Yeah, really good time by Schuster there. It's like you said, with like the first gens, they're quick as they are out the box. It's just one of those things where you just have to keep it, like you said, keep it up in the red range. Let it sing essentially. It's a sports car. You can't let it, die down the low RPMs like a Corvette, for example, where you can almost drive some tracks, just in one gear.
Yeah.
That's how easy they are to drive sometimes.
That's the challenge, right? Is cars with bigger engines, V8s that make more torque. It doesn't really matter where you are in the rev range. When you apply power, you've got it. Where cars like S2000s, MX-5s, the cars that are momentum cars, there's a lot of corners here as we have a car off at the exit of 3, but they've gotten back on course, so no carry on. If you could be stuck in between gears where it's too fast to go down a gear, too slow to go up a gear, and that can kind of stink. Especially turn 2 is actually a challenge in first gen 86, is because it's a little too fast for second gear, a little too slow for third, so you kind of get stuck in between. Car on the front straightaway, we have a yellow at sector 3 also because of that car stop there.
Yeah, just before the start-finish straight, start-finish line, but yeah, it looks like maybe he had, not sure what happened to him. I saw a waving yellow at 11 earlier, so I'm wondering if maybe he's just had a mechanical issue, or maybe he went off and maybe something had broke suspension-wise, but hopefully they can get that sorted relatively quickly, and we can get back to that section being clean and open for going. There's a little bit of traffic situation here coming out of 10B. But
both street mod cars here. Gordon Ayers is going to give a point by. Might have been a little too late for that to be effective there. But again, it's tricky. The closing rates of cars also. We saw this morning Alan Patton just running up behind an MX-5 and seemed a little frustrated, but he closed, it seemed like a quarter mile in one corner, right? So it's tricky sometimes to have that much heads up.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate for something like that to happen. I talked to Alan a little bit, and he was not too upset, but it's one of those things where he's like, in the moment, you just don't want to see happen. It's just, like you said, it's one of those things where you got to find a way to gap yourself right, because some of the closing speeds of these cars can vary because of the gridding situation, and so it gets a bit tricky to navigate sometimes.
So looks like we've gone full course now to go collect that car in the front straightaway for the issue at turn number 11. So we'll get that car sorted and back on back green here shortly, and I imagine they'll try to get him at least another lap. This should be a pretty quick extraction here from that car in the front straight.
Yeah, it should be not too bad. Just all the emergency vehicles go out to pick him up, and it's probably what they're going to do is just pick him up there and then take him all the way to pit exit, and then just bring him back that way. And that shouldn't be too bad. Luckily, he's so close to the track to park the trucks there and tow it up. It shouldn't be not too bad of a trouble.
So safety car is out, and we mentioned this morning, but this is a new process that actually was introduced here last year, Jamie, where instead of what we used to do was display a black flag to all cars, which meant that they would all come down pit lane, they'd all get relined up, and then we would go again. But the problem with that is then you waste a bunch of time getting cars into pit lane and a bunch of time having cars warm back up again. So instead, we display a double yellow, we bring out a safety car like it's a race, and lets everyone keep circulating, and as soon as we're done cleaning up, we can turn everyone loose. It's been a real time saver for us at events. But the difference between this and a safety car in a race is that there's no requirement or expectation to bunch up together as a group. You can maintain a gap and keep your distance to the car ahead, but we tend to see people sort of bunch up naturally. And Jamie, it'll be really important if you think you can get another good lap, to make sure that you've got space here for the lap or two you might get on a restart.
Absolutely, especially if, like you said, the old way they did it, if you go into the pits and you wait, it's hard to get air into the brakes to keep them ready to go for the next chance you have of doing a hot lap. In this way, you can at least get air into the brakes, cool them down. At least that way you get a better feel. So there are times where I've seen people go into the pits, wait. The brakes are just getting hot and hot and hot, and it just takes a while for them to cool. Whereas this, it's a little more of an efficient process to get that done.
Yeah, again, like I said, it's just Jonathan Denk is the car that's over there, the 67 Honda Civic, and he's really on the front straightaway. They've already got a safety truck to him. Rescue guys are on it, so they'll hook him up and bring him back off the racetrack, and this should be only another lap, I imagine, unless there's fluid that we have to worry about, but he's done a nice job pulling off to the side of the racetrack. It means that the yellow flag should be fairly short-lived.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad, and luckily it should be able to give these competitors that want to have one more hot lap the opportunity to do so. And if any of these guys have a feeling that they can go much faster and get it done, then they're going to stay out and wait for this safety car to go off.
So behind the safety car again, TrackBattle Q5. Again, the way that this works here, see the little Miata headlights flapping Corey Gordon here.
Got to have a little bit of fun while you're waiting.
Yeah, fans will love that. There you go.
Oh my gosh, it's just so much personality right there in the car. I love it.
I'm definitely a big fan also when they you set him up or you turn one motor off so it just does one wink.
Yep. I think he's saying hi to you right now, Kyle. He must know you're talking about him.
I mean, look, if you're going to do something cool like that, that's how you get the cameras turned on you.
That's half the battle in Time Attack. When you want to get on the stream, you gotta show something pretty cool. Whether it's stuff like that, whether it's some sparks on the splitter or a car that just sounds really cool. That's the kind of stuff. Obviously we love to see cars that are driving at the absolute limit and being fast, but if it sounds cool and it's fast, that's even better.
There was someone this morning who said, "Hey, did I make the stream?" I was like, "You got to do something wild to be really fast." Otherwise, you just sort of get lost in the fray. There's 100 Time Attack cars here this weekend, so you just try to hope that you're in the mix and in the conversation. And if not, be unique, make a cool livery, Oh, there's 2 cars off. That's why we're definitely under double yellow. That, I think, is Juniper Zarder over there in her 350Z.
Yeah, it looks like she's staying in the just inside of 5, just before the braking zone. So hopefully they can get a car out there to pick her up, or maybe, yep, I can see the cars coming in now to get her.
I didn't even see that car off first. She might have broke during the yellow.
Maybe, or just before, perhaps. You know, it's one of those things where it's kind of surprising that it's just tough to tell like what it could be. You know, maybe it's just car overheated, for example, or maybe something coming out of 3 that upset the suspension or broke something. I'm all too familiar with that at CMP. You know, it felt like every time I went on one of those rumble strips, I just snapped a bolt. So hopefully it's not something like that.
So cars behind the safety car still, as again, we still have another car to get, and we haven't gotten Jonathan Dink's car on the hook just yet either. So with time still clicking away, you have to wonder, are we going to get more laps? How many laps are we going to get? Zarder's car is on the hook. Dink's is getting on the hook. I think they're trying to figure out what happened to that car, because you never just want to put it on a hook and drag it across the racetrack leaking anything or anything like that. So worth doing the due diligence now to avoid a lengthier cleanup before we turn them back loose.
Yeah, especially for the car on the front straight being front wheel drive. You don't want to mess up the differential on that car, so you want to take your time on that. It looks like they're pulling the 350C now, so it's going to be close. If they can maybe get the Civic out now, perhaps they should have an extra lap, but it could just finish checkered under caution, you know, to be able to get Group A out there as soon as they can.
Yeah, they just dragged Zarder's car to the inside of 5 just to get her out of the way. It looks like Dink's car is also on the hook, so we should get back green this time, provided they feel comfortable with the surface conditions as they are.
Yeah, hats off to the track workers to being able to get that done as efficiently and as safely as possible. It's something you want to see. You want to be able to see these guys do as many hot laps as possible. So
that was like playing whack-a-mole too. They had one car drop with another car off, and the rescue guy's always on it here at Gingerman. It's always fun when they mow the grass and then do nice lines in the grass, and by the end of the weekend it's just crisscross with rescue guys' truck marks everywhere as they're going around recovering things as fast as possible to keep us as green as possible here at Gingerman Raceway.
I mean, if they want free lawn service, they could just hire me with my 1M. I could just go through the splitter every so often.
We don't need more time attack cars off track, Jamie.
Well, I'm just offering a free service. I'm offering a service for the community. You know, that's the important thing. You want to be able to give these guys as much, make this track as pretty as possible, right?
It's like my dad making me bag the grass. As long as you keep the grass off the track at the end, then we're all good. But
yeah, it's, you know, like you said, you never want to see it happen, but if you do, you at least want to make it look pretty, right?
Yeah.
Nice, even cuts on the grass, you know, kind of make it look like a golf course where you have like that alternating color and just make it pristine.
So there was a question asked that I would like to answer because it's different from last year. Last year, we streamed Friday and Saturday, and the conclusion of the broadcast was on Saturday afternoon. This year, we got action on Sunday for a lot of the day on Sunday. We actually ended around 3:30 on Sunday afternoon with our competition, and that means that we have a 3-day show this year. So no, we're not done today. We've got plenty more tomorrow, so make sure you tune in for all 3 days of the broadcast from GridLife Midwest 2025. Lights around in the safety car, and we'll go back green this time through, and we'll likely get a lap or 2 for Group C before moving up to Group B and A and rounding out track battle for the day. Here we go. Green flag back in the air, and Corey Gordonier already giving a point by, does not want to be where he is.
Yeah, even the 350 in front looks relatively slow, so maybe something's happened to one of the cars or two, so hopefully they're just letting cars by, but it seems like the 350 is going really slow. Had a bit of a dirt drop there as well. I'm not too sure what's going on there.
But Ben Bolthus Accelerating out of turn 2 with the number 40 Street GT Toyota the GR Super. Remember that Street GT, a relatively new category as far as grid life classes go. It's one of the newer classes, but it's a very low prep class. There's an MSRP limit, $125,000, $135,000.
I believe it's
$125,000, but you can only you can run tire width up to a certain width, but other than that, you can't modify engine internals. You can't put on anything other than stock aero. So it's a very low prep class, designed mostly for V8s, V10s, and V6s and inline sixes. Ben Bolthus got the Corgi in hand. Again, what a great photograph that is.
That is a beautiful photograph. You gotta love a track Corgi at a grid life event, right?
Track Corgis are the best Corgis.
They really are. They're just absolute little sweethearts, right?
Oh man, he asked if he could have the dog in the photo, and I said no props, but dogs are family, so bring them in.
100%, and maybe this starts a trend. Maybe everyone who brings out their dogs will do some track photos with their dogs. I'll bring my dog out to do that just for the fun of it.
Up the backstretch now, Ben Bolthus. I don't know that this is going to be, his best time of the weekend because it was fresh off of a full course yellow, but we'll see what he's got off into turn 11, leaning hard on the brakes here.
Super soft suspension. You can just see the car get really light on the rear end just because of how soft it is. It pitches that nose so much, and had a really good exit there. So, it's one of those cars that maybe just has a relatively simple suspension setup, really soft. Could be OEM as well. A lot of OEM suspension tends to be on the softer side because, like you said, Street GT, and most of these cars are just designed for grand touring, for doing long drives. So, one of those things where he's really working hard to get the most out of it.
Yes, Ben Bolthus, 141.476, not bad at all.
Yeah, really good time there. 41.4 should be relatively close to around top 7 maybe in Street GT.
Checkered flag here for Group C. They only got one lap. There's the 718 X of Moore, 142.737. I don't think anyone broke any records there. Just a one lap to get a banker in, and
yeah, it's just going to be really hard to get that record in such a short amount of time. It's one of those things where it's like you're going so slow in the safety car, then you have to acclimate yourself to the fast speed. So it's one of those things where like maybe sometimes you're better off doing pacing yourself and being able to do a quick warm up. That way, when you do the hot lap, you're able to just be more comfortable at those speeds at a higher rate. It's one of those things that's very much talked about when Group A, when you do our out laps. A lot of guys do relatively slow warm up laps, especially depending on the tires. Slick tires, they need quite a bit of time to heat up to get acclimated. But it's one of those things where if you can get some pace even on a cool down lap, it kind of gets you more comfortable being able to do a fast flyer right out the gate.
See a look at the top of the screen there, track mod. We're not going to see Al Patton up in this next group. It'll be Group A, but 128.894 smashed the old record. Track mod went sub 130. But Street Mod is the next to do that, or the next to try to do that, and it'll be Dewey DeWitt that is going to be on the mission to break that. He's already got the record for this weekend, but still more to go.
Yeah, I will say this about Alan, because there was a time at one point that they wanted to make that car into a Street Mod car, and I think I speak for everybody in Street Mod that I thank God every day that they made it into a track mod car, because a 28.8 is just incredible, and there's so much time in a car like that, and it just shows how quick that car is. But also, you have to consider the Street Mod cars are just getting so fast to the point we're talking about sub 30s already. If you had done that, talked about that maybe 5 years ago, people would have thought you're crazy.
Yeah, we're about to go sub 130, I think, this weekend in Street Mod. Dewey DeWitt is on his way, already broke the track record, and Cerise has caught up with Dewey DeWitt.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dewey DeWitt done did it. You just broke the Street Mod record overall. No one else has gone faster than you. We're here at Grid Life, Gingerman Raceway. Talk to me about what this means for you.
It's huge. Honestly, this is the record we're all going for, okay? Gingerman means the most to the people who've been to Grid Life since the beginning, or real close to the beginning like us. Gingerman's everything. So, having this record, I can't even really put it into words.
He's that guy.
All my peers, okay? And we've got Andy Smedegard, this dude's a legend, and we're barely in front of him. We have the most stacked Street Mod field in history. The even to think that I would be at the front of this is incredible. But
and in an old Subaru. Now, the only other car that's out there that's faster than this old Subaru is a souped-up Corvette.
Yeah, in track mod, not even in our class. Alan Patton's a legend, but like, the fact that we're even as close to him as we are is nuts. Alan's awesome. So.
And what was your lap time?
We ran a 1:30.6, so we got the old record by 3/4 of a second or so.
And you're 6/10 away from being 1 minute and 30 seconds, which no one has ever done.
Sub 1:30, nobody's ever done that in street mod. It's something we've been trying to go for a long time, but we're really trying to get it done. So.
And who do you want to thank for this accomplishment?
Honestly, all of our sponsors, people have been supporting us forever. IEG, Subi Mods, Fuel Lab. These guys without them, we wouldn't be there. And honestly, my crew chief, Dylan, like, he's the reason we're able to do what we can do.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely. Guys, it's not about the size of the boat, it's the motion in the ocean.
Well, that, and it's the cream rises to the top.
He had that ready to go. The man's a legend. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Yeah, love Dewey, always so energetic, and like we said, this graphic at the top of the screen, this didn't exist on Wednesday, and who did I call to figure out how he wanted to do that? Dewey, because he's so passionate about Time Attack, so passionate about the presentation of it, and he walks the walk too. He shows up, he gives it a go. He builds this car, he drives that car hard, and it's really cool to see him up at the top, but it's not over yet. There's still a lot of weekend left to go.
No, not at all. It's only 3/10 separating him and Andy Smenekar in Super K and the Green S2000. It's really cool to see that. They're two very different cars, as we talked about earlier in the week. Dewey kind of like, in a way, the old breed of Time Attack cars. A lot of power, minimalistic aero, but just an absolute brute of a vehicle, whereas Super K is a little more technical, probably has a little more advantages from places like turn 7 all the way to 10, but Dewey definitely has got the edge on him and the power.
Yeah, there's Mike Bryant, the number 94 Falcon Club TR car. We talked about this car a little bit this morning. NC MX-5, again, sort of the odd man out when it comes to the Miata generations, but there's no reason why it's not a good car. It's still as good of a car as any other Miata, and this car is one of my favorite in the class, because I love the details on the livery and like the splitter striping and all that. Just looks the part. Looks like a true GRIDLIFE race car.
Yeah, put it really hard on the brakes there coming out of N11. Really good exit there, really clean and really aggressive. I'll tell you what, Kyle, I'm so surprised you don't see more of the NCs in Club TR, because they meet the weight limitations so.
Big trouble and off.
Snap.
Mike Bryant at turn 1 goes for a ride through the grass, gets back on course, and looks like he has damaged his splitter in the process.
Yeah, huge amount of angle there. You can see it's bent out there. It looked like just the back end was really twitchy coming out, and he tried turning into the slide and just snapped the other way. But he saved it as well as he can. But it looks like that's going to be, he's going to have to go into the pits anyways. But that might be his session done. Unfortunately, he was really working hard, pushing it to get a really good lap in there. It's just one of those things. It's a little error here and there could just end your session, and now he's gonna be crunching to get that thing ready for the next session out.
Yeah, you always wonder, sometimes those splitters are not affixed super tight, so it doesn't take a lot to dislodge them, but for some cars it's very much a part of the front of the car, and if you break it, it's a lot to stitch it back together. Depends on how tight it was braced to the rest of the chassis, and if there was other things that were bent there. But going off at Gingerman usually is a non-event, but if you get the right ruts, it can definitely mess things up. There's a look at Luis Zendejas in the number 773 Unlimited class Corvette. Here's a look at the replay for Mike Bryant. Just got in there a little hot, already had counter steer, just overcorrects to the right, and right there it's going to dig in, and right there, bam.
Yeah, hit a little dip there. Yeah, you can see like coming out of there, it's just gets quite a bit of rotation. He's trying to balance it. He counters into the slide, and then it just snaps on him the other way, and that's really where it's just game over. And like you said, it looked relatively uninviteful, and then it seemed like you said, he hit a dip there that might have caused quite a bit of damage to the splitter, more likely even the splitter mounts. And if the splitter mounts are going to go bad, then it's hopefully he has something quick that he can replace it and get back out there.
Peter Granberg digging through turn 8 and 9. Look at that big lateral slide there for the 511.
Like a ballet dancer, just getting the rear end out, just turning into the slide, trying to get that neutral steer. And Peter's been working hard. He's one of the most competitive drivers out there, to get those fast laps. He had a little bit of a mistake, unfortunately, in the last session on turn 11. Either, came in a little too hot and going into gravel, but that's part of it. Pete is all send, all go, all the way. As you can see, hard on the brakes here, probably downshifting back to third gear, turning in. Looked relatively uninvited there, but super clean on the exit. Used as much as that curving as possible, and hopefully he's able to put a really good time here as we see. And you can see, yep, 39.7 there for Peter, so not too bad. I believe it's a little off of his press. I think he did a 39.4 earlier in the week, so hopefully, you know, as time goes on, he's able to get into those 38s to get a little closer to Maroney at P1.
Yeah, he's pushing really hard right now, and right now second of the cars that have run so far behind Stan Feingold, who reclaimed the Club TR rear-wheel drive subcategory record this morning. So, or it might have been yesterday that he ran that time. Either way, Stan Feingold is at the top of the pylon as far as the rear-wheel drive subcategory. You give trophies for the class overall, but the records are kept per drivetrain.
Right, 100%, because you know you want to award all the different drivetrains. They're all different, all unique, and you know for some it might be easier to get that record. You know, there's the running joke in Club TRs. The front wheel drive is very easy. I know Jen Smitherling likes to talk about that with Evan McLaren, really just to annoy him because you know Evan's such a competitive person. But you know they're all really quick.
So as Group B continues here, there's a good look at Ian Flavin in the 2.4 Subaru BRZ, and we're going to bring in a special guest here up into the booth here for a couple of minutes. Wish he was on the racetrack instead of up here in the booth, but we're going to have Mike Eibach up here. Mike, how are you, man? It's good to see you here.
Great, great. How you guys doing?
Good, good, good. It's we're in the middle of Time Attack Group B right now for TrackBattle Heat 5 of the weekend. We were just talking about Falcon Club TR, but Street Mod has been sort of a battleground this weekend. Dewey DeWitt resetting the track record. You know, and getting closer and closer to sub 130.
Yes, incredible lap too. I think he's got it in there if he can put it together tomorrow morning maybe.
Yeah, so what's up with you? Why are you not on track this weekend?
You know, taking a break. We haven't been out this year at all. Getting the car ready, a lot of big changes with the sequential switch and all that. And I'm able to get things done at home I haven't done in the last 5 years. So
there you go.
that's been a good thing too. So just a little break, stepping back, kind of watching from this side for a little bit.
How many GridLife Midwest have you been to? It's probably been several.
Yeah, I haven't missed one since 17, and then I did 14 and 15, and I had a little break in 16 with a car accident. But other than that, I've been to every one.
Yeah,
so.
well, and you're still at this one, so this one counts.
Yeah, we're still here. We're still here coming.
But let's talk about the state of Time Attack a little bit as we continue to watch the times fall. We're resetting records in so many different categories this weekend.
Yes.
You know, talk a lot about scope creep and how rules sort of get rewritten over time, but the records just keep getting pushed. We're looking at times dabbling into the sub 130s for Street Mod, which is the class that you typically compete in. Talk to me about how Street Mod has evolved over the years and how your program has had to keep up with it.
Man, it's been quite the ride. In the beginning, it was you know, a lot of really predominantly street prep cars that we'd come out here and we'd drive with, and now it's a lot of purpose-built race cars now in this class. It's kind of evolved up to where kind of as fast as Track Mod was a few years ago.
It certainly seems that way. The class identity, it probably hasn't shifted all that much, but people just figure out ways to optimize the rule set. And it seems like things are always changing, new red lines in the rules every year just to keep things from getting too far out of pocket. But let's talk about Gingerman Raceway, because GridLife Midwest, our biggest event for the year, sort of like grassroots Le Mans. You show up, there's fans everywhere. But what does it mean for a driver like yourself with a program and a team like yours to show up at an event like this on such a big stage?
It's everything. This is like the pinnacle of our GridLife season. You know, I mean, there's some other big ones, but this is the one everybody pretty much targets to do well at and to try to win. And so the competition pretty much every year here is intense, and it's getting even more and more intense. A lot of names I haven't even personally seen, so I can see the growth just from the few events I've missed. It's getting better. I mean. And at Gingerman, it's always been a destination. I'm local to here. I'm only an hour away, but it's the one that I try to make every year. You know, everybody wants to be here at this one. So
let's talk about the format. We introduced Podium Sprint a couple of years ago in 2023. A slight change this year as far as how the qualifying and the heats work. We're sort of back to our standard heat-based format, but we still have the Podium Sprint at the end of the weekend. What's that been like for you to sort of have this presented session at the end of the weekend where, you know, the records still count, that's all goes in the record book the same old way, but you know, you're battling for trophies in a much more intense session.
Yeah, and it comes right down to reliability at that point too. A lot of these cars are pushed to the pointy end to where you know, reliability can lack sometimes, and you know, kind of keeping it pulled back a little throughout the weekend so you can really give it to them at the Podium Sprint. that's something that's, you know, we focus on, you know, try to, even as far as sometimes missing a session to save it for the sprints if you've already got a good time. So I like the way that the format is with the podium sprints, and you know, I'm glad they did it that way.
Are you a driver that gets nervous at all in moments like that, or are you pretty chill behind the wheel?
I do get a little nervous. A lot of times I do better under pressure, I've noticed, so that's kind of a good thing. This, you know, as you've seen last year, we had a really terrible year, broke down pretty much more than I'd like to admit, but so we didn't get a lot of time in last year, but I think nerves are a part of it. I think when it comes down to the sprint at the end, even if I don't think it matters much with the nerves, but I think it affects me.
What's the schedule for the rest of the year for you? I mean, I know you're trying to make Midwest, but
yeah, I'm hoping to make one event maybe later in the season if we can get the sequential in the car and do a test session maybe, or a test event towards the end, maybe Laguna or something. I got Lime Rock and Laguna on my target, so one of those we might hit, but still not positive on that yet.
Gotcha. It's great. Let's talk about Gingerman Raceway as a time attack racetrack. You've been to a lot of racetracks on the GridLife calendar, but this one, you know, as we were saying earlier, it's a field. Built the racetrack here in 1996. It's a sort of become sort of a, you know, diamond in the rough, so to speak. And a lot of people put a lot of emphasis and pressure on this event, maybe because of the scale of the event. But this track seems to be a very good time attack track.
It is. It's got a little bit of everything, and it's got some slow turns and some really fast stuff. And you know, generally it doesn't favor a rear-wheel drive car much. I mean, we've noticed that over the years, and you know, we're all-wheel drive, but I've noticed that it's pretty much, it does favor an all-wheel drive car, this track, a little bit, I believe.
Yeah, so super fun to watch. What's the plan this weekend? Just sort of hanging out in the turn and concepts area, just watching, hanging out?
Yep, hang out, maybe help them guys out a little bit. They always help me, and you know, just here for support for them guys, so.
Did you make it out to the festival grounds last night at all?
No, I didn't.
Oh,
tonight,
boy.
though, I think I'm going to go out there this afternoon or this evening and check it out. I really like the setup out there from, you know, from a distance anyway. I bet it's pretty cool over there. I have not went over there though.
Yeah, it's a really neat layout, and I have to say, last night, Friday, was busier than I've ever seen it before, so I can't even imagine what tonight's going to look like here. But how about this, Jeremy Bailey in this number 13 FA24 swap BRZ? That's been, I think this is an FRS, and I would pay enough attention to that to know the difference. But he won at Carolina Motorsports Park. That was a big win for him in this program.
He's came so far, man. This car is extremely fast. I mean, he's got a lot of time and a couple of years of building this thing, and it's really paying off for him. I was really happy to see him last weekend, or the last event, win that. That was great. Yeah,
really cool. And that was partially because that podium sprint format kind of puts a little bit of pressure on. You see him tracking out right to the edge of the road there at turn 9. That's a fast area of the racetrack. We've seen a lot of drivers make mistakes over there. What makes that 7, 8, 9 complex so challenging?
7, 8, 9, for me, it's really a tough one as well. It's getting through 7 and 8. The transition there is kind of tough, and then on through 8 and, you know, through 9 and 10. It's a downhill coming into 10, and you know, sometimes deceiving, and the braking zone is kind of short there, and you know, it was trouble for me for a while. I mean, I don't think I've ever mastered it, but I mean, after so many times of doing it, it's getting better.
For sure. Let's see what Bailey's got this time across the stripe here.
Is he leading the?
He was not leading the session just yet, I don't believe. But if we can get Club TR pulled back up, we'll have a look at the record and a look at the times from Club TR one more time, because Group B has just picked up a checker flag as well. But again,
I love this new format you guys are doing with this live stream. This is incredible.
Really, really excited about it. You see the rear-wheel drive record reset just yesterday with Stan Fingal to 138.37, and not quite there in this session. And Jeremy Bailey just ran a 39.7, so a little bit off of the rear-wheel drive record, but in the conversation, in the mix, and certainly qualified into podium sprint as it stands.
Right. Warm session, track's getting hot. We'll see if anybody can break the record again.
And Mike, I want to thank you for joining us here. It's been a pleasure to have you. Good to have you pop in. And Group A is coming up, so why don't you go upstairs and watch from up top?
I appreciate it. It's good talking with you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
I'll bring Jamie Santos back in here for the tail end of this session. It'll be Group A coming up next here. And Jamie, we're getting back up to the fast cars here. This is going to be exciting. I don't know if it's track record pace, but it's going to be super, super fun to watch.
This is where all the fun begins, right? You know, the Group A tends to be the Wile E. Coyote of all the groups. It's the fastest cars, fastest drivers, but it's also, because of that, it's the least margin of error because of how wild these cars could be. So, you hope everyone can keep it relatively clean and relatively quick, but it's the sun's starting to come out, it's starting to bake that track a little bit to get a little bit slippery. So hopefully everyone behaves, but you never know. It could be quite the party for, in Group A for sure.
So checkered flag for Group B, as we said, but Group A is on grid, and we're about ready to roll for our next time attack session. So this is going to be the second to last time we'll see these cars on track today, because we've got another heat of track battle at 4:55, which is about 2 hours from now. But again, with the track, it'll be right after a drift session, so I don't know that you're going to go any faster. Another opportunity here, though, potentially. Kyle McHugh, one of the first drivers out in that silver and black Supra.
Yeah, it looks like Dewey is elected not to go out this session, so he might be parking it for, saving it for tomorrow morning to see if he can go for that sub 30. That seems like for him and Smedegard, that's going to be the ultimate goal. While for the rest of these guys, they're going to want to try and move their way up and get a little more comfort into that 3rd to 5th spot, or even bump a guy out.
Cars rolling out now on the warm-up laps, and the other big important thing we talk about in Group A is getting your stuff warmed up in that slow out lap. And this is always an interesting conversation, because not everyone is on board with needing these super slow out laps here, Jamie, but it's important to get your stuff warmed up. But how tricky is it to make a gap when you've got drivers that are sort of slowing up, making sure they're not overheating stuff before the lap begins? Oh, trouble for Chris Boersma, by the way. The 33 car is pulled off to the left over between, I think that's between turns 2 and 3.
2 and 3, it looks like just between or just before the braking zone of turn 3. So you would like for him to be a little further away to where it could maybe keep it green for the session, but if he's not able to move from there, they might have to throw the caution and get him out as quickly as possible, and it might be best to do that, but hopefully we'll see in a little bit.
Yeah, hopefully they get him cleared away and we can carry on. But the NSX is going to roll out as well. John Veloso, the number 93 Acura here, Jamie. He's out and off in the previous session, just going to get the confidence back up underneath him here.
Yeah, you never want to see it happen in the morning session, because that's the one you want to go absolute your best at. But you're going to see guys pushing as Kyle McHugh is ready to start his first lap, soaring through us, that's for sure. Hard on the brakes on T1. It looks like relatively tame coming out of T1. Looks like he's trying to save it a little bit of a wider line there. It looks like he just saw the waving yellow, so maybe he's backing it off, but let's see. It might be a good chance to see Boersma as, he's just out of T2 just before the braking zone of 3.
Yeah, it's tricky because Boersma's off track safely, but sort of on driver's left, which is where you're tracking out to. So you saw McHugh have to kind of swerve to the right just to leave enough space for comfort there. So it's not going to necessarily help anybody go quicker, unfortunately, but we'll see if McHugh can get the job done.
No, 100%. And it can also be just a bit of a trick your mind, because you see a car off, you naturally sometimes just want to take it easy, and you think to yourself, I'm in time attack, I need to keep, go at it with a yellow. You're still able to go fast, just have to be cautious about it, right? And Kyle's he's gonna do everything he can to get as good of a lap as he can to push him closer and closer to first and second.
Down to 10B, this car winning in the track mod category last year, almost won street mod too. It was so good. Ran both categories last year, which was a topic for discussion in the postseason. I know for a lot of people with rules changes and things, as the full course yellow is displayed.
Yeah, full course yellow there. It's quite a bit of a discussion was the dual class setup on a car, especially because it was the same car, just changing tire. It was just really tricky to it was just, a lot of people were upset whether it was fair or not, because for some people it was, you get more seat time, everyone gets less compared to him. But I think it's one of those where it's just, you just got to make it work. Kyle's a one-man band, so he did everything he can to make it work. It's pretty tough. I couldn't imagine what it's like to run 2 classes at once with the same car.
Yeah, it's a lot of effort, a lot of work. There's a good look at Jeremy Lauder in the Chevrolet Corvette in the unlimited category. Unless is that orange or that is red? I was gonna say he's run unlimited in the past. That car, I'm not sure if he's running Pikes Peak again this year, but he did last year at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
Yeah, generally it's as dedicated as they come. You know, it's one of the more popular stories we talk about it in Time Attack was, I believe it was Lime Rock 2023, where we had a very unfortunate incident. The whole, I believe it's the left side of the car was just completely dinged up. Overnighted parts from General Motors to Connecticut, and got the car back up and running. It kind of had a bit of a Colin McRae kind of style, where he drives those, when he drove those Ford Focuses with the Martini livery, just absolutely battered, and just still going flat out. Jeremy did that with that car, and quite an appropriate name, I would say, for as loud as that car is, right?
Yeah, for sure. And it's actually funny. That's one of 3 Pikes Peak cars that we have here this weekend. This is another one, the 606 Thunder Bunny car, that's running a couple of different categories here this weekend as a Toyota GR Super GT4 in GRIDLIFE GT. It's also running in Time Attack. But the third car is Sean Bassett's Datsun, which is over in the Toyo booth, but they had a transmission problem earlier in the weekend, so unfortunately will not be able to compete. But again, the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb coming up in a couple of weeks. I'll be on that show, and there's a whole bunch of GRIDLIFE competitors that we see each and every year, so make sure you tune into that as well, because it's just fun to see. The Pikes Peak Hill Climb feels a lot like a GRIDLIFE on the side of a mountain. There's a lot of similarities there.
Yeah, it's a lot of the same. You meet a lot of the same people. The camaraderie is very similar, and everyone's really fun and laid back. Actually, I had an opportunity to meet Laura Hayes, who drove this car in Pikes Peak and the Thunder Bunny crew at SRO a few weeks at Sebring, and one of the nicest race teams I've ever had a chance to meet. They brought me in their trailer, introduced me to everyone, and actually had a chance to watch the Vision Pro special with the goggles of Lauren's run, and it's quite incredible to see the in-car of just how bumpy Pikes Peak is, especially the higher up you go. It makes Sebring look like smooth as silk.
I don't think there's a cliff within 1,000 miles of here, but there's some cliffs on the Pikes Peak Hill Climb that are just a 600-foot linear drop.
Oh yeah, you don't want to go off on there. There's some scary crashes I've seen. Obviously, everyone talks about the Evo crash. Will I Young, a previous competitor at a Time Attack, probably have one of the scariest crashes I've ever seen. Dipping it into the crevice of the inside of a mountain, just tumbling over, and it's just anyone who does it, like you said, with this car, Sean Bass as well, Jeremy Leiter, they have my respect. They're just unbelievable to do that, the dedication to do it. And
it's like the polar opposite course to Gingerman Raceway, which was designed with safety in mind. It's a track that you could push really hard without really any concern of stepping over the limit. Pikes Peak, you step over the limit one time, it's game over for your program, for your car, and for your hopes of winning. Dashed. I mean, again, it's like the 156 corners over a handful of miles. It's like the Nordschleife uphill.
Nordschleife uphill on steroids, I would say, because it's just, one of the big challenges too is, the change in weather. You can go to the bottom of the hill, it's beautiful, sunny like it is today. Track conditions will be perfect, and the higher up you go, depending on the time of the year they do it, it might be a little snowy, it might be a little cold, rainy, and you just have to be prepared for pretty much the unknown. It's one of those things where you can plan and prepare as much as you can, but when you start from the bottom of the hill, it all goes out the window.
Yep. So cleanup continues there. Maybe not cleanup, but the tow continues between turns 2 and 3 for Chris Boersma.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can spot if they can get Boersma out. I haven't seen.
They might tow him back the other way. They might tow him back the counter race, okay, if I had to guess, just because it's a little quicker that way than going the proper way around the course.
Yeah, I'm curious maybe if there's like you would know this better than me, Kyle. I wonder if there's an escape road they could probably take him around near the campground.
Maybe. Not really. There's no place to exit the berm on driver's left there, so they usually just go counter race is the quick way to get stuff back. So hopefully we get back going here again, just as far as the schedule is concerned and where things are supposed to line up. We've got, let's see, another 5 or 6 minutes before they have to throw the checkers here. So again, we'll see what they've got.
I just spotted Boersma in the paddock right now. It seems like they're towing him in. So hopefully maybe next lap out, they're going to drop the lights and get the green flag. And, if we got 5 minutes out, then we got plenty of time for some fast laps here in this session.
So the safety car will keep an eye on the lights. They are out, Jamie, which means we're going green next time by. So the pace car will pull off, and we'll probably get 2 or 3 flying laps here out front. Kyle McHugh. Is that Lewis in the 451 right behind him in that MX-5? Or is that's actually a street mod car?
Yeah, I think that's John Road.
Yep.
Yeah, John Rhodes. A bit of a surprise of the street mod paddock this week. You know, doing really well. A big slide coming out there. He's really putting the power down. Maybe not too well or what he would have liked, but you know, it's fun for us to watch.
Yeah, I don't see Dewey on track. So curious what street mod's got. Let's see if McHugh can beat Dewey. It was a low 130, I believe, that 130.6 that Dewey had. We'll keep an eye on street mod records next time around because Kyle McHugh's going to be going for it. Got a nice acceleration up onto the front straight. I don't think it's going to hinder his time, but can he find 2 seconds in this lap?
Yeah, you can see almost the hands just in the distance there. He's really fighting the back end of this car. It makes so much power, around 760 to close to 800 wheel. It's one of the most powerful cars in the class, if not the most powerful car. You know, and Kyle's absolutely muscling to get out of these corners. Really clean out there. You know, be able to keep it clean. He's going to be able to gain a bit of time there, and hopefully he can put in a relatively good lap, or you know, give himself a little more of a buffer to Road, Matthews, and Cal Fortner as you know the day goes on.
Colt Druskowski in that Dodge Viper SRT. What a cool car that is. This is number 299 V10 power plant out of a Dodge Ram truck.
Yep, it's as American as a car can get. You know, big motor, big power, just loud, aggressive. It is just really just one of the coolest cars you'll ever see. You know, I would love to see someone take that car to the levels that Alan Patton took a C7, and you want to talk about entertainment value, that would be incredible to see GM versus Dodge, head to head.
Keep an eye on Kyle McHugh's lap times here. Street mod record he is chasing in rear wheel drive is set by Andy Smedegaard at a 130.973. He gained a bunch of time, a 131.190, so he's only 0.2 off in that silver Supra.
A huge improvement, 31.190. That only puts him just a little over 0.2 off Smedegaard, and not too far from Dewey DeWitt, and that's in a hotter session too. So the fact that he's able to find pace like that is incredible. I know he said that he had some fresh tires that he wanted to keep for podium sprint, but maybe he proved them on this session. He knew that perhaps he had a chance to put a really good lap in, and he showed it right there, 31.9. That's incredible work by
TrackBot also wanted to point out that as far as Chris Smith and Austin Barnes, they're a little far off the rear wheel drive, but just low 133s are not bad times at all. Here's Luke McGrew in Street GT, 136.627, still a couple seconds off Andy Volkel's records from last year in the C8 Corvette, but the track is fast right now. I know we're late in the day. It's not exactly optimal, but people are still finding time.
Yeah, 100%. You can see guys really improving on a session that,
and road pushing, isn't he?
He is. It's such a short wheel-based car set up with a lot of power, I would have to assume. So it makes it that much more difficult to handle, and he's, wringing everything out of it. Good on him.
551 Austin Barnes leading right now in track mod in this session, 133.025. And a pretty tight fight there. Chris Smith in that 212, the orange BMW, also ran a pretty solid lap. But Alan Patton just laying it down this morning. We have not seen the C7 out this time. I don't think it's worth running it for him if he can't go faster. He's already qualified in the podium sprint. I think we'll next see that car on track tomorrow morning.
100%. Alan is really want to go make that time even better and better as the week goes on. So he's probably saving the fresh tires for tomorrow morning to see if he can go into the 27s, maybe even the 26s. Alan has that ability. He's one of the most naturally gifted drivers I've ever met on the GRIDLIFE paddock. So I have full faith in him, putting an absolute shocking of a great lap tomorrow.
Colt Druskowski across the line, 133.465, splits the difference between Barnes and Smith.
That's a bit of a view, seeing a Viper ACR and Ernest's C6. Everyone's two favorite American supercars when it comes to time attack.
There was a point when they were having maybe a little trouble selling the Vipers, and they all of a sudden turned into a really good deal because they were just trying to move them, and it was like this or a Corvette. It was like, Viper's pretty sick. I don't know. I mean, it's just something different. We've only seen a couple of them in GRIDLIFE Time Attack over the years, but they're such a unique car.
I'm personally biased because growing up, that was my dream car. Yep. I always had, a 98 GTS, dark blue with the white stripes, and I just always found they're axe murderer cars. They have all this grip, eons in grip that you could just explore, but then it let goes. It wants to kill you.
Cal Fortner, 133.760, not a bad time there, but again, they're still chasing Dewey's 130.6 that he ran this morning.
Yeah, it was really fighting there to get some power down. I was talking to Cal quite a bit before this session, and there was quite a bit of smoke coming out of his car quite a few times in the exit, and we kind of deduced that, you know, with the added power, that E-diff that he has is really working so much to the point that it's maybe overworking it. And actually, when I was talking to him, I had a very similar problem with my 1M back in 2023. You know, I had a much more tamer rear end set of it. What happens when you make that much more power on a diff like that, you know, it wants to work, but then it just turns into one tire fire on the inside, and you're just pretty much putting no power at all.
John Rhodes still getting after it in the MX-5 in street mod here, diving into turn 3. You can see the track down and up a little bit there, just the slightest bit of texture. He's pushing right now, and we still don't have a checker, so if he can get back here, he might get one more.
I'm really impressed with what Rhodes doing this week. You know, it's, you know, there was so much, there was such a depth in field in street mod this week. You know, I was talking to a few of the guys. It really felt like there were 6 guys who legitimately had a chance to fight for a proper podium, even P2. But, you know, John Rhodes just added his name too, and, you know, that's 7 cars that, you know, is really fighting for that top 5. You know, we could legitimately see, you know, a championship contender, you know, be bumped out in podium sprint.
Oh, big wiggle there through turn 9. It's been a little unstable there despite all the rear aero on that car, just walking out to the edge of the road.
He is muscling it. It's kind of like a baby supercar in a way, you know, kind of similar setup, you know, big, little 4-cylinder, a lot of power, but super light and nimble, but it's, you know, because of the short wheelbase, it's super twitchy. So you can tell he's really, you know, fighting it to see if he can get a really good lap in, and he's been doing really good so far this week. I've been very impressed.
Yeah, there's a Thunder Bunny 606. Christian Aranja behind the wheel of it right now. And again, the idea behind this is run this car in track mod, and also they're running it in the GRIDLIFE GT category. We're getting it plenty of laps. It has no problem doing plenty of laps. It's a GR Super GT4 FIA spec car, so it could do 24 hours if it needed to, probably, but no need for that. We'll see what Aranja's got P4 right now in the session in track mod. It's also interesting to see just how similar lap times it is in GRIDLIFE GT. So Aranja and Alan Patton pretty tight in the lap times this weekend.
Yeah, 100%. You want to talk about an absolute robot of a driver. Christian Aranja is it's as good as they come. Alan and I would joke where, you know, Alan would say he's never seen Christian go 4 off, and it's like anyone that says it is, Alan is like, that's not true. This dude's never goes 4 off. He's just super smooth, super technical, and just has such a great feel. And, you know, you talk about someone who's shown he's got the gift of driving. You know, last year driving a relatively tamed SS1LE in Street GT, you know, competing with some really heavy hitters in Street GT there, and in a car that didn't really make that much more power than stock. So it just shows that he's incredibly good as a driver, but so is Alan, where they could show off and do very similar lap times.
And group Heat 5 there, that was pretty fun. We saw we got close to some records, but here's a look. Mike Jansen in the Club SC category, not quite track record pace, but first place for Mike Jansen in that session. David Betts, Chris Rice, Ryan Mukherjee, and Nick Berg, your top 5. Sam Dooling hunting for some pace. He's already qualified in podium sprint with where he stands, but there's still a couple of heats left to go. On into the Club TR category, Stan Feingold led the way around, but again, we were not as quick as we were this morning. Seemed like the tires really alike the cooler temperatures of the morning for the Falcon RT 660, both in Club SC and Club TR. Jeremy Bailey, Mike Bryant, 4th and 5th. In street class, Josh Halka, Brad Moore, Will Dries, Sam Bosnian, and John Laughlin, your top 5 there. In street GT, Luke McGrew led the way. Ryan Matthews, Seth Brown, Brad Smith, Dallas Reed, your top 5 in heat number 5. Street mod, Kyle McHugh almost got the rear-wheel drive record, 2/10 behind Eddie Smedegard with that 131.19. John Rode, Fortner, Barbaras, and Devin Hoffman, a strong effort there, 140.3. Moving to track mod, Austin Barnes, Colton Drakowski in the Viper, then Chris Smith, Aranja, and Lewis, your top 5 in track mod. Unlimited category, Nessus Bazelis, Zendejas, Jeremy Lauder, your top 3. And highlights from this session. Boy, this was a fun one too, wasn't it? We saw some big push moments, a couple of offs here and there, but Jamie, this was a good one.
Oh, it was. It was quite entertaining from our vantage point. Maybe not so much for the drivers because they're just trying to go as fast as possible, but as long as we're happy, that's all we can have.
Yeah, pretty exciting stuff there in Track Battle Heat number 5. And we've got a new session coming up in Eibach GLTC. We'll talk more about that in a few minutes' time, Jamie. Well, we've got people lining the fences here at GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival, 12 years in here in Gingerman Raceway, South Haven, Michigan, with TrackBattle Time Attack out of the way for a little while. We've got some more wheel-to-wheel action coming your way later this afternoon. Kyle Heyer joined now by Ido Waxman. We'll have a look at the schedule for what's coming up, and we'll explain this in a little bit, but the Eibach GLTC Knockout Pursuit Regrid is coming up in just a few moments' time, followed by GRIDLIFE GT Race 3. We've got some more drift from 4 until 4:55. Then it's TrackBattle Heat 6, Ido, and then we go racing a couple more times before the end of the day.
Yeah, we've got a packed schedule here this this afternoon. This new GLTC Knockout Pursuit is a really unique format for a qualifying session that we'll go over here shortly. And then, yeah, we've got 2 of our marquee race series to finish out the afternoon.
Yeah, certainly. We're excited to bring some new things to the table as well. We said this is a weekend of new. You see the purple logo there, GRIDLIFE GT. GRIDLIFE Grand Touring on debut. The first 2 races were pretty exciting. We've still got 2 more of those to do. The penultimate race for the weekend is right after this next session. And we mentioned the new stage, the new festival layout, just mixing things up here at Gingerman Raceway. Again, 12 years in, you got to keep pushing, keep trying new things, Ido, and it's been a blast to be a part of it. I've been here since 2019, and I could just tell you how many things have changed since the introduction of this event about 12 years ago. First GRIDLIFE event, or it really wasn't a GRIDLIFE event back then. It was Chris Stewart and Adam Bay's first track day here back in 2004. I was 6 years old. So,
don't make me feel old, Kyle. Yeah, so this, I don't think when they built Gingerman, I don't think they ever imagined that it would become what it is here today, especially with the stage moved up into the spectator hill between in the middle of turns 5 and 6, right in the middle of the track. It really gives it a Forza vibe, you know, like the Forza Horizon vibe. Yeah, it's a really cool environment to drive around in. Yeah, and so here we go. We're starting with the GLTC Pursuit Knockout for qualifying. So the way the format works is we send out 2 cars line astern together. The car that's faster of the 2 stays on track. And then they insert a 3rd car to basically battle it out against that car that stayed on track. And whoever, basically, the people are eliminated one by one, and that sets the grid order. So, first of all, the people that qualified for the shootout is based on lap time from race 2, which means we're seeing some people from outside the top 10, namely Ayrton Grimm is actually out here. He's in the 9th spot, which means he only has to do 2 laps. So Tony Marchev right now, he's got kind of the short end of the stick here. He has to be fueled up in case he wants to run all 11 laps in order to qualify first. So he's got it the toughest, I would say. Eric Meadows is alongside him. Eric Meadows could also have to do 10 complete laps in order to qualify first. Right after them, it'll come Robert Thorne, who's going to join them 3rd on track. Then Gary Wimble, then Eric Kutil, Dana Basinski, Matan Rosenberg, Matt Walbaum, Ayrton Grimm, and Eric Magnuson. So Eric's actually got an advantage here. And just to be clear, the top 10, the order of the top 10 was done by random draw. So Eric Magnuson is not only driving well, but also he's got a lot of luck this weekend. But that being said, our top 4 are all in the shootout.
Yeah, and just to go over this one more time, the way that this works is you basically send out the 2 cars, and the order that they're going out is randomized. They basically picked from a hat the number that they're gridding out. So the first 2 cars are going to go out. They're going to run a lap time head-to-head. As you explained, whichever car is slower is going to pit in, and then the next car comes out on the racetrack, goes head-to-head with whoever the winner of that last bracket was, and it's basically last man standing. Yep. So whoever, if you win this, you're going to have to make it all 10 laps effectively. So this is going to be a lot of hard running here. But Tony Marchev pushing hard here, and we're going to start this. This is all about lap time here, so we'll see what they've got next time around.
Yeah, let's see how Tony Marchev does. Eric Meadows starts his lap. Eric Meadows starts his lap right behind him. Yes, so we'll see kind of how this all plays out. Eric Meadows has probably 10 or so car lengths behind, so he's not taking advantage of any drafting here. And then they're going to insert that 3rd car right behind them so that they go green at the same time effectively. So here comes Tony Marchev into turn 3. A little bit of a further far away perspective on this one. Coming into turn 4 now. Tries to cut as much distance as possible. Takes the curbing on the inside. Is set up for turn 5.
Yeah, and he's down into 5 right now. Behind him is Eric. Is that Eric Meadows behind him? Yeah. Yep. So again, just getting caught up with the grid myself. So again, we'll see what they can do. Marchev versus Meadows. We see no time on the board just yet. So whichever one of these cars runs faster will stay on the racetrack and go head-to-head with the next car.
Yeah, and notably, Adam Jabay is actually the flagger out in turn 5 that's going to point at the car that needs to come off track as they come by. So if you're out there, you have to keep going hard all the way through turn 5 until you're told that you're coming in.
Yeah, and again, the cool thing for those on grid that are waiting, they don't know which car they're going to be battling until they're out there on the racetrack. So they're going to just go out, and effectively this is similar to the top 10 shootout that we did, but you don't just have to run one lap, you have to run several and continue to beat. So we'll see what Marchev has got here. Down into turn 11, he'll be the first one to score a time.
Yeah, this is all about setting clean, consistent laps. You have to hit your marks and hit them every single lap. And the cars are it's gonna end up wherever you are. You just have to set the best lap time you can and hope it's fast enough.
140.852 is a pretty good
time. Yeah, that's a pretty good time for these conditions. Not that far off pace, and he does beat Eric Meadows. So Tony Marchev is gonna stay out there. Eric Meadows is gonna qualify 10th for this third race.
And who is up next? It's going to be Robert Thorne who's going to join the racetrack here. So he'll come out and it'll be Tony Marchev versus Robert Thorne. They had an amazing battle in race 1 yesterday. So Eibach GLTC, it's now S2000 versus S2000. Be the Tony Motive Performance number 17 versus the ASM Rainbow Trainer 3, which was the 2022 championship winning car at the hands of Tom O'Gorman. But Robert Thorne is very capable. And we'll see what he can do here. As they head to turn 5, Adam Jabay is pointing and throws the checker at Eric Meadows. So he is done. Robert Thorne will go through, and now the bracket will become 17 versus number 80.
Yeah, so basically you get your fast lap, you get a cool down, and then another fast lap. So that does kind of keep it fair for these earlier competitors. It gives them a chance to cool down their equipment and keep going the next lap.
This kind of reminds me a lot of the Time Attack bracket battles, which I'm not sure, it's been a long time since we've seen a bracket battle on a broadcast in Grid Life. But if you remember a handful of years ago, Time Attack, it was basically 2 cars would chase each other. Whoever grew the gap or closed the gap won. And this is similar to that, except we're using the lap time as the metric. So there's absolutely no, ifs, ands, or buts about who wins what. So we'll see what Tony and Robert Thorne can do. And Robert Thorne is right behind Tony Marchev. And again, this is a new format. I don't really know if it's expected that you keep a big gap or what the deal is here. But I wouldn't mind having a slipstream. But maybe if you're too close, it can be a hindrance.
This could be some mind games from Robert Thorne. He might just be trying to get into Tony Marchev's head here. Regardless, he does gap him into turn 11, and they're going to start about 10 car lengths apart from each other.
There we go. Green flag for Marchev and for Thorne. Let's see what they've got in store.
Here he comes, Robert Thorne, into turn 1. Looks like he's closed the gap already to Tony. Tony starts a nice wide entry into 2, a late apex, beautifully done. Robert Thorne's a little bit of a tighter radius around turn 2. Let's see how Tony Marchev does from this UAV view into turn 3. You can see you turn in much earlier than you expect for such a long straightaway afterwards, and you really take advantage of the camber in the corner to help you gain grip on your exit.
Yeah, this is, again, very, very Time Attack-esque, right? And both these drivers have competed in Time Attack to some extent, although Tony has spent a lot of his time in Grid Life competing in Eibach GLTC. Tony actually has 2 GLTC cars now. This Honda S2000, which was his sort of original campaign car he started with a year or so ago. He's also purchased Luke McGrew's old Chevrolet Corvette, and he basically brings whichever weapon he thinks is sharper to every event, which is a flex and a cool one at that. Which car in my garage is going to be the one to best take to each racetrack?
Yeah, and I think he made an interesting choice here with the S2000 at Gingerman. You'd think it's kind of a low-speed track, but I think Eric Magnuson in these races, he's showing that the power really comes in handy to defend your position. You can be faster around the whole track, but if you can't make an overtake down the longest back straight, then it's not really much good to you to have the lightest and best handling car here.
Oh, Tony Marchev out there. I also wonder, as the session goes on, you get a cool down lap in between, but think about the tires, think about the brakes. It's going to be hard to withstand the whole session here. But again, random draw for the grid spots. Big slide for Robert Thorne. Here they come across the stripe. Does Tony Marchev improve or stay? He will stay at the 140.1, and Robert Thorne 140.2.
Wow.
That was really close.
Less than a tenth of a second separating the two. That's a great lap from Tony Marchev. Marchev, it looked honestly boring. It looked kind of underdriven, but that he must be driving it right at what the conditions require. Great lap from Tony Marchev. And as you were talking about the challenges on the machine, it's also a challenge on the driver. You have to turn on your brain, get fast for one lap, relax for another, think through how that lap went, see if you need to cover up or fix any mistakes, and then you have to get right back on it right away. That's a really, really tough challenge. Tony Marchev, let's see how far he can go. He's already gone.
This is kind of fun because, you know, every time at some point you're like, man, is this going to be it? And you keep getting, you know, keep not getting the checker. That's got to be really exciting for Tony Marchev. And Robert Thorne, again, self-admitted yesterday that he's been a little rusty. It's been a while since he's been behind the wheel of this Trainer 3 car. Last out at Road America Race 4, but Robert Thorne is an immense talent, and again, how close was that? A couple of hundredths of a second between those two, but Tony again turning up the wick right at the right time.
Yeah, it's hugely impressive, and this is a really cool way of presenting qualifying. It'll be really interesting to see how far he can go here. The next one up is going to be Gary Wimble in that Corvette. So he's already defeated one Corvette. Now he's got another Corvette, another black Corvette to defeat. Actually, that's also the GLGT Corvette that Luke is driving. So it's great to see him out here. Maybe Luke is going to be back for GLGT.
I hope so. This car blew a diff yesterday, and it oiled down the racetrack and sent a lot of cars for a pretty wild ride. This car pulling double duty just with a tune change for Eibach GLTC and GLGT. Bit of a slip there for Gary Wimble. Does not look like he is. Oh, there. Yeah, looks like he's off pace.
Yeah, that was a slow exit out of 11, but seems like he's braking at the right point for turn 1. So we'll keep an eye on him. Takes all the track out in 1, so that's a good line through there. Nice line through 2, taking that a little bit of an early apex and kind of pushes him out wide on the exit of 2 a little bit.
So Marchev, again, I think he's in a pretty good spot here. And again, because of the random draw, it's not necessarily expected that the next car is always going to be faster, right? Yep. The way that we do the top 10 shootout is you're reverse seated, and the whole idea is you run one lap and you just see how long you can stay on top of the pylon, but you only get the one go. Where the way this works, you know, with the random grid instead of reverse order. Oh, Wimble pushing. You know, there's cars that Tony Marchev has definitely beat a bunch of times this weekend that, you know, he might be able to last pretty deep and start near the front in race 3.
Well, the interesting part is Tony Marchev could go slower than a 40.1 here. As long as he's faster than Wimble, he's going to keep going. So what we could end up with, it could be that the last 10 laps of this shootout are going to be slower than these laps, but it's just head-to-head. It's all about what you can do in that moment, which, again, the advantage goes to the newer driver. They just have to start focusing on that first lap, while the driver that's been out there longer, he's now on his 4th lap, 5th lap, or they're on their 4th lap, 5th lap. So it's really, really difficult. You know, you're getting dehydrated, you're getting tired. You got to try and stay on pace the whole time.
Yeah, Gary Wimble has been really quick at times when he's had this car running right and has not been the ball, but Tony Marchev ups the ante again, a 139.755. Gary Wimble's not enough, 140.692.
Yeah, so now all these competitors that are coming up are listening to this. They can hear this on the track PA, so now they know, oh, I have to get into the 39s on one lap after one lap. Now the advantage is kind of shifting towards Tony. His tires are warmed up.
He knows what the conditions are like. You're right. This is going to help him a lot.
In the beginning, before this session started, I thought, man, the driver that starts out first is going to have such a disadvantage. But now his tires are hot. His fuel is burning up. He's familiar with the track conditions. He might have an advantage. Eric Coutil basically has to go out there and do what is a top 10 lap in morning conditions right now, and that's really, really difficult to just snap into that mentality and make that happen right away.
Yeah, and this is the championship leading car also, by the way, Eric Coutil in this 82, so Tony Marchev is definitely up against a weapon here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a huge challenge for Eric, but you know, that being said, I'm now kind of thinking, you know, his championship rivals, Matan Rosenberg and Eric Magnussen in particular, he's going to be the last challenger out here, and if Tony Marchev's lasts all the way to the end, he's going to have an advantage over Eric Magnussen, in my opinion.
Yeah, we'll see what Eric Coutil has. He's been pushing very, very hard to try to defeat that 330, the gold BMW. But championship leader won at Carolina Motorsports Park, came up short at Road Atlanta, but also scored some good points there and his effort is season long. And he has built almost the perfect mousetrap for Eibach GLTC this year. But he and Tony Marchev have battled before. Think back to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course last year. It was not a broadcast event, but whoa, Catil drops the tires in the sand. It's going to slow up his momentum, and he's going to be fighting an uphill battle now.
Well, fortunately, the run-up between the start, finish, and one isn't that long, but now that gets in your head. Now he's like, I have to push all of these. I have to take all the risks in all these corners to make up the time I just lost. Whoa, real sideways on entry into 2, clips that inside apex, but he gets back on the power. I don't think he lost too much time there. Let's see if he can find the lap time to try and beat Tony Marchev. At minimum, he's got to try and beat Robert Thorne's time of 40.2 so that he can stay up there, stay in touch with the top 5 so that he can get those valuable points for the championship.
Yeah, you see the drone chasing him on the backstretch there towards turn 5. Marchev into 5 and 6.
Looking a lot more stable here now. He's got his tires warmed up. It could be that those first few laps, or first few turns, he just doesn't have the tires in their best operating condition. So let's see what he can do here. It looks a lot better 5 and 6. Looks pretty good through 7, tracking out now, trying to find that late apex into 8 that's so hard to visualize. Does clip that apex, now sets up for 9, looking nice and clean. Sparks flying from the splitter, tracks out to the outside to set up through 9, set yourself up for 10 being a good spot. Sparks flying again from his splitter. A nice line, clips the inside curbing right in the middle, lets the hill catch him on exit, and he's on power, making his way down to turn 11.
Getting it done, down to turn 11 now. We'll see what Eric Catil's got. Can he keep up with Tony Marchev?
Let's see what Tony can do. Tony just went through turn 11, and he's gonna cross the start-finish right now. Let's see what he can do, and let's see what Eric can do. Eric showing in 5th currently.
And a 139.172, is that enough?
From who?
And so it is better.
That's a great lap from Catil, 39.172 after the troubles he had in turn 1. That's a great executed lap from Eric. So Tony bows out. He'll be no lower than 6th, I believe. So now it's up to Eric. Now Eric's got to cool his car down. He's got to cool himself down. He's got to get back and maintain that healthy mindset, that healthy emotional state to try and set another flyer this next time by. And here comes Dana Basinski. He's next up here, the 6th driver in this shootout. Excuse me, in this knockout. So now he's weaving around, trying to get his tires warmed up. Both of these guys I know, they're on Kumo V730s, which do take a lot of heat to warm up, even in this weather. So they're going to need some warm up to get the tires into a good operating window, and then we'll see how whether Dana can dethrone Eric Catil from the top of this session right now.
Working his way through turn 9 here, getting warmed up. So Tony Marchev did what he could there, but and he just kept improving and improving and improving. But Eric Catil just knows how to get it done, doesn't he?
Yeah, Eric is a qualifying master. He's very, very good at qualifying, and the car, because of the way that it's configured for power to weight, makes it more difficult to race. So this is advantage Eric against his championship rivals, in my opinion. And now here comes Dana Basinski. Let's see what Dana can do here. He's going to come and set up for turn 11, make sure it's clean, and gets on power early. Oh! He gets big slide, but catches it in time. Doesn't lose too much time. Again, it's a short distance between the start, finish, and turn 1. Doesn't lose too much time there. And here he comes through turn 1. Looks nice and clean. A good line through there. Sets up for turn 2 around the middle of the track. Finds that apex early and gets on power, tracking out as much as he can as he makes his way down to turn 3, braking at the 2 marker. A little bit of an early turn in, lets the camber catch you, and gets on power early, uses all the track out at the exit of turn 3.
Dana Basinski in that number 109 Subaru BRZ right now. No time set yet, but he's got to chase a 139.172. Dana Basinski comes from a time attack background in Falcon Club TR. This car was a front-running machine in the Falcon Club TR category. So he knows how to get it done on one individual lap, but chasing a driver that has been an Eibach GLTC champion, who's the front runner in the points, this is a tall order.
Yeah, absolutely, and a 39.1 is nothing to scoff at in these conditions from Eric, so it's going to take a lot for Dana. Oh, he gets a little bit sideways through turn 8 and now into 9, but I think he caught it just in time not to lose too much time. Sets up into the middle of the track, comes in, hits the apex of 10B nicely. That's very nice and clean. Gets on power early as he makes his way towards turn 11.
Yeah, climbing up out of the hill here. And this is also tricky for Catil as well, because reliability was his big challenge last year. Spent a ton of time in the offseason making modifications, reliability improvements to that Honda Civic EG. Catil had a 139-172 last time. What will it be this time? Will it be an improvement? It will not be quicker, but Basinski across the stripe only does a 140.569. I don't think that'll be enough.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine it would be. I mean, a 39.172 is a lot from Catil, and I could tell the gap between them had increased throughout the lap. So I think Catil's got it. We don't quite have confirmation of that, but I wouldn't be surprised. And next up is going to be Matan Rosenberg. So now the two championship rivals are out on track together, and this is going to be one to watch here.
Of course, they had to go head to head. When have they not? I mean, it's almost turning into, as the checker is being displayed to Dana Basinski, this is almost turning into something that actually makes me giggle a little bit. The number of times that Matan Rosenberg and Eric Catil, in completely opposite styles of machines, one lightweight front engine front drive versus one very heavy front engine rear drive Corvette. These two cars are as far opposite as you can go on the Eibach GLTC build spectrum, but they are the best example of two cars at the limit of the rules that can race each other cleanly side by side, and we've seen it over and over and over again. One of the clips on the YouTube channel for GridLife was these two battling for the win last year. They did it again at CMP. They did it again at Road Atlanta. They're going to do it again here this weekend, as they already have, and right now head to head, which driver can run down the best lap time between the two?
They are destined rivals, these two. It's going to be super fun to watch this happen, and you know, this is an interesting mind game, because you can position yourself close to your competitor, but then you're judging your own gap to them to kind of give you an idea of what they're doing. You can try and stay in their mirrors to try and throw them off. Looks like, though, that they're going to have a nice, healthy gap between them as Matan gets a little bit sideways, but holds it all together to start his first flying lap.
Across the stripe, here comes Matan Rosenberg in pursuit of Catil.
Nice and stable under braking, gets turned in, uses most of the track on exit, sets up, again, more further outside of turn 2 than I typically see, hugs that apex, and exits out nice and clean turn 2. Good start to the lap for Matan.
Yeah, and these two cars, 1,000 pounds different between them. What's the horsepower difference? Catil's somewhere around 195, 200 horsepower, and Matan is up in the 260 range, so thereabouts. So
yeah, but they're also 1,000 pounds different, and they're also running. There's a 50mm average tire width difference between these two. Eric is on, I believe it's 245 average versus Matan, who's on a 305 average. So yeah, big differences in how they're set up. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they do in this very pure qualifying format.
All the way out track edge here for Matan Rosenberg, and tucks it in. Nice, tidy lap. Matan is always a very calculated driver. You don't really see him fighting his car a lot, which is why Carolina Motorsports Park was such a surprise. He was up in the mix, top 5, had a great weekend, but it just didn't seem like that car was doing all the things he wanted it to do. He went a little heavier, a little bit more power this year, trying to take the car even further to the edge of the build. But again, I think he had to dial it back just a touch. Catil's car seemed a little better there. It was better than everybody by a mile.
Yeah.
And then at Road Atlanta, it was more back level-headed, even-keeled between the two. Catil at turn 11. We'll see if he can improve on that 39.1. That was a pretty solid lap time. We'll keep an eye on the scoring pylon. Is it faster? A 139.172. It will stay. He doesn't go any quicker, but what does Matan run?
Waiting with bated breath on Matan's time. The gap looked to be about equal, 39.5. That's pretty stout. I would not be surprised if Eric gets knocked out from that lap, but they were very, very close the whole time. The gap looked very consistent throughout the lap, so it's going to be hard. It's going to be, we'll see. We're keeping an eye on Adam Jabay here at turn 5 to see who he points his checkered flag at to represent the end of their session. Next up is going to be Matt Walbaum in the walled guard machine, and looks like he does point it
at Matan.
Was that Matan? I think it was Matan. They're kind of close to each other, so it was hard to tell. So, I mean, for Catil to keep doing low 39s, to be faster than 39.5 on his third lap is very, very impressive. So now let's see what Matt does. What kind of strategy is he going to take? He's right up on Catil's bumper. I'm not familiar with whether they told him they can or cannot pass, but it looks like he wants to pass here.
Yeah, last lap for Catil was a 139.4, by the way, so only a 10th between them, but it was advantage Catil. And again, for Matt Waldbaum, maybe there's a strategy to hounding Catil, being in the mirrors. We haven't seen a driver get this aggressive with it. Again, I don't know how much gap was instructed here, but he's going to make sure Catil has to keep an eye on his rear view.
I will say, though, out of all the drivers in this field, Catil's the least likely for that to impact him mentally. He is cool as a cucumber no matter what. So I don't know if this is going to work out for Matt, because now he's got to worry about what Catil's doing in the braking zone. See right there, he's gaining on him in the braking zone.
Oh man, this is basically bracket battle race at this point. But again, the other thing is that it can end up slowing him down if he's too close. So let's see what Matt Waldbaum's got.
Yeah, he's given the advantage to Eric here. Eric can just drive however he wants, but if Matt somehow runs a corner well enough to establish overlap on Catil, it's going to throw everything into chaos. So this is a very, very unique strategy for Matt. I'm sure he thought about this before the session and kind of thought about what would be the best strategy to ensure that I'm successful here. Yeah, see, he's looking for that overlap, but he kind of had a compromised line through turn 3. The gapping is pretty similar, although I think Eric's grown the gap by a little bit by car length here.
But what can Catil do? Just back him up at turn 11. If you're this close, there is a strategy to this. And you know, there's been some suggestion already. We'll make it a race. Absolutely, I'm on board with trying all sorts of new things. But the way that this is set, there is a strategy. If someone's going to follow you super close to try to bully you, all you have to do, back up the last corner, get that gap to the checker, you'll win.
I do want to give credit to Matt. He's made this he made this even more exciting for us announcing here. But I think this is gonna end up firing back on him. I don't think he's gonna benefit from this. If you're the car behind him, you're getting held up. Otherwise, you run the risk of running into their rear bumper, which is definitely not the way you want to go.
Tomo's watching. He goes, "This is why it needs to be roll races. This is perfect."
Yeah, roll racing down the back straight. Let's use that to determine grid order.
I think Waldbaum has been outdriven this second and third sector here. So I think Catil, by backing up Waldbaum in that first sector, has got himself an advantage. We'll see what the times are. Again, the ticker will only show best lap, but I got last lap here on Speed Hive. So Catil out of turn 11. Is it better than Waldbaum? It has to be, looking at the gap. But what is the time across the stripe there for Catil? It is going to be a 1:39.3 to Waldbaum's 1:40.5.
The consistency is hugely impressive from Eric Catil, but Matt's really kind of hurt himself here. Now he's going to find himself, he's not going to qualify any higher than 5th. He couldn't end up all the way down in 7th from that strategy, and it's compromising the best lap he could have run. Next up is going to be Ayrton Grimm, our surprise top 10 knockout participant. I believe he ended the last race in the 20s, but he set a quick enough time to be in the top 10 here. Third race is going to be set by lap time.
They're going to make this tricky for Adam to flag them because they're so close on the racetrack.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
They have to give themselves a bit more of a gap so they know who this is at, but it is going to be...
Yeah, that looked like it was pointed at Matt. Yep, he's slowing up. Yep, as we expect. So now Eric's been on this for as long as Tony has. And again, now the advantage is kind of shifting and moving around. You know, Catil, he's been consistent, low 39s, making no mistake. He's just running his lap time. He's hitting his marks. He's not trying anything new here. He's just hitting the marks that he's already set. Not concerned about where that puts him. If it's fast enough, it's fast enough. If it's not, it's not. And that's the way to handle this, in my opinion.
Yeah, again, Ayrton Grimm, young kid, brings his whole family here. And again, they've been subscribing to GridLife for the last year or so, and it's been really cool to see them bring their program. They've got Blake Korth under their same tent here this weekend as well. And Ayrton has a lot of experience running the NC MX-5 chassis. He's also double dutying in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series here this weekend. And we know how capable he is. It's been taking a little work to get that car reliable, but it's a turbocharged car.
Yep.
And we'll see up against the NA Eric Catil Honda Civic. Here we go. Green flag for Ayrton Grimm in the number 2 CRP Racing MX-5.
Yeah, here we go. And another, maybe something that I've just thought of, if you start with a small gap, it lets you understand how your pace is flowing throughout the lap versus your rival, and you can turn up the wick a little bit, take more risk to try and improve your lap time, or dial it back a little bit and be more reliable and make sure you hit your marks because you think you can beat them as it is.
Yeah, Yeah, up the backstretch here, we'll see if he can keep up with your current championship leader. Was impressed that he qualified in. I think he just got in by the skin of his teeth here as well. So I think any improvement on P10 would be a good one for him. But he's going up against the juggernaut of the series at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's definitely lost some room to Eric in that first sector of the lap. Let's see if he can claw it back here in the second half. It's a huge amount of pressure to try and come up to a low 39 pace in these conditions against arguably one of the best drivers in the sport. That's a lot to ask from such a young driver.
Yeah, and he's young, but he's got a lot of experience. He's done so many wheel-to-wheel races for his age, and he's run all sorts of different cars as well. But again, an MX-5, the answer is always Miata, or at least it is in many wheel-to-wheel series around the country. But so cool to see Ayrton actually got his first top 5 in Eibach GLTC back at Road Atlanta a couple of weeks ago. And anytime it rains, this kid is rock solid. But weather is clear and sunny all weekend long. I don't know that he's going to have the pace to knock Coutil off the top step, though.
Yeah, unless Coutil makes a big mistake in turn 11, he's really increased the gap here this lap. Nonetheless, a really great effort from Ayrton Grimm. He has a chance to qualify in the top 5 here if he can finish this lap nicely. Let's see where he ends up here.
Yeah, out of turn 11. Very clean, tidy lap. Maybe not quite pushed to the edge, but Eric Coutil across the stripe. We'll see what he's got this time. A 139.695 again. And for Ayrton Grimm across the stripe, it was a 142.068.
Yeah, man, it is hugely impressive what Eric's doing. And now, out next, the last driver to challenge him, Eric Magnussen. So we'll see what kind of strategy Magnussen takes here. It's all for the top 2, and to Coutil's advantage, Rosenberg he's currently sitting in second, but if Magnussen can take that second place spot, that'll put a car between him and Matan to try and see if he can run away with it and gain some more valuable points in the championship.
So Eric Coutil passes by Adam Jabay, but Ayrton Grimm picks up the checker flag. And Eric Magnussen has been racing with us since Circuit of the Americas, the beginning of the season in 2024, and won his first race in Eibach GLTC yesterday and won his second this morning. So he is already on a tear this weekend, and I don't think he's won a weekend yet. It would be hard to do that without having won a race, but he's on a very good trend. Typically, if you win 3 races and score points in the 4th, you can walk away with the biggest hardware on the weekend.
Yeah, he's been steadily improving throughout his time here with us at GLTC, and now this is kind of a coming out party for him. He's really impressing us here this weekend, so we'll see. He's 3rd in the championship, 50 points back, but he's won the first 2. Matan and Coutil have traded 2nd, 3rd places, so he's gaining really, really valuable points here for the championship. It's the best 14 races that you run. 12 or 14 races that you
14,
run.
Yep.
Yep. So, you know, he wins these. He wins more races. The championship gets closer and closer together between him, Coutil, and Rosenberg.
All right, here we go. It's a head-to-head battle between Eric Coutil and the 330 of Eric Magnussen. Whichever car beats the other is going to win this battle here. So Magnussen comes across the stripe, and all he's got to do is defeat Coutil. We'll see if he can do it.
Coutil's got the advantage. His tires are nice warmed up. He knows exactly what the track conditions are like. Magnussen is new to this, but he's got a colder engine, colder intake, making maybe a little bit more power, or his tires just like a little bit colder conditions. We'll see whether he can bring the fight to Coutil. Totally different strategy from Waldbaum and Ayrton Grimm. He started with a big gap to Eric. He doesn't want to have his lap interfered at all visually by what Eric's doing.
So into turns 5 and 6, this car much heavier than Eric Coutil's. He put this rear wing on just for this event. He wasn't sure, if this was going to be the weapon to have at Gingerman Raceway, but has elected to go the aero route. Told me last night, absolutely the aero was the answer. It will probably go back to that NASCAR-style rear blade on the deck lid for Road America and beyond, because that formula has worked out well for him. And we saw earlier in the battle with Coutil, this car motors up the straightaway, no problem, but it's really sectors 2 and 3 that this car seems to struggle in comparison.
Yeah, it's the wing helps in the very technical 7, 8, 9 section here of this track, and it does take a higher power to weight penalty than a spoiler does, which is why a lot of the time you see them going for the spoiler at Road America, because it gives them more power for the long straightaways there. Here comes Magnussen into turn 11. Let's see if he can dethrone Coutil and take pole position here for race number 3. Eric just crosses the line now.
And for Eric Coutil, it is going to be slow internet up here, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think...
Magnussen just ran a 1:38.
So he ran a 39.7, Magnussen a 38.6. That's hugely impressive from Eric Magnussen. He takes pole position over Eric Attil, who runs his lap time. The 39.7 is his lap time, and Magnussen took the fight to him and got it done in 1 lap. Congratulations, Eric Magnussen. That's a fantastic effort to get that pole position for race number 3.
Well, that's not what Attil wanted to see. Eric Magnussen will have lane choice and first reaction to the green flag later today, but Eric Attil will start alongside him, and we saw these two battle door-to-door plenty in race 2, so more coming your way. But the Eibach GLTC Pursuit, I have some notes about this format, but it's new and fun. It was worth trying something different. Why not? Evolve or die, right? So pretty cool. Again, this is sort of an extra session anyway, so why not have some fun with it, try some new things here and there, and keep things interesting, those two side by side. I'm sure we'll see it more that way. Eibach GLTC Race 3 planned for 6:45 p.m. prime time here in South Haven, Michigan. What a battle between two cars at the top step of Eibach GLTC.
Now going down the track in side by side together, putting on a show. I'm sure Eric and Eric, the two Erics, are congratulating each other here. Great battle between them. That was so much fun to watch. I'm pleasantly surprised by how exciting this knockout qualifying was, and cars like Matt Walbaum and Ayrton Grimm getting right up on their competitors, I think really added a lot of excitement there too.
Yeah, pretty cool. And again, the fastest lap that you're seeing on the ticker isn't necessarily the way that they're going to grid. Remember, it's whoever wins the pursuit last. So just note that the race 3 grid might look a little bit different. So it's done in the order of the knockout, not the lap time itself. We'll work on some things for Road America or beyond if we do this do this again, so that we can better display things for you. But Eibach GLTC knockout pursuit complete here from Gingerman Raceway. The GRIDLIFE GT race number 3, and Cerise was down on the grid with the GRIDLIFE GT competitors.
All right, folks, it has been an absolutely phenomenal weekend of racing. Obviously, we have this new series called the GLGT. Here I have Alan. Alan, we have a proper GT4 Supra running in this class. Talk to us about what's going on in the car and in your head this weekend.
Just brought the GT4 car out. We run it in some other series. Saw that James was coming out with the TCR car, so thought that would be fun to see how the cars compare in a power to weight series, and turns out they're pretty close. Couldn't ask for a better guy to be racing. The entire field's awesome, so yeah, having a lot of fun.
Yeah, you and James have really been going head-to-head all weekend. Now, we're very familiar with James Howden, and we're going to catch a word with him in just a moment here. He's probably stoked to be in this class because this allows you to get a little bit faster and a little bit more kind of on each other out there. Do you feel like it's been a good competition between you and the rest of the fleet as well?
Yeah, I think they got to sort the rules out, and the rest of their field will get closer eventually. But yeah, the whole series is awesome, and I think it's going to grow pretty fast. And yeah, for me, coming from Time Attack, I wanted something with a little more power. So yeah, this definitely scratches the itch there.
Awesome. Well, let's go catch a word with James and see how he's feeling. Best of luck. All right, now as I mentioned, we're very familiar with James. He's driven in a couple series here at GRIDLIFE, and let's see how he feels. James, have you just been dying for an opportunity to get out there and get a little bit faster?
That's like every day of my life.
Can I press this? Can I unlock this?
Yeah, of course.
Ah, man, everyone should have one of those. Oh my God. And he's here in his historic, classic, well-known watermelon helmet. Now, he usually puts a real watermelon on his head. Do you have one this weekend?
We do, but I don't think, it'll have to depend on how this race goes.
Okay, cool. And what has it been like chasing and following Alan all weekend?
Alan is an incredible competitor. He's super fast, whether it's Time Attack or race or anything like that. It's been a bit of a battle to see when each other will put their tires on this weekend. So he put stickers on for the last race. We were trying not to. Now we've stickered up for this race, so it'll be interesting to see how it goes. Hopefully we can find a bit more pace.
Yeah, there's a lot of new variables for this series this weekend, but you guys are doing a great job. It's been a lot of fun to watch you out there.
Thank you so much. It's been just as fun in here.
Good, awesome. Best of luck out there. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Cerise. Trading blows early on this year, early on in the weekend here for GRIDLIFE GT, a brand new race series, 9-to-1 power to weight, building off of the successes of Eibach GLTC. And we've talked at length this weekend about how the grid isn't as large as we're normally used to. We're spoiled by 30, 40 car grids with Eibach GLTC 7 years in, but with GRIDLIFE GT building a new category, demonstrating, displaying what's possible. I caught up with Jordan Wisely's team earlier, that number 7 Hyundai Veloster. It's not a Gen Racer car. It was built by hand in 3 weeks.
Oh.
And they were originally planning on making it an unlimited car, but when they heard about the GRIDLIFE GT rules, they decided to go that way. But they're having issues with their turbocharger, and they're trying to source one from the local Hyundai community, hoping to get it sorted for tomorrow, but they will not be on track here for race 3.
Yeah, that sucks to see. But that being said, we're getting some fun competition here. The top 2 are kind of competing against each other, and then there's a good group that are very similar pace that are fighting for that last podium spot between AJ Hartman, Chris DeLucia, and Hans Horpedal, who had a flat in race 2, but looks like he has it fixed and is starting in the 5th position, I believe. And it's nice to see Tony Barber back out there for this 3rd race. He didn't make the 2nd race.
Yeah, of course, cars are rolling on the racetrack now, and again, the grid is small but mighty here. And again, we're in GRIDLIFE GT, the GRIDLIFE Grand Touring category. As we mentioned, 9-to-1 power to weight. We're almost done with the racing for the weekend. We've gotten through it fairly successfully. One more race to go after this one. Let's have a look at our starting lineup as well for this 3rd race of the weekend. Front row, Alan Patton and James Houghton. They have gone blow for blow. Houghton won race 1, Patton race 2. Chris DeLucia, AJ Hartman in 3rd and 4th, and followed in row 3 by David Calzada in the 174 and Hans Horpedal in his silver Corvette in 6th place. 7th place, Jordan Wisely will not make the grid, and Jake Jornstad is not here, but it will be a lonely 8th place, and he's stuck in 9th there too, but no cars on the grid for that one. Cars rolling around for the pace lap here and getting things warmed up. Tires, brakes, engines, and again, a 15-minute race on tap here.
Yeah, hopefully we're going to see the same kind of exciting racing that we saw in the first couple of races here. I wonder whether James has figured something out to try and close that gap that we saw between him and Alan in race 2, or if it was something else. I saw Alan's car, the GT4 car, on the dyno earlier today, so I wonder if they figured something out to make more power, and I don't know, maybe that's why. Oh, excuse me, it was probably a tech or a to making sure it was making the power to weight that it claimed. So anyway, hopefully James has figured something out to try and close that gap here to Alan. We expect the top 2 to kind of be in their own race, and then for there to be a pretty tight race for the last podium spot between Chris DeLucia, AJ Hartman, Hans Horpedal, David Calzado, and Tony Barber. All of them are very similar lap times, so it's going to be interesting to see. Hopefully all of them can remain reliable, all the cars stay on track for the entirety of this session.
All right, cars working their way up the back straight. Tony Barber giving a little boot to the throttle there. Get those rear tires warmed up. Lights are out on the safety car. And once again, like we heard Alan Patton say, rule set's brand new. Still a lot to learn with this championship. So we've seen these factory race cars, the Supra and the TCR, sort of light the afterburners pretty early on. But that hasn't meant that we have only had to watch those 2 cars. There's been battles all through the field. It's time to do it all over again. GRIDLIFE GT Race 3. Debut weekend at Midwest Festival, the biggest stage in grassroots racing. Side by side between Patton and James Houghton. Green flag, and we're back underway racing in GRIDLIFE Grand Touring. At turn 1, James Houghton pulls alongside Alan Patton. They're door to door. Front drive Civic versus rear drive Supra, and Houghton clears Patton for a moment.
Yeah, Patton got a little bit too deep into turn 1, and Houghton took advantage, but now he's still got overlap in turn 2. Houghton puts the power down. Hasn't quite eliminated overlap. Allen's going to go for it in turn 3.
Yeah, big lunge into turn 3 for the Thunder Bunny Racing 606. Drops the tires in the curbs, pulls ahead. Here can Houghton throttle up with the turbocharged Civic motor. Side by side, it's a tight squeeze. Houghton's in the grass as they're going for the top spot.
Whoa, Houghton's going to stay into it, into turn 5. Not enough. He's right on his bumper. Always tries to show the nose into turn 6. Has to go to the grass. This is tight racing from these 2.
Yeah, but we saw Houghton drive through the grass and picked up a bunch of grass in the grill. And you see it just covering the front opening. When the camera pans around here, you're going to see the nose has got that front area all clogged up with grass. That could cause some overheating issues here for that car pretty quickly. These things need a lot of cooling, especially on a fairly warm day like it is today.
Yeah, he's falling back a little bit now. I wonder if the aggression is because he feels like he can't catch up on the late race pace, so he's trying to get ahead of him and get track position before the second half of this race. Meanwhile, behind them, we've got Chris DeLucia, who takes the 3rd place, and AJ Hartman right behind him trying to give him a run for his money for that last podium spot.
Yeah, great battle there for 3rd place, but again, I think the grass in that grill for Houghton is going to cause him a bigger problem. It could even force him to pit lane. That could open up the 2nd step on the podium to somebody else, but he's still charging for now. Great run through turn 11.
Yeah, Allen missed the apex of turn 11, and Houghton nailed it pretty well, so he's closed the gap here, but not enough to get overlapped into turn 1.
2 tenths between them here. Very different machines competing on a fairly level playing field here. Into turn 2. Yeah, Patton did not leave a ton of room for Houghton there. Just definitely squeezed him a little at 4. It's not really a passing opportunity there, but Houghton tried to go for it. He might have burned himself.
Yeah, I mean, that takes a lot of trust between him and Allen Patton to go in side by side with some overlap into turn 5. So credit to them, but that was pretty close. I mean, they left just enough room for each other at the apexes of turn 3 and 4. So. Yeah, that'll be exciting to see whether James can come back and challenge him here the rest of this race.
Oh, Patton dropped some tires at the exit of 6. A little bit of a stack up back here. Tony Barber, Hans Horpedal, David Calzada. This is a battle for 5th place. Look at 3 very different mousetraps here. 350Z Corvette, MX-5 Miata.
Yeah, Tony Barber has moved all the way up from 7th into 5th place, and he's going to try and hold that position from Calzada and Horpedal. We'll see what he can do there. Meanwhile, the battle between DeLucia and Hartman is only separated by half a second. You can see them now going into 10B. We'll see whether AJ Hartman can make that a fight for the 3rd place spot.
Yeah, good fight. We're everywhere on the racetrack. All the cars are in a group, whether it be the front runners. Look at this, drafting down the back straightaway now. I can't imagine that Civic is getting a lot of air at all in draft and with the grass on the grill, but so far it seems okay. It only has to last about 10 more minutes. Good run through 11 again for Houghton, but Patton on defense has been stellar.
Yeah, it feels like Houghton has to be inch perfect if he wants to keep up with Patton in that GT4 car. It might just take a little bit too much for him to get past him as well, although Patton dirt dropping on the inside of 1 heading into turn 2.
Yeah, a little bit wide tracking out there. Houghton, very different line. 2 or 3 car lengths between them at the moment. And again, we've also seen the Supra lose pace over the course of the race relative to the Honda. At the tail end of race 2, James gained a full second on the last lap. Maybe that was Patton sort of mailing it in with the gap that he had built, but you can't really afford to do that in grid life anywhere, in any category.
Yeah, I think Houghton is just trying to stay on him as best as he can and try and take advantage of any late race slowdown that you mentioned that Allen might experience. So I have a feeling that Houghton is really pushing himself, trying to keep up with Allen in that GT4 car.
Yeah, but also Houghton, again, we saw that he got squeezed a little bit last time out. He'll be careful. They don't want to be tangling up in these cars. It's definitely not worth it. You want to load it up the same way you got it, but I'm sure they'll chat about it post-race. A little bit of a squeeze there, but again, they'll go back and they battled after that moment here. Here's Calzada on Tony Barber. Calzada's MX-5 much smaller dimensionally and might be able to poke a hole in the defense of Barber here for P6 now because Horpedal's gone by.
Yeah, Hans Horpedal has gone by both of these two, and he's now trying to chase down AJ Hartman and Chris DeLucia for that last podium spot. We'll see what he can do. Tony's got his hands full with David Calzada with that Miata right now, powering out of 10B. Both of them looking pretty good. The gap not really changing. Houghton has closed the gap to Patton, and now he's going to try and challenge him into turn 1.
Yeah, that's
Patton on the defensive.
You know, maybe that cooling issue isn't as big of a deal. I don't exactly know where the power level is relative, but if they've got it tuned down at all, it should help the temperature and the cooling. And for Patton, I think it's the cooling of the rear tires that he's got to worry about. I mentioned losing pace over the course of the race. That's likely from sliding around on street tires a bunch. These cars are light. I mean, they're not incredibly heavy GT4 cars, but you're still beating them up a lot in a 15-minute race.
Yeah, and the conditions here are different from race 2, and that could be playing more advantage into Houghton's hands. Race 1 yesterday was run in, I think, similar conditions to this, so maybe that's why we saw the gap change between race 1 and race 2 is track conditions. So now it's back to advantage Houghton to see if he can give a fight to Allen for the win here in race 3.
Little lateral flat slide again for Patton leaving turn 6, and I think all that lateral motion, side-to-side slide, is what's causing that car to lose grip over the course of the race. And as long as Houghton keeps on him, we saw them have an incredible battle yesterday through turns 1 and 2, where Houghton took the lead back, and it seems like the advantage swings back in the Civic's favor towards the end of the race, and he's still putting so much pressure on that Thunder Bunny 606.
Yeah, now the mental advantage has swung back to Houghton's favor, so now he's hounding Allen Patton's mirrors. Now Allen has to be inch perfect if he doesn't want to let James Houghton by.
Yeah, again, the Supra seems to have the legs on the straightaway, a little less drag, more complex aero on the TCR machine. Again, these are really corner carving cars. And again, great line. You see the difference there, how it makes up a lot of the time that he lost on the backstretch right there at turn 11.
Yeah, it seems like he's really getting on the brakes a little bit later than the GT4 car. They've got about the same gap, 0.4 of a second separating the two. So, you know, we'll see. This is now a game. This is a game of cat and mouse here. Howden is going to try and chase down Allen. He's going to try and pressure him into a mistake in that GT4 Supra.
And back to the Tony Barber versus David Calzada battle for 6th on the racetrack. Barber on the racing line. Calzada popped out to the left just to get in the left side mirror of Barber, make him think twice about turning in, but didn't have the overlap there. He is all over that 350Z, though, through turn 2.
Yeah, as we see Allen and James go through turn 5 and 6, the gap staying relatively the same as Calzada is going for that overtake into turn 3. Gets it slowed down enough. Tony giving him plenty of space there. Now they're side by side heading into turn 4.
Calzada's car just lit the afterburners. A rocket ship leaving turn 3, completes the pass there on Tony Barber, and Barber has another look into turn 5, opens the door, but Calzada says swiper no swiping.
Yeah, I think Tony's trying to pressure him into some sort of mistake there, and Calzada doesn't bite. He stays on his line through 5 and 6.
Off into 7 now. Calzada putting a gap on Barber to try to dispatch him, leave him in the rearview mirrors with just a few minutes left to go. I'm going to guess 1 or 2 laps to go just because we're a little bit behind on the schedule. Maybe we'll eat up a little more time. We'll see, but it's about 5 car lengths between Patton and Howden. Howden's running out of time.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got to try and find a way to get past, but he just doesn't have the pace to catch back up to the bumper of Allen. He's getting these small chances here and there where Allen makes a big mistake, but if Allen doesn't make a mistake, he can't catch him. So that's what the game is right now. They both have to minimize their mistakes if they want to keep take the win here.
Yeah, and that's about the largest gap we've seen is a half a second. It's been 2 to 3 tenths for the entirety of this race. 11 to 12 seconds back. About 1.9 between DeLucia and Hartman for that podium spot battle. And deeper in the field, Hans Horpedal and Barber and Calzada, they swapped spots last time around. You'll see that right there. Calzada P6, Barber P7. So Howden's losing a little ground here. You have to wonder if maybe he's dealing with some of those heating issues I mentioned earlier, just with that trip through the grass. Again, designed with the ability to cool the cars down, but you know, if you cover up those openings, it will gain you some. It'll reduce your drag a little bit, but at the expense of heating all the very expensive components under the hood of that car.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a warm day. It's around 80 degrees, the sun beating down, so these are hot conditions. And yeah, if his engine isn't getting the cooling it needs, it's going to cut power to save itself.
Well, there's also a cancel alarm button on the dashboard for that Honda Civic Type R. With only a lap or 2 to go, maybe you'll hit that button and ignore it for a little bit. These engines will also, I think, generally pull power, or they should pull power if they feel like there's any issues. Maybe Tom McGorman has a story about that a couple of years ago running an Audi at Road America that is still sort of a sore spot when they had to take evasive action through a sign and it covered the car up. So
yeah, the grass not nearly as bad as a sign in the front of your grill, but you know, let's see what Howden can do there. He's closed the gap down a little bit, but I think Allen is doing a really great job of just driving his race and hitting his marks and not giving Howden any chances at an overtake here.
Yeah, 2 laps to go at least, because no white flag from the flag stand here, so this will be at least a couple more miles. And the intensity has died down slightly between these front 2, about a half a second. It's funny, half a second is like a huge gap for us here, even in GRIDLIFE GT, a brand new category.
Yeah.
But again, we're so used and spoiled by Eibach GLTC and how competitive that class has been the last couple of years.
Yeah, and I think this class is going to become that as we add more and more GT4 cars and more TCR cars. I think it's gonna blossom into what we see GLTC being here.
Yeah, we're also excited for builds like, you know, the Jordan Wisely #7 Hyundai Veloster. That car I thought it was a factory car because it was built like a factory car. It's so pretty, and that was a car built for unlimited time attack, but ended up sort of being shoehorned into this category. They're going to make some more changes, and I think they're going to be a real weapon later in the year. They told me they're signed up for everything, so we'll see that 7 Hyundai out more, hopefully again tomorrow with a repaired turbocharger.
Yeah, it'll be great to see. You know, the more competitors we have out here, the better. And Jordan was staying with the group with Calzada and Hartman in the beginning of the second race until he had the powertrain issues that we're talking about. So hopefully we see them come back and put up a good fight.
A little bit of a shaky shuffle down into the braking zone there. Heard some scraping from the front nose. And I still don't see a white, so we'll go at least 2 more again. So we're going to get a nice full race in here, but Patton leads Houghton. What's the gap this time? 1.2 seconds, so a much bigger gain for Patton that time around. Chris DeLucia in the number 40. Good to see him running P3 because in the qualifying session that we saw the oil down that sent DeLucia off toward the splitter off the bottom of the car. And they managed to repair it and also get himself up into the mix for some podium points in race 3 here this weekend.
Yeah, a great job from him to get that car repaired and back together. He's got a larger than 2 second gap to AJ Hartman for that last podium spot. So he's run a very good race himself over AJ Hartman, who's looks like he's going to have a lot of trouble trying to get up to that 3rd place spot from 4th.
Yeah, and again, we've seen the James Houghton Civic do a little bit better at the end of this race. So that's why I think that drop in the grass was a lot more of a harmful moment than I think anyone realized in the moment. But you got to keep it on the black stuff there. But it sort of got shoehorned off by a squeeze from Patton again. Had a little bit of overlap, which in grid life is the expectation that you leave space. But again, there's a lot of drivers that are new to grid life or new to grid life wheel to wheel, where these are all things that you'll learn. But Alan Patton does not need to learn pace. He is just as Dewey DeWitt put it, an axe murderer.
He definitely put his elbows out defending against James, but nothing unfair, nothing unduly about it. I think they did a tough but fair fight in those first couple laps, and unfortunately James has gotten the shorter end of the stick from that exchange with the grass in his front grille, and they're going to get another lap. Still no white flag this time around.
Yep. So Alan Patton leads 3.4 now. Now Houghton's really seeming to struggle. Last time by, lap time for James Houghton. I tell you, I'm not a huge fan of Speed Hive, am I?
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult, but yeah, Houghton now, the gap has increased to 3.5 seconds. DeLucia a whole 17 seconds behind, and Hartman has closed the gap a little bit to DeLucia, so he's got 2 more laps to figure it out. We'll see if he can put up a fight there. Hans, meanwhile, is kind of in no man's land between 4th and 6th place. He's left Calzada and Tony Barber way behind, but he doesn't look like he's going to be able to catch up with Hartman or DeLucia, as I think Tony Barber has actually pulled in here.
Unfortunate. Just for reference on lap times for those at home that are curious, Alan Patton in the 6:06, his best lap a 1:35.2. James Houghton's best lap a 1:35.3. So very even there. However, the last time around, Patton did a 1:36 flat. Houghton did a 1:38.3. So that's significantly off pace, and again, I think struggling a little bit with the car at the moment.
Yeah, it could be that it's not necessarily overheating from the grass. It's just James trying to conserve the machinery, making sure he doesn't put undue stress on it, and live to fight another day. In this case, tomorrow, to try and put up a bigger fight for race 4.
Alan Patton in the 6:06 Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota GR Supra GT4. TBR on the side will leave turn number 11. He'll be coming back to a white flag. This will be the last lap around. By the way, battle for 3rd place. Chris DeLucia has now got his mirrors full of AJ Hartman in that New Edge Mustang in trail.
Yeah, AJ Hartman has really closed the gap. Let's see what he can do. He's coming into turn 11 now. Ooh, DeLucia's really wide. I wonder if his tires have overheated. AJ Hartman executes a perfect turn 11 to get by.
AJ Hartman takes 3rd place away from Chris DeLucia, who needed that to be the checker, but it's the white. 1 more to go, and we'll see if he can fight back and maybe steal the position away. I love this 24 car, such a unique build. It seems to be a great example of the garage home-built way to attack this rule set.
Yeah.
And again, I'm sure there will be some thoughts and considerations after this event and how to tighten the factory cars up to the home-built cars. But again, it takes a lot of effort and energy to build anything like a TCR or GT4 spec car with all the dollars and effort put in by manufacturers. But we are seeing great battles in those 2 really subcategories, to say the least. This weekend.
I actually got a text from my good friend Ryan Finch, who's a New Edge Mustang aficionado, and he said it wasn't just the rear diff and rear suspension that he put from the S550. He engineered a whole rear subframe swap for a New Edge Mustang to take the S550 rear subframe, the whole rear of the car, and attach it to that New Edge. So that's a really, really cool build from AJ Hartman. And again, he also designs and builds his own aero kit or aero aftermarket parts for a variety of cars. So if you've got any aerodynamic needs, he does a really great job with that as well.
Well, Alan Patton, as he did this morning in the number 606 Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota GR Supra, leaves turn number 11. Checkered flag in the 2nd race of Alan Patton's wheel-to-wheel career here in a GRIDLIFE GT second race win over James Houghton in the number 41, who gained a bunch of time back on that last lap once again. AJ Hartman in that 24 New Edge Mustang stole it away from Chris DeLucia, who slipped up last time around. Here they come across the stripe. AJ Hartman, third place, then Chris DeLucia in fourth, just behind. And in fifth place, Hans Horpedal working his way through turn number 11. Didn't have a lot of time to prep this car, but joked with me earlier in the weekend that he was expecting to be last all the time. And like I said earlier in the weekend, had a good chuckle. That's what everyone else told me. I'm not really fully prepped for the weekend. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to finish last, but not everybody can finish last. Hans Horpedal P5 in the 77.
With David Calzada coming in the last finishing car here, down in 6th place. Yeah, great job from our competitors. AJ Hartman closed the gap by more than 2 seconds on that last lap.
And great battle there between Alan Patton and James Houghton for a little while. It was 1.5 seconds between Alan Patton, James Houghton in second place, AJ Hartman, Chris DeLucia, and Hans Horpedal in third. David Calzada and Tony Barber wrap out your field. Again, hoping to gain some of these cars back for the fourth race tomorrow with a couple mechanical repairs going on in the paddock as we speak. But boy, that was a fun one again. Some great battles and moments here in this race, Hito.
Yeah, especially between Chris DeLucia and AJ Hartman. They both had a really great battle towards the end of the race, and James Houghton and Alan Patton towards the beginning.
Well, let's have a look at the highlights here for GRIDLIFE GT race number 3. On the start, side-by-side moment, and James Houghton almost had the 606 car cleared. Here was the fight down into turn 3. Right here was the squeeze that we saw Houghton had to take to the grass. You see the grill fill up with grass, and at that point, I think his race was sort of doomed from there on out. But a good battle side-by-side, a little longer in that lap. And then for 5th place, it was Tony Barber, Hans Horpedal, David Calzada slicing and dicing.
Yeah, Tony Barber had that early 5th place spot before he dropped back and eventually didn't finish the race, unfortunately.
And Calzada and Barber trading spots there as the 174 K-Power car pulls on through. But the Thunder Bunny Racing 606 started to pull a gap throughout the rest of the race. Here was the pass for third, coming to the white flag. AJ Hartman swings to the inside of Chris DeLucia, took that spot away. But the Thunder Bunny 606 takes the checkered flag for the second time this weekend. 2 of 3 races so far have gone to a Toyota GR Supra GT4. GRIDLIFE GT Race 3 complete from Gingerman Raceway.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to actually see if I can catch Sonia as she gets out of this race car. Sonia is one of the drivers for Falcon. Sonia, I'm sorry I'm giving you no time to prepare. I love the authenticity. You look actually phenomenal. Talk to me about what it means to be driving with Falcon as a woman in motorsports and how far you had to come to get here.
Honestly, it feels really good. I had never seen any women in any of the tire, in the space doing like what I'm doing. So I didn't even realize that it was a thing to do until they gave me the opportunity, and it feels amazing. There's a lot of people out here doing so much all the time, like blood, sweat, and tears. I'm thankful and grateful for the opportunity. Anytime I get to drive, I'm very grateful. So,
her name is Sonia Slides on Instagram with an S or a Z?
Z.
With a Z. And tell me one thing that you love to do outside of driving.
Just be with my dog, Aurora.
She's beautiful. I'm a fan. I'm so glad you're here. I never actually get to catch up with you. And then I just ambush her in her pits right after she gets off track. Okay. Give me a hug. I'm glad you're here. You're so welcome. Best of luck.
Thank you.
GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival back on track with GRIDLIFE Drift. Kyle Heyer joined by Greg Bucell after a quick little pit stop for us.
Yes.
Boy, it's a long day. I'm sure the boys in the trailer and on the cameras are feeling that too. But it's just full of action from dawn to dusk here at GRIDLIFE Gingerman Raceway. And the festivities are still just getting started, and we're back out with a pretty sizable GRIDLIFE Drift session here, Greg.
We are, and sizable, I will say this much as well. Did you see the spectators? How many spectators we have? Like Spectator Hill,
Tons.
turn 1, turn 2?
Yeah.
Thousands of people.
Yeah, let's get some shots. I want to see the spectators.
There are so many people out here watching us drive, and it is like the coolest feeling. One of the biggest crowds out there, without a doubt, for us to go drive in front of. Oh, look at
there you go.
Look at this.
I mean, you can just pan that, and it's just people all the way around turns 1 and 2. And look at this. They're going to pan this out. You see, look at this.
Look at
the
this.
sights.
Beautiful shots just going by.
I mean, this is so cool.
You got Team Falcon. You're about to see them come into frame, going into turn 2. Bogovic and Justin Pollock. Look at that right there. Beautiful shot. He did that 360 drift earlier.
That was so fast. You see how fast that was?
You see it, man. You see how fast that was.
I just think people that are just loading in, the concert goers that don't get here until Saturday afternoon, they have missed a lot already.
No, they absolutely have. And this is your first drift session. If you just got here, this is one of the more entertaining aspects of what we have going on here because, again, there's no lap times going on. We're not timing these cars. We're not seeing how fast they are.
We're seeing how much sock they can pull out of the ground.
These guys are throwing their car around as hard as they can to try to get them into drift, breaking the rear end loose, and putting on a show for you guys. You'll see them group up cars 2, 3, 4, 5 times, and they're going to try to tandem with each other. Here we go, front straight. We got a tandem train coming down. So if you're over there by turn 1, turn 2, looks like we just got a yellow flag. Oh, no.
Man.
Yeah,
I've been smoke everywhere. There's just smoke. Look, you can see the shadow of the cloud on the gravel.
Oh, just coming through giant cloud.
Oh, man, look at that. We're changing the weather.
We really are. We're adding classes.
we're what's the word for terraforming but for weather?
Oh, man. I think there's satellites that they're doing out in New Mexico for that now.
Googling it. It's called... that's not a thing.
That's not a real thing?
No.
It's just called terraforming.
There should be a thing. I guess it's synthetic weather, right? Is that a word?
They have those things that are causing clouds, they say. It's a conspiracy. They say they're not, but they are.
Well, I mean, really, it's the airplanes that do it,
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh,
all the...
chemtrails.
Chemtrails, yeah.
Yep. Those are real.
Cloud seeding?
Mm-hmm.
This method aims to enhance precipitation by adding artificial ice nuclei to clouds.
That sounds made up.
It does sound made up, but we're making clouds here. Oh man, popping and skipping.
Oh, that's hurt. You know it's hurt.
Oh, it's hurt.
Hurtridge. They call him Dirtridge now because he just keeps dirt dropping everywhere.
Sean Krebsbach out there, sliding around in the 1 Series, 86 chassis out there, standard body.
Doesn't make sense for the engine though.
No.
Nope. Volkswagen VR6 or what is that? I don't even know. I don't know my Volkswagen. So you use a VR6?
I definitely do not know my Volkswagens.
They're all the same. They came in a 4-cylinder and a 6-cylinder.
You're going to really make Volkswagen people upset with you.
All 3 of them?
Oh, okay. Wow. Now all 3 are really mad. Vocal minority about to come your way, Greg.
It is amazing how there's like Volkswagen guys and Porsche guys, but none of the Porsche guys are Volkswagen guys.
Look at this. We're all about to touch cameras. About the lens touch right there. With the stick
touch of
cam?
the tip.
Touching
Nate
the tips.
Hamilton, GR86 Accelera tire stacks, Sunoco Racing. That is one of the more proper built drift cars out there. Again, it's got a quick change rear end so you can change the ratios. 4-speed dog box so you can just grab gears without pushing the clutch pedal. And a ton of horsepower too.
Pete Collins, Jeremy Swenson going at it. Look at this.
Pete Collins' car way overbuilt. Jeremy Swenson, mostly stock Corvette.
Pete's dropping some tire. That's all right.
Normal fashion.
I don't know what to pave the racetrack for, but... I'm just ripping Pete. He's one of my favorite buddies here in the paddock.
Oh, these are all our favorite buddies. That's why we're going to rip them.
Yeah, the Reef guys offered me a ride, and I said, I don't know when I'm going to get a chance to, but I'd love to.
The Reef guys?
Yeah.
That's a scary ride.
Hell yeah. I've been in it before.
Buckle up, buckle on. Was he in an accident yesterday?
Well,
Speaking of accidents, here we go. Subi Mods, BRZ.
Left side door skin's, a little used up. No low ballers, I know what I have. That sort of thing. Take the picture from the right side on Facebook Marketplace. You're good to go.
You're good to go. Pass it on. Airbags never deployed. Keep on waiting. I've been seeing, so I saw a couple TikTok clips of a couple people going backwards out here. So people need to watch out for this. That white 4-door BMW.
Okay.
It's like white. It's really low to the ground. Throwing big backies. Big backies. Our boy Cole, we didn't get on camera. Massive back he threw earlier. So I keep my eyes out. I'm trying to watch them come around this back stretch so that we get a camera on those things.
Here's the reef boys into one. Big send.
Big reef.
Like barrier reef.
Big reef energy.
Yeah. BMW stands for barrier.
What country is it?
Motorworks.
Bavarian? Get it.
Great Barrier Motor. BMW. Great Barrier Motorworks.
There he goes.
Look,
one of my favorite drivers, Cole Richards, pro spec driver. He does not know how to slow down. Fun fact. It's only right foot to the floor and just carry it forward. He breaks cars.
Oh, there's a yellow up there at 7. Somebody broke something else. Oh, Pete Collins.
big ol'
What are you
Pete
doing, buddy?
Collins.
You're facing the wrong way.
We were just roasting you, and look at that, the irony.
Oh, he knocked over one of the corner posts too.
That's going to cost you.
Brake marker.
I'm going to go get money from him.
I cannot wait for the Eibach GLTC guys to go out there and break a marker late because one's missing now.
Oh my God, that's going to happen.
I always break at the 3 marker. The 3 marker isn't there anymore, so we're just going to send it into 7. Let's see what happens.
Pete's just single-handedly taking advantage and taking everybody at ASM out. Took out all the braking markers.
Ooh, Krebs by. There's Nick going at it again, turn 1.
The BMW's good. Now, the funny thing, I've gotten to drive with him at Carolina Motorsport Park, I think Atlanta Motor Speedway. He has progressed really good behind the seat of this car. From the go-kart track at Carolina to here, this is a big track.
He stuck his hand out the window almost like egging on the drone to get even a little closer. He was one
He's
hand
not
sliding.
that good of a driver. He should probably keep both hands on the wheel.
Well, you know.
A medium great driver.
So I've always heard the thing about, like, you know, you shouldn't be afraid when I drive with one hand. You should be afraid when I drive with 2.
Oh, very good. That's a good one.
Isn't that good?
It is. It's when I get more comfortable. When I get more comfortable. Oh, see, white BMW backing on turn 1. Oh, my God. Tell me he held it off, guys.
Did he get it?
Yeah, look. Yeah, I mean, he's on throttle. He's going. That kid's ripping. He started with a front bumper. I know there was a front bumper.
Look, the bumper's just getting in the way. You know?
Something just about seeing backy entries on turn 1. That just gets me going. You know?
I want to see the Falcon 360 again. That was a beautiful shot from earlier. I was told that the replay machine to run that slow-mo takes like 3 minutes to render that.
Really?
Yeah, because it's this cool tech. Like the camera doesn't shoot that slow-mo, but they have like AI tech that'll like generate frames.
ChatGPT.
Which, I mean, basically, but in a box.
I'm telling you, my job is now like 30% of me working, 70% of ChatGPT working for me.
we need to be sponsored by an AI company. Wouldn't that be sick?
We wouldn't even know if we're actually talking to
It feels like a very forward-thinking thing for GridLife to do.
AI?
Well, just like to be sponsored by like one of the AI orgs, you know?
I would be. That's like a industry leader type thing.
I would say that that's the move.
Mm-hmm. Send that email. AI-generated email.
Yeah,
send that.
exactly.
Hurt every time he blasts by the tower, just 2 steps. It scares the crap out of us.
Yeah, well, there he is.
That orange
There's
FC going through turn 2 right now. You guys will see him full smoked out.
Spin the tires, light the fires.
Yeah, he's clutch in, clutch out, lay it down. Big guy. Oh, it's running out of power. He's not running out of skill. He's got skill.
Off, isn't it? Huh? Is his camera stick going to fall off? The one saying from the left rear?
Well, no, his fender's going to fall off first.
Oh.
Maybe taking the camera out. Yeah.
Well, maybe if the camera's attached to the fender.
Dirt trench.
I mean, how the wheel speed he's got on that all the time.
Through the moon.
What's he running under the hood of that thing?
Turbo LS. Runs really hot. Makes a ton of horsepower.
Yeah. Do you need a turbo in LS?
No, and Hurt definitely doesn't need a turbo in LS. Somebody's got to put a restrictor plate on his cars.
I guess no one should ever ask, do you need this? It's, do you want this?
I've got to drift with him. Dude, Hurt is a good driver. He's so good, he thinks he's great. And that's where the problems happen.
Well, Pete Collins.
There he is.
Is still stuck.
I'm telling you, the car looks better without the livery.
You cannot park there.
Ain't got no gas in it.
Ain't got no gas.
I know what's wrong with it.
Well, they're sending safety trucks over there, so they're going to cover it with white flags, and we'll keep going for the time being. Turn 1's free to play.
Free range?
Yeah. Not as many cars out there. I think there's some folks that are saving some tire for later.
There are. Again, so you get about 2 laps per pair of tires out here. If you make about 450, 500 horsepower, you get about 2 laps, maybe 3 if you're lucky. So these guys are coming in. They have about 30-minute session. So you're going to see them go out there, get their 2 laps in, come in real quick, change his tires as quick as possible, and head back out, maybe get 4 or 5 laps in a session.
Yeah, this is the first time I haven't seen the Falcon boys out this weekend.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were out all the other sessions.
Oh, I saw them go out there.
Were they out there?
Yeah, I told Pollock I'm coming for his career.
Bogovich was out there for sure. I hadn't seen Pollock yet.
Oh, yeah.
But
yeah.
I'm sure he's out there.
No, he is.
He's hiding from me.
He's an old man, so he's probably
shy.
taking a nap. So they're gridding cars back up there. So if you guys are over in turn 1, turn 2, they're holding the cars back here on the back stretch. They're cleaning up the mess on the other side of the track that you guys can't see. But I'm going to tell you this. It looks like the first car that they're going to send is that white BMW, that gnarly backy down turn 1. So if I could ask the camera guys, when they do send these cars, if you can follow that white BMW to go down, I want to get a proper backy on the highlight reel.
I would love that.
Yes.
It was that E36, the bumperless E36.
The bumperless E36. That's
Sick.
our band.
Yeah.
That's a good stack of cars right there. You got 2 race car drivers and a bunch of drifters.
I mean, hey, I'm all for it. And then you got a bunch of race car drivers and 2 drifters in the rush races later.
That is wild.
We have another rush race at 6:20, so that's 2 hours from now. Man, it's a long day.
The rush racing is probably the most exciting racing for me to watch. Like, watching-wise,
I
it is a show.
I love the GRIDLIFE Rush Series, but Eibach GLTC has been putting down some heaters this weekend,
This
Greg.
weekend, though.
Yeah.
Today, I've seen 2 insane races back-to-back.
That's true. That's
Yes.
true. And they're going to be back-to-back again. Rush Series Race 2 at 6:20. Eibach GLTC Race 3. Those are the last thing on the broadcast today, 6:45 to 7:15. And then that'll be the end of the broadcast today. But again, we have a broadcast tomorrow as well, starting bright and early at 8:15 a.m. TrackBattle Heat 7, followed by Rush Race 3. Then we do Eibach GLTC Race 4. They're done at 12:30. We're doing some more races for Rush and for GRIDLIFE GT. Then TrackBattle Podium Sprint rounds out our broadcast.
Oh, beautiful. And we have one more drift session today as well. It's not going to be broadcasted, but we do have one more drift session after this one today.
Yeah, you don't get the special sauce on the
day.
broadcast. You got to come here for the evening drift session.
The evening drift session is something very special to all you spectators. It's the last session of the day. It's the last time cars are going to hit track, and it's with the drifters. And they throw caution to the wind, everything they got in the car. They're going for the media coverage, the fans screaming, the high fives, and they are just going to throw as hard as they can, as close as tandems. And then when it gets quiet in the pits, you start hearing the stage pick up. It is something special.
And the stage was nuts last night. That new stage they've got over there on Spectator Hill. I went over there last night. I had never seen it like that on a Saturday, let alone a Friday. I mean, look, Friday is never a dud here at GRIDLIFE Midwest. It's always been a blast, but I think tonight is going to be absolutely mental. There's a look at the festival ground stage on the right. There's some vendors, food vendors. There's some merch over there, a couple of tents to hang out in. There's VIP stage in there. I got to press the button on the stage last night, which was really, really dope.
I got to press one just a minute ago.
Really?
I got to change the colors.
Isn't that sick?
It's so sick. You know,
there's something so childlike about just like hitting a button and watching a bunch of LEDs change color.
They wouldn't let me touch the flamethrower.
Well, not. I mean, that one's
They
expensive.
said that's like a caution thing. They used this phrase. They said, you know, you can't just go out into the racetrack, right?
Yeah.
Well, you can't just push the flamethrower button. So it's on a separate computer. They're very smart, very choreographed.
Yeah,
but you know who's playing right now?
Who's that?
DJ Inverted.
DJ Inverted.
Yep, Mr. Eames himself.
Eames, who is the son of our founder, Chris Stewart.
Oh, we got our white BMW.
Oh, here we go.
Got
Is
our
it
white,
backy
we got a
time,
train.
baby?
We got a train. Not only do we have a backy entry contest right now, but we have a train of cars coming to you guys. So if you're on turn 1, turn 2, keep your eyes on this group of guys.
Send
they
it
got a lot
in.
of talent, whole lot of skill, but
oh yeah,
look at this.
That is art, baby.
Hit them.
Oh,
Hit them.
don't
Push
touch
them off
tips.
track.
There you go. Look out.
These guys are putting on a show. These grassroots teams are definitely putting on a show. That white BMW squatting.
Oh, look at that thing. It's just digging and
Look,
ripping,
the front
dude.
wheels aren't going crazy or anything like that. You're not seeing him fight the car. He's just on throttle. That's the dude in the
dialed.
white BMW. He can drive.
Yeah.
He can drive. I like him.
Right into turn 3, got nice initiation, carrying it on. Look at this.
I think we got some talent in those cars too. You see the ride-along drivers? I think there's some band guys in there.
Man, this is cool. And there's thousands of people here watching this on site. We've got people tuning in from the Czech Republic, Indonesia, Poland right now. People from all over the world. Absolutely. GRIDLIFE's global, baby.
Oh, that's so much fun. Speak a little Polish for us.
I absolutely cannot. I got to bring Sean in here for that. He might be able to pull some out for me.
I'm not even going to try. I want to, but I'm not going to. I can't talk enough about this car, man. EcoBoost.
Dude, EcoBoost
There's
rocks.
there's one SR20 car drifting out here in a 240. He's made some laps, but he's got a lot of trouble coming out of this car. And I see this EcoBoost car just doing laps.
Just ripping, dude. I mean, man, so much air you pack in that thing.
I think I might want to EcoBoost swap my car. I'm calling Von Gittin. I'm calling Von Gittin. I'm going to say I want to be a fun haver. I want an EcoBoost.
What you need to do is like do a bunch of EcoBoosts in a line, like rotary, like do like a 3-rotor EcoBoost.
Oh my God, just staple them. That's
like
how it works. You just staple them
12
together.
cylinder.
It's fine.
Inline 12. Look, I got some crazy ideas. Let's do it, baby.
Listen, just weld my crank together and let's go.
It's just like some CAD and then some milling, right, to make whatever you need.
With CAD and milling, yes, it is possible.
Yeah,
I did the math.
I mean, you just bolt it together and like let's ask the chat. Craziest engine layout Sub 24 cylinders.
Sub 24 cylinders.
Because you say, oh, it's a V100.
Well, they're going to be
That's
like
tough.
4-rotor, 5-rotor, 6-rotor, 7-rotor, because that's like how that works.
What a V-rotor?
A V-rotor. Yeah, you can do whatever. With the rotaries, they're basically Legos. You know, a little bit of talent, you can get those things made.
I mean,
really cool.
like for example, like the Bugatti Veyron, the W12, like that's cool.
That's cool. What's that BMW engine they had back in the day? It was like a V12.
What's that? Sorry?
It was a weird BMW they made way back in the day. 850.
Oh yeah, it had something wild in it.
That was stupid.
It was stupid.
It was a good engine. I saw a Ford Ranger with an outboard boat engine here recently on YouTube. That was pretty good. You know, outboard boat engines are actually very reliable. They don't need much. You just strap them in there, hook the prop up to the drive shaft, 1 speed.
Things are lining up here for, look, we're looking at Drift Grip Taxi.
You should never let me just talk by myself, by the way.
Yeah.
You should never disappear. Just let me have the mic by myself.
Just like, let's see what happens if I just leave Greg on his own for a bit.
Yeah, I was talking about the Ford Ranger I saw last week that had an outboard boat engine in it. Did you see that?
No.
There's a Ford Ranger out there, and he has an outboard boat engine just right to the drive shaft. 1
That's
speed.
sick.
It's super sick. And you know how reliable boats are. There's never anybody who's ever had a boat problem, ever.
That is not true.
Yeah, it's not true.
Unless you're talking like trawler diesel engines, then I think those are super reliable. You know, real low RPM, you know, thumping away.
You a boat guy? I'm a big boat guy.
I'm a sailor.
Really?
Yeah.
True.
I don't really do it a lot anymore, but I got a sunfish at home. Share it with my dad, you know. Just a little sunfish.
I heard you on your free time, you 3D render trains.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. I heard you get
it's
real
more than
nerdy
just
with
that.
it.
Let's not pretend like it's just that. But I have been known to work in the video game world a little bit and make some assets, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, well, we're going to generalize it, Greg. Don't out me on the internet.
Listen, I saw some stuff that you did in Blender, and I was like, there's no way he did that. And I'm like, yeah, in his free time he does trains.
I mean, it's true. But I also did a cool rendering of the stage.
Blender trains.
Everyone go to the GridLife official Instagram. Go back a couple weeks when we did the stage launch. That rendering I did.
That was so sick.
Super sick.
They said you knocked out in a day, and it was insane.
It was not a day, but it was okay. It was almost a day, but it was pretty sick. Cars on track here for Grip Drift Taxi, and a couple of Time Attack cars out there as well. Jonathan Denk in this white and teal Civic. He broke last time out, so he might just use this to shake it down.
So this is actually pretty great. So if you're watching now, you're seeing a bunch of drift cars, a bunch of Time Attack cars, and a bunch of Honda Fits all going out at the same time. This is where you can basically, it's a free-for-all. Realistically, as long as everybody's pointing on the track in the same direction, do what you want. And it's just a show for the spectators. A lot of the drivers really enjoy it as well. They get time to take ride-alongs. So that's like, again, there's a line of people out here getting ride-alongs, shuffling in and out of cars. So again, you do have the opportunity to ride in some of these cars with some people. If you want to make your way down here, you get a ride-along pass, and you can hop in the passenger seat with some of these drivers.
Our buddy Will said a Gallo 12 or Gallo 24.
He made that up. What is Gallo?
I don't know, but I thought I initially read Gallardo.
Yeah,
but I was like thinking that's a V10.
Will Rogi's a very smart man, but that engine, that's not a real thing.
It might be a real thing. I would not be surprised if Will Rogi knew something I didn't. There's a lot of things he knows that I don't.
He's so
a smart
smart.
guy.
He's a smart man.
W16 said.
W16? Yeah, that is stupid.
Yeah,
that is stupid. It's one of those like 4-liter W16s.
Look at this 350 getting at it.
Yeah, that car's got a lot of goods on it. It's got a rear mount radiator and stuff. That is a Pro Spec build. That is a Formula Drift Pro Spec build. So that thing's got a ton of rear grips, got a big tire behind it.
Super clean for Pro Spec build.
Super duper clean. Yeah. Yeah, big fan of like race cars that don't have a ton of graphics. Oh, an HDR Viper.
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah.
I got a
that,
clip
that's
of a
what
Viper.
Colton, is it the white one? Colton Droskowski?
Yeah, that's the one.
It's our Time Attack track mod leader from last session out, so he's crushing it.
Look at the camera guys found my boy again in that blue BMW. He drives so good. E92, great color. He's missing a front lip. It needs a front lip.
I've not driven a ton of BMWs in my time, but I have driven an E92 M3, and it had the
paddles?
No, not the paddles. It had the maybe
SMG,
the like not the sequential, but the sequential.
Oh yeah.
What was that called?
I thought it was SMG, but no, it's not.
I don't know the term for it, so maybe you've already said it.
They're trash though. I've heard.
It was not great, but the engine was awesome. Yeah, so it was at that time. It was by far the fastest car I'd ever driven.
I've valet parked enough cars in my time to know that the earlier BMWs with that type transmission are not great.
Yeah.
Let's see if he's
W16. Love changing the oil on those. Yeah, you need 5 barrels, not quarts.
All right, camera guys. So we do have that blue BMW coming down the front stretch. I don't know if we're going to be able to catch him in time, but he's coming down the front stretch. He is going to throw himself a backy. Coming into turn 1. There he goes. Oh, geez. If you're here, look at him go.
Let's see what he's got into 2 now. Oh, he's in the dirt.
He's in the dirt.
Just see a plume of dust in the background, like a meteor just hit the ground.
He told me before, he's like, make sure the camera gets this. It's going to be sick. And so, yeah, what the camera did get was a bunch of dirt flying in there.
Well, you know, fail boldly, like I said.
That's what you got to do. Yeah. If you find us in the pits, by the way, come up to us. Tell us that you're going to throw down a sick run. Up there. Oh,
don't do that.
Don't do that. Don't drag your bumper around the track.
Yeah.
Look at the Honda Fit just flicking them off.
It's like when you have a...
Bogovic!
In the dirt.
I told you I'm coming for Bogovic's job.
Yeah, you did. And honestly, last
great
couple
guy,
of sessions...
super nice guy, amazing driver, great driver, easily a better driver than I am. I just see his driver making a mistake, and I want to take that seat. I'm hungry. I'm hungry driving a Falcon car.
There's a bumper at turn 1. Someone's left some deposits, mineral deposits of the plastic variety.
The repeat. What is that? What is that little Civic? Is that an EX? EF?
It doesn't have a number on it, so it's not a time attack car. I don't know what
that is. There's a little EF out there, like a single cam slammer, no hood.
It's definitely an EF, but I don't know what it is or who's driving it.
How did we let it out there?
You know, if it passes tech, car's off in the dirt.
There he goes.
Honestly, the cars that do pass tech are off track anyway, so it doesn't matter. Difference doesn't make.
Drifting is
what
just
really is the barrier to entry here, Greg? If it's got a motor and won't immediately catch on fire, fair game.
Drifting really is an insane thing to watch as a spectator, especially if it's one of your first times out here. You're kind of probably watching going, I don't understand it, and that is the purpose of drifting. That is literally
it's to make you wonder and want it, no matter, you know, there's a lot of things that you wonder about and want really bad. This is one of those things.
Bunch of people flirting with disaster that they might total out their race car.
Yeah, that's no fun.
No, it's not fun at all. But as a spectator,
yeah, it's sick.
I'm not speaking from driver's No.
It's like you can have all the drama of like the NASCAR big one without the expense.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like
we love the NASCAR big one because we're like, oh, that's just, you know, corporate money.
Yeah, but like, but here you're not actually tearing. I mean, you're tearing up bumpers and things, but you're not. Look at the crowd on the fence there. That's sick.
That's so sick.
It's so sick.
Love
Look
you
at
guys
this
for
hot
staying
lava
out here.
86. That's sick too.
Your favorite car because it's its first production color, and you're a nerd.
Dude, hot lava, the best. I mean, it's actually, if you ask anyone, it's probably a pretty terrible color, but I think it's cool.
It's orange.
It is orange, but it's like a nice, like metallic. I mean, it looks like dirt brown.
Look at him go.
Corvette going for a ride.
Millennium Jade, another great color.
Millennium Jade,
Millennium Jade Greed, as you guys can see him parked in the grass getting passed by a Viper.
Looks like a
That's
pretty
good
stone
color.
in a rock garden right
he's
now.
He's not drifting, but we can all agree that's a great color for a car.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
Looks nice even when it's parked in the turn 1
when
runoff
it's
area.
Parked in the grass, it looks phenomenal.
Yeah. Oh, turn 1, here we go.
Everybody look out, Mustang coming around the turn. I told you, they're scary. I don't.
Those 86, so pretty.
Yeah, if you listen to his black 86, who's on turn 2 right now, that's that Volkswagen power that we're talking about. It's a VR4 engine, actually.
So this chassis, the first gen twin, it's like people describe it as like a car that is like a 90s car built in the 2000s.
It is.
It's just like, it's very simple. They're very light.
Very analog.
Very analog. And I think that's cool because, again, it's a blank canvas for doing whatever the heck you want. And we see them here, Volkswagen engine and all. And look at all the time attack guys. They're staying away. They're not going to initiate, throw it at the fence, but here they are.
They're going so fast down this front street. I know when a time attack car is passing us in the tower because they're still on throttle.
I think what they really want is they want all the eyeballs right now because everyone lines the fence when the drift cars come out. So they're like, let's get some eyeballs on this car.
It's the truth. It's the truth. And we have some of the best spectators here lining the fence. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. Chuck from Subi Mods and the WRX also chasing this 86. Garrett Glossary and the Mazda RX-8s there as well. Both active time attack competitors here this weekend.
Going very slow.
Chasing the drift car, man, but he's not drifting, so he's... Honestly, the drift cars at speed are as fast as our time attack cars in the corner, at least some of them.
Yeah, I would say at speed, yes. Drifters also don't know how to check their mirrors, so it's very hard to pass a drifter because we like to swing and take up the whole track.
Doesn't matter. I'm looking out the left side window. That's the only thing I look at.
Oh, when I'm drifting, I feel like it's me and me only on the drift track. It's like my world. You guys are in my world
Except
now.
when you're tandeming.
Tandeming, yeah. When I'm tandeming, I'm just looking at front fenders. I'm just making sure. I'm like making sure that the car's not about to spin. I'm looking at his fender.
I just, having ridden in some tandems, Mike Calloway chasing.
That's that SR20 car.
Oh, sick.
That's a proper 180SX. So there is a proper 180SX out there with an SR20 laying down plumes of smoke. He has the coolest setup in his trunk. He has a full-blown PC wired to 12 volt in his trunk, so he can do live streaming.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's got fans. It's water-cooled. Everything, and on his dash, he has a PC screen, so he can stream with his headset.
So cool.
And he can talk to his buddies who are also tandeming.
That's amazing.
It's so nerdy.
I was gonna say that my experience from being in some tandems here and there is always I'm always impressed by everyone's ability to modulate their steering and everything, keep up with each other, and when you can't see anything, and somehow the reference points, you're still not running into each other, even though you can't see anything. There's this ballet every time you're transitioning out of one slide to the next, changing direction. You have to sort of back out so the rear end of the car can swing, and that transition, I don't understand how it happened. It's so beautifully done with such low visibility. It always impressed me.
Trust, chemistry, and muscle memory. That's the only thing we have to go off of.
Yeah, and we're talking about drifting still.
Right. Yeah. It is impressive. It is very impressive. No, but seriously, when you cut through a smoke line of a drift car, say you're in tandem, you're the second car, first car's lighting up tires, it's so smoky. You cannot see through the line. You just got to trust the guy in front of you that he's going to be on throttle when you come through that smoke line.
Peter Gramberg in that K-Swap BRZ, chasing time attack records this weekend, chasing the something Jade.
Millennium
Metallic.
Jade.
There we go,
Metallic.
Millennium Jade.
Yeah.
Millennial Jade.
It's got some Kanzai wheels on there. Astros, yeah.
Look, it's a C5.
It's a C5. It's as basic as that. Look at that. Nate Hamilton got a ride-along passenger.
Sticking a hand out the window. Saying what's up.
You're fired. Straight to jail.
Is that a middle finger or a peace sign?
If it's a middle finger, straight to jail.
Only peace signs allowed at Grid Life, guys. Only pieces. Well, peace signs. Pieces too, of bumpers primarily.
Nate knows how to rip that BRZ. I'll tell you, is it BRZ or an FRS? It doesn't even matter, does it? You as an owner, does it matter?
Car?
No. Does it matter if you own a BRZ or an FRS? If somebody just calls it whatever?
I care.
What do you prefer?
I prefer, well, if it's the Scion, you call it an FRS. If it's a Subaru, you call it a BRZ. And if it's a Toyota, you call it the GT or GR86.
What if you just get called an 8.6?
Great.
That's fine.
That's fine.
That's the universal.
That's fine, because I'm on the side that's more Toyota than Subaru. People are going to get so mad at me for that. They're going to get so mad at me for that. But
let them get mad. Let them get mad.
I know it's built in a Subaru factory and everything's stamped Subaru. I know that. But it wouldn't exist without Toyota. It was Toyota's idea.
It's Toyota's money. No, it's Toyota's money.
And they took it to Subaru and said, we need your engine. Subaru wanted to sell it too so that they could make their money back. So
Toyota was just like, listen, guys, we got plenty of money and we're out of time. We need you to make it happen.
So people are going to get fired up at me for it, but there is a single make series for the Toyota and not the Subaru. So what does that tell you?
I say just call it an 8.6. I think that's universal language because I can't tell the difference between the FRS and the BRZ and the thing.
Trip in the chat says, I don't care what people call mine. So
see?
Maybe it
doesn't matter.
Maybe I just get sensitive.
If you just come up and say nice car, I'm like, sick.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with Subaru as a brand at all. Nothing. 0%.
There's a lot wrong with Subaru as a brand.
Well, I don't think so.
First of all, I went like 15 years of my life thinking it was Australian. I thought Subaru was Australian owned for like the first 15 years of my life.
Well, I mean, that's not, I mean, every time you're like in Forza or whatever and you get a Subaru, it's always right-hand drive. You're like, why?
Why? Chasing dingoes.
But it's JDM spec, bro. That's why. Yeah, it happened with Toyotas too.
It did.
Hondas, and basically every Japanese auto manufacturer, but
what? This
another
great.
86. There's a million of them out here.
There is a million of them. It is like, again, like you said, this is like the new S chassis. But this is the new like analog race car.
But assuming that this car hasn't had the bumpers changed out, that is an FRS.
It's Rocket Buddy, so you never know what's Rocket Buddy.
Yeah, that's the point.
Look at Justin,
boys, get it after it.
Blasting past the tower.
Michael Hergen, CEO of Grid Life, chasing the Hyundai Ioniq 5N.
One of the coolest cars on track, followed by one of the nerdiest cars on track.
Oh, 360! No scope. Crushed it.
Every time he does that.
That was on camera,
it's
too.
such talent. I know. Look at the passenger. Ride along. Hyped. I'd be hyped, too. Because when you do a 360 drift, the whole cabin immediately fills with smoke. It's just like, boom, smoke
Gray
goes
Sitton,
off.
our designer at Grid Life, was riding in that car with Michael yesterday. And he goes, man, this Uber XL rocks. This thing's so sick.
He actually got sick in the car. I don't know if he told you that or not. He got sick in the Ioniq 5N.
Well,
yeah, he was sliding around the back seat. He got a little.
Well, what was he doing sliding around in the back seat for?
Well, he was strapped in, but you know, there's only so much you can do as a media guy. And yeah, got a little car sick. Got a little car sick in that Ioniq.
You know, that means that car is very high performance because Gray's a drifter himself.
He's a drifter himself. That Hyundai is so fast. They were telling me on the back stretch, the Lamborghini kind of goosed it and didn't pull from him. I don't know how true that is, but he said, no, he said that Lambo didn't get nowhere on me.
350Z, digging.
ICT billet. Billet's expensive. I don't know what ICT billet is, but the word billet in it, you know it's expensive.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever that is. It's like a transmission adapter or reservoir. I don't know. You know it's expensive.
Just hunks of metal, CNC'd out, whatever. That's always costs money.
That heat wave visual Camaro, there ain't much better out there. That's America at its best. Sequential transmission, new LS, fuel injected, obviously, and it's got period correct wheels that are oversized. What else?
Dope.
What else would you ask for? That'd be a
Bluetooth?
Trans Am. Oh, Bluetooth. Imagine having the Camaro and you were that close to having one of those super bird, or what do they call them? The bird on the hood? Trans Am TAs? Bandit car.
What?
The Bandit car, man. It's a Trans Am that's got a Firebird on the hood.
Oh.
TAs.
Firehawk? That's a tire. I don't know, dude. I don't know
Oh
anything.
my
I was
God.
born in
You-
1998, Greg. I don't know
like
anything.
you are king wizard of know-it-all cars.
King? No.
You know
I don't know
a lot
anything
about
about
cars. Really, you know your paint code.
You got me.
Okay.
Dang
And back to drifting. We have a Mustang on track. Everybody look out. There's Cole Richards again. Long handbrake initiation. I don't even know what he's doing.
Out of the booth.
That lasted
Can't
one
expose
day.
me, dude.
One day.
You have to pretend like I know everything, and even when you don't, you just say, "Oh, I don't know how I feel
you
about
know,
that."
I put him on the spot.
Don't
Your
do that.
face when asked. What did they call Trans Ams?
I don't know.
Yeah, Bandit
I know
car.
Trans Am is
But
a
you know
racing
Bandit,
series, that's
right? You know Bandit car?
No.
The show, the Bandit?
Well, yeah, sure.
You know, with the Bandit car, you know? Yeah, that's all. That's
I
not to make
don't
sure
pay
you
for
knew it.
Netflix anymore, dude. It's
What do you do with your
$25
time?
This. I've been up here all day, Greg. Nice of you to hop on in every once in a while. Look at Nick getting after the Subimods BRZ. Digging. Simple build with this car. Showed off a ton on the skid pad at CMP.
That's an early faint initiation. Look at the confidence coming out of this guy.
I mean, he had a little bit of an RG-bargy moment yesterday.
In that
but
same exact turn, and look, he
Yep.
owns it now.
Yeah,
Stepped
he,
up.
He does. Both the Subimods cars out there together.
Good on him. Way to bounce back. Good on him. That's a clap for you. Trans Am coming down the front stretch. Or no, I'm sorry, Camaro.
Comment from the chat. Greg with 2 G's makes me weak in the knees.
Is that my mom?
I don't know, but if your mom's
Hey,
name
Mom.
is Joshua. Oh, man. Nate Hamilton back at it again. Can't leave him left alone on
Look
his
how
own.
he drives, how much angle he has in the car when he drives. That car just like, it like levitates to the side. It's so good, so smooth, so buttery, on throttle. You even see when he hammers down, like when he clutch kicks, you don't see the car pitch forward, pitch backward. The car just, the shock rebound, it holds it in the
fluid.
rear where it needs to go. Yeah, he has that car set up. That comes with years of experience and a good team.
Yeah, super, super fluid. Drift Nuggets car, E36.
Let's go, Drift Nuggets. What is Drift Nuggets?
He needs to put a big image of what a Drift Nugget is on the hood so we all just can end
Is
the
it your
debate.
team? Is it like supposed to be funny?
I don't know, but I didn't laugh, but I think it sounds nice.
It sounds nice. Like Drift Nuggets is like, it's a funny
It
word.
just
'cause
sounds
nuggets
like a
is
thing
funny
you find
word.
on the shelf at Buc-ee's.
Drift Nuggets.
Yeah, right alongside the Beaver Nuggets, which you talked about the calories yesterday. I said, please do not tell me. I don't want to know.
I think one bag of Beaver Nuggets is like 3,200 calories.
That is so dumb.
It's really.
How do you even? It's like eating like plutonium.
How do
does
you
that
do
even-
it?
The
With
density
Diet
of that?
Coke. It's just a big bag of a Diet Coke.
Drink Diet Coke so you can eat regular cake.
Them putting calories on the menus nowadays is not good for me. Not good. I did not know I was doing 4,000 calories a day.
That is
in my
a lot.
Taco Bell orders.
Dude, Taco Bell rocks, dude. So
Taco Bell rocks so good.
Grilled
It's
cheese
so
burrito, man.
good. This location down the street has chili cheese burritos. Yeah,
that's
they're
lethal.
discontinued around the country, but this location down the street here in Grand Haven has chili cheese burritos still on the menu.
Dude, don't
And you can
tell
order,
anyone.
you can
There are
order the
4
double-decker
toilets
taco.
here, Greg.
They
Do
have
not
the
tell people
double-decker
this.
taco still at this Grand Rapids.
We don't need to tell 20,000 people in the field that there's chili cheese burritos at Taco
After
Bell.
this drift session, I encourage you
No,
go ask for the
no.
chili cheese burrito.
This is a war crime, Greg. You can't.
I'm just saying. I've had, and this is not a joke. This is not me being funny. Haha. Had them yesterday for lunch. Had them yesterday for dinner.
Yep.
When I came into town, I had them, and I had them this morning. Yeah, it's most of my diet has been chili cheese burritos. Well, I'm just soaking it in because I'm afraid they're going to get discontinued again. This one location's holding on to them.
You just got freeze them. Take them home.
Honestly, that's not a bad idea.
Look,
if I could just keep them as a carry-on.
They don't pay me because I'm dumb, Greg.
It's the good looks, honestly. They told me.
All right, well, a couple more minutes left in this
drifting. Yeah,
it's a little quieter than it has been the previous. Well, as we say
Cole,
that.
you big old dum-dum.
Man, well, there goes the bumper.
Look,
Oh, it was so pretty,
you
too.
idiot.
It'll just clip right back on.
Yeah, it's a BMW thing. Let them drag around track. I'll give you $3, $4. You think it's going to stay on the whole lap? I got $3. I'll go $3 it falls off.
I'll go $3 it won't.
Okay.
I don't have individual dollars in my wallet. I only have a 20 left.
I got change. Don't worry. Don't back out the bet now.
All right. So it stays on for the lap. $3. Let's follow that blue BMW, boys.
Oh my God! Look how fast he's
Stop
going.
sending it. I
He's
need
trying.
I need my
He's trying to
$3.
lose that rear bumper. You might win this bet with how fast he's going. Good God Almighty!
So wait, what side of the bet was I on? I forgot.
All right? So it's more off than it was. You're on. That's gonna stay on. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm $3. It's gonna fly off. It is pretty secure on that one side though.
Yeah, pretty good. And
I know he uses zip ties though. So we're like some tire stars away from that thing just.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna start a tab with you. We'll do this again tomorrow.
Oh please.
And we'll see how much we can get. $3 per bumper.
We know bumper's going to be falling off. Oh my God!
Look at on the inside
the reef during the drift.
Oh, you can take.
Lightning's drifting.
Oh my gosh! you can take the race car away from a Michael Hershon, but you can't get him out of it.
Oh, our rental car is getting drifted right now. That's what you get for giving us a car that has a drift button inside of it.
Oh, don't put the button in if you don't want to drift.
Don't put the button. Well, also you have to push the button, go through the screen, disable some stuff, bump up the thing, move to different. It's like a whole thing.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it looks like I owe you $3.
We'll put it on a tab.
All right. Carry it over to tomorrow.
Yeah.
Look at the Ioniq 5N.
I want to have enough tabs you can buy me a paddock pop tomorrow.
Delicious, by the way. Have you been getting some of the popsicles from that the cart that's rolling around, the little K-truck?
Yeah, but I got it. They were selling paddock pops out of it too, which paddock pops. It's a within the GRIDLIFE community. There's some boys, Jack and Eames, that you might have heard about that started a company called Paddock Pops that has some really cool flavorings, and it's done by the Pretty Cool Ice Cream Company out of Chicago, and they came up with the flavors and they came up with the branding, and boy, it's so good. $6 a piece, which is really good deal.
Bad.
I worked in the ice cream industry, Greg.
Ooh, a Lamborghini off track. Oh my God, how does that even happen? He was going like 30.
He was struggling with that corner earlier, but is that a V10 mid-engine thing, dude?
It's one of those Gala 10s or whatever Joe Real Rogie was talking about.
Yeah.
Nope. 2 drain bolts on that. Did you know those cars got 2 oil drain bolts?
That's stupid.
It's so stupid. Again, that's the Volkswagen people we be talking about. That is the Volkswagen people. You can take that for the Lamborghini.
1 drain bolt per bank of cylinders? Is that how it works?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know.
Does it have 2 oil pumps?
I worked at Audi for a little bit, and whenever a V10 R8 would come in, the techs would curse and run. That's all I know. That's all I really know about them.
Oh boy.
All right, paddock pops though. So if you want to support car community,
mint
car
chocolate
culture,
chicane. Mint chocolate chicane. It's got mint chocolate, so it's mint ice cream with a chocolate shell, and it's got cookie dough pieces in it. And you're like, that maybe sound a little weird. Try it. I swear, it's really good.
It's elevating the mint chocolate chip that I already know and love.
So good. I want another one. I will say that it's an ice cream on a stick, and I think I have to argue a little bit with the ice cream on a stick. Popsicles, corn dogs. I just think all those things would be better if they're not on a stick.
What do you want them on?
Like, I just want them in sandwich form, like an ice cream sandwich, where you can just like pull back the wrapper and eat it. Because when you eat down the stick, you're just left with like your ice cream obelisk that you have to like nibble on like a corn
you
on
go
a
from
cob.
sideways? No, I just gag myself straight down. I eat it vertically all the way
I eat it vertically,
through.
but then you can't get down more.
It takes time. It takes time to skill. You gotta tilt your neck, chin up,
Dude,
chin up.
We're still talking about ice cream, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, mint chicane chocolate mint chip. Yes.
Anyway, the checkered flags on the session. We're going to get out of here and get ready for GRIDLIFE TrackBattle Time Attack. That was a fun one. We got highlights, boys. Let's have a look at some slides and skids.
Give
if
us
we
the
got
highlights.
That was sick.
I want the highlights.
Here we go. Highlights. Drift session afternoon here from GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival. Right out of the gate, Nate Hamilton laying it down. Center track at turn 2. Laying down some big moments here.
Bruce Budovtsov. Butt is soft again. That is his name.
Ice cream the long way, by the way. 86 is getting after it left, right, and center. And that Millennium Jade.
Millennium Jade Metallic. Yes, one of the best colors ever made.
Swenson and Pete Collins going to drift for a little while until Pete Collins parked himself in the bad spot out of turn 7, unfortunately.
He was doing it for the attention, honestly. And that's Sonia Slides actually out there in that 370Z following everybody with the Falcon tire. So you have Justin Pollock out there and Bogovic. And then Sonia in that chase vehicle.
Another 86 chucking it down into 5
there
and 6.
There it is. There's the People's Champions right there.
That is.
Yes. It's funny because every one of these sessions, you don't know who's going to be the highlight reel. You don't know who's going to be throwing hard. It's up to anybody. One of our favorite cars. It looks like a frosted cookie.
Yeah, frosted mini wheat.
Frosted
but
mini wheat.
reversed, probably. Or maybe not. Covered in strawberry sauce. highlights from Drift, and that's the completion of Drift for today. We'll have more Drift tomorrow, but more GridLife Track Battle Time Attack competition coming up. It'll be Ido Waxman and Jamie Santos bringing you the action.
Welcome to the hot afternoon session, the last session of the day here for Time Attack. This is Heat 6 for our GridLife Time Attack series. This is Ido Waxman joined by Jamie Santos. The Time Attack Bad Boys broadcast hour here for Time Attack. Timing's favorite couple pairs of drivers for totally legitimate reasons. And we're here to commentate on the hardest heat to drive here in Time Attack. These are the worst conditions for our drivers. They're going to be trying to, some of them are going to be on the outside looking into podium sprint. They're going to try and find a little bit of time to make that. And then others who are nice and safe in podium sprint, they're using this as a way to set their brake markers and set their track markers for the podium sprint tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty exciting session. It's going to be, we just had the drift session right before this, so it's going to be very little grip, and it's just gotten much hotter and as the time's gone on. So going to see quite the entertaining sessions. A lot of guys going to be pushing it hard, trying to get faster and faster, but it could be very prone for people to make some mistakes.
Yeah, and on screen you see the weather right now. Partly cloudy. I'm not sure it's cloudy. It's more hazy. There's some wildfires out in Canada that I think might be affecting the conditions here. 79 degrees is the hottest temperature we've seen all weekend. The track's been beaten down by the sun, so track temperature is probably the highest it's been all weekend. Not good conditions to set fast times, Jamie, but they're going to try. These drivers that we see gridded up, they're using it to try and set their podium sprint times or make some desperate move to get into podium sprint.
100%, and it's a great opportunity to also get acclimated to these kinds of conditions, because it's going to be very similar to what we're going to see at podium sprint, where it's going to be very hot, very slippery, and the more seat time you can get in that kind of conditions, the better you're going to be more used to the podium sprint, because you only get those 3 laps, and for some they might just only be able to do 1 or 2.
Yeah, absolutely, and some of these drivers, especially in Club SC, Club TR, they're on the Falcon RT 660 pluses, which don't mind a little heat, but despite that, even it doesn't really matter whether the tire does or does not like heat. When the track temperatures are this high, you're rarely coming into that optimal temperature window. So we'll see how all these drivers deal with this heat, as we see Mike Jansen and Ryan Mukherjee coming through turn 3 along with their Club SC compatriots there. Yeah, all of them line astern. They're going to try and see whether anybody can set faster lap times. I don't think they had much success in Heat 2. I'm not sure any of them set new records here in Heat 2, but some of them are going to be desperate to get in here into the podium sprint.
Yeah, we talk about how competitive Sunday Cup is. It's, you know, a lot of times it's always within half a second between the top 5, at most sometimes a second. So, you know, it's always an opportunity for these guys to try and find some more time, trying to get used to conditions like this. And it's you know, it's one of the most competitive classes, not just in grid life, but in all of Time Attack. So and it's always great to see they're all together, bunched up, and always, you know, great to see what they can do together.
Yeah, on screen is Juan Johnson in that S2000, that beautiful livery on that S2000. He came out last year and in his first event had an unfortunately blew up his engine in that S2000, so he swapped back in a new one, and he's back out there today. Really awesome to see him. Takes a little bit of a dirt drop on the inside of turn 1, heading into turn 2 now. Yeah,
he's really pushing into T1, and a little bit of a wider line coming out of T2 right there. You know, maybe taking a little tighter on the entry, you know, to try and open up the exit of it. It's a little bit of an open radius there on the T2, so you can open it up a little more than people would think, and you know, Juan's taking very good advantage of there, and he's really putting it down nicely on here, coming into T5, hard on the brakes, you know, trailing off into 5, and this is such a difficult section. You know, it's almost like happy feet when you're playing with the brake and throttle, you know, to get it right. When you get it right, it feels amazing, but when you get it wrong, you feel like you lose so much time in the 5 and 6.
Yeah, I don't feel like I've ever mastered 5 and 6 personally in any car that I've driven around here. It's a really difficult corner. Juan Johnson, he's set a 44.949 in that S2000 in earlier sessions, so let's see how close he can get to that on this first lap here. Club TR, again, they're mandated to run the Falcon RT660 Plus, or RT660 or RT615, but the 615 is not going to be as competitive as the 660s. So yeah, it's interesting to see, and kind of an interesting part of that tire is they're pretty sensitive to heat cycles, so you kind of have to time it right for when you swap in new tires, and a lot of times, just talking to James Houghton about it, that's the tire that he's running on that TCR car, and he said he bolted on brand new tires for race 2, and the car felt like a totally different car. So yeah, that's an interesting dynamic, I think, that the RT660 Pluses bring into it. Let's see what Juan can do in that S2000. 48.089. Yeah, that's significantly down from his pace, 44.949. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the rest of these competitors improve. That's Chris Rice now on screen, currently sitting in 5th in Club SC, which is an unusual spot for him. Chris Rice is your Club SC champion from last year, and he's used to being higher up there, but really what matters is just getting into the podium sprint rather than your overall positioning. So it'll be interesting to see whether he finds any time out there. He's going through turn 11 now. Let's see what he can run on his first lap. David Best ran a 52.977, so about 2 seconds off the pace. Let's see what Chris Rice can do, a 57.663. So yeah, everybody is definitely off pace here. This is, and it's not the drivers, it's the sessions, but it could be, you know, a precursor to what the podium sprint pace is going to be like, Jamie.
Yeah, I mean, that Chris Rice doing earlier 52.6, I believe, so it's like already quite a few seconds down. It just shows just, you know, how tough it is to get a good lap in this session. You know, and a lot of those sections he was going through when we were lucky enough to see him, it looked relatively solid, good, especially coming out of 11. You know, I talked to Chris after the previous session, and we noticed quite a bit of like bouncing and, you know, I wouldn't say porpoising, but definitely something kind of like a side biting he was having on the rear, and he was talking about how just like really unforgiving the suspension has been.
Yeah.
It's kind of giving him trouble. So he's trying to dial that in, and hopefully he's got it sorted close enough to get all set up for podium sprint.
Yeah, as we see Connor O'Mara out on screen in that beautiful R32. Those are VR6 engines, right? So it's a narrow angle V6. It doesn't look like your typical V6 there. Those are very unique sounding cars, but back to talking about the suspension. Fitz are, I imagine, pretty hard to tune suspension on because the center of gravity is so high that it's swinging like a pendulum above the wheels, and it takes a lot of force and a lot of damping force to keep that from continuing to bounce as you load it up. So I believe, I imagine that's a pretty hard challenge to try and fix.
100%. You know, it's a very unforgiving chassis, especially when it comes to bumps and undulations. I've learned that the hard way, unfortunately, last year at CMP. And it's one of those chassis because, like you said, they're so top heavy, but in so short wheelbase, and it's so narrow as well. It's just there's so much high CG that it becomes quite the challenge to get dialed in and get them right. You know, at a track maybe like Watkins Glen or Barber, where it's just buttery smooth, you know, they probably, you know, they work really well. But, you know, tracks like here in Gingerman, where there's constant elevation changes, constant imperfections in the pavement, you know, it becomes, you know, who can get the car dialed in the best.
Yeah, now on screen now is Sam Dooling, one of our perennial competitors here in Club SC. He's currently sitting in fourth place third place in Club SC. So he's right in the middle of the podium sprint qualification. He was frustrated yesterday when he was on pace for some sort of 50-second time before he was held up with traffic. But Sam Dooling, he's always one of our most enthusiastic competitors and enthusiastic staff members. He helps out with the impound and the tech process at every event that I've seen him at. So we really appreciate Sam and everything that he does. And he's a rapid competitor out there in that Abbott Engineering Honda Fit.
Yeah, Sam is like one of the most positive personalities you'll find in grid life. You know, he's always, you know, making sure the vibes are great, making sure everyone's having a good time, and such a fierce competitor. It's probably, to me, my favorite Honda Fit that's been set out. He's built it right, you know, proper safety, full cage, lining up, but you know, all that, and he still a lot of times drives it onto the street to get to these events. For a lot of people now are, you know, are trailering these fits, you know, and obviously it's you know, you would like to trailer it in case something happens, but Sam's still old school. So he, you know, talk about how crazy it is. You know, last year I believe he drove all the way from Michigan to Laguna with that fit with my friend Alex Swank. You know, I don't know if I would do that drive, but I have a huge amount of respect for him to do it.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. They posted a lot of pictures from the salt flats in Nevada, and they did some straight line driving there with a tire tail on the back, carrying a bunch of tires on the back hitch. So yeah, a fun journey that Sam and Alex Swank had on their way to California.
I wonder if they can max out the top speed on the salt flat in that thing. It's probably possible.
It would probably take the entire length of the salt flats, I would say.
Probably.
Yeah, and here's Nick Alpin in his C6 Grand Sport. He's been with us for HPDE for a number of years, and now he's running that car. It's displaying Street GT stickers, but he is in track mod because he told me he's actually on 100 treadwear tires, so just couldn't get 200 treadwear tires and wheels in time for this event, so he's just running in track mod right now, but he's having a great time in that car. His fast time for the weekend of 45.256, so a little bit off the pace from what a Street GT C6 can do, but he's just out there having fun in that car. It's a beautiful car. The livery by Detroit Wrap, who does a lot of liveries for the local Michigan cars here. It's a beautiful car, and it's really fun to watch it go around the track.
It is. It's, you know, these are one of the best chassis you can find, as you know yourself, having one of the fastest C6s in Street GT. It's one of those cars where, you know, maybe it's just kind of more of the easier way to do it, but they're so much fun. They're just proven chassis. You can't go wrong with a Corvette. For many people, it is the answer.
Yep. And here on screen now is going to be Daniel Glasgow in that Honda Fit in Club SC. So on screen, what you see are the times from this session. It's the rankings that the ranking of times from this session. And honestly, this is a preview of the podium sprint here. Jansen, Best, Mukherjee, and Dooling all currently qualified for the podium sprint, and these are the conditions that they're gonna face during the podium sprint tomorrow. Nicholas Berg is actually just outside. Yes, he's just outside of the podium sprint right now, but he's got tomorrow morning session. That's gonna be really their last chance at setting a fast time to get into the podium sprint. So all of these guys right now, they're all out there to practice in the conditions that they're going to see in the podium sprint, adjust their brake markers, adjust their turn-in points, and just get used to how the car feels underneath them in these kind of conditions.
Yeah, exactly. And it's an interesting dynamic podium sprint, because for you know, in a regular club weekend, you know, you just go fastest overall in the best conditions possible. But in podium sprint, you know, you might have a driver who's more acclimated to the hotter and trickier conditions, and they're able to extract it in conditions like that. It's the same thing like when you drive in, you know, in dry conditions or wet conditions. Some drivers, you know, they embrace it. Some drivers, you know, they might, you know, fall short or just not like it. You know, same things in podium sprint where you're able, if you're one who, you know, can get more out of the limit of it in the hotter conditions, you're going to be really strong in that session.
Yeah, absolutely. Talking to our competitor friends here, you know, all of them, all they want to do is make the podium sprint, and then it's a whole new game. It's a totally different game in there, especially in the classes like Club TR, Club SC, Street Mod this weekend. All of those guys are going to be fighting head-to-head in the same conditions, so it's whoever can adapt to them the best that's going to end up with the win here.
Yeah, it's talk about a gauntlet of a class right now. Street Mod, you know, you have, you know, 4 or 5 cars right now just fighting to get into that podium spot. You know, obviously 1, 2, 3 with Do It, Smedegard, and Q seem like they're going to be pretty safe, but all the way from Matthews all the way to Barbers down, you know, 2 of those guys are going to be knocked out, and they might, you know, they might be miffed about it because, you know, potentially they might have shown better pace in these hotter conditions, whereas they maybe couldn't in the cooler conditions. So we're going to see quite a dynamic there in Street Mod. I'm really excited about it. A little biased since I run the class, but you know, I think it's going to be pretty cool to see.
Yeah, and we're going to talk a little bit more about Street Mod and Track Mod in Heat A, which is where we see our top drivers there. It'll be interesting to see who decides to come out in that heat. A lot of the times as we get towards the faster heat, those guys are really pushing their cars to the limit, and you know, they kind of want to conserve their machinery in these hotter temperatures. They don't want to take risks with anything. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see who comes out. On screen now, Justin Lechesi. I'm just going to guess at that last
You pronounced it better than I would have done, that's for sure.
In that Corolla GR, we haven't seen that many Corolla GRs here competing with us, but it's a great enthusiast platform. We're really glad that Toyota continues to make these enthusiast cars for people to buy and take out on track. So it's really cool to see him out here in that car. Those cars also eligible for Club TR. Haven't quite yet seen a competitive Club TR build of one of those, but they would make a lot more power than the current Club TR meta cars, so to speak, but they do weigh a whole lot more. So it remains to be seen whether they can be competitive in that class.
Yeah, 100%. It would probably be more ideal if Toyota did bring it out to the U.S., the GR Yaris, because of how much smaller and lighter that is. That'd probably be a more ideal platform for Club TR, but I mean, I couldn't even imagine what that's like in street class being that light and nimble. But yeah, like you said, it'd be great to see more of these GR Corollas. I think there's so much potential out of them. You know, I've owned a Focus RS for quite a bit, and I've competed in it in street class every so often. But I just think when I see a GR Corolla, I just think it's everything I liked about the RS, but exemplified that much more. It's a better all-wheel drive system, a little bit lighter, better motor. So I would love to see more people get into it and see someone with, you know, has got a lot of experience driving, getting the hands behind. Oh, it looks like a little fun there.
Took as much of the track and more through the exit of turn 1. The exit kind of runoff curbing area kind of runs out pretty abruptly. So if you don't get the car back in control and straightened out before you get there, you kind of end up with a little bit of a dirt drop on the outside there.
Yeah, especially that turn 1 could get a little, it seems like everyone's getting a little spicy in this session.
Yeah, I mean, in these conditions, the grip level is so low that it wouldn't surprise me if a car set up to be, you know, a little bit tight or right on the limit in the first session ends up being loose here in this second session. So I think that's a little bit of what we're seeing here. But again, some of these drivers, they're adapting to these conditions and trying to set their best lap time so they know what the podium sprint is going to be like, especially Chris Rice, who was just on screen here.
Yeah, Chris doing a previous lap of 53.684 on this session, which is not too far from Mukherjee and not too far from David Best. So, you know, if Chris is going to be able to get into that podium sprint, it shows that in these conditions, he's going to be right there to, you know, maybe sneak in maybe a podium potentially. So, you know, someone like Mukherjee's got to be aware of that for sure. So,
yep, there's a little bit of a mental game here, I think, that's playing out between Mike Jansen and David Best, who are your top two, the only two who have broken the Club SC front-wheel drive record here this weekend. Mike Jansen has David Best by, looks like 0.7 of a second in this session. So you know, I'm sure they're going to read into those results and kind of think about, okay, David Best could think to himself, okay, I got to push it a little bit more. I got to find a little bit more time in these conditions if I want to take the win away from Mike. And Mike Jansen is probably feeling very comfortable with his brake markers, with his track references, if he knows that the time he sets is the most competitive out there. So I think, and those two are separated from the rest of the pack there in Club SC by half a second from Best to Mukherjee. So, I mean, actually, the gap between Mukherjee and Best is less than between Best and Jansen. So, yeah, that's an interesting dynamic. I think we'll see how that plays out tomorrow.
Yeah, 100%. And a lot of it too could be, you know, tires as well, the conditions on them. One of the, some of these competitors might have older tires, newer tires. Some of them might have some fresh tires they might have just put on just to see how they're like for podium sprint, because they're going to use those tires for podium sprint. They're going to use the freshest possible rubber they have. And if, might not be a bad idea to test them out here just to see how they feel. Everyone runs their race program a little bit differently. So it's really up to the competitor.
Yeah, absolutely. As we've got the checkered flag on this session now, some of these competitors just came across it. Now they're slowing down to come into the pits. And yeah, a good session, a nice clean session from everybody, which is what we're looking for in these older sessions. Sam Dooling trying to give a push to Dan Glasgow, I think there. No, excuse me, that's Nicholas Berg. So, I think they're playing a little bit of a game there. There used to be a joke in Club SC about giving each other bump drafts during time attack sessions and trading bump drafts and trading drafts, creating draft trains. I'm not sure if they're doing that anymore. It's pretty competitive nowadays. So, yeah, it's an interesting dynamic there in Club SC for sure.
Maybe they can do a little bit of bump drafting for podium sprint, give each other a little bit of a boost. I remember at Road Atlanta, actually, in one of the rain sessions, they were both, me, Corey Reed, and David Baum and Eddie Siegel were just kind of adventuring around, going through the back straight, and we just see both of them bump drafting each other in the rain at the very end of the straight, and we were just losing our mind. It was so incredible to watch.
Yeah, that's the kind of characters we have playing in Club SC, so we always enjoy having them here. Yeah, as we wrap up this Heat A session, we'll see we have Heat B coming up. Slightly faster cars here, Club TR, Street, a few Street Mod cars there, Street GT as well. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. We'll see how those guys do. Not expecting any new best lap times from anybody, just due to the track conditions here. But again, a great place to practice driving the car in these really, really difficult conditions that we're seeing here, with not just the temperature, but all the drift rubber that's been laid down that's not necessarily compatible with the 200 treadwear rubber that these cars are on. And that leads to some really slippery conditions for these guys.
It's so interesting because when you watch like Formula One, for example, and they always talk about how when the track gets rubber in it gets faster and faster and faster. For GridLife is the opposite because of the drifting. They just, their rubber not as much inviting for the track battle people because it just has a lot more carcass. The rubber kind of goes a bit everywhere, and the added marbles. So. It's interesting to see that because, when people think, oh, they're laying rubber down, that's got to be faster, right? Nope. Sometimes it'll be, 1, 2, sometimes even 3 seconds slower as the week goes on.
Yeah, and it's not just rubber. Sometimes, these drifters like to dirt drop on some parts of this track, and they bring dirt onto the racing surface, and that also contributes to some of the slickness that we see here. So, yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, and that's kind of what makes Podium Sprint so interesting is it makes it so that the winners of the weekend aren't determined by whoever set the fastest time on Friday morning. You have to get there, and then you have to set your times in these conditions amongst your top 5 competitors. So that, I think, is why Podium Sprint is such a successful and such a entertaining form of time attack, because it really turns it into a head-to-head battle at the end in the worst conditions of the weekend.
100%. It makes it a head-to-head battle in that sense. It just prioritizes adds a lot of other challenges to building a car, especially when you get higher up in these classes. Some of these cars, especially Street Mod up, might have been designed to just, do your one lap, be done, and you're done for the weekend. Whereas now you have to have a car that can basically run all 3 days without any trouble, or it's going to have you'll have a little bit of margin of trouble and headaches here and there, but you have to prioritize reliability, prioritize the strength and durability of a car, suspension-wise, engine-wise, aero-wise. Make sure it's all rigid and it can take the beating of going 4 off, because it just makes it it's made it that much more challenging, and I think it's great.
Yeah, it's a really fun session to watch. As we see on screen, Ben Bolthuis in that Supra running in Street GT. In a beautiful blue car, very clean looking as he's coming around the track. Looks like he's going a little bit slow.
Yeah, I saw earlier that there was the black flag pointed at him, so I don't know if he was dropping something or something was getting loose. So
okay,
hopefully it's nothing too serious and he can just report in and it's just something maybe that's just loose on the car.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see kind of the story behind that. And out on screen now, we've got that beautiful EK Civic hatch, number 23. So that's King Tao in that Civic hatch running in Club TR. That's a very popular car for Club TR. He's not quite up there in the top 5 of Club TR, but he's out there right now in that EG Civic. I'm looking at Jamie right now as if like
you're asking me as if I know
some
Hondas?
sort of Honda pro.
I drive BMWs, mate. It's a bit of polar opposite.
I'm struggling here. I'm gonna get yelled at by. I mean, GridLife started as a Honda-centric organization, so I could get fired for getting this wrong. So
I'm sure Ben Thorne just fell to his knees at a Target hearing what we were just trying to figure out what this is.
Yeah, he must have felt some sort of disturbance in the force there.
100%.
From my total butchering of the Honda Civic generations. Yeah, anyway, a beautiful paint job on it too, this kind of green turquoise color as he's coming across turn 11 now. King Tao, let's see what kind of lap time he does. King set a 41.256 earlier, and let's see what kind of time he runs now.
Did a 48.6, I believe.
48.6, so yeah, a good bit off pace, which again, no diss on him as a driver, but these conditions are just so difficult to set fast lap times in.
Yeah, it looks like we have a slow NC coming on the outside of T1. It's just on the side right before the turn, and so that doesn't seem very good. A little bit of smoke on coming out of the hood.
That is, let me look through. I've got to find him on my timing screen.
Yeah, it almost looks like his splitter's digging into the dirt. Now he's on the move now. I wonder maybe a suspension part or something came loose that caused that issue to where he had to slow really hardly, but hopefully if he's able to get it moving, to get it out the way relatively quickly so we don't have to go full course caution.
Yeah, so hopefully that's not too big of an issue. He did continue on, so that's an interesting way to kind of pull yourself off track, but maybe he was concerned about something he was seeing in his gauges and decided to try and park the car, but he's kept moving, so I'm sure all of his competitors appreciate that. As on screen now is Adam Robel in that Integra running in Club TR. The current points leader in Club TR, I think, is Kevin Vu, who's in an Integra himself. Integras are really starting to become a very popular platform in Club TR. Very similar and very similar timeline to EK Civics. They're a very similar platform, double A-arm front suspension, which I think gives them a huge advantage in terms of how they use tires and how fast they are. So it's cool to see Adam Rebel out here. He ran a 42.485 right now. So let's see if that's an improvement for him. It is not. He's about 1.5 seconds back from his best time. Again, not really expecting best times or purple times from these drivers. Your top 5 in Club TR right now, Mario Moroni, followed by Stan Feingold, both of whom reset the Club TR track records in their respective drivetrain configurations. Mario Moroni in front-wheel drive, Stan Feingold in rear-wheel drive. Mike Bryant is 3rd right now, a 38.764. Jeremy Bailey, 38.8, so only a 10th behind. And then the last person inside the podium sprint is Peter Granberg, a 39.136. So yeah, it's a very tight battle up there in Club TR, separated by 1.4 seconds through the field. So yeah, that's going to be a very fun battle to watch tomorrow. Yeah, none of the top 5 participating in this specific heat Ian Flavin is your 6th place, and he's also not in this heat. So most of the people in this heat aren't quite in the podium sprint for Club TR. On screen is Sonia Klaus in that 350Z running in street. So Sonia Klaus, she ran, looking through the times here, trying to find her best time. She, through the weekend, just struggling here. Oh, yep, there it is. 45-173 is what she's set already. So we'll keep an eye on her, see if she improves. No time so far. Corey Gordinier is on screen now. 45-090 is his best time in that NA Miata. I think he used to run that in Club SC a couple of years ago, if I'm not mistaken, and now he's transitioned to street in that car. So that's, I think, an interesting choice. I wonder what engine he's chosen for that. He's put Aero on that car. He ran a 45-090 in this session.
Yeah, interesting looking car. A lot of power I can see, but I'm interested to see the Aero setup because it doesn't look like it has like a relatively big front splitter. You know, in street mod you're allowed 5 inches of protrusion out of the bumper. Then you can go to the center line of the front axle. You know, relatively decent looking size wing, but Ito, you know better than me, to judge Aero. So what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to run a rear wing with no front splitter. It can really lead to a lot of understeer because you're increasing rear grip without increasing front grip to match it, and you end up with a really understeery setup, but his car seems to handle okay. On screen now, Ruben Manrique in that 718 Cayman, number 718, very clever. And that's a so the 718 Caymans, that's the first generation of Caymans that actually came with turbocharged 4 cylinders instead of naturally aspirated flat 6 cylinders. So some Porsche enthusiasts are call them heathens, or think it's unholy to be getting rid of 2 cylinders and putting a turbo on it. But these cars are super fast when you apply a tune to them. And that's what we're seeing here. Talking to Zach Moore, who's Brad Moore's brother, pilot of that yellow 718 Cayman in street, currently the leader in street. They can make over 400 horsepower with those cars. And there's apparently a 10-mile-an-hour difference between Brad Moore's yellow Cayman and this one, who just has a simple bolt-on tune.
Yeah, these 718s, they're just absolute rocket ships. A lot of power, but also a lot of torque, and that's the big thing about going to that 2.5 with the turbo compared to the 981s with the flat 6 and the later generation 718s. You have that top end power and that beautiful sound, but you lose a little bit of the torque. So in street class, it makes more sense to have the 2.5 just because it has that torque and that power. Like you said, they make really good power with quite a few mods to them, and they're so balanced. It's such a great chassis. You almost feel like it makes sense. To make a relatively competitive one in street class. Especially you can get one with a PDK.
Yep.
Most of these cars in street class you'll see with the STIs, Evo, Josh Halka, Charles Miller. H pattern, clutch. Still got to heel and toe it right. So a PDK, it just makes life easier. You can left foot brake. You don't have to get your hands off the wheels, and just makes life easier, right?
Yeah, it's really interesting the dynamic that Porsche has with 911s and Caymans. 911s, they used to be, or I should say, base 911s, non-GT3s, are strut front multi-link rear. Meanwhile, Caymans are struts all around, which is a pretty unusual configuration for suspension, although Subaru WRXs are also struts all around, as we see an off again with that red MX-5, which has continued down the pit road. So they're going to come in. It would be interesting to hear what their problem they're experiencing is. He could have just been letting somebody by as he was trying to get into the pit lane. So that's also what could have been happening there. And S2000s, we haven't seen them being super competitive in Club TR recently because they have a little bit of an issue getting down to the minimum weight in the class, which is 2550 with the driver. So these cars, I've heard that the best people can get down to is 2650, just under 2700, and that's a big weight disadvantage for these cars compared to the Civics and the Integras that can reach 2550 with a driver in them and make the same power. They'll run the same engine. That's a K24 likely in that car. kind of, again, S2000 enthusiasts kind of think it could be unholy to do, but the swapping of the F22 to a K24, which they tend to make more power when they're fully decked out with full bolt-ons and things like that.
100%. And like you said, I always find it surprised that you don't see it more in Club TR because, you know, like you said, it's a little bit overweight, but the chassis is just so good. You would think someone would give it a shot, you know. We've seen a few cars, even if they're overweight, can be, no, I wouldn't say race winning, but they could be podium contending. You know, Fez Bobber is a great example, as we see Chris Schuster's GR86, who campaigned a GR86 himself, and they tend to be a little bit overweight as well.
Yep.
So it's one of those things where maybe it would be tough to make it super competitive, but I'd be curious to see if someone gives it worth a try.
Yeah, and arguably Jeremy Bailey has done the most to his car to get it down to that minimum weight, and he's still, he says, 30 pounds away from it. Or no, excuse me, I think he said 8 pounds away from it most recently, but he's done some desperate measures to that car to get it down to that weight. And he runs an FA24 from this car, the second generation. So the FA24 is becoming a popular swap for first generation BRZ GR86s and FRSs because it's a little bit more plug and play than a K swap is.
100%. It's very simple to get it in and out. And, you know, the added mid-range torque to them is super beneficial, especially for a car like a first gen, because they're just that much lighter. And, you know, if you want to do it for even just regular track days and you want to fit more tire, they can. That was one thing Fez talked to me about, where for some reason the rears, you can't fit as much of a tire if you wanted to go a higher class, right, than a first gen. I don't know if it's just body line or anything they did inside the frame, but, you know, it's there's a lot of great potential in FA24 and a first gen.
Yeah, that's an interesting observation that I didn't know about with those cars. I did hear that they have problems with contacting the rear bumper bodywork when you try and fit bigger tires, so maybe that's what's related to that. And sometimes you see cars that cut the bottom half of the bumper to try and fit more tire or to try and gain a small aero advantage. So, you know, maybe that's a choice that some people can make on second generation BRZ and GR86s as well.
Yeah, 100%. You know, it's quite a fun car to drive. And you know, I was talking to Kyle earlier in the previous heat. You know, I'd love to see someone take one of them and do, you know, a GR Corolla swap in that car. You know, the 1.5, 1.6, I believe, turbo.
Yep.
You know, because it fits. You would think it would fit relatively well, and it would be a really cool swap because it would, you know, make a lot more torque, a lot more power, and for what it would weigh compared to like other cars, it would be relatively a bit of a rocket ship, especially with how much power you can put out of those 3 cylinders.
Yeah, absolutely. And then on screen, an RX-8, again, a somewhat popular tracking platform that's a little bit let down by its rotary engine, which, although they can make good power, they're a little bit of a notoriously unreliable, but they're very popular platforms for engine swaps. I don't think I've seen a seriously built RX-8 that's got a power plant that can make the power it needs, but those cars could get down to 2550 with a driver, and they've got really good suspension geometry, double wishbone all around it, a nice long wheelbase that makes it nice and controllable out there. So I'm really curious to see whether somebody's gonna try and make that happen. I think K-Swap is working on a K24 swap solution for those cars as well.
I wouldn't tell Thorne this. You know, he just heard that and it's like, well, I might as well do another K-Swap because he does have an RX-8 now. He does. Doing for track. But no, like you said, I remember when they came out, it was such a cool chassis. It was super unique, super different, and just seem like they have like a ton of potential as a platform, as all Mazdas do. Even you know all RX-7s and FCs, FDs. Yes, rotaries can be quite a pain, but the chassis of them are so fun and so good to play with that it's really hard to turn the other way, right? It's super light, super nimble, beautiful body lines, especially like an FD. So it's I like them. I think they're pretty cool cars.
Yeah, definitely. So as we see checkered flag waving on this session, we'll pass it to Charisse for a little bit of a temperature check on the fans out here in the stands.
All right, guys, while we have a break here, let's do a paddock pulse check. We have some really good energy right now, so I just want to give you a little bit of the action, you know? We got people lined up. What are you guys in line for?
Just checking out the cars, enjoying a good time with friends, you know?
Absolutely. Who's your favorite artist that's coming tonight?
Ooh, tonight, probably Lays. Probably Lays and Sullivan King, definitely, for sure.
I love that. I love that. Well, thank you so much. Have a great day. We got drift cars, broken or not. They're all sitting in their little homes right now as people are getting tattooed. Those guys are getting tattooed right now. We got like checkered flags. We got helmets. It's a good vibe. Let's just show you guys really quick. Hold on. Really quick. This is the setup. The whole gang is here. Everyone's hanging around. At night, once the track goes cold, they're going to have some beers. They're going to just have a good time. What else do we have going on? Guys, what's your favorite part of grid life?
Man, everything.
Nah, give me something special.
Yeah, coming here, the cars, just living life, get a free 3 days out of the year, you know.
This isn't your first time then, is it?
No, it's like 5th time at Grid Life.
Hell yeah, I love that. Thanks, guys. Have a great day. Absolutely. All right, gentlemen, we are here at Grid Life. You guys got a cool look to you. What's your favorite part about Grid Life?
The people.
Yeah.
The people, getting to see all different kinds of people and seeing what they have to say and just having a good time.
Sir?
The drifting, can't complain about all this.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys look like you're ready for festival season. Are you involved in the whole festival community, or are you just here for the motorsports?
Trying to get involved as much as possible because you never know what you're going to run into or what you might learn, honestly.
Cool. And what are you looking to drive in today?
Honestly, I was hoping to get into the white Corvette because it's definitely putting on some rear horsepower there.
Hell yeah. All right, you guys have a great time, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sharice. Yeah, as we see Corey waving to the crowd with the NA pop-up headlights, waving hello to everybody. I love that feature in NA Miatas. There's a button on the dash that you press that button, and sometimes if you press it fast enough, it'll actually wink, and then you can go around with only one headlight popped up. You know, that's a kind of a quirk that these cars are kind of fun to look at.
Got to show love to the fans, right? The fans make these events all worth it. So love to see that kind of stuff from an NA.
Yeah, absolutely. At the top of the screen, you see that Ben both hoisted a 40.188, which is actually not that far off of his best time of the day, a 40.037. So he found a good way to execute a good lap, even in these conditions. So that's a great time for him. King Tao 41.176. Let's see if he found any time there. A little bit hard to see here. Yeah, unlikely. So now we've got Heat B of the time attack session coming out now. That's Zach Moore leading the pack there in that yellow 718 Cayman I was talking about earlier. And yesterday I was catching up with his brother Zach Moore, who installed another water pump in there to try and keep that car the car's intercooler cold and keep IATs down. So just a little bit of a technical explanation here. IATs stand for intake air temperatures. The lower you keep IATs, the more power the engine makes. And a lot of these cars also, if the air temperature, the intake air temperature gets too high, they'll actually reduce the timing or retard the timing on the engine, and it will actually end up making less power. So what they're trying to do there is keeping the engine intake air temperatures as cold as possible so they make as much power as possible.
So basically what you're saying is the colder you can keep the car, the better?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that's why these sessions, you know, they're not just slower from a surface perspective, they're also slower from an engine performance perspective. So that's what makes it difficult to set such your best lap times here in these kinds of sessions. But you know, that doesn't mean that you can't do it. We saw some competitors get close in the previous heat, and you know, it could be just executing your lap better than some of the previous sessions.
Yeah, 100%. It's always tough when you have turbo cars, is keeping the IATs and temperatures down. You know, I struggled with that last year. You know, my one end would, you know, at Lime Rock, for example, my IATs would get to around 154 degrees Fahrenheit, which is...
That's enough.
Yeah, that's enough. Oh, that's a big slide coming out. Oh, big off coming out. It looks like...
Oh, some parts flying off. He's spinning into the outside gravel. Fortunately, no contact other than that. Other than with the gravel, we're going to get a local yellow there, slowing people down, waving he's okay to corner workers. He's going to try and get back out there once the traffic passes. yeah, it looks like he just carried too much speed through one and got into the gravel trap out there and went for a little bit of a ride. Here's Brad Moore in that 718, came in that yellow 718. He's your current leader. Excuse me, he's actually second place in street. First in street rear wheel drive, a 37.055. Josh Halka got him this morning, a 36.306. So that's a really competitive. They're really closely matched together in street. It'll be interesting to see how they do in the podium sprint. I didn't see Halka out there for this session, so Brad's is learning the track and matching it to the conditions he's going to see tomorrow, and I think that's going to give him an advantage here in the podium sprint. He gets real sideways through turn 8 there as he goes to turn 9 now into turn 10B, turns in, the track falls away from you, and then it comes back and meets you about halfway through the corner. So looking pretty good there.
Yeah, you can see his hands just in the distance and the windows just fighting it on the exit. That's probably the hardest corner out of any corner in this track because of, like you said, the drop is so aggressive. And the other thing too is it gets the most heat out of any part of the track.
Yeah, and it looks like Dan Moore has pulled off, so there's no waving yellow at 1 anymore. Brad Moore, 38.238, so that puts him right around 1.5 seconds off of his best pace. So, I mean, that's closer than we've seen from these other drivers in this heat, so he's doing a really good job. And behind him is Chris Heidemann, who I'm not sure if he did get held up by that yellow flag at turn 1, but he's trying to make his way into the podium sprint in Club TR. He's had a little bit of a tough weekend, just dealing with traffic, dealing with some car issues as well. He had an alternator fail him, and so he couldn't make the first session of the weekend, which definitely didn't help because that was the fastest session of this weekend so far. He was actually winning Road Atlanta, the Road Atlanta event, until it was found that he actually, unfortunately, did ignore or run past double waving yellows and set his fastest time when he shouldn't have been. He should have been letting off during double waved yellows. So he's trying to kind of prove himself here at Midwest Fest. He's got a lot of speed. He just has to find a way to make it into the podium sprint.
Yeah, 100%. You know, it's very unfortunate to get your lap deleted, but you have to follow those flag stations, especially because it's not just safety for you, but safety for everyone around you, right? So, you know, obviously that's going to be in the back of his mind for this week, especially with how challenging Gingerman can be. And it's going to cause a lot of standing yellows. So,
yeah,
you know, he's got a lot to prove, and I'm sure he's going to be motivated to want to show that he's got the ability to show out podium sprint.
And here's Christopher Lewis in that C6 Corvette running in track mod. He started out the weekend in the D group of Time Attack, and he's managed to make his way up through getting faster and faster to get into the B group. So that's really great to see from Christopher Lewis here in that C6. It's a beautiful car with a beautiful livery on it, but I'm pretty partial to C6s myself, so definitely not an unbiased judge here. And on screen now is Peter Granberg. He's currently 5th place in Club TR. He's trying to hold on to that 5th place to make it into podium sprint. He's himself has had, I think, a couple of issues. In this last session, he actually, unfortunately, did kind of beach himself at the exit of turn 11 in the gravel trap, but fortunately no lasting damage from that, so that's great to see. He's a perennial competitor in Club TR. I believe he finished 2nd last year in Club TR in the season championship. So it's always fun to watch him drive, and he's got this livery with K-Power from all the work he's been doing with them. So let's see what kind of times he runs. He does go to the top of the session, a 40.706, but that's about 1.5 seconds slower than his best time of the weekend. So again, not a surprise. This is a very difficult, these are very difficult conditions to drive in.
Yeah, 100%, and that's about pretty consistent what we've seen across the board, like that 1 to 1.5 second gap from their personal best to this session. So it shows kind of like what the times, what the base times are going to be for everyone going into podium sprint tomorrow. But a lot of it too is if some of these drivers are saving fresh tires, some sticker tires for podium sprint, maybe they can get that gap down to 0.5 second, maybe even 0.2.
Yeah, and here comes Michael Young in that C8 Z06. That car ran in Street GT last year before rules were updated to not allow cars with greater than 600 horsepower from the factory. So that's what kind of disallowed this car, which I think a lot of the Street GT competitors were pretty relieved by, myself included. But yeah, he's driving that car around really well. And here's the Lamborghini Gallardo, driven by Zach Joe. A beautiful car with the Zestec livery, Zestec making steering wheel adapters for a variety of cars that allow you to retain stock electronics capability on aftermarket steering wheels. So that's a cool car to see. And it's got air jacks, which is the coolest feature that I wish everybody had on their car. As somebody that's worked for a racing team, air jacks are the bee's knees.
I wish I had some air jacks on the 1M every time I have to put it up on the air just to work on it. So definitely something that I wish, I had, and I'm sure a lot of people have.
Yeah, and if you think quick jacks are cool, air jacks are even better.
100%. One of my good friends, David Baumgart, has them on his Cayman GT4 club sport, and it's always cool when he releases the valve and just lets it pretty much drop down. It's just it's always a cool feeling to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. And on screen now is Mike Calloway in that Subaru WRX STI. Do you know what the round is? It just round eye? Are those just called round eye Subarus?
I believe that one's bug eye. That one would be.
Oh,
bug eye,
bug eye. I could see that. I could see it's a bug eye. Subaru aficionados love calling different generations of what's effectively the same car. Let's be honest here. That's a hot take here from the Time Attack Bad Boys broadcast.
I can already hear
Subarus.
Dewey coming from like halfway across the paddock, running to this.
I look forward to it. Dewey, come up here and yell at me. I don't care. The bug eye transitions to blob eye, transitions to hawk eye. The same mechanical generation of cars. Those are also four-wheel strut, I believe, which again is a very odd choice, I think. But they make it work. The all-wheel drive systems are really, really cool in those cars, sending different amounts of power to different wheels. And I've driven an autocross version of those cars, and they love to rotate on throttle more than you would think for a car has so much front weight bias.
Yeah, 100%. It's actually one of the few cars I've never driven is any type of STI. So I've driven an Evo 6 before, the only type of Evo I've ever driven. But STIs, that'd be a fun one to take around like autocross or in street class. Got cars like Hawk, Mike Calloway, which in my opinion I'm a little biased just because he's my buddy, but I think Mike Calloway has the best looking street class car. That livery, just the look of it, it just screams stage rally, just that era of Subaru.
Yeah, and on screen now is Ian Flavin, which is, I think that's another version of a Subaru. I think that could be a BRZ. Let's double check. It is a BRZ. So a different car than what Subaru used to produce or still does produce. He's on the outside looking in, currently sitting in 6th spot in Club TR. And now on screen is going to be Devin in her that WRX. I don't know what they call this one. I don't know what the slang term for this generation of WRX is, but it's one of the more contemporary ones. Devin Hoffman in that WRX, prepped by Turn In Concepts out of Cincinnati. And she's a perennial competitor here with us running in street mod in that WRX. She ran a 40.542.
Something tells me the producers are putting us on the spot because it's 3 Subarus in a row we've had to talk about.
They're like,
they know.
They're trying to get us to make mistakes. They're trying to get Dewey mad at us. He's going to come up here and kick our butts for getting all these Subaru generations wrong. So kind of interesting, this newer generation of WRXs with the FA20 engines versus the EJs of old that they ran for many, many years. So she ran a 40.452 for Hoffman, 542, excuse me, in that car, which is about a second slower than her fastest time. She ran a 39.082 in it previously, but always good to see competitors get out there and gain experience in these tricky conditions. You can't always be driving the car in the best conditions, in the grippiest conditions, so it's really good to get familiar with how it's driving in these much tougher conditions.
100%. It's one of those things where you have to embrace it. Like even just like tracks as well. Like myself included, I used to not be the biggest fan of Gingerman, and it's one of those things where before I ended up having not to go here, I was wanting to embrace the challenge and think of it like I can't just be good at tracks I like, right? You know, you have to be good at tracks you don't like, but also in conditions you don't like as well, you know?
Yeah.
You can't just be good when everything's going well. You have to be good when sometimes it's just not optimal.
Yep, and here's Dallas Reed in that C8 Z51 running in Street GT. He's currently sitting in 4th in Street GT, so he is in the podium sprint with his times. He's about 2 or 3 seconds off the pace from his best times earlier this weekend. So again, the C8 platform, a very popular choice in Street GT. Andy Volkel, who's currently running in Rush SR, he won the championship last year in a C8 Z51. So that's kind of becoming a popular track car choice, as well as the prices of those cars come down.
100%, and it's, you know, it's a platform and a setup that you just don't see anymore. Mid-engine, naturally aspirated V8. You know, you would see that back in, you know, in the early 2010s with Ferrari and, you know, Audi with the older R8s, and then they moved to the V10. But now you're just seeing, you know, a mid-engine platform with turbo. So it's cool to see, you know, General Motors making a mid-engine sports car with an NA V8.
Yeah, and you just saw it on screen. Darius Sajak, who did actually improve on his time from earlier today, set a new personal best of the, I think it was a 39.4, so that's a good improvement for him. As on screen, Jeremy Bailey, and I was talking about to Jeremy, we were talking about him earlier about being probably the lightest BRZ in Club TR, and he was saying that he's hoping for some overnight rain. Let's be very clear. He's hoping for overnight rain that ends well before the first time attack session so that the track dries up and cleans up the track here. As Darius Sajak now back on screen, yes, he did find about 0.3 of a second in that car. That's a C6 Grand Sport. Yeah, 39.407 compared to the 39.739 he ran earlier. And that won't be enough to get him into the podium sprint for track mod, unless I'm mistaken there. Yeah, no, it won't be enough to get into the podium sprint for track mod, but nonetheless, a good improvement for him in these conditions. He should go out there and now find more time in the morning in better conditions as he's gotten used to how the car drives and gotten more and more familiar with it around this track.
I got an interesting question for you, Ito. Do you like going in these track conditions like the last session of this day, and then when you go tomorrow, do you put on fresh tires for that morning session, or do you want to save them all the way to podium sprint?
Well, it's a tricky question because it really depends on, one, what tire you're choosing. Most of the Super 200 treadwear tires that these time attackers run outside of Club TR, they are fast on that first heat cycle, but I would not use it on, if I'm already in the podium sprint, I'm not using that tire. I'm gonna, especially if I feel like I'm not gonna get beaten to the point where I'm outside the top 5, I'm gonna save my new set for the podium sprint. But some of these guys, they don't have the choice. They're outside looking in, and they're trying to find they're trying to find the pace to get into podium sprint. So, for me, when I'm in podium sprint, if I'm already in podium sprint at this point in the weekend, I go out there just to scout the track out. I'm not trying to push. I'm not trying anything new. I'm just trying to set what the correct brake markers are, what the correct turn-in points are, and setting trackside references for me to execute a consistent lap time. So that's kind of my approach to it. To be honest with you, I don't really enjoy going out in these conditions. You're just putting more heat into the car, more heat into the brakes. You're just using up your consumables. But in terms of being competitive in podium sprint, you kind of have to go out there in this session.
Yeah, 100%. Especially with this format, you know, it's like a necessary evil, right? Where it's like you don't want to do it, but it's like you want to see what it's going to be like for tomorrow. That way you kind of get acclimated, and it's not so much a shock into the system, right? Especially if you keep the tires at the moment, and then when you go to the podium sprint and you have the fresh tires, it's kind of balances it out, right? You know,
yeah.
You know what the conditions are like. You know what they are like with older tires. Now you'll be used to them when you get the fresh rubber, and it'll be easier to be more confidence inspiring, I would say.
Yeah, and kind of an interesting point here. Brad Moore ran a 37.797. That's only 7/10 slower than his fastest time of the weekend. So I think he's going to make his street competitors kind of stand up and pay attention to that, because he's not far off of his fastest pace in much, much worse conditions. So it could be that he could again reset the track record in street rear-wheel drive tomorrow morning in the better, at least weather conditions. Remains to be seen whether the track conditions are going to be better, just given how much drift rubber has been laid down. But, you know, we've got a GLTC race, we've got a rush race here before tomorrow's time attack session, so that's going to clean up the track a little bit for them as well. So it'll be really interesting to see how it turns out tomorrow morning as we see the checkered flag has been waved on this session of time attack as we await our fastest heat, Heat A, in time attack.
Yeah, 100%. You know, 7/10s, that's, like you said, that's such a tight, you know, gap, like where we've been seeing that 1 to 1.5 second. And, you know, who knows, if he has fresh tires for podium sprint, you know, he could be a huge threat to Josh Halka, you know, and depending on what Halka is bringing for podium sprint, you know, if he has the same tires or he's going to have some fresh ones, it's going to be an interesting dynamic, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be really interesting to watch tomorrow morning session and then podium sprint as well. And yeah, that's Mike Callaway pulling into the pits as we wave the checkered flag on this session. And now we've released our Heat A cars into this. So this is our last heat here for this time attack session. Our fastest cars of the weekend in this heat, and they're also the most fun to watch. We've got a ton of spectators up in turn 2 and on Spectator Hill. This is going to be the cars that are the most entertaining. They're the pointiest end of the field for time attack. Yeah, it's a lot of times participate in Heat A, and it's full of the best drivers that we have in time attack.
100%, definitely the best drivers, but you know, I would say they're missing the 2 best up here in the booth, you know, you and me, dude. So it's but no, in all seriousness, it's like you said, everyone here is super competitive, super fast, and you know, it's like you said, it's the pointy end. It's a lot of the times the fastest speeds, and
Justin Peachy deciding that he's going to warm up his tires with a big, sick drift.
That's one way to do it. You know, if you want to warm up the tires quickly, there you go. You know, we talk about, you know, getting these fast warm-ups or slow warm-ups. Hey, you might as well just do it that way. That solves your problems.
Yeah, and all eyes, we're going to put our eyes on Alan Patton. He's probably the most entertaining car to watch driving around here, and you can hear him all the way down there. I can already hear that supercharger whine coming up that hill.
Are you sure that's him or that's just Dewey? Because of all the complaints he's going to have about us getting Subarus wrong. But no, this thing, you know, what a machine. The work they've done to do this. Honestly, the crazy part of this story is how soon they got this thing up and running. It took them around 60 to 90 days, I believe. It's
yeah,
short window.
A great job by Louis Gigliotti and his crew and Thunder Bunny Racing to get this car together. Let's follow along here as he goes into turn 2. A little bit of a tight line. He said the new track mod track record in the first heat. We'll see if he resets it again this heat. Unlikely, but still a really fun car to watch. We'll try and talk a little bit less so you can really hear what this car sounds like. What a cool car is coming into turn 5 there. A little bit of a dirt drop on the exit of turn 3.
Yeah, coming out of the exit here, putting the power down. It's such a narrow area to get right.
Yeah, and but with a lot of aero, it makes it a little bit easier to handle through 5 and 6. And now this is where you really leverage the aerodynamics of the car through 7, 8, and 9, all the way into 10. He's neat and tidy through there. Definitely not the best track condition. That car's on 20s, by the way.
On 20s and on Michelin Cup 2Rs. That is the AMG Project 1 spec. It actually is really cool. You can see on the sidewall the silhouette of the car, which is really sweet.
Oh yeah, listen to that supercharger whine, and this is where you can hear it the best. Whine on downshift. I love that in the sequential. Oh, and he pulls in. What a letdown. But yeah, you could hear a little bit of that supercharger whine as he was downshifting with that sequential.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. We would have loved to have seen him finish that lap, but maybe it was just a little bit of a sight lap to get a feel of what the conditions are like. Who knows? But you know, it's just what a car. That high-pitched supercharger. I'll tell you what. You think dogs are going to be squandering around hearing that from a distance because of how high-pitched it is?
Yep. And now on screen is Andreas Bertulis in one of the most unique builds we see here at GridLife in that RCF car. It's also one of the best sounding cars. This one's dual overhead cam though, so a little bit different from the supercharged small block LS pushrod in Alan Patton's car. He runs a 37-182, a good bit off the pace, but he was leading Unlimited here this weekend until Ernesto Spazoulis in another Corvette took the lead back from him in Unlimited, but he is still in the podium sprint in this car. It's a beautiful car. I love watching this car out on track, and it sounds so good as we see Veloso in the NSX GT3 car pulling up on the side of the entry into turn 3.
Yeah, unfortunate. Hopefully it's nothing too serious there. Want to give a mention, Kamaku 31.693. That's about half a second off of what he did the session prior. So Kyle's showing that there's still quite a bit of pace in this car in these conditions. That's not too bad. That's only 7/10 behind Smedegard, who did that in the morning session on Friday, and Dewey DeWitt, who did 30.6. So, maybe in these harder conditions, Kyle is getting much more comfortable, and he's getting that acclimated to these conditions, whereas both Smedegard and DeWitt are not.
Yeah, we've got a full course yellow as they're going to try and attempt to recover the Nick Veloso's car out in turn 3 there. We've got full course yellow, meaning everybody should back down to a safe pace and allow the safety car to bunch them all up. Now, it's really important that all of our drivers respect the double yellow flags, slow their pace down to right around 70% or less to catch the safety car, to give our workers enough time to recover the car that's stuck out there on course. I don't think anybody reset their best times yet. Austin Barnes did come pretty close, 33.519 compared to the 33.025. It looks like Veloso's back out there. Maybe they're out looking to recover a different car that we don't see here. We haven't caught on camera yet.
Yeah, I'd see nothing at turn 1 at the moment from the tower.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult to see, but yeah, it's good to see that car has made its way back under its own power here.
Yeah, and hopefully, if it's nothing too serious, what's happening. So, hopefully we'll be able to get back out to green relatively quickly. But who knows? For some of these drivers, they might have gotten what they needed out of this session. So we wouldn't be surprised if we see some of these drivers come into the pits and be done for the day.
Yep, got confirmation from our race director that we're going to go green next lap. So let's keep a close eye on these two leading Corvettes. And that's Ernie Puzelis in that C6 running in Unlimited, which means he's probably on slick tires. And then we've got Justin Peachy in that very beautiful Hawk livery C6 running in track mod. He won track mod at CMP, but he's up against some much tougher competition here in this event. He's currently sitting only in 5th place, I believe. Yes, in 5th place. So he's in the podium sprint, but he has to contend with guys like Chris Smith, Colton Driscoski in that Viper. Again, another really awesome sounding V10 car. Sounds more like a tractor V10 rather than the more suave Lamborghini V10. But it's a cool car nonetheless. In 2nd in track mod right now, Austin Barnes, who's also out there, and of course Alan Patton, who currently has reset the fastest track mod time. Let's look as Ernestus Puzelis starts his lap.
Yep, coming into T1 here. Looks relatively calm there, staying on the inside of going into T2 and maybe trying to take a wider line to maximize the exit there. Looks relatively calm, a little bit of a twitch here and there, but it's quite a bit of power that Ernestus has in this thing, so it's always going to be a bit tricky.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of aero on that car. It's got a flat floor and a diffuser on it, so although I don't see the diffusers actually on there right now, so that's interesting. Maybe he wants a little bit more forward aero balance without the diffuser. He's coming into 5 and 6 now.
Yep, coming into 5 and 6, like you said, the most difficult of the sections, I would say. A little bit of a hand wiggling there, trying to fight it. Coming into 7 now, hard on the brakes, and you want to take this as wide as you can and make the apex as late as possible going into the exit, the S's of 8.
Yeah, a nice clean approach through there. Tracks out between 8 and 9, all the way through 10A and into 10B. Kind of a unique track naming at this track. 10A is kind of like that last little kink before 10B because there used to be a, you know, there's a cutoff there to kind of shorten the track. As he's coming down the back straight, I do wonder how fast he's going down this back straight. I've never asked him, so but I bet it's quite fast.
100% hard on the brakes there. You can see how close the splitter gets to the ground. Not scraping though, so it's probably pretty balanced out there, powering out on the front straight. So let's see what he can pull off of here.
He ran 32, 551, so that's only 3/10 off of his best time. So that's a pretty good, that's a pretty decent run for him as Kyle McCoo crosses the line now.
Yeah, that was a really good time. 3/10 off in these conditions. Maybe, you know, as you know, these cars have gone through, they've been picking up all these marbles and cleaning the track up perhaps a little bit. Oh, a little bit of a slide there from Luca Barberis, you know, showboating for us.
Yep, he's not used to rear-wheel drive dynamics, you know, so he's gotta take advantage of it where he can. Yeah, he's coming into turn 11 now, hasn't set a time yet, but he's doing a really great job in Street Mod, considering this is his first weekend in that car. He's currently sitting just outside of podium sprint, needs to find 0.4 of a second over John Rode, who's also out there in that Miata, in that black Miata that's also going to be out there. So he ran a 34.726 as you hear that whine from Alan Patton's car again.
Yeah, it seemed like Alan's gone out. Perhaps he had a bit of an issue when his first flyer. They just maybe had to do a quick fix or a quick reset of something, electrical perhaps, and hopefully Alan's able to get a good lap in now.
Some fire spitting from the Austin Barnes C5 there, number 551. Austin is currently sitting in second place in track mod, so that's a really, he's doing a really good job with that car. Only 3/10 was only about half a second slower than his fast time, so let's see if he can keep getting faster in this session. That car looks kind of unique because its intake manifold sticks out of its hood because of how big it is, which is always fun. And now here we see that's Colton Druskowski who passed them in that Viper ACR car, the big honkin' V10 there.
Yeah, Colton with the ACR, just probably one of the cooler cars you can get out the box. They make just so much power and torque, and you know, it's just absolute grit monsters, these things. The tires they can fit from the factory is just unbelievable.
Yeah, that car is looking great through turn 1 now. He's going through turn 2 in that car. That's the 3rd gen Viper. Actually, I don't think, is that an ACR? It's hard to tell.
Yep, ACR, 5th gen style, it appears to be.
It doesn't have the cutout. I don't see the cutouts in the front fender, so it could be a little bit of a faux ACR, so to speak, but nonetheless, it's a beautiful, beautiful car, and he's driving that thing really well. Currently sitting in 3rd in track mod. So he's doing a great job with that car, and it sounds fantastic. Oh, gets a little sideways out of 6, heading into 7 now.
Yeah, you know, a lot of torque to put the power down. It just gets the back end a little bit slidey coming out of there. It looks much better coming out of 7, really steady there. You know, this is the section that gets frustrating, I think, for drivers because it's constantly going downhill as the corners go down, and you have to exercise so much patience going through it. And you know, for some of these bigger, high horsepower cars, it's that much more frustrating.
And the interesting thing about 10B is, if you keep improving on 789, you end up carrying way more speed into 10B. And if you don't adjust your braking zone, you actually end up blowing 10B pretty bad because of that. It falls away from you in the braking zone, so it makes it really difficult to really push the braking zone there.
Yeah, 100%. It's one of those areas where you really have to nail your trail braking right, you know. It helps you set up going onto the back straight into 11, as let's see what Barnes does.
Looks like he ran 33.756. Which is about 0.6 of a second slower than his fast time. So these drivers, they're definitely closer to their fastest weekend times than some of the other drivers that we've seen in other heats. So I'm not sure if that's a function of the tires that they're on. Some of them are on slicks, which can, depending on the slick, take more heat than some of the 200 treadwear tires. But yeah, it is an interesting dynamic that we're seeing some of these cars getting closer to their times. And yeah, watching Alan Patton, he's still pushing the car. This is the most laps that I've seen that car drive at an event. So they're definitely working on ironing out all the quirks and all the small difficulties, technical difficulties they've had with that car.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I had a chance to talk to Alan today and yesterday, and just talking about kind of the difficulties he's have with that car. they kind of set it up with they're struggling with understeer quite a bit, and Alan's a driver who loves oversteer on his Street Mod A90. He loves it on his GT4 car. They set it up with quite a bit of oversteer. So transitioning from that to the C7, that's a little more maybe understeer bias at the moment, especially with, and you got to add that much more power to it. It's quite a challenge for him. It seems like. Yeah, absolutely. And on screen now, John rode in that Miata. You don't see a lot of Miatas in Street Mod very much, but he's doing a really great job with that car. Currently sitting in that fifth and final spot for the podium sprint, and he's really pushing it out there. He's about a second off of his fastest pace. And there's Chris Smith in that LS swapped 135. BMW, which you know a lot about. And I myself ran a 128 in Club TR for a couple years, so those are really cool. It's a really cool platform. I think E36 and E46 BMWs are more popular right now, but E90 and E82 BMWs, they're equally as easy to find parts. They're reliable, and engines for them are very cheap because they were in everything. So yeah, it's becoming a more and more popular enthusiast platform for sure. 100%. You know, what I love about that generation of BMW is they're basically like Legos built. One of the beauties of when the 1M came out was it was essentially just, you know, a slightly wider 135i, but you know the rear end of the M3 just kind of drops right in. So like in my case, even though mine's a clone, it has all the geometry in the rear end of the E92 M3, you know, and an upgraded differential. It's just one of those cars where I think it hasn't been explored enough at the moment because it's still relatively a young chassis compared to like an E36 and 46. But I think as time goes on, and granted I'm a little bit biased, but I think as time goes on, you're going to see more people want to try out an E82 to compete. And now on screen is the Turn-In Concepts WRX driven by Josh Halka. We were talking earlier about how close Brad Moore was to his qualifying time. Josh Halka is even closer, 36.639. His fastest time from this morning, I just had it up, was a 36.306, so only 0.3 off. So yeah, I think it's going to be a really, really tight battle between Josh Halka and Brad Moore here for the top spot in street. So it's really cool to see him turn some laps in these conditions. He's getting used to the car and what it's doing, what it's going to do in these conditions. Really cool to see, and he's driving it at its limit through turn 11. Coming through that last finish now, 36.489. That's less than 0.2 off of his fastest time. So if I was Josh Halka's competitors, I'd be a little bit scared right now. He's showing that he can hit a very close to that morning pace in these much, much worse conditions. So really cool to see Josh Halka pushing his car out here. Yeah, 100%. You know, that was just incredible time by Halka to be so close to what he's been able to do. And, you know, maybe for tomorrow he might challenge Barber's overall record of 35.6. So be excited to see what Josh can do, but definitely a statement to the rest of his competitors. Yeah, and just finishing out the session here. We still haven't gotten the checkered flag in this Heat A quite yet, but a bunch of competitors have pulled in. You know, they don't think they're going to go any faster here as the conditions. I mean, they have the data inside their cars. They know what kind of lap times they're putting down, and if they don't feel like they're going to improve, they're not going to risk their car or use up their consumables for that. Yeah, 100%. It seems like everyone's kind of gotten everything they want out of this session, and you know, hopefully now everyone's kind of got a great pathway into tomorrow to, you know, that morning session. If you're in that, you know, even 8th, 7th, 6th position, you want to get into that top 5. You're setting yourself up for that. You might have to use your fresh tires before podium sprint, and, you know, we'll see. But definitely been very surprised how close some of these times have been to the personal best in Group A. Ernie Pruzelis actually improved by 0.8 of a second. I think he's on SM9s, so which is the Michelin customer race tire, so he wouldn't suffer as much from the high temperatures. He actually is one of those guys that will go out on an outlap and actually absolutely fly trying to get heat into his tires. So
That's cool to see from him. Kyle McCoo, a 31.584, not quite his best time of the weekend. Cal Fortner, 33.330. That is not, I don't think that's his fastest time of the weekend either. It is not. Actually, it is. Excuse me. 2/10 improvement for Cal Fortner. So that's nice to see from him. That actually moves him up above Luca Barberis. Still on the outside looking into podium sprint. I don't think Barberis improved to 34.7. He did not. So that's a good lap from Cal, but it's still not enough to get into the podium sprint here. Still no checkered flag on this session. This is a pretty long session. We're running out of cars on track here as everybody's pulling in. It's a little bit hot, so it could be. I wonder if, well, we should still see a checkered, but if there's no cars out there to wave the checkered at, then does a checkered flag exist?
I guess not. It's definitely been quite a bit of a long session, that's for sure. But it's I'm honestly. Oh, actually, as I say that, they just throw it out now. So
for us, thank you.
Oh,
we see it. We see it. We got it.
We see it now.
We won't pass it. We promise. Oh, hey! That's a great checkered flag throwing technique.
Yeah.
Just beautiful.
Just holding it out there.
A work of beauty.
Right there.
And that is our last time attack session for today. Mike Jansen, your fastest Club SC competitor, 52.199. David Best, 52.977. They are your top two in Club SC. Ryan Mukherjee, 53.531. Chris Rice, 53.684. Nicholas Berg, 53.845. With the rest of them looking in, Sam Dooling is in the podium sprint, but Chris Rice is not. Let's see what Club TR had for us here in this session. Pete Granberg, 39.711, well off the pace. Again, due to conditions, Jeremy Bailey, 44.08. Ian Flavin, 44.81. King Tao, 41.716. And Christopher Heidemann, 42.050. Let's take a look at our street class competitors. Josh Halka, again, very impressively close to his morning time, 36.489. Brad Moore, 37.797. Mike Coons, 39.762. Mike Callaway, 47.97. And Sam Bosnian, 41.318. Let's take a look at our Street GT. Luke McGrew, a 35.714. No help for him. Seth Brown, Ben Bulthois, and Dallas Reed are the only Street GT competitors that ran in this heat.
Yeah, it looks like Ryan Matthews might be saving the car for tomorrow and for podium sprint.
Yep, Colin McHugh, a 31.584, not too far off the pace. Cal Fortner finding some time out there, 33.330. Luca Barberis, 34.7. John Rode, 34.8. And Devin Hoffman, 40.5. Let's take a look at track mod. Now, Austin Barnes, 33.519. Colton Druskowski, 33.756. Chris Smith, 33.966. And for bragging rights, all these guys are beating Alan Patton, who was in fourth. And then Ernie Pazoulis, 31.702. He improves on his time, and Andreas Bertulis in arguably the coolest car here in that RCF, 35.132. That is your track battle Q6 heat. We're going to be right back with some Rush racing action here after a quick commercial break.
And GridLife Midwest is in its 12th year, and every year keeps getting better. And last night, the energy was extremely high on a Friday night on the NOS Energy main stage.
Every lap, every race.
And the look at the crowd, it was just absolutely spectacular with acts from all over the country, people from all over the country joining, watching the massive screens on this new NOS Energy main stage. It was just electric. It was lightning. There was lasers. It was absolutely beautiful. And we've got more of this coming tonight. So if you're here on site, it's going to get lit up tonight in the festival grounds on that NOS Energy main stage. Cannot wait to see the action. And have a look at the festival grounds already filling up with people before the evening here, and they're already crowding around. There's some people already vibing to the DJs that are over there.
Yep.
Kyle Heyer joined by Ito Waxman. Ito, we're about to get rolling for the second race of the weekend for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series, but this is a festival event as well as a motorsports event, and we're just pulling in people from all over the country, all over Michigan, here to this nucleus of entertainment and excitement today.
Yeah, what a cool experience. You know, most other race series you go to, you don't get some really world-class acts that are performing at night, and the vibes here are amazing. We've got food vendors, we've got a variety of different vendors out there offering anything that you could hope for, alongside some really awesome music. And you know, as during the day, they get racing to go with it. So that's really a lot of fun to experience. And as a driver, it's really fun to drive amongst this big crowd.
Yeah, see the NOS Energy stand there where fans and spectators are free to grab a NOS and give it a try. There's some really nice flavors over there as well. They've always got some fun ones. The grape flavor is super, super good. GT grape, they call it. Mm-hmm. Oh, I love that stuff. And they've got...
Tastes like grape soda.
Yeah, it's super good. They've got like a green apple flavor as well that we've got. We always have a couple of cases around the office, and they are certainly dangerous to have around. I love having a good NOS. But
personally, I'm a fan of the original flavor. I think that's the one I always go to grab for.
The zero sugar one's also super good.
I haven't tried it yet.
You should give it a go, because for me, I'm trying to watch sugar intake a little bit, but the zero sugar NOS is absolutely spectacular. So give it a try if you're over there in the festival area. There's a couple places where you can grab them from around site here at Gingerman Raceway, Ito. But again, this is a new build out for 2025. We're so thrilled to have such a presence over there on Spectator Hill, and to give sort of a massive obelisk of entertainment to drive around here at Gingerman. So we're getting set for GRIDLIFE Rush Series, race number 2 of the weekend. And if you're unfamiliar with this category, this is a single-class racing series with the Rush AutoWorks SR, about 150 horsepower from the GSX motorcycle engine, chain-driven, but these cars are lightweight. They've got a ton of downforce relative to their size and scale, and they are a great, great addition to the GRIDLIFE paddock. 30-plus car field, but everybody is chasing one driver, and that is Ryan Leach. And the driver that has been the most angry about that chase is this driver right here, Andy Vogel, in the number 34. Second place 7 times, and he is just looking absolutely motivated to drive up through a couple of cars ahead of him and continue that chase.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's got a really great team behind him, Turn In Concepts and Not Fast Motorsports, both helping him out with the car setup on that car. And they're just as hungry. His team is just as hungry for that win as he is. So it'll be really cool to see and hear a thumbs up from Nate Hamilton in that Rapscallion Racing Sonico livery Rush car. We love seeing both Nate Hamilton and TJ Hunt here, as well as Blair Hosey. All of them are part of the Rapscallion Racing team. Really cool to see them all work together.
Yeah, Ethan Alexander in that metallic blue car. There's TJ Hunt, like we pointed out. Great looking new livery on that Rush SR that debuted at Road Atlanta. I also saw, I think he's got his wide body company on the side of that as well, which is really cool to see, the Street Hunter designs.
Yep.
The number 25 Rush SR lineup as well, Mark Charganowski, and then the 58 Bill Wright. We'll have this full grid for you here once they start rolling around. Eric Stratton's number 58. Looking pretty in the body in white. Love these panels. It's a couple of these quick release bolts, basically. The whole bodywork all comes off in just a couple of pieces. Makes it really easy to access parts underneath. Very thoughtful design.
Yeah, they're very modular cars that really let you allow to really easily service them between races, and I think that's why they're so attractive. You know, they're cheap to build, they're cheap to run. Cheap to buy, cheap to run, and all the consumables are cheap. Those Nankang AR1s on those, you know, they're not very much as a whole set because of how small they are. So that's what's really attractive about these cars, and they did the Rush AutoWorks guys have really done a fantastic job of finding that niche in the market and really exploiting it.
Yeah, a lot of these cars have a sticker on the side of the car that you'll see. It's a small blue rectangular sticker on a handful of the cars. Again, that's in memory of David Hosey, who passed away unexpectedly on May 19th. The founder and owner of Rush AutoWorks, son Blair, is racing today. It was an emotional moment in Practice 3 yesterday when they did the missing man formation, but celebrating his memory and all that he's given to the Rush AutoWorks company and all that he's built as an engineer, a designer, and a business owner. And again, it's an emotional weekend to be back at the racetrack without David, but again, I think he is smiling down at how exciting this has been and how thrilling the racing has been here this weekend at GridLife's biggest event. So again, we're going to miss David, but again, the whole paddock felt his energy, felt his excitement, and felt his friendship. But with everyone line astern here on the starting grid, engines are firing, and we're just moments away from rolling for GridLife Rush Series race number 2. Remember, 12 to 15 minutes, just like every other race here this weekend, so they're real fast. And that means that you got to get it done. If you didn't qualify well, you didn't get yourself positioned right in the race earlier today, you've got another 12 to 15 to claw your way forward in the final race of the weekend, race 4 tomorrow afternoon. We grid by the points so far up in the weekend, so it's all cumulative for that last race, your last opportunity to grab 25 and stack it on top of your pile of points that you've earned so far this season.
Yeah, and it's been competitive all season. We see very tight races in the top 3, and throughout the field, everybody kind of driving their cars at different levels, and everybody's got somewhere to compete throughout the field. So it's a really cool series. It's unique to GridLife in that it's a spec series, unlike most of GridLife, which are built, you would call builders classes, where it's up to the competitor to build the car that they want to compete in. These are spec cars, they're homologated to the same rules, and that makes it so that it's all about the driver. It is all about the driver and the setup of these cars to differentiate amongst themselves.
Cars are rolling now for GridLife Rush Series race number 1 out onto the racetrack here. And again, it's a 30-plus car grid. As they roll around here, warm up their tires, warm up those brakes, Ito, get ready for battle.
Yeah, we saw a relatively calm race in race 1. We'll see if we're going to see more aggressive action here in race 2.
See, again, we'll get a warm up in the morning to set up for races 3 and 4, but that's race 2. But we are getting set up for our 12 to 15 minute race. Let's have a look at the starting lineup here in just a moment's time for this race. Again, it's been a hard-fought battle. Ryan Leach was the driver in command so far, and he is going to start on the front row alongside the number 8 of Blair Hosey. Then it's James French and Andy Volkel. And the rest of the field gets set up to go here in just a moment's time as they get set. So, again, as we warm up the tires, warm up the brakes here, let's talk about the start of this race, because this racetrack can be pretty wide for these cars. Tell me a little bit about the anticipation of a race start and how aggressive you should be on the start.
Yeah, and it really all comes down to what position on track the pole leader chooses. So, if you choose an inside entry into turn 1, that might give you an advantage only in turn 1, but if you don't do a good enough job of getting through turn 1, that leaves you open to the inside line in turn 2, which your fellow competitor in the second spot is going to try and take advantage of. So we're going to see, we've been seeing a lot of moves in the first couple corners, and that really establishes the rhythm of the race, as they get through turn 2, and then how they sort themselves out after that. Normally we don't see them really keep going wheel to wheel all the way through to turn 5. So that start is really dependent on which side of the track you start out at.
Well, you were talking about the starting grid. It was Ryan Leach, Blair Hosey, James French, Andy Volkel, the front 2 rows, then Nico Bratz, Nate Hamilton, Jason Oler, Ethan Alexander in row 4, then TJ Hunt and Brett DiGiacomo, 9th and 10th.
Yeah, in 11th, we've got Mark Chonagorski in 12th, Bill Wright, John Robinson in 13th, Nick Billingsley in 14th, Jalen Batley in 15th, Gage Hughes in 16th, Ayrton Grimm, fresh from his knockout qualifying, in 17th, Bryce Mersberger in 18th, Kelsey Billingsley in 19th, and Robert Desjardins finish out the top 20.
And in 21st place, it's Tom Kirsting in the number 75, Lee Kellert in the number 13, AJ Campo in 23rd alongside Jared Anderson. Then it's Jake Sanders, Tim Burkhardt, John Howe, Pat Brady, Chuck Desjardins, Paul Klitsch, and Larry Brady rounding out your top 31. Matt Wilson and Jeremy Boysen bringing up the rear of the field. Field's doubled up here, Ito. It's about to get wild. If you're here at the racetrack, find a fence, because the GridLife Rush Series Race 2 is about to be headed your way.
Yeah, and Ryan Leach has chosen the inside line into turn 1, so we'll see whether that pays off for him into turn 2 and 3.
Doubled up, here we go. As we make our way towards the start stand, the green flag will be at the later of the flag stands here.
Yeah, the back of the pack not quite grouped up quite yet, but they'll roll it for the top 20. They got the green flag pretty early on before they hit that flag stand.
3 wide into the first corner. Oh, tight squeeze down there. 3 abreast with, I think that was the 190 of John Robinson, but Leach takes the lead. Blair Hosey to second place. Andy Vogel fighting for third. On the outside, it's James French trying to get grip, and we're 3 across in the middle of the field.
Yeah, Andy Vogel got a little bit bogged there from Hosey on the inside of 2, and that left him open for a move into turn 3.
Side by side into that third corner as well. Leach already pulling a gap here. They're still door to door for third place. A little bit of a squeeze there from French on Vogel, and then for Bratz, and is that Hamilton back there as well, slicing and dicing for position.
Yeah, Vogel's being really aggressive. He's trying to get into that top 3, fighting it out with James French, and right behind him, Bratz and Nate Hamilton are fighting it out. If they don't finish up that fight, they're going to lose touch with Blair Hosey and Ryan Leach.
And look at Nate Hamilton up the inside of Nico Bratz. Those are. Two
you don't
drivers
see that move in a closed cockpit car.
You don't. Not at turn 7 for sure. Hamilton was on a mission right now. He's clawing his way through the order. He's ready to go. He's been drifting all day and ready to rip. Here comes TJ Hunt as well, following up Nate Hamilton through the field. These Rapscallion boys are on a mission this race.
Yeah, it looks like they finally got used to the track. And again, you don't see a lot of passes into 10B with closed cockpit cars, with normal cars. So this is what we wanted to see. This is what we expected to see with these smaller Rush SR cars.
Down the backstretch towards turn 11, now in the slipstream there. TJ Hunt on the brakes. You see him bouncing over the bumps there. This is a fairly smooth racetrack, but these cars are pretty low to the ground and sprung fairly stiffly. So you go for a ride if there's any bumps on the circuit. Lap 1 complete. Leach leads by 0.6 of a second over Hosey, and it's lights out to the next car in line.
Yeah, Hosey and Leach are all moving away from the rest of the pack. French and Vogler are a little bit separated from Nate Hamilton, but then Nate Hamilton has a fight on his hands with Nico Bratz and his fellow teammate, TJ Hunt.
Yeah, TJ was right out to the edge of the road there on a power slide, effectively leaving turn 2. The track's very flat, so if you stomp your foot, even with 150 horsepower, these cars are light enough they can light the rears up. But can anybody chase down Ryan Leach? He has just decimated people. And TJ's off. Exit at turn 3. Drops a tire. Here comes the 74, Jason Older, and a few others. Brett DiGiacomo and Ethan Alexander have also gotten by.
Yeah, it looks like Nico Bratz and Nate Hamilton are still fighting it out for that 5th spot, as James French and Andy Vogel are kind of checking out from this pair. They got to figure out their race if they want to try and catch at least James French for that last podium position. So, yeah, we got to see how it ends up. They're back to being line astern here a little bit as Nate Hamilton goes wide in 8. He opens the door up for Nico Bratz to come through in 10A, and he's going to maintain position. Oh, he's on the outside of 10B.
What a send by Nate Hamilton. He was not going to be denied that opportunity. Can Bratz cross him over? They're both running the inside line there. Ethan Alexander might smell blood in the water with that blue 33 in trail.
Yeah, Nate Hamilton had a mistake in 8 that left the door open for Nico, but then Nico braked a little bit too early. Nate Hamilton said, "Thank you very much. I'll take the inside of 10B."
Yeah, wrong side of the road here for 11. Can he cross over on corner exit? He throttles up, but a little bit of oversteer there. Can't keep it stuck to the road, and he's going to lose that spot to Nico Bratz, P5.
Yeah, while these guys fight, they're letting Vogel get out of reach, so we'll see if they can keep that fight going or not. Everybody is now, again, lining up a little bit in a line astern. We'll see if the fight continues between Nate Hamilton and Nico Bratz.
Yeah, it looks like Hamilton, that initial launch seems to have died down a bit. TJ Hunt, again, chasing the cars that he had to let go by. I think Bill Wright also got around, and Mark Jorganowski additionally. So that one little tire drop you see, I wonder if he's got a tire maybe going flat. It looks like he's got the sidewall sort of rubbed off there. So we'll keep an eye on that. But here's James French, P3 on the racetrack, 2.8 behind Hosey and Leach.
Yeah, he's got the pace that's kind of between Blair, between Hosey, Leach, and Vogel and Nico Bratz behind him. So he's kind of in no man's land right now in 3rd, which I'm sure he's happy with to maintain that last podium position, but I'm sure he wants to be more competitive for the top 2.
Been a little contact deeper in the field. Matt Wilson got a boot in the rear off into turn 5, but everyone kept it straight. There's a look at Andy Vogel, and he has not quite had the pace that he's had at the first 2 rounds back at Carolina Motorsports Park in Road Atlanta. He'll be frustrated with that. Here's the 51 Gage Hughes alongside John Robinson here in the orange and green car, and Hughes makes his way around. Here comes Ayrton Grimm in the 121 pink car.
Oh, Hughes gets real sideways in 8. He made a pass from 7 to 8, which again you don't see very much. Oh, and it looks like Hughes going to come in on the inside, leaves the inside open for him to take it around 10B.
Yeah, look at Ayrton Grimm. He's going to take him 3 across, leaving turn 10. Not quite. Didn't get a great run, but he's tried to side draft a little off the side of Gage Hughes, dump some air onto the rear wing.
Yeah, let's see if he can find a way to catch these two. As these two fight, they're going to bring him into the picture. So a really nice late braking there
Oh, trouble in front of them, out of the turn, final
that's
corner.
A bad rejoin.
Everybody scattered. I don't think he had a choice there. He was just off in the gravel and it just slid back on track. He keeps it straight, all things considered. That was a scary moment. But dragging some dirt back on track, we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, very fortunate that everybody managed to avoid that. Great driving from everybody involved. As we follow along, Ryan Leach. Oh, we've got contact here, unfortunately. Hard to tell where that is.
That's turn 11.
Yeah, that is turn 11, unfortunately.
Yeah, pit entries right there. That's the 19.
Yeah, we're going to have the safety car deployed. Safety car is deployed, so we're going to neutralize the race now. Everybody's going to line up in single file as they go to recover these cars. Looks like they're still driving.
Wow, I was impressed there. The driver just reached down and just moved bodywork out of his way so he could drive away from the accident site. So I'll give him credit for that. That's Billingsley. Is that Kelsey Billingsley or Nick in that car?
He's continued on down the front straight. He's getting some tire rubbing, though. Yeah, you can see the tire rubbing, a little bit of tire smoke being generated by that car.
Kelsey Billingsley in the 19. She just like saw the bodywork, was like, oh, this is in my way. Move it and carry on.
I don't need this. But that just goes to show how stout these cars are. That must have been some fairly significant contact, but it definitely looks like it's rubbing on the back there. She's losing some bodywork from that rear tire.
Yeah, and again, just seems like there was some contact there on the right front of the 19, but that's a lot of damage. But again, it seems like it's mostly body work, and there's obviously a fender rub somewhere, but there's still some time. If we get this cleaned up, we can go back green.
She clearly feels that the suspension is still aligned correctly. So, I mean, again, that just goes to show how stout the mechanical parts of these cars are, and bodyworks is fairly easy to replace compared to trying to redo all the suspension. So that's kind of impressive with how stout the car is from that contact.
Yeah, Ryan Leach in the 56 is going to have to defend on a restart, and this is good news for Hosey, French, and Vocal because they were not going to catch Ryan Leach at the rate they were going. But they'll have an opportunity on the restart.
Yeah, we'll see. Andy Vocal was trying to make it a race with James French in turns 2 to 3 before he lost touch a little bit with him. So this is going to give him another chance to try and get it. Track position matters. Your driving changes if you're in the lead and you're defending against somebody.
Yeah, so under yellow here, trying to get a replay of a couple of moments we saw early on. There was that big slide out of turn 11. I didn't catch the number on the car that went for that big slide early on.
Yeah, I didn't see it either. It looks like it was a relatively plain white livery on that car. I wonder if people slowing up for him, maybe that was some sort of accordion effect that led to the other contact.
Yeah, here we go, and this is the car ahead is up the road. Big run through the gravel. It's the 114 car.
Bryce Mersberger in that car.
Gosh.
TJ Hunt and the car behind him barely avoiding him as he came back on track. Now we see the contact here.
Oh. That was the slide. Yeah.
Whoa!
I don't think we've ever had a replay on a GRIDLIFE live broadcast that we had two separate angles from. That was awesome.
Yeah, that is pretty awesome. Those 5 cars right behind him did a really good job of avoiding the re-entry back onto the track.
Everyone joking with the white livery. Press Control R. Trading Paints isn't on. That's a deep cut iRacing joke for those that are familiar. That is a deep cut
iRacing joke.
Oh, man, everyone's calling it a rejoin. I don't know that he had much choice. I think it was just car was off and just trying to gather it back up there. I don't think he intentionally chucked it back on track.
And honestly, he got a little bit lucky that it didn't hook back up into the outside and hit that tire wall on the entrance of the start-finish straight.
And that's why I can't fault him for the way the car came back across the road. It's like, would you rather go back to the grass or go to the tire wall? I'm choosing the grass every time.
You don't really – I don't think he had a choice. He definitely didn't choose to do that rejoin. So
no. Lights are out. Means we're going back green this time. Nice quick cleanup there by the rescue guys, and Kelsey Billingsley was able to get her 19 car back around to the pit lane, missing a couple of body panels, but we'll get those bolted on back tonight and be ready for the next 2 races tomorrow.
Yeah, and interestingly, we've got the striped red and yellow flag, which indicates debris out on track being waved in turn 1. That's probably from Kelsey Billingsley car shedding a little bit of parts as it went around.
Yeah, it could be. It's just a slippery surface condition, so it could be. It probably wouldn't be fluid. They wouldn't turn them loose on fluid, but it would likely be dust or any sort of other debris surface condition, as you said. So here we go. Pace car's in. Restart here with just about 5 minutes left to go. Ryan Leach on defense. waiting for the green flag to fly. There it goes. We're back underway. Great restart by Ryan Leach. Blair Hosey got caught sleeping. Here comes the 70 of James French, and we're going to go 3 wide with Andy Vogel on the outside.
Oh, yeah, they all somehow sorted it out there, but Blair was definitely caught sleeping on that restart, and Ryan Leach took full advantage of that.
Yeah, and look behind him. There's Nate Hamilton trying the long way around to Nico Bratz. I don't know that that'll work here, as we're still kind of getting up to full tilt, a little bit of door-to-door in the background. But up to turn 3, Leach over Hosey, over French, over Vogel.
Yeah, still line astern there. Nico Bratz is trying to make it a fight with Andy Vogel on the exit of 3. He doesn't get it done. Yeah, he falls back in line, and Nate Hamilton's going to try and take advantage of him. Nate overtook him earlier, and he lost it on the restart, so he's going to try and get that place back.
Well, Hosey needed a reset to catch Leach. And these two had fought previously. Hosey was always listed as the rush stick, and in the past would pit in because he was not running for points. But this year he is running for the championship in GRIDLIFE Rush SR. He was in the SRX, the newer car that was planned to debut for the season, but with some changes, the SR will be the car that's competing just in a single class championship. So Blair Hosey's got 2 rounds worth of points to make up.
Yep.
And a second place so far, but he would like to start stacking up 25-point races.
Yeah, and again, he and Ryan Leach are definitely kind of leaving the rest of the pack behind. Looks like Ryan had a bad exit out of 10B, and he's leaving the door open for Blair Hosey to challenge him into turn 11.
Here he goes, had a little slipstream off to the left, and Leach is going to go defensive, but moves back to the racing line once he feels he's not at threat of losing the spot. Leaves turn 11, and Hosey's got a nice run here.
Yeah, these two are both very astute wheel-to-wheel drivers.
Double
as we get
yellows.
another full course yellow for a car that's stuck out between 5 and 6.
Yeah, that's turn 5. That there's a car out on the racetrack, and there it is. That's the number 13.
Yeah, looks like these
Keller.
cars. Yep, the car. Once again, the racing is neutralized with the double yellows waving out. We're still seeing a couple cars going a little bit hard with the double yellow, but they're slowing up now heading into turn 3.
Will we get a restart this time? We only have about 3 minutes left. I'm curious where we are in our day as far as keeping things on schedule, because we don't really have a lot of room with the hard stop when we do. But we still have, I think we've got plenty of time to get this race in.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
again, that timer might tick down to 0. We might get a couple of extra laps to help out with 2 full course yellows neutralizing this race. Should be a pretty quick pull to get Lee Keller off the course, and we might get 1 more lap of yellow, but I imagine this will be pretty quick.
Yeah, absolutely. This time they couldn't drive away from the scene of the crime, so to speak. So they need a little bit of help from the recovery vehicles to get that car out of the field there.
And again, not exactly sure. Didn't see that car go off or how it went off or if it's damaged or something broke. But for now, we're behind the safety car for the 2nd time in GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 2. And again, it's another opportunity for Blair Hosey to have a run on Leach. He almost had one out of 10B last time around. But the slipstream in these cars, I think it's really strong at places like Road America. We saw that last year. But this back straightaway at Gingerman Raceway isn't really long enough. You can start to get a draft. It's enough to maybe stop the bleeding. If you're losing ground, I don't think it's enough to really gather a lot of momentum to make a pass.
Yeah, it's a different dynamic here. We're seeing passes going into 10B. We're seeing passes in 7, 8, 9, which we don't see typically with bigger cars. So I think the dynamic has changed. I think they're making passes when the car in front of them makes a mistake in some of the high speed sections, and they take advantage of it either right there and then, or into 10B, where their narrow width allows them to take advantage of it and actually make passes in 10B. Yeah, now we see the back end of this field kind of bunching up together. The car is still out there in 5 and 6, so we've got at least 1 more lap under yellow. We'll see if hopefully that car can either go on its own and get back on track on its own, or if it's going to need to be hooked up to the truck. We see it right outside our commentary window. And yeah, the field, again, neutralized from the double yellow. Ryan Leach is so good at restarts. Every time we watch him do a restart, he finds a way to create a gap to those behind him. He's just really good at timing it. I think Blair was a little bit surprised by it and definitely lost a little bit of time there. He almost fell into the clutches of James French, who tried to make it a battle, and then Andy Vogel hopped in there to make it 3 wide, but he didn't have almost any overlap to James French, so he had to back out of it on the outside of 1, which really compromised him into turn 2.
Yeah, they got the car on the hook. They're pulling it around. We'll see where they decide to put it, but we're going to get at least 1 more time around Gingerman Raceway behind the safety car. No white flag, though, so we might get a 1 or 2 lap shootout. Again, I think We've got time for 2 laps, I think, but we'll see. That they try not to do a 1-lap shootout when possible.
Yep.
But again, the timer has elapsed, but that's okay. The reason why, again, we have a 30-minute time block for all of our races, and all the GridLife races are somewhere between 12 and 18 minutes. But we have that flexibility for moments like this when we have time in the schedule. And, the rules are pretty clear that the race time can vary based on conditions. Sometimes it's a little shorter because it has to be. So sometimes we give them some time back when we can. So that's why the timer is hidden, and we'll get the white flag when we get the white flag. But for now, we follow the safety car.
Yeah, and it looks like they're pulling that car into the inside of 5, which is a pretty safe place for it. So yeah, we're probably going to go green this next time by, and then we'll see whether we get whether it's going to be a white-green flag waved or just the green flag, which would indicate at least more than 1 lap.
Yeah, pretty quick laps around here, the 135s or so it only takes about 3 minutes to do 2 laps. You have to also count in the cool down and the pit in, because we've got an Eibach GLTC race upcoming next. And if you haven't yet seen Eibach GLTC, get ready to watch some excellent single class racing with cars from very different backgrounds and very different ideas on how to go fast. It's going to be a blast.
Yeah, I noticed that Nate Hamilton got by Nico Bratz at some point. It must have happened some point before the double yellow. They were fighting it out for that 5th place spot behind Andy Vogel. So we'll see whether they stay in that same positioning by the end of this race.
It seems like Hamilton was really aggressive on the initial start. I think the same was true on the restart. Just can immediately get up to pace, and I think that's helped him gather up some spots. Lights are out on the safety car. Next time by, Ito, green flag will wave.
Yeah, here we go. We'll see whether I see 2 flags in Adam's hand. Looks like he's got a white and a green. So it's going to be 1 more lap here for these guys. We'll see if anything comes from turn 1 or 2. That's the best overtaking opportunity on this track. So we'll see whether Blair Hosey can do anything with Ryan Leach and get that lead, similarly with Andy Vogel and James French behind them.
Safety car is going to shoot straight off the end of the back straight here and head for home. That means that Ryan Leach is going to have a singular lap to defend from Blair Hosey. It will be a green flag and it will be a white flag displayed together. 1 lap shootout on a Saturday afternoon at GridLife Midwest Festival. Here we go.
Still waiting on, and there he goes, a green flag.
Back in the air, 1 lap to go.
Great jump from Andy Vogel. He's right alongside James French heading into turn 1.
Side by side, Blair Hosey had overlap there but couldn't keep it. And for 3rd place, Andy Vogel trying to claw his way to a podium. Big lunge into turn 2.
Oh, yes.
Side by side.
Yeah, still has overlap. Maintains that inside line. Let's see if he can get the drive to stay ahead of him heading into turn 3. And Nate Hamilton is licking his chops, looking to see if he can find that last podium spot.
Yeah, up into 5th place and looking for maybe 4th, maybe 3rd while those 2 battle. Andy Vogel has 3rd place now. It's 5 car lengths between Ryan Leach and Blair Hosey, but Blair was not ready to capitalize on that opportunity on the restart. Bratz through the dirt on the backstretch.
Yeah, Nate Hamilton forced him a little bit into the dirt there, but great job from Andy Vogel to get into that 3rd place. Let's see if he can hold it for another half lap or so.
Yeah, Nate Hamilton is just chomping at the bit to get up to Vogel and up to James French. And again, Andy Vogel has just been struggling a little bit. Again, top 5 all weekend long, but he is not quite at the pointy end pace that he has wanted to be this year.
Yeah, he's been consistently ahead of James French as we see Blair Hosey trying to make the move on Ryan Leach here into 10B.
He's had so many laps in these cars. He knows what they're capable of. He's right behind Ryan Leach. It's going to be a run up the back straight. There's going to be 1 more corner to go. Can he use the slipstream? Can he try an over-under? Can he throttle down a little sooner? Ryan Leach weaving on the backstretch to dissuade the draft. Blair Hosey chasing down to turn number 11. Blair Hosey going to send it on the brakes, but he can't get there. And Ryan Leach rounds the final corner. It was 9 for 9 earlier today. It will be 10 for 10. Perfect score. Batting 1,000. Ryan Leach gets it done again at Gingerman Raceway.
Nico Bratz trying to make the move on Hamilton to the line, but I think Hamilton had it by less than half a tenth of a second. 35 thousandths of a second separating the 2.
That was really close there for Hamilton and Bratz. P5 there. Bratz 6 to Giacomo Chorganorski, Alexander, and Nick Billingsley in the number 9, position number 10. Leach almost gave that one to Hosey.
Yeah, he seemed to have made a mistake somewhere in 7-8, but he locked it right back down into 10B. Didn't give Blair Hosey a chance to pass him down the back straight or set up a pass into turn 11.
Yeah, Ryan Leach gets it done. And when we have a look at these results, we're going to see again the 56 atop the pylon, as he has been every single event this year. That is an incredible statistic, no matter what series you're talking about. As here's a look at the race results. Ryan Leach, Blair Hosey, Andy Vogel, James French, and Nate Hamilton. An earned top 5. That was hard fought there.
Yeah, absolutely. Gained a ton of positions there. Nico Bratz in 6th, Brett DiGiacomo in 7th. To round out the top 7, Jalen Batley in 11th, TJ Hunt in 12th, who made his way back up the field, Bill Wright 13th, Gage Hughes 14th, John Robinson in 15th, Robert Desjardins in 16th, Matt Wilson 17th, Ayrton Grimm in 18th, AJ Campo in 19th, and Jared Anderson in 20th. And then in 21st, we've got Larry Brady, Pat Brady in 22nd, Jake Sanders in 23rd, Tim Burkhardt, John Howe, and Kelsey Billingsley tops out the top 30.
Let's have a look at some of the highlights here from GRIDLIFE Rush Series race number 2. On the start, it was the number 56 of Ryan Leach. Blair Hosey tried to get up there alongside, but could not do it. TJ Hunt early on, trying to follow his teammate through, but a huge drive off track, and I don't know how the front clip stayed on that
way
car.
rougher than it looked when we caught it on the back end.
It sure was. And then you see somehow the bodywork stayed put. Then there was this, the 51 of Gage Hughes, the 190 of John Robinson, fighting tooth and nail for position. A big moment here for the 114. Gets split 3 wide, leaving turn 11 on the restart after a yellow flag. On the 3 wide into turn 1, it didn't work. Andy Vogel tried to go the long way around. Blair Hosey hounding the 56 of Leach, just trying to find a way around.
Yeah, there was a really close battle between these two, just like the first race. And now here we go, the second restart, and Andy Vogel did a great job of staying on the outside of James French through 1 and then getting the inside into turn 2.
Nico Bratz jumping the curb at turn 4, then coming back to the checkers. Blair Hosey with a 1-lap shootout, trying to outbreak Ryan Leach, but with just surgical precision, Ryan Leach wins race 2 for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series here from Gingerman Raceway. Eibach GL.
All right, Eric, now you are still leading the pack in GLTC this weekend. You have Eric Catil right behind you, and Eric is no stranger.
Next to me this time.
I know, and he's no stranger to first place. So how are you feeling right now?
So, you know, this late in the weekend, we don't want to rest on our laurels, but we also don't want to push it too hard.
For sure.
So whoever gets by in turn 2, 3, we might just try to work together and break away from the pack before we fight each other.
Yep. So that's where it's the spiciest, is turn 2 and 3.
Yep, on the race start.
All right, that's where we're going to be looking at. Pay attention to 2 and 3. Let's go check in with this other Eric.
All right.
Good job this week.
Thanks.
All right, Mr. Catil. I'm so used to interviewing you because you're very good at leading the pack. You have any emotions being in P2 right now, or what's going on?
You know, I'd rather be in first, but we're having good racing, and that's a lot of fun. And you know, he really put it together this weekend, and he's really fast. So I tried everything in race 2. Almost flew off the track, you know, trying to pass him on the outside of turn 9, and it was all just marbles. That was a little dangerous. Probably shouldn't have done that now that I think about it, but. Yeah, I'm just happy I'm on the front row, and I think this race is just going to come down to the first 2 corners.
Yeah, and he was saying it's 2 and 3. So when you're coming into turn 2, what's going to be your strategy? Are you taking inside, outside line? What are you doing?
Well, I'm going to be on the outside of turn 1, and then I'm going to try to be quiet so he doesn't know, but I'm just going to try to pass him on the inside in turn 3. I mean, pretty common sense, but this car is pretty good keeping it tight in that corner, and I think there's a lot of grip down there, and I think I can maybe pull out a pass in the second corner.
Well, you guys heard it here first. The strategy is on point. You guys are giving each other a good run for each other's money. Eric versus Eric. Let's go.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Cerise. And yeah, that was really cool to see those two with very different mousetraps, Ida Waxman. But Eibach GLTC race number 3 kicking off here in just a moment's time. And look at the grid. Ayrton Grimm jumping straight out of the Rush car, straight into the Eibach GLTC car. Like, what, Rush finished, what, 2 minutes ago?
Yep, yeah. And he just hopped right back into his GLTC car. Gets a pretty fortunate grid position in 3rd, but you know that puts 2 cars between Eric Catil and Matan Rosenberg, 3 cars between Eric Magnussen and Matan Rosenberg. All of them are fighting for the championship this year.
Yeah, cars rolling off and getting out to the splitter and choosing their rows for this race. So again, it'll be Eric Catil, driver's right, into turn 1, as he said. But I don't mind drivers, right? Here's a look. Again, Eibach GLTC Championship. And again, here's where we are in the race weekend, Ito. We're almost done with the racing action for this series. Race 3 of 4. Race 4, critically, has a random invert of a top number of drivers in the field. The race 3 winner gets to roll that dice. Let's have a look at the starting lineup here for Eibach GLTC race number 3. We already talked about our front row starters, Eric Magnuson and Eric Cattell on that front row. Then in row number 2, it's Ayrton Grimm and Matt Waldbaum, followed in row number 3 in 5th and 6th by Matan Rosenberg and Dana Basinski. A very strong start for the number 109 Subaru BRZ. Tony Marchev and Gary Wimble share row number 4. And in 9th and 10th, starting in row 5, Robert Thorne and Eric Meadows.
Yeah, just missing that top 10 knockout elimination. 11th, Blake Korth. 12th, Lena Chin in that S2000. And then followed into the next row, Andy Smedgaard back in that FRS in 13th, and Joel Morrison in 14th. In 15th, Eric De La Riva. In 16th, Sam Scott, who's maintained a very consistent pace this weekend. Jackie Dink in 17th. Salil Shukla, who's moved up 20-plus spots to get up here in 18th. Jack Wishmeyer in 19th, and Eric Jensen in 20th.
And in 21st place, it's Ryan Power in the 865 GR86. James Cathers, that white BMW M3, in 22nd. Carlos Mendez, Condor Speed Shop car, 23rd, alongside Zach Lavoie in 24th, with James Smith and Thomas Lathrop in row number 13, 25th, and 26th. Chandler Rowe starts 27th. His good climb forward continues. Michael Pagano's BMW hatchback starts in 28th. Clayton Fitzpatrick and Kyle Hale rounding out your top 30.
And now in 31st, we've got Louis Chatroop in that E36 K-Swap car. Joe Tulo in 32nd. In 33rd, Kerry James. And in 34th, Azimuth Muhammad, who's maintained a consistent pace this weekend. 35th, Dine Wen. 36th, Jonathan Lugod making his way all the way from California in that Del Sol. 37th is Natalie Latoz in that Miata, and Seth Gale in 38th. And then in 39th, we got Dan Precourt. And in 40th, Paul Darling, who had a rear suspension issue in that second race. And Peter Zhang, who was disqualified for blowing the dyno, down in 41st.
Yeah, I saw that car on the dyno earlier. It always makes you wonder. And it's never intentional, but again, you're running very, very tight as far as your limits to try to maximize the rule set here in Eibach GLTC. We're going to get 2 pace laps like we've been getting all weekend long here, so just time to think about everything so far. Let's reiterate the expectations of the series, because so far this weekend, Ito, we have been meeting them. The expectations of the drivers, as Adam Jabay has always said, is perfection. What does that mean? This is a non-contact sport. Bodywork stinks. No one likes putting a crashed race car back on a trailer. Race 3 in Eibach GLTC has forever been the highest incident race as far as statistics are concerned. There's always a pre-race meeting for this race to remind drivers to not be a statistic, okay? So we're not expecting any full course yellows. The expectation is we're going to go green like we have the first 2 races. They have been almost perfect.
Mentally speaking, as a racer, you're super comfortable with the track, you're super comfortable with the car, and that breeds confidence, overconfidence. And so drivers tend to make a little bit more aggressive moves, more risky moves in race 3, thus the extra meeting to remind them that this is a no contact series. This is a series where you have to respect the car. You have to leave a lane for a car that's alongside you, so that you prevent contact. And we take that very seriously. Drivers are penalized heavily for making any contact, whether they're on the receiving end or the giving end of that.
Yeah, why is this? Is because these are grassroots racing heroes, Ito. A lot of these cars are built in a garage by 1 or 2 people, right? And there certainly are examples of cars that are built and maintained by teams, but for the most part, every driver here has had a vision building a car, and they've executed that vision to an extremely high degree. These cars are pretty. They're showroom quality. In some cases, they look better than manufacturer-built cars. They are unbelievably pretty, and for a lot of the field here, they take pride in their equipment. They take pride in putting on a show that is unlike anything else in motorsports in North America right now, because these drivers are towing these things in, a lot of them on open trailers. You just don't get this kind of grassroots grit anywhere else, maybe even globally.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not just them being home built. They're all very unique visions of what these drivers want from their race cars. As we've mentioned before, we have the more common ones like Corvettes or BMWs, but we've got Jackie Ding's AE86, a classic in the hands of most people. He's putting it out on track with a K motor in it and going wheel-to-wheel racing in it, and that's really, really cool to see here.
Yeah, these drivers, a lot of them have been around for several years. A lot of them are really good friends. And the whole idea behind this is building community. That's what GridLife's product really is at the end of the day. Whether it's folks that are on the berms hanging out and enjoying the EDM and the stage and the festival grounds, or whether it's the drivers behind the wheel, it's all the GridLife community. And this is the pride and joy of the on-track action here for GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival in its 12th year. Look at that field, racked up and stacked up, 20 rows deep. Drivers aging from 15 all the way up to the 50s. And of course, you've got cars that are 40, 50 years old in some instances, like we saw at Road Atlanta, still podiuming, and some that are brand new, like Ryan Powers' GR86. Pace car will pull off the racetrack. 15-minute race here for Eibach GLTC. Race number 3, Eric Magnussen, Eric Kittil share the front row. They will get the green flag at the later flag stand to give the field time to organize. And tense moments here. Hold your breath, folks. Time to go racing with the grassroots grit of Eibach GLTC. We're underway. Ayrton Grimm gets a shot from behind, but he's got trouble. He's going to pull off to the inside. Somebody has gone wrong with Ayrton Grimm's number 2 car. He gets out of the way. Kittil trying to wrestle the lead from Eric Magnussen.
Great awareness from Ayrton Grimm, but Eric got that lead that he wanted into turn 2, and let's see if he can maintain it into turn 3.
That's heartbreak for Ayrton Grimm, just jumping straight out of the rush car, trying to make some magic happen from the second row, but he will not do it. Kittil still alongside Magnussen, but can he win this drag race? It's going to be tough with the LS under the hood of that BMW.
Yeah, it looks like he couldn't break overlap with Magnussen, and he lost that advantage heading into turn 5.
Well, he's been hounding Eric Magnussen in Sector 3 all day long. That's where the transient high-speed cornering, that's where that lightweight Honda Civic is so good. They're still door-to-door through the entire field through 5 and 6 right now. Tight squeeze over there where the track gets narrow. But Magnussen trying to go 3 for 3 this weekend.
Yeah, and Matt Walbaum is really hounding Eric Kittil there, which is a welcome sight for Matan Rosenberg right behind them. Any separation between Kittil and Rosenberg is going to have an impact on the championship.
Look at Matt Walbaum in 3rd place. He hasn't run quite this high in a running order in a long time. They found that after this car had an accident last year, they found that there was a bent shock. They went through this entire car, transplanted everything to a different chassis, but they didn't go through every part. They found that the shock was bent. Once they fixed it, Matt said, man, I've been missing something out for the last year or 2. Here comes Rosenberg, though, to try to steal that podium spot away.
Yeah, Walbaum going defensive, breaks a little bit earlier than Matan. Matan tries to stick around the outside. Walbaum's going to try, and he almost understeered into Matan, but great job avoiding contact there.
Yeah, great pass there by Matan Rosenberg. Magnussen leads the first lap, then Kittil, Rosenberg, Walbaum, Marchev, your top 5. And a little deeper in the field, there's some dust kicking up in turn 1. There's a lot of cars trying to find their way around Ayrton Grimm. Last time around, again, heartbreak for Ayrton. Again, that was a strong starting position. Here comes a little Shukla to the inside of Carlos Mendez, chasing Jackie Ding in the A86.
Yeah, it looks like he's found himself a couple spots on his first lap, and he's going to try and keep moving up the field. He got disqualified from the top 15 due to contact, so he's making his way back to where his pace is representative.
Yeah, and he's going to make this pass on Mendez, but Mendez trying to keep the nose in there. Turn 4 isn't really much of a corner, but if you can keep overlap here, it sets you up well for the inside at turn 5, but he has to give in.
Yeah, absolutely. And in these cars, it's an easy flat, so it's not a lot to ask for a room on the inside to leave your competitor's room there.
Yeah, this Shukla is going to maybe win the battle. Will he win the war, though? A little bit more side-by-side, deeper in the field. Ayrton Grimm, is he back rolled? That was actually the GR86. Oh, off track. Azimuth Muhammad goes for a ride through the dirt at the exit of turn 6.
Yeah, he was trying to stick it around the outside of Dine Wen, and he couldn't make it stick, and he has to ditch onto the outside of this 6 exit.
Gets back on course. Lena Chin, new livery on the car this year. Andy Smedegard chasing her down for position. And Lena had some issues in the race earlier today, so she's trying to get her position shuffled back forward. There was some overheating issues that caused a power loss, so she had to short shift to avoid that, but hopefully that's sorted.
Yeah, and she's right behind her is Andy Smedgard, who himself has had some cooling issues in his car. So she lost. She stayed in 11th, so she's managed to maintain her position. Oh, it looks like Robert Thorne rejoins the track from an off in turn 11. Let's see if Lena Chin can take advantage of it and pass him down the front straightaway.
Shows you how important momentum is. Off in the gravel just a little bit. He's going to lose 2, 3, 4 spots. On the outside, though, Joel Morrison going to try to capitalize on it. Had a fender in there, but can't keep it into turn 2.
Man, there's so much dirt in turn 1. You see them kicking up dirt on the entry and exit all the way through turn 1. I'm sure that plays into your mindset trying to make a pass there.
And Eric Kittil has lost touch with Magnussen, but Matan Rosenberg closing back in. And the perpetual fight between these two continues. You want a perpetual motion machine, just look at the passing between these two over the last year and a half.
Yeah, if you could find a way to harness the energy from those two continuing to pass each other, we'd have limitless energy. We'd solve the world energy crisis.
We certainly would. And just over, how many clips can you put on Instagram of these two battling for position just over and over and over again? And you go, was that, I thought we already saw that clip. Nope, it's a different new one this time.
Yep, the fight between David and Goliath, Civic versus Corvette.
I love Michael Pagano's 155. It's that orange and blue 116i Japanese market BMW, right-hand drive, very unique car, chasing Zach Lavoie's E46 and running from Chat Troops, K-Power sponsored E36.
Yeah, and Chandler Rowe is leading that pack there. Let's see, he's right behind Sam Scott there, so he's moved up even more positions into the teens.
Joe Tulo, E30 BMW, running from an E46. That's Kyle Hale, new livery on his car as well, side by side, big lunge on the brakes.
Yeah, Kyle Hell in that much heavier E46 M3 with the wide body on it. Now he's going to take advantage of his power down that back straightaway and heading into turn 11.
Yeah, again, too low. You see that car is a little bit less aerodynamic too, so that's going to be fighting the air a bit more. It's definitely smaller though than the 222, but Kyle Hale will take the spot, and that's for 30th position.
Yeah, he decides to back out of it in the braking zone. Lets Kyle Hale through. As we look through the start finish, that's Lathrop in that E90, and now we look at Mendez alongside that Civic here.
It's Jack Wishmeyer all the way from California. Long trip to get out here, battling with the GLTC regulars. James Cathers in the 129 is back here as well. That's for about 17th place on track.
Yeah, he's the highest of these California transplants that came and run this race. So good for him, and Mendez holds the position there for, I believe that was 17th.
Yeah,
yep.
Right. Yep. That was the gold Honda Civic, and some other battles deeper in the field, the red ND. That's Kerry James, who's had that car out a couple of times in the past. And for the lead, Eric Catil has run down Eric Magnussen, and there's plenty of time left in this race. I'm not exactly sure if Magnussen made a mistake, but last time by the stripe, only 0.6 of a second, and the Hybrid Racing EG is closing.
Yeah, Magnussen must have made some sort of mistake to let Eric back into the fold, but again, we're going to see the same dynamic play out where Magnussen has that advantage in a straight line. He's going to keep him behind him, so he better not make another mistake or Eric's going to be right there with him.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun battle to watch there, but again, we're back to the advantage for Magnussen just pulling out of that dig, leaving 10B. Catil has to find pace in different ways, but he ran him down from several seconds back. So I think that Catil's got a shot here, but he has to get creative.
Yeah, and again, he's going to rely on another mistake from Magnussen, which may not happen. He has left Matan back behind him, similar to race 2, and Matt Walbaum himself a big gap to Matan. That's followed by Tony Marchev and Dana Basinski, 5th and 6th.
I love that low shot there with the drone giving us artwork down at turn 1. Jackie Ding running from Shukla. Here's Smedegard versus Thorne versus Lena Chin, all the cars out of the ASM stable. And Joel Morrison chasing in a similar S2000. That's a J-Series car, actually. Honda V6 under the hood of that bright green S2, chasing the trio of, well, I was going to say K-powered S2000s, but Smedgard's in an FA24 powered
Used to
FRS.
be K. That FRS used to be K-powered, and now it is FA24. But yeah, Lena's doing a great job of keeping them behind him and holding on to that top 10 spot.
Yeah, good stuff here. A couple of C5 Corvettes. Gary Wimble, Eric Meadows. That's for 7th place on the racetrack.
It's hard to tell them apart. They're both black Corvettes. One does have a silver stripe, though, between 3 and 1. We got a spinner here, that 944, turn 11.
And turn 11, just looped it, and he'll get back rolling. I don't think there was any contact or anything, but off and away he goes.
Yeah, great to see. And yeah, we're seeing Meadows try and chase down Wimble here for that 7th spot. And then Dana Basinski has a pretty strong hold on that 6th spot.
Eric Catil again fighting an uphill battle. You can watch his videos on his YouTube channel where he's always just waving goodbye on the straightaways, but that's not the mousetrap he built. He built a car that excels at cornering and at braking. And again, he's got time left on the board. He just has to figure out how to break through the defense of an LS.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a totally different formula. You can see that everything that his car is built for, it is superior in all the corners, but he just can't make it up on the straights, and that's where all the passes happen, is down the back straightaway into a braking zone.
And into turn 1, Robert Thorne and Andy Smedegard, door to door. That's a tight squeeze into the first corner. There was almost some contact there. Smedegard keeps it jammed open with the foot in the door into turn 2.
Yeah, they're giving each other just enough room here, but they're letting Lena Chin kind of drive away here as they fight each other and compromise their times out there.
And Joel Morrison is going to smell blood in the water here, doesn't he? In the green S2000, the Myriad Motorsports on the side. This is great racing. How about the entire first sector door to door? They're going to try sector 2 as well.
Yeah, why not? Why not keep it going? Says Joel Morrison, and he's licking his chops, trying to find a gap through. Let's see if he can do it. Looks like Robert Thornton wins the battle here, but we'll see if he'll win the war that is this race 3.
Oh, he slipped on corner exit. Here comes Smedegard again with the FA24. The Subaru power plant pulls up alongside the Rainbow and Black S2000 into turn 7. They're still side by side for position.
Yeah, and you can't maintain side by side for too much longer through 7, 8, 9. I think they both know that. Andy does. He pulls back behind Robert Thornton. He catches some dirt. Robert Thornton doesn't leave him too much space.
Trouble
into
turn
8.
6. Car off track. It's the GR86 of Ryan Power, I believe. He's back rolling, but just looped it, and we'll see if he can find a safe place to get back on course. Waving yellows at turn 6, and you see all the grass in the grill there. There he is.
Yeah, and Robert Thorne really bulked up Andy Smedgard in the middle of 7, 8, 9, so he's opened up that gap to him down that back straightaway.
And yellow flag at turn 1 as well. Not sure what that's for.
Yeah, it looks like we're not going to get any passes into turn 1. There it is. It's the Dan Precourt in that 944 up on the inside. They should be taking that yellow flag away quickly. They have. The yellow flag is now gone, and Eric is trying to stay on the outside of Magnussen. Again, he's fighting such an uphill battle. He's out driving him in the corners, but he just cannot compete with the power down the straightaways.
And Matan Rosenberg unable to do much with it. It has just been these 3 in this order all weekend long. They have battled amongst themselves, but it seems like it's like the different densities of cars are filtering out. But into turns 5 and 6, again, we've still got some racing left to go. Oh, man, there's all sorts of racing back here. Look at this.
Yeah, Andy Smedgard and Robert Thornton are still side by side. Down the back straight, I thought Joel Morrison was challenging Smedgard in the FRS, and he just couldn't get it done. Let's see what happens here.
Oh, he's going to over-under him. He tried to, but Robert Thorne kept it tucked to the inside. Oh, that was very clever driving there by Thorne to sense that, but he slipped again on corner exit. He's struggling with rear grip, leaving turns. And look at Catil for the lead. He's trying everything he can to get by the 330, but just can't poke a hole in it.
He just executes 7, 8, 9 so much better. You can see he's trying to take this wide line, set up as much as he can for this back straight, but it's just so difficult to do. He's doing a really great job staying on to Magnussen's rear bumper.
I know it's really easy to look at this M3 and say, well, you know, he's just making this look easy because he's got the power, but Eric Magnussen has not made a single mistake this weekend. Any mistake, he loses this race. He has been perfect.
Absolutely. Eric Magnussen has driven a fantastic weekend so far, and Catil too, but Catil's made just a little bit more mistakes than Magnussen has as we get the white flag. This is the last lap of race 3.
Into turn 1 now, Eric Magnussen trying to hold back Eric Catil. Catil's needing to find 7/10 and a pass. That's a tall order, but he has found so much speed in the first and second sector. And just a little Honda that could, man.
And Matan has cut them up as well. Walbaum has been left behind into the clutches of Tony Marchev. They're only separated by 1/10 of a second, so they were side by side into turn 1.
Yeah, great battles everywhere on the racetrack. You wish you could watch them all. There's Walbaum again on defense, just in the background of the shot, leaving turn 4.
Yeah, and looks like Dana Pasinski's trying to join that fight into right behind Tony Marchev. We'll see if he can make it one.
Yeah, but Catil is running out of opportunity. He has been denied victory twice here this weekend to that gold BMW. Remember that Magnussen had never won an Eibach GLTC race. He's got 2 to his name so far. He's about to tie for second for the most wins on the season, which would match Eric Catil's 3 that he got back at Carolina Motorsports Park.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a 3-way fight here for the championship. Magnussen has done a faultless race. We can say all we want about the straight line advantage, but he's driving that car as well as he needs to in the turns, and Matan Rosenberg is trying to make it a fight for that second place spot.
Again, he's going to lose this drag race, but Catil is not giving up. Nose to tail with V8s, sandwiching the 4-cylinder of Eric Catil. He can't do anything about it. Goes on defense here from Rosenberg. I don't think Rosenberg will have a look, but Eric Magnussen, for the 3rd time, driving a perfect race. Now, no slip, no falters, no nothing. He comes out 3rd checkered flag of his career in the same weekend, wins Eibach GLTC race number 3. Catil and Rosenberg, 2nd and 3rd by 2/10.
Matan making it less than a car length between the two. Matt Walbaum comes in 4th place. Tony Marchev right behind him. Dana Basinski in 6th, and Eric Meadows in 7th.
Oh, look at this. Here comes drag race to the line. Lena Chin's going to lose it to Thorne right at the end. Thorne grabs 9th, steals it from Chin right at the end.
Yeah, and we saw Jackie Ding there coming in to finish in 12th, I think. Looks like, Wimble had some sort of problem. He dropped all the way down into 16th.
Wow, what a battle there. Kerry James, Kyle Hale across the stripe, Clayton Fitzpatrick, Louis Chatrup, Joe Tulo. Man, these two. I'll bet you Eric Cattill's frustrated right now, but look, you have to look at the battles they have had. That 330, you have to wonder, I mean, again, Rosenberg's car is another barometer to look at, but the 330 accelerates so well, but it's giving up so much everywhere else. After 15 minutes of racing, of green flag racing, 7/10 apart.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, you can say what you want about Magnussen, about having a straight line advantage, but he's driving that car as good as it can be driven in the corners, and he's just setting himself up to succeed in the straightaways. So all credit to Magnussen on how well he's driving that car through the technical parts of Gingerman to take advantage of this honestly, the fewer straightaways that Gingerman has versus other cars. And
let's have a look at race results here for Eibach GLTC. Race number 3, and again, we had a couple little small things here and there, but I think we kept it green the entire time. Eric Magnussen wins his 3rd race of the weekend. Eric Cattill, Matan Rosenberg in 3rd place. That is the same podium we've had all weekend long. Matt Waldbaum and Tony Marchev, 4th and 5th. Good battle there. Dana Basinski in 6th. Eric Meadows and Blake Korth, a career best in his young career. First weekend for the number 614. And Robert Thorne picks the pocket there of Lena Chin right at the end, Nito.
Yeah, absolutely. And in 11th, we had Andy Smedgaard, who was fighting with them for that top 10. Joel Morrison in 12th. Jackie Ding, a solid race in 13th. Salil Shukla finding another 6 spots into 14th. Eric De La Riva in 15th. Gary Wimble, who lost some spots in the last couple laps, in 16th. Jack Wishmeyer in 17th. Carlos Mendez in 18th. Jim Smith in 19th. And James Cathers in 20th.
Yeah, looking down the rest of the order here, you see Sam Scott 21st. Notables here, Kerry James and Kyle Hale. That must have been a fun battle to watch for a bit. We saw the E46 of Hale and the E36 of Chatrup go at it. Peter Zhang up from last to 29th. Good spot, good run there.
Yeah, and in 31st, we have Jonathan Lugod. In 32nd, Natalie Lato's Asmith Muhammad in 33rd, who had that moment on the exit of 6. Seth Gale in 34th. Chandler Rowe didn't finish. Neither did Thomas Lather, Brian Power, Dan Precourt, or Ayrton Grimm.
Yeah, heartbreak for Ayrton Grimm there in the number 2. Again, qualified 3rd with that knockout pursuit, but was unable to capitalize on it with a mechanical issue at the start of the race. That'll be a frustrating way to end. But man, that was fun. Let's have a look back at some of the moments here from Eibach GLTC Race 3. Started with a run between Cattill and Magnussen. This was as close as Cattill got to getting the lead away from that 330 BMW, and from there on out, it was a battle for 3rd. Matt Waldbaum had it early, that DCT swap S2000, but gave it up on the outside of 11 to Rosenberg.
Yeah, and Cattill executed perfectly on his pre-race plan. He just couldn't get it done, unfortunately.
Yeah, there was Asmith Muhammad going for right at the exit of turn 6. Then it was Andy Smedegard versus his team cars for basically the rest of the race, chasing Lena Chin in her brand new liveried S2000. Marchev, Basinski, Wimble, nose to tail, S2000 BRZ Corvette.
Yeah, and there's the move between Tulo and Kyle Hale. As Tulo backs out of it into turn 11, Kyle Hale gets the position.
Yeah, great battle here from the front runners. The top 3 continued to close. And then there was this, Smedegard versus Thorne. Forever, it felt like.
Yep.
And just look at this big slide there by the 80, and Andy tried to jam it up the inside, couldn't quite do it. And Cattill using those rub blocks underneath the splitter to charge up the inside. What a great battle that was, and Cattill tried to do something with it, but again, this 330 is just a lightning in a straight line, picks up his 3rd win of the weekend. As there's the end of Eibach GLTC race number 3. Fans lining up in the spectator hill as we look around at the racetrack here at all the sights and sounds of the festival experience. Thoughts on Saturday? It was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some really great races. That was one of the cleanest race 3s I've seen in GLTC in a long time, and now these drivers are going to have the night to party in one of the coolest festivals in the Midwest.
Well, we certainly thank you for joining us for another full day of action here. It's been a long one. We've been up since 9 on here, and all the broadcast team is absolutely going to crush it again tomorrow. We've got another day, Sunday racing on broadcast. Unlike the last couple of years here with this new format, we have 3 days of action with podium sprint with the race 4s for each of our race series. Super excited to see it. I'm Kyle Heyer with Ito Waxman. Big thanks to all the crew, and we'll see you tomorrow bright and early, 8:15 a.m. for Track Battle Time Attack.
tell them to get attacked. Want you my words, tell them to stay in fact. You want me to take you back, you want me to take you back, you want me to take you back, you want me to